freedom failed. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what can happen to a scientist under a communist regime. Pat McGeehan stars as Professor John Baker in The Lenin Prize.
All right, I'm coming. How can the comrade workers prepare a decent meal if the barber keeps buzzing all the day? Rise up, ye children of privation. Rise up, all ye who are forlorn. Rise up, ye Oh, it's only you, Professor Baker. You're home early.
A little more rising, Eileen, and you'll raise the roof with that Communist International.
Well, you never know who might come knocking at the door. Oh, you've forgotten your hat again. Mrs. Baker ain't going to like that.
I'm not exactly a delicate, doddering old man.
Nor will you see your 40th birthday again, Professor. Now, you got to be more careful fooling around at the Institute with all them bugs and microbes and genies.
Genes, Eileen, genes.
Oh.
The little organisms which gave you those bright Irish blue eyes.
Soviet Irish blue, Professor.
Yes, I suppose so. Soviet Irish blue.
Well, I'll be off to my kitchen. Oh, it's all right.
Oh, Eileen, isn't my wife home?
Oh, she's been upstairs all afternoon mooning at that wardrobe trunk in the hall closet.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Eileen. I'll be upstairs. Mary.
John, so early?
Were you expecting some other lover?
John, you're not early because of some bad news.
Of course not. I just didn't want you to have all the fun sighing at the trunk, so I left the Institute early.
To sigh at it with me?
Mary, do you think we might just take it out of the closet?
To see if the Niagara Falls label's still on?
Oh, yes. Mary, do you remember 19 years ago?
19 years ago this June. Yeah. Oh, John, you're a romantic fool.
Fool, am I? Dr. John Baker, Chief Biologist of the Ohio Region Biological Institute, and one of the 10, only 10, mind you, honored scientists of the American Soviet Republic. I wouldn't want the Central Committee to hear you calling the latest recipient of the Lenin Prize.
Latest, most likely recipient of the $1,000 prize.
Don't be mercenary, Mary. Let's call it by its name. The Lenin Prize.
Well, it's $1,000, whatever you call it. And without it, we couldn't afford the trip to Niagara Falls.
But, thanks to the Central Committee...
You mean, thanks to your research?
Really, thanks to the editors of the Science Quarterly who chose my theories over Lysenko's.
Chose?
Yes.
Oh, John, is the Quarterly out?
Mary,
And your paper's been chosen for publication. You've won.
Mary, not so fast. Slow down. I didn't say...
But you said chose.
Well, only because Ben Saunders told me it was certain my paper would be chosen.
Oh.
But on his say-so, I went down to the railway commissariat this afternoon and bought our train tickets. We leave a week from today.
Well, I suppose if Ben said so. After all, he is the director of the Institute.
More important, he's the party secretary for the region. He's bringing an advance copy of the Quarterly with him.
Oh, John, with your article in it?
Well, I expect so.
John Baker, if you don't stop teasing me, making me go hot and cold like water tap...
Now we can take the trunk out.
Good evening, Director Saunders.
Good evening, Eileen. How's the comrade worker this evening?
Oh, fine as the evening is bright, sir. And there's a bit of anticipation in the household tonight, I'm thinking.
Oh?
That you, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, glad you finally got here. Mary's been feeling a little worried, you know.
Worried? Worried about what?
She won't quite believe it about the prize until...
Now, we'll soon fix that. Where is she?
We've been waiting in the library for you.
Oh, Ben, come on in.
Did you bring the advance copy?
Mary, your husband's been slandering you. Worried. I don't see a trace of it. You're looking lovelier than ever. John, you're a lucky man.
Then you did bring the Science Quarterly with you.
Oh, well, now, let's sit down, John.
Well, you did, didn't you, Ben?
The fact is, I didn't.
Then I haven't...
The prize.
But you said the Central
Hold
Committee...
on now, John. Mary, it's only a technical delay. Some of the research papers on genetics haven't been turned in for publication. Professor Miller's, I think, and one or two others. As soon as they are, the presses will roll.
But my paper on heredity...
Will be published without a doubt.
And the choice between John's theories and Lysenko's. The prize, I mean.
In the bag, Mary. In the bag, as they say.
We thought we'd be on the train a week from tonight.
You will, John, I promise you.
If the Central Committee prefers John's theory to Lysenko's fiction.
Now, Mary, there's something to be said for Lysenko's side.
What? Why, for purely political reasons, it exalts the forces of environment. It completely denies heredity. And it brands as liars and counter-revolutionaries anyone who speaks up for Mendelian heredity. I wonder how Lysenko would explain, well, Eileen's blue eyes. How insane can a scientist be and still be called a scientist?
Oh, John,
Oh,
please.
come now, John. No one agrees with you more than I do, but don't let the Lysenkoists get under your skin.
Well, I don't like this delay.
Believe me, it's only that the Central Committee wants to consider all the research that's been done before they reveal it.
Revealed?
You mean the decision's been made already?
Well, I didn't mean to let it slip out, but of course it's made. And in your favor, John, you'll be on that train next Friday with the Lenin Prize in your pocket.
Morning, Miss Kimball.
Good morning, Professor Miller. Dr. Goldschmidt was in looking for you.
The Science Quarterly. It wasn't in my mailbox. Was it delivered here?
No, Professor.
No? Oh, what did you say about Dr. Goldschmidt?
Well, he didn't get his either. That
He
was
didn't
why...
either, eh?
He said he'd be across the hall in the biology library.
What's that?
He said he'd
Oh,
be
yes, yes, the biology library. I'll be right back, Miss Kimball. Goldschmidt?
Here,
Where?
in the alcove.
In the physical chemistry?
No. Here, in the biology.
Oh, what is it? Why?
Take this.
Journal of Biology?
Take it. Make believe you read it.
Oh.
You two have not received the Science Quarterly.
No. But why only us?
It is not only us. Not us, not Mazzini. Nobody. It did not publish.
I don't like it, Goldschmidt. I don't...
Keep down the voice.
Oh.
Also, I don't like Director Sanders to ask me 20 times why my results are not ready for the quarterly.
Me too. He knows my experiments don't support Lysenko's theories.
Mine also support Professor Baker, not this political foolery.
Maybe it's foolishness, but the Lysenko theory fits the Communist Party line. And if Sanders... Who is it?
I cannot see. Wait. Mazzini. Here. In the alcove in biology.
And Miller, too. I just come from Director Saunders' office. Again, he asked me for my research paper for quarterly. Again, I tell him I am not finishing final form. Aren't you? Sure, but Saunders does not want results which support Baker's theory.
What I don't get is, if Professor Baker submitted his paper for publication, well, what have we got to be afraid of?
Did he? Or does Saunders only say it is so?
To me, Baker has never said his research paper is given in.
I never asked him.
I didn't either.
Then I will ask.
And if he says yes, he did?
Then Baker or no Baker, I will tell him he is a fool.
No!
I will tell him he digs his grave and helps to bury us too. Professor Baker.
Yes, Goldschmidt?
The quarterly has not come out.
I know. Is something wrong?
It is not out because some of the men have not given in the research for publication.
So Director Saunders told me. Haven't you?
Have you given in yours?
Of course I have.
Don't you see what you have done?
Done?
In opposing the theory favored by the Central Committee.
Nonsense. The Central Committee wants discussion from both sides.
This is what Director Saunders says?
Yes.
You believe him?
Why, of course.
You are crazy to stand up against them.
And perhaps your own mental balance has been affected by your ordeal under Hitler.
So you think my background makes me not to see clear, eh? Then ask your own American Professor Miller.
Miller? What about him?
His eyes are not sleeping to what is going on.
You mean he hasn't submitted his paper on hybrid corn?
Exactly what I mean.
But his research is airtight.
Exactly.
Then why doesn't he?
Because his neck is more important than his data.
He wouldn't suppress his results?
No, he's going to burn them.
You're mad.
Have you seen him today?
No.
Then go see him.
I will.
Mr. Baker.
Put those papers down, Miller.
Yes, sir?
Blow out that match.
Oh, yes, sir.
What's wrong with you, man?
I've got to burn my data. I've got to protect myself. I've worked too hard too many years. I can't start over now. There'd be no place to go, no.
Good heavens, man. Do you want to burn 5 years of work?
I'm saving my life.
You're hysterical.
No, I know what I'm doing. So for weeks, Saunders has been after me to hand in my refutation of Lysenko, to submit it, to publish it. He's kept after Goldschmidt and Mazzini, too.
Mazzini, too?
Yes. If we publish, it becomes public evidence of our opposition to the party line, to the Central Committee.
I've handed in my results for publication, and I've attacked the whole Lysenko's theory.
You're too big for them, Professor Baker.
Get hold of yourself.
What happened to Wilson at the California Institute?
A political
And to
scientist.
Simpson at New York.
An opposition economist.
Biologists are no different.
Oh, nonsense.
I'm afraid.
I'll vouch for it.
Could even mean my life.
I'll protect you.
I can't. I've got to burn. Mazzini?
Professor Baker, I look for you.
Mazzini, have you gone mad, too?
Rector Saunders has me in his office 3 times today. Again, he asked for my research for quotes.
Oh, you're all acting like children.
Sure, but with the instinct like a child. Why Saunders wants the paper? Everybody in the Institute, not only 4 in 25 scientists are against Lysenko theory.
Yes. Only me and Goldschmidt and Mazzini.
And you, Professor Baker. And only after us do Saunders keep asking for research papers. Why? A trap?
Nonsense.
And why not he ask for papers from Lysenko?
Because he favors my theories. He told me so himself.
How do you know? For 14 years, you go from home to laboratory, from a laboratory to home, and read. What do you read? Journal, Biological Chemistry? Of Chemical Physics? Journal of Genetics? But do you read Pravda? You read Svergia, Communist Party newsletter, Ohio Region Party newspaper. Oh, no. You are a great scientist, Professor Baker. But in politics...
Listen to me. I know Ben Saunders. I have known Ben Saunders for 20 years. He was the best man at my wedding. He introduced me to my wife.
Yes, wife. I, too, am married. I, too, have a wife. What you have thought about your wife? You know what I think all day? I think I do not want to put my wife in danger. Into hands of Director Saunders, of Party Secretary Saunders.
But your wife,
Now, finally, you think about people.
But what is your wife to do with...
If I am a purge from Institute, what she do?
But you won't be.
Suppose.
But you're imagining.
Suppose.
Ben Saunders
What
says...
Central Committee says.
But Ben says...
Don't trust him.
I'll go to see Ben Saunders again. Now. Are you busy, Ben?
Hello, John. That'll be all, Miss Simmons. I'll give you the rest of the letters later.
Yes, sir.
Come in, John. Sit down. you look a little disturbed.
Yes, quite disturbed, Ben.
You're not still worried about the prize money?
No, but it has to do with the quarterly. I didn't know it, but a few men from my section are among those who have not yet submitted papers.
3 of them. Frankly, I've been pressing them. Your job, really, John.
I don't understand it.
You think that scientists would deliberately withhold the results of their research?
They're intimidated by the apparent policy of the Central Committee, and by the fact that you're a party secretary.
Oh, how can they be so intelligent in the laboratory and so stupid outside?
I've tried to reason with them.
John, maybe if we work together, we could get them to be sensible and publish.
Well, anything you say, Ben.
All right. What is there, a little dinner party at your house where they'll feel safe?
Well, Mary's got her hands full getting ready for our trip, getting our clothes clean and ready to pack.
Of course. Well, then, how about just a social evening? Maybe a bottle of wine.
That should be fine. Whom shall I ask? Miller, Goldschmidt, Martini?
Yes, and I'll ask Professor Markham, too.
Markham? I don't believe I know him.
The new man in the zoology department. He needs a little reassurance, too, I think.
All right, then. Tomorrow night?
Fine. About 8:30?
Fine. And I'll have a few bottles of Madeira to help put them at ease.
You are listening to The Lenin Prize, starring Pat McGeehan. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Professor Baker, here we are.
Good evening, Goldschmidt. Miller, Martini. Go right into the library, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I'll get it, Eileen.
Is Director Saunders here?
Yes, he's in the library. He bought me a little present, traveling case. You'll find him in charge of the decanter. Oh, Professor Markham?
Professor Baker, am I late?
Not at all. I'm very glad to meet you. The others just got here.
Is Director Saunders here?
Oh, yes, he's here, too. Everyone's in the library. Come right.
Provisions of the Constitution of the American Soviet Republic, which guarantees... Professor Markham. Gentlemen, let me introduce a new member of our zoology department. Professor Markham. Dr. Goldschmidt, Professors Miller and Mazzini.
Pleasure, sir. Pleasure.
Now, as I was saying, gentlemen, our Constitution guarantees in Article 124 perfect freedom of speech and freedom of press. Now, we mustn't let that provision lapse by default.
Is it not Article 125, Director?
Huh? Yes, Markham, quite right. It is Article 125.
Pardon me, gentlemen. May I fill your glasses?
I've been waiting.
Enough, Professor. I will be drunk.
Miller?
Oh, certainly, sir, certainly.
Thank you, Professor,
but I never...
Excellent. Color, John. Thank you. Gentlemen, let me suggest a toast. The second honeymoon of Professor John Baker and his wife.
what is this? Yes, what's this about a honeymoon?
Well, now, I don't think it's premature to say that I have every expectation of Professor Baker's winning the Lenin Prize for his paper on Mendelian heredity. It will appear in the coming issue of the Quarterly, and the prize money will nicely finance a trip to Niagara Falls.
I drink cold good. The Lenin Prize.
Very good. Now, gentlemen, back to our Soviet Constitution and its relation to us. Now, we all know that there's many a slip twixt the cup and the lip between a constitutional provision and its everyday application.
Director Saunders, may I...
In a moment, Markham. In short, even in the Ohio Regional Committee of the party, one finds, thick heads which are hard to penetrate. Bear with me a moment, Professor Markham. There is a type of hard head, even in the party, which doesn't understand the right of criticism and self-criticism. Do you follow me, Goldschmidt?
I understand you, Director, but
But you thought that a party member, and especially a party secretary, mustn't even utter a whisper against the rumored position of the party central committee in Moscow.
Well...
Yes, I am surprised, too. Did not think you thought that...
No, what I thought.
I beg your pardon, Markham?
I consider it unpatriotic and unworthy of a Soviet scientist to put forward any experimental conclusion which opposes what is desired by the Central Committee.
Oh, you surprised me, Markham. I hadn't thought this of you.
Nor had I thought that our party secretary would voice sentiments which
As the party secretary to a party member, I would appreciate a certain amount of civility.
I consider both what you say and the conspiratorial manner in which you say it as highly questionable.
Well, how close at hand and unexpectedly one sometimes finds the hard heads of which I spoke. Sit down, Markham.
I'm leaving. I consider this meeting
treasonable.
Yes.
Counter-revolutionary.
Yes, counter-revolutionary.
Ben, don't.
Deserved it. Now you may go, Markham. You'll hear from me in the morning.
He'll denounce us all.
To whom? To me.
I will take a little wine.
I'm very sorry this happened, gentlemen, but you all certainly see now how wrongly you interpreted Director Saunders' intentions. With the director on our side, any fear is as foolish
as foolish as Markham is stupid, as he will discover in the morning. And now, gentlemen, need I say more? May I expect all of you to turn in your papers either to me or Professor Baker within the next day or two?
More wine, gentlemen?
Good morning, John.
Ben?
Professor Miller. Here, take this chair.
Thank you.
Now, John.
Here they are, Ben. The research papers ready for publication. Every one.
You don't know what this means to me. Not only as one who desires to see the party flourish, but also as a scientist. Yes. Mazzini's refutation of Lysenko and Miller's fallacy of Lysenko's theory on hybrid corn. Very good, Miller.
Thank you, Director.
And Goldschmidt's paper, too. Well, this means the quarterly is as good as published. You'll see it Friday night. And, John, the name of the winner of the Lenin Prize will be on the cover.
I've borrowed against that, Ben. Mary and I will be taking the midnight train.
Well, why shouldn't we celebrate? A triple celebration. You're winning the prize, your trip, and our own resolve to uphold the spirit of our freedom of science.
A very good idea. Why not at my house for dinner in the evening?
Count me in, John.
Good. Miller, you tell the others.
This time we won't invite Markham.
Till Friday evening. Eileen?
Yes, Professor?
Are we ready for dinner?
I need only the mouths, Mr. Baker.
I'll get it, Eileen. Hello.
Professor Baker?
Goldschmidt?
I am not well.
But you look fine today at the Institute. What's wrong?
I cannot come. I am sick.
Well, have you called the doctor?
The doctor has already come to me. I'm sorry, Baker.
But Goldschmidt...
I am sick.
Mary? Goldschmidt is sick.
Oh? Well, what's wrong with him?
He's not coming.
Was it serious?
Well, I don't know. He sounded very ill. But he did have a doctor.
Oh, what a shame.
Excuse me, dear. Hello?
Professor Baker, this Mrs. Miller?
Yes, Miller. Going to be a little late?
I'm at the Institute.
What, at this hour?
I had a little more extra work to finish up.
Are you all right, Miller?
Of course. Well, of course I'm all right.
You sound a little...
Fine, I tell you, fine.
Oh, then you'll be right over.
No, you go ahead without me. I'll be late.
How late?
Just late, Professor. I can't say any more.
Miller, what's wrong?
Goodbye, Professor Baker.
Mary? Something's wrong.
Yes, it is strange.
I'll call Mazzini.
Yes. Oh, well, thank the Lord someone's come.
Baker?
Yes?
Message from Professor Mazzini.
Oh, I'll take it.
I can't come tonight.
Strange.
Who are you?
His
You're
phone's
not a
not
regular
ringing.
messenger.
I'm from the Institute. Good night.
Well, wait a minute. John? Oh, John?
Mary, did I hear Mazzini's name? His phone didn't even ring.
Why, he isn't coming either. That was a message from him.
I'm going to call Ben.
I don't think that man really was from the Institute.
First Goldschmidt, then Miller, now Mazzini. What's wrong here? Mary, something's happened to the telephone. It's completely dead.
Oh, maybe it's off the hook in the kitchen. Eileen! Eileen! Oh, there's the kitchen door.
Yeah. Well, that should be Ben at the front door. I'm glad he's finally come.
I'll go see what happened to Eileen. Things seem suddenly to be so...
Oh, Ben, I'm so glad to see. I don't know what's going on here, but...
John?
Yes?
John's here to say her. Oh, Ben, it's you, thank goodness.
Now, Mary, calm yourself. These things,
There's a strange man at the back door.
A man?
A man like the one that brought the message from Professor Mazzini.
Ben, no one is coming. What does it mean?
I'm afraid it means that the Central Committee doesn't look with favor on those who oppose their obviously better judgment.
Ben, but you...
I take my orders from the party.
And you, Ben, represent the Central Committee.
At the Institute.
And on the Science Quarterly. And slapping Markham?
A bit of make-believe.
To make the others submit their articles to the Quarterly.
Yes, I brought an advance copy for you. Carries raw paper, and Goldschmidt's, and Miller's, and Mazzini's.
But the prize. Ben, the Lenin Prize.
Mary, dear, it seems that Lysenko has won.
A trip.
Only off for you, Mary. Your husband will be going.
Going? Oh, what do you mean? John, what does he mean?
It's quite plain, my darling. I'm going away. Alone. When, Director Saunders?
Now, you've packed, don't you?
No, Ben. Please.
Let me read you the inscription from the cover of the Quarterly, Mrs. Baker. At least you will understand why your husband must go. It reads, and the color is bright red, "Glory to the great protector and protagonist of science, our deepest source of inspiration and courage to seek the truth, the Communist Party."
Saunders, what's the delay?
He is coming, Comrade Markham.
You have just heard a story of what happens to free scientists under the heel of communism. You think this could not happen? It did happen to Professor N.I. Vavilov, the famed Russian biologist who was arrested and deported to the Siberian Arctic. Why? Merely because he publicly disagreed with a theory of biology favored by the Soviet government. Professor Vavilov died in the deportation center of Magadan on the shore of the Bering Sea. You've been listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Pat McGeehan as Professor John Baker in The Lenin Prize. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. The Lenin Prize was written for If Freedom Failed by Arthur Weiss, produced and directed by Robert M. Young. Sergeant Lloyd Iyer speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe in Lady for a Day, with Leslie Howard as guest producer.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lady for a Day, a play rich in pathos and humor, telling the touching tale of a mother's sacrifice for her daughter's happiness. Starred, as they were in the film of the same title produced by Columbia Pictures Corporation, are May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. And between the acts, we'll hear a real-life lady for a day, Miss Florence Farley. Louis Silvers conducts our music. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes, those thrifty flakes that go so far and do so much for you. Why, one large box of Lux Flakes will do your stockings nearly 100 times unless the water's hard. You know, that's nearly 3 months. Or it will do your underthings for 2 months. And in hard water, a little extra Lux softens the water and gives you an abundance of suds. Lux is your thrifty, safe care for silks, rayons, cottons, linens, and woolens. For everything safe in water alone. Tonight finds our producer, Cecil B. DeMille, in New York City in connection with the opening of his new film, Union Pacific. Later on, we'll hear from Mr. DeMille. But taking his place is one of the screen's most versatile, popular, and distinguished personalities. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to welcome as guest producer, Mr. Leslie Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Wirt. As Mr. DeMille knows only too well, I'm an exceedingly tardy individual. In fact, I've just managed to escape from Mr. Selznick's studio to be here in time. And so if you hear any strange sound at this point, I'm sure it's just Mr. DeMille in New York breathing a great sigh of relief as he hears me responding right on the dot. Well, to tell you the truth, this astounding punctuality finds me rather in awe of myself. Leslie Howard, ladies and gentlemen, has actually reached an appointed spot at an appointed time. The happy excitement of being here is disturbed by one thought only. The supposition that I'm taking the place of Mr. DeMille. You see, one can't just take the place summarily of Mr. DeMille at the microphone any more than he can be replaced when it comes to producing pictures like Union Pacific. But we can settle down to a job and attempt to do our best. And that's exactly my intention here. Abetted by the highly efficient staff of the Lux Radio Theater and our 4 brilliant stars, with whom it's been my delight to work all this week, May Robeson, Warren William, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. You know, years ago, I cherished the fine thought that when I was pleasantly this side of 40 or 45, I'd retire with a handsome fortune and proceed to have a splendid time doing exactly what I pleased. Well, I soon learned that not only would I not have a handsome fortune at this age, but I also realized that so long as life remains, artists will persist in creating. You just can't retire from creating. And no one embodies this spirit more completely than Miss May Robeson, who just observed her 75th birthday and her 56th anniversary as an actress. She's now starring for Warner Brothers in Family Affair, and tonight she's heard as Apple Annie in our play based on Damon Runyon's story. Guy Kibbe comes to us as the gentleman called Judge. My old friend Warren William repeats his excellent characterization of that typically Runyon-esque individual, Dave the Dude, and the exceedingly lovely Gene Parker, who soon stars in the Columbia picture Parents on Trial. She plays Louise. Oh, by the way, how about an apple? You know, I think we can get some right over there. You see, there's an old lady sitting in the corner there, setting up her stand. That is Apple Annie. Let's just take a walk over there and get this play of ours underway. Broadway, the crossroad of the social world. Broadway, where the clerk rubs shoulders with his boss, where the Upper Bronx meets Lower Park Avenue, where the pleasure-seeking mob throws dollars to the theater box office and dimes to the corner cripple. It's a rainy spring night just after curtain time. One of Broadway's well-known beggars holds her accustomed position at the corner of 47th Street, her old bedraggled dress hanging wet above her scuffled shoes. Slung about her shoulders is a basket of highly polished apples, which she holds up to the passers-by, her thin voice rising above the roar of the traffic.
Want some apples? Nice red apple lady?
Evening, Annie.
Oh, hello. How are you, Mr. Law? I suppose you want to see my license again, is that it?
Oh, not tonight, Annie. I'm on traffic duty now. Oh, by the way, Annie, Dave the Dude is looking for you. He's over at Missouri Martin's Club.
Does he want an apple?
Well, I guess so. Hell, I think I'll have one myself, Annie. Oh, that big one there looks fine. Thanks.
Yeah. Come around to the house sometime, officer. I got a lot of loose jewelry and silver hanging around loose.
All right, night, Annie.
Good night, you big turkey. Apples?
Pencil.
Buy an apple?
Oh, buy a pencil.
Buy an apple?
Pencil, buy a pencil.
Oh, hello, Smiley.
Oh, hello, Annie. Well, say, Dave the Dude wants to see you, Annie. He's over at Missouri Martin's Club.
Yeah, I know. Has he got a big bet on, huh? How's the pencil business doing?
Oh, it's terrible. Looks like everybody's broke.
Ah, quit yapping. Go over to the Thelma Theater. They got a big hit over there.
Oh, yeah?
Uh-huh.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and don't forget Missouri Martin's. The dude said it was very important.
Hiya, dude.
Oh, hello, Missouri. Sit down.
You waiting for somebody, dude?
Yeah, Apple Annie. I got a big poker game on. One of the biggest I ever sat in.
Where is it?
Up at the hotel. But I can't go to no game without buying an apple from Annie. Send a couple of the boys out looking for her.
Oh, she's really a good luck charm, ain't she?
I never made a big bet yet without her, Missouri. And I ain't going to start tonight.
Oh, wait a second. There's Happy and Shakespeare. Your two stooges.
Hey, Shakespeare. Happy, over here.
Hiya, dude.
Hello, boss. Did you find Apple Annie?
No.
I told you not to come back without her.
Well, we can't go scouting all over the town.
Yeah,
we told everybody we seen.
Shut up.
What are you going to do, boss?
We're going to wait here till she shows up.
You got a superstitious boss, Jen.
Yeah, but I'm a first-class monkey if I can see how you can win pots by buying an apple off an old dame.
All right, so you're a first-class monkey. Now shut up.
Okay.
Oh, dude, if you can't find your apple, here's something else for good luck. There.
Cut it out, Missouri, will you? This is a public place.
Yeah, he needs apples, not lemons.
Oh, shut your face, Happy.
Miss Martin.
Yeah, what?
Apple Annie's outside.
Oh, she's here. Come on, Happy. Shakespeare, get going.
So long, dude. Good luck.
Hey, Annie. Annie!
Hello, dude. Didn't keep you waiting, did I?
No. Give me an apple quick. Here's $1. Never mind the change.
Oh, bless your heart, dude. How'd you do last week?
Okay. But where were you Saturday? I couldn't win a race.
Saturday. I wasn't feeling so good Saturday.
Yeah? Well, take care of yourself.
Sure, dude.
You die on me, and I'll be all washed up.
Don't you worry about me.
That girl. You're like a mother to me, Annie. You know that. Now, don't go get drunk on that $1.
Me? You're crazy. I never drink. Well, I do not.
Hey, boss.
Yeah, what do you want, Steve?
I got the car here. You going to use it?
No, not tonight. Here. Take Annie wherever she wants to go. Come on, boys. So long, Annie.
So long, dude. Good luck.
Well, where's it going to be, Annie?
Over to the Hotel Marbury, thank you.
To Marbury? Hey, you going kind of high class, ain't you? All right. Park the apples in the back seat.
Hello, Hotel Marbury. Delivery entrance. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'll watch out for your package. Send it right up when it comes. You're welcome.
Hey, Oscar.
Who is it?
It's me, Annie.
Oh, come on in.
All right. Well, Oscar, did you get the stationery?
Sure. Don't I always get it? Classiest stationery in the house. Look at that letterhead. Hotel Marbury.
Thanks, Oscar.
When do you expect another letter from the kid?
There's a mailboat coming in from Spain tomorrow.
Okay, I'll watch out for it.
That's a good boy. I'll be waiting outside the hotel, and I'll pay you the end of the week.
Yeah, don't forget it. You know, if they caught me stealing letters for you, I'd get fired.
Oh, no. You ain't going to be fired, no. They can't fire you, you know. And don't forget, will you, the name that it'll come under. Mrs. E. Worthington Manville, here to the Hotel Marbury.
I know.
Now, I've got to write to her. Would it be all right if I did it right here?
Yeah, sure. Sit right down over there. There's pen and ink on the desk.
Thank you. Now, let's see. My dear, adorable daughter Louise, the social season at Newport is finally over, and I'm all tired out. The reception I gave to Lord Ferncliff, was a big success. It breaks my heart, Louise, to think that I've been separated from you all these years. But the doctor says an ocean voyage would be fatal for me. Oh, yes, what'll I... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Your stepfather thought he might make the trip to Spain this year, but he is so busy with affairs of state, he can't leave the country. Now, the young man you wrote me about, Count Alfonso Romero's son, Carlos, sounds perfectly darling. I hope he loves you as much as you say you love him, and as much as I love you, my darling. Oh, I forgot about the money order. What did I... Oh, yeah. You will notice your allowance this month is $5 short. Such a funny thing happened. I sent Henry, my new chauffeur, to get the money order, and somehow he made the mistake. I'll make it up to you, dear, next week. Good night, my darling. Your own loving mother. Apple, buy an apple, nice red apple. Hey, Oscar, I'm over here. Have you got it? Did you get the letter this morning?
Yeah, I got it all right.
Well, what's the matter? Why, Oscar, where's your uniform?
I ain't got one anymore.
They didn't fire you. They can't fire you.
They can't, huh? Well, they did. They caught me swiping the stationery for you.
Oh, dear. Well, where's the letter?
Here.
Oh, gee, Oscar, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, a lot of good that does me. I told the boss I was sorry, and look what it got me.
Oscar!
What's the matter with you?
Oscar, she's on her way over here.
So what?
She's coming to New York. She's bringing Carlos and the Count to meet me.
Yeah, well, now maybe you're satisfied. I told you couldn't get away with it forever.
But she'll find out I don't live here. She'll find out I'm not Mrs. E. Worthington Manville.
So what? You can give her a nice red apple.
Oh, Oscar, you got to help me.
Oh, help yourself. I gotta find another job.
Oh, Oscar, no, don't. Oh, Oscar.
I told you.
Oscar.
Annie. Hey, Annie, what's the matter with you? Joe, Harry, somebody give me a hand here, will you? Annie's pulled a faint.
And now you can't find her again. Every time I got a big deal coming up, you guys can't find Annie.
Yeah, but, boss,
Shut
what do you
up.
want?
What did you look?
We looked all over the place.
Shut up. I don't want talk. I want action.
Hey, dude.
Yeah?
That crippled guy Smiley's here.
What for?
Hello, dude.
Listen, Smiley, I'm busy.
It's about Annie.
Oh? What about Annie? I've been looking all over town for her.
She's in an awful jam.
Yeah? What kind of a jam?
Well, you see, for years she's been swiping stationery from the Marbury and writing her daughter that she's high up in society.
Daughter?
Yeah, she's got a daughter over in Spain in a convent since she was a baby.
Well?
Well, now she's going to marry a count or something.
Well, listen, what's this, a racket?
Oh, no, dude, honest.
Well, where's Annie? Where does she live?
Well, she's got a basement room, First Avenue, 314.
All right, come on. I'll go over there and see her myself. Hey, open up. Open up. Oh, hello, Annie.
Well, if it ain't my old friend, the Duke. Come in, gentlemen, come in.
I thought so. On a bet, huh?
No, she ain't, dude. She just acts kind of funny like.
The butler will take your things, gentlemen. You didn't know I had a butler, huh? Got lots of butlers. Millions of them.
Where you been, you old buzzard? Been looking all day for you.
Oh, so good of you to come down for the hunting season.
Huh?
You know, everybody's coming down for the hunting season.
Let's get out of here, dude. It gives me the creeps.
What's wrong, Annie?
My daughter's coming over here to visit me. Isn't that lovely? She's coming over with the Count. Going to marry his son. Wait till she gets to look at me. It's going to be funny when she finds out her mother is Apple Annie. why don't you laugh? It's funny, I tell you. Apple Annie from Schubert, Alice. Apple Annie from Schubert, Alice.
All right, Annie, take it easy. Hey, Shakespeare, put her over there on that cot. Happy, go get a doctor.
Okay.
A doctor ain't gonna do no good, dude.
No, what have you got that's better?
Well, I got an idea. I was talking to some of the boys who work Broadway, and we got it figured out that if we could get Annie a suit at the Marbury for a couple of weeks...
Annie at the Marbury? Get out of here.
Oh, okay, dude, okay.
Did you hear that, Shakespeare? Annie at the Marbury.
Well, yeah, that's swell.
What?
Hey, that society friend of yours, Bartley Kent, he's got an apartment at the Marbury, and he's out of town now.
Oh, yeah? Well, what about it? Can you picture me going to Rodney Kent and saying, lend me your apartment for Apple Annie? He'd throw me out on my ear.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He'd throw you out on your ear.
Yeah, the only thing is, he's a nice guy.
Oh, sure, boss.
But he ain't no sucker.
No, boss.
Oh, all right. We'll send him a wire and ask him.
Swell.
Now, here's the layout, Annie. This is going to be your room. Count goes over there, your daughter in the room across the hall, and a boyfriend up front. Got it?
Dude, I can't believe it. Me? Here in a suite at the Marbury? Oh, how can I thank you, dude?
Yeah, you can shut up about it.
Okay, dude.
Hey, dude.
In here, Happy.
What goes, dude? What's the
Shakespeare
matter?
says you wanted to see us, dude.
Yeah, come in, Louie. Come in, Longchin. Oh, where's Harry?
Yeah, boss.
Did you get in touch with Missouri Martin?
Yeah. She's bringing over some high-class clothes and a hairdresser and a masseuse.
Good.
Dude, a hairdresser and fine clothes and a masseuse? Is that for me?
Well, a masseuse won't do me no good.
Hey, dude, what is this? What are you wasting your time around here for?
Yeah, keep your trap shut. For years, Annie's been lucky to me, hasn't she? Well, she's in a jam now. What kind of luck would I have if I passed her up at a time like this?
So you're going to try to palm her off as a society dame, huh?
Well, it's only for a week. The Count and his son are going back on the same boat. Well, what do you think?
Personally, I think it smells.
Now, shut up. I don't want to hear any opinions.
No, I don't think it'll work, dude.
Me too. It's like libel or something.
Sure, we're liable to land in the can.
Yeah, I'm getting out of here.
No, you're not. You're all going to stay. I'm turning the mob over to Mrs. E. Worthington Manville.
Huh?
And that goes for you, too. All of you.
Mrs. E. Worthington Manfield, she's Apple Annie.
Yeah, she's a lady now.
A lady?
Yeah, and you're going to treat her like one.
Now,
see?
look.
No, man.
Shut it up!
No,
Shut
no,
up!
no, dude.
Annie, come here.
Yes, dude.
You're a lady, Annie. See? And if any of these mugs, any of them, if they don't treat you like a lady, you got my okay, my personal okay, to poke them in the snoot.
The curtain falls on the first act of Lady for a Day with its original screen stars, May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. During our brief intermission, we bring you the Browning family. As the scene opens, it's the night before May Day, and there's great excitement in the Browning household. Dot has been chosen queen of the May Day festival at school. And now we find her trying on her dress while her sister Midge watches her. Dot is singing as she turns in front of the mirror.
For I'm to be queen of the May, Mother, I'm to be queen of the May. Your dress is just elegant, Dotsy. You're a dreamin' pink. Oh, isn't it divine? I sort of float in I'll say you do.
Hey, who let that dog in? Skippy, away.
Oh, look out. He'll jump on my dress. Call him away, Miss.
Hey, come here. Oh, my gosh, Dot.
Oh, Miss, my dress. Mother, look what that pup's done. He's got mud all the way down the front of my dress.
Well, let me see, dear. Oh, why, that's not so bad.
Not so bad. Oh, Mother, it's ruined.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm going to wash it right away.
Oh, Mother, you can't wash it.
Of course I can. I'm going to use Lux Flakes, and it'll turn out beautifully.
Are you sure?
Of course. This dress is Luxable, you know.
Well...
Now, you just trust the Lux, Queenie. Everything's going to be fine.
So Lux Flakes save the day. Lux Flakes are the world's largest selling package soap for fine fabrics, and for a very good reason, too. Lux has no harmful alkali. Remember that. No harmful alkali in Lux to spoil colors or fabrics. Lux is the safe way to wash everything safe in water alone. So keep the generous large-size box in the home all the time, won't you? And now our guest producer, Leslie Howard, is ready to raise the curtain on the second act of our play.
We continue with Lady for a Day, starring May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. Apple Annie, the good luck charm of that gambling gentleman Dave the Dude, has been transformed into Mrs. E. Worthington Manville. In a borrowed suite at the Hotel Marbury, she reigns supreme. But now a sudden blow has fallen. In her letters to her daughter, Apple Annie mentioned a Mr. Manville, who must, of course, be produced. After making the rounds of the better pool rooms, Dude's stooges have chosen a gentleman for the romantic role. He's known as Judge Henry Blake, judge by the divine right of self-appointment.
So Happy comes up to me and he says, Judge Blake, he says, Dave the Dude wants to see you.
Yeah, Happy was right. I do.
At the moment Happy says this, it so happens that I'm at the club having a game of a skill. In fact, you might say that I'm in the midst of a very profitable enterprise.
You mean you're taking over a sucker at pool?
I mean I am matching my skill against a stranger in town from Providence. When Happy says, Judge, Dave wants you. And I put aside ready money to rush to your aid, my friend, only to find you ensconced in this palatial suite at the Hotel Marbury, which incidentally is not bad at all. I am prompted to ask you, Dave, what's the racket?
All you got to do is be a husband. A rich and aristocratic husband for a week.
A husband? Rich and aristocratic? That suits me admirably.
Ever try being a husband, Judge?
I'm notorious for it.
How'd you make out?
Pitifully. And I can never tell why. They were such charming women, the four I married. But I might ask, whose husband am I to be?
You ought to be the ever-loving husband of Apple Annie.
Apple Annie? Preposterous, most preposterous. Well, the husband of an apple vendor, practically a mendicant. Now, listen, dude, this is asking too much. After all, I have my self-respect.
Good evening, gentlemen.
There she is now.
There, who is now?
Apple Annie.
But I see a charming woman, dressed in the height of fashion. Why, she's terrific.
Annie, the judge says how glad he is to be your ever-loving husband.
Why, thank you, Judge. You're so obliging.
The pleasure, I assure you, my dear and charming lady, is all mine. Shall we take a stroll through the park and talk over our plans?
No, not now, Judge. You're taking a stroll down to my tailor and get fitted to a suit.
My dear young man, what's the matter with the suit I'm wearing?
Yeah, that's what I've been trying to figure out. What's those bulges in the pockets?
Bulges? Bulges? Oh, dear, yes, of course. Just a billiard ball or two. I must return these to Joe's pool palace at once.
Well, how do you think he looks, Happy?
Okay, I guess.
Dude, I'm afraid you're playing an abominable trick on that poor old woman.
What?
She's floating on air. It's a shame, dude. A miserable shame. When the plan fails, it's going to break her heart.
Who says it's going to fail?
My dear dude, her daughter's boat docks today. Do you realize the number of reporters who cover incoming ships?
Reporters?
They'll want to know all about the Count, why he came to America, who his friends are. That means me and Apple Annie. The papers will be full of it.
Yeah, reporter'd give his right eye for a story like this. I told you couldn't get away with it.
Why didn't you think of that before?
Why didn't I think of it?
And this is a fine time to be telling me. What am I going to do?
Don't ask me. It's your party.
Well, you got it now. You better see those reporters stay away.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
I don't know. Kick them around, let loss. I don't care what you do. Just do it. But get rid of those reporters.
Okay. But you better call up the commissioner, dude. Tell him to reserve a couple of nice cells for us. Southern exposure.
Do you see her yet?
No.
There's an awful bunch getting off.
Oh, dude. Dude, I'm so frightened.
Yeah, what about?
Oh, I don't know. There isn't any chance of anything going wrong, is there, dude?
No, of course not.
I know I'm foolish, but how do I look?
Okay, swell.
I can hardly believe it. Just think in a little while I'll have my baby in my arms.
Yeah, sure you will. And everything's going to be great.
Look, dude, there she is.
Where?
There. She sees me.
Oh.
She recognizes me. Louise!
Mother.
Louise!
Mother, darling, I'm up here.
Louise!
Mother.
Oh,
Mother, sweet.
Oh, my darling, my baby. My Louise. Let me look at you, dear. Oh, you're beautiful.
You are too, Mother. I'd have known you anywhere. You're just as I pictured you.
Oh, Louise, dear, this is your stepfather.
Oh, how do you do?
My dear child, my little daughter.
Mother's written me so much about you. I know I'm going to love you.
Oh, thank you, my child. Thank you.
Oh, Carlos, come here. Mother, This is Carlos.
How do you do?
Carlos, yes. Oh, I like him, Luis.
You are very kind.
And this is Carlos' father, Count Alfonso Romero.
Senora.
The Count, how do you do?
Very well, thank you.
It's a pleasure, my dear Count. We've been looking forward to your visit for some time.
Thank you.
Well, I guess,
Oh, dear, how stupid of me. Louise, dear, this is your Uncle David.
My uncle? I never knew I had an uncle.
Oh, why, of course, dear. He's Father's brother.
My mother, I'm so glad.
How are you?
Mother, you never wrote me a word about him.
Well, you see...
Well, that's because Brother David's been the black sheep of the family, so to speak. Hey, David?
Yeah, I guess so, sure.
Well, shall we go? My car is waiting, Count.
So, you don't know where the folks went today, huh?
No, sir, just for a ride, sir. They'll be back soon, I imagine.
Okay. Here you are, Butler. This check's for you, and this is for expenses.
Thank you, sir.
Remember your orders?
Yes, sir. Her name is not Apple Annie. It's Mrs. E. Worthington Manville. I've been working for her for years. No matter what anyone asks me, I know nothing. As a matter of fact, I'm to be completely dumb.
Think you can do that?
Should be a cinch.
Shut up, Happy. Now get this, Butler. I don't want no slip-ups.
Oh, no, sir.
If you do, your family better send for the body.
I have no family, sir.
And you'll have no body either.
No body. Yes, sir.
Here, come on, Happy, let's go. I don't want to be here when the gang gets back.
Too late, dude.
Yeah.
New York's exciting. Oh, hello, Uncle David.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mangan.
Where have you been? We missed you terribly.
Well, that's something.
You mustn't be so strange. Everyone's so crazy about you. Did you know Carlos and I decided to name all our children after you?
Huh? Yeah?
Oh, come in here, Count Alfonso.
Thank you.
Oh, hello, Brother David. Hello, McGuire. Has everybody met Mr. McGuire, David's secretary?
Oh, me?
Yeah, my secretary, everybody.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm glad he's here, dude. I thought you'd like him to handle the invitations to the reception.
Sure. That's a good idea. Huh? What do you mean, reception?
We're having a reception for the folks day after tomorrow, the night their boat returns to Spain.
Well, isn't that just dandy?
You're quite surprised, aren't you, Brother David?
Yeah. Who's coming, Brother Henry?
Oh, just a few of our friends. It's to be a small affair, about 100 or 150 people, perhaps.
Hardly a handful.
Of course, I shall look to you, Brother David, to help us as much as you can.
Oh, of course. Matter of fact, I'd like to have a little talk with you before you do anything about it. A couple of things I'd like to straighten you out about.
Oh, by all means, Brother David.
Now, just step outside a minute. We'll settle everything. No, Brother Henry. This way, please.
Oh, yes. Excuse me, folks. I think I'll be right back. I hope.
It's lovely out here, isn't it? Look at the stars up there. The city down there. We're halfway to heaven, Carlos.
Querida mía.
Carlos.
Yes, darling?
Has your father said anything yet?
No.
What'll we do, darling? Suppose he doesn't like Mother or Dad. Suppose he doesn't give his consent. What'll we do, darling?
Oh, don't be worried, darling. It will be all right. He's very fond of them. Really, he is. It's just that he likes to be very formal about things like this.
Oh, darling, I'll die. I'll simply die if anything happens.
Oh, nothing is going to happen.
Hello, Mother.
I was in my room and I couldn't sleep. You don't mind if I visit with you for a little while, do you?
Of course not, darling.
Oh, it is my fault. I've taken up so much of Louise's time. I feel I've been terribly selfish.
Oh, no, you haven't. You've been very sweet.
Well, I'll go and talk to Father if you will excuse me. Good night, Mother. You don't mind my calling you Mother?
No, dear. I want you to, my son.
Thank you. Good night, Louise.
Good night, darling.
He's a lovely boy.
Oh, he is. Mother, I'm so happy.
My baby.
Mother.
Yes, sweet?
You don't think anything can happen, do you?
Happen?
Well, I guess I'm just foolish, but... Well, maybe it's because I'm wishing so hard. Mother, did you ever wish for something so hard that...
Yes, dear, I understand. But nothing's going to happen, dear. Nothing. I promise you, darling.
Stayed awake tonight figuring that one out. A reception. You found yourself in a swell apartment, and you began to believe it. Well, for my dough, you're still a penny ante pool shark.
Well, after all, my dear dude...
Now, shut up.
Don't get excited, Brother David.
You shut up, too.
In spite of your protest, dude, I must speak. Regardless of how you feel about me, in the vernacular of the gutter, we are now in the hot seat. The reception, my dear dude, is inevitable.
I don't know what stops me putting a slug in you.
You better not wait too long, Brother David. They don't let you carry a rod in jail.
Jail? Me? What for?
For a little matter of abduction. I've been told it's against the law.
What do you mean, abduction?
Don't you read the papers anymore? Look at the headlines. Police on trail of 3 missing reporters. 3 ship reporters who disappeared mysteriously last week have still not been found. Police suspect kidnapping.
Wait a minute. Who are those guys?
Who are they? Didn't you tell me to get rid of any reporters around the ship? Well, we did.
Well, what'd you do with them?
We got them down on Long Island, but we can't keep them there forever. What happens when this thing's over? They're going to squawk their heads off.
Well, forget it. I'll square it later. I'm more worried about this reception. Now, look, Judge, you go back in there and tell Annie the whole thing's off.
Oh. Wouldn't you also like to have me go out and step on some flowers and kick a lot of babies around?
What are you talking about?
Perhaps I'm just a sentimental old fool. But please don't ask me to deliberately break that old woman's heart.
Stop it. You're breaking mine.
Well, then tell it to the Count.
Dude, you don't understand. The old boy came to America to find out something about Annie, something about her background. All we've done is to show him the sights, and it doesn't look good to him at all.
Oh, yeah?
He wants to meet some of our friends or else.
But where are we going to get the people? If you have a reception, you're going to have high-class people, don't you?
That, my dear dude, is very simple.
Yeah?
It may surprise you to know that in my own simple way I've found the solution. Now, look. In reality, I am Judge Henry G. Blake, exponent of pool. Well, penny ante pool, if you wish.
Yeah, go on.
Yet to Count Romero, I am the Honorable E. Worthington Manville, celebrated statesman.
What about it?
Well, is there any reason why Louis the Lug, for instance, can't be the ambassador to Turkey?
What?
And Willie the Weasel, wouldn't he make an excellent Secretary of War?
Secretary of War?
If Missouri Martin were introduced to me as a society leader of New York, I wouldn't be inclined to doubt it.
Judge, I think you've hit it. Sure. Why not? I'll tell that gang of mugs the first one that opens his yep gets slugged. Hey, where's my address book?
So long, boys. I'm going over to the insane asylum, meet a few sensible people.
Hey, come on, Judge. Give me a hand with this. Grab that other phone. You get Boyle's pool room. You ought to know that number. That was a swell idea, Judge. Swell. We'll marry Apollonie's kid off a busted suspender.
Hello, my good man. Would you mind connecting me with Butch Brannigan?
Hello, let me talk to Harry the horse. Yeah? Yeah, who is it? Oh, hello, Annie.
Can I come in, dude?
Sure. Sit down, Annie. Well, what's the matter?
Dude, I'm scared. I'm terribly scared.
Oh, come on. Everything's going to be all right. It's a cinch.
It's got to be all right, dude. It's just got to.
No, buck up, Annie. We're all rooting for you. Come on. Go back to the hotel and get some rest.
You know, I've lived all my life for that kid. I'd have given up long ago if it wasn't the thought of her that's kept me going. I wanted her to have everything. All the nice, sweet things of life. The things that passed me up. I wasn't so bad myself once, dude. I knew what it meant to act like a lady and to be a lady. And live with decent people. Then the kid's father died. He wasn't much good, but I guess he meant well. We were over in Spain. I was penniless. I had to leave the kid. She was just a tiny baby. I always meant to send for her someday, but it didn't work out like that. And then it got so that I was ashamed to send for her. But she's here now, dude. She's seen me, and she thinks I'm swell. She told me yesterday that I was everything she ever dreamed of. Me, dude. And that's why it's so important. She's got to leave here thinking I'm like that. Because if she doesn't...
Oh, Annie.
Oh, I'll die, dude. I'll die.
station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, we've just completed the second act of Lady for a Day. And now, adhering to an established custom of the Lux Radio Theater, I'll call for a short intermission, after which we'll go into Act 3. This appears to be an excellent time to do a little checking up on our regular producer, Mr. DeMille. He's in New York, where he says he has a particularly interesting young lady waiting to talk to us. So let's take a flyer to New York. Mr. DeMille, come in.
Greetings from New York, ladies and gentlemen. After hearing Leslie Howard pinch hit for me, perhaps I should stay aboard the little 1869 train that's hauling us across the continent and continue to greet the hundreds of thousands of Lux listeners who've poured from deserts and mountains to the railroad stations and crossings to welcome the group of Hollywood stars we took to the opening of Union Pacific at Omaha. And I wish you could have seen what Omaha did for us. It was the Omaha of 1869 that greeted us, with an old wooden stockade around the railroad station, false fronts on the houses and stores to make it look like the Omaha of our picture. The whole city in costume. Women in sunbonnets and calico. Men, thousands of whom had grown beards, wearing beaver hats and frock coats. Motorcycle police dressed as old-time Western sheriffs. Mounted police and National Guard dressed as infantry and cavalry of 1869. And of the 250,000 people on the streets, nearly half of them must have been dressed as pioneers. And all along the Union Pacific Trail, it was a thrill to look into the eyes of so many fine Americans and be met with the warmth and hospitality of old friends. This I know is largely due to the friendship we've built up through the Lux Radio Theater. Our guest tonight on our transcontinental stage was really a lady for a day which began early in March, when a newspaper photographer was sent to take a picture of a fashion show. It was not a Park Avenue fashion show, but one planned by girls in a poor tenement neighborhood, 10th Avenue girls, who designed, made, and modeled the clothes they wore. A newspaper man recognized in this lovely girl the opportunity for a living drama. And so, 16-year-old Florence Farley, through the generosity of the New York Journal-American, was given a chance to become a lady for a day. A chance to go to Hollywood, equipped as a great lady, with the understanding that she would come back to 10th Avenue and resume her life in her own workaday world. But that fashion show was the beginning of great things for Florence Farley.
It certainly was, Mr. DeMille, but I never suspected it then. You see, when a photographer came, I was ironing a dress I made to model in a show.
That photographer was sensitive to sweetness, Florence.
Whatever it was, he surprised me. Because I'm just another girl. I live with my grandparents and brothers and go to high school and play with the kids in a block.
But you wore Cinderella slippers for a while.
Mr. DeMille, I wore more slippers than I've ever owned before. I've never paid more than $2 for shoes, and suddenly I was choosing expensive sports shoes and street shoes worth 20 times what I could pay for them. And I had a gorgeous dancing slippers with brilliant colored stones in them, and expensive street clothes and knitted sportswear and...
Oh, you're leaving a mere man way behind. But I know you had to go places and all that finery. And I suppose the first place you went was a nightclub?
Yes, my first nightclub, where I met Dorothy L'Amour, and I danced with Franchetone. Oh, gee, it was wonderful. But now, when I dance with the boys in the block, they apologize for not being Franchetone or Errol Flynn or Fred Astaire. But really, they were awfully nice kids. The first night I was all dressed up, one boy played Sir Walter Raleigh and put his coat down on the sidewalk for me to walk on. But you can't tease a girl with red hair like mine too much.
Now, I'll take that as a warning. While you were in Hollywood, didn't you make a screen test and appear in a Paramount picture?
Yes, I did. And I found time to have a bicycle ride with Bob Hope, too.
Well, while there's hope, there's life.
And now, after being a lady for a day, that lasted from March, to the end of April, I'm back home. And that's just how it was planned. And although it was marvelous, I'm honestly glad to be back. You see, Grandma and the family sort of need me. I help with the dishes and I wash my own clothes. And because I've always loved the Lux Radio Theater, I'd like to tell people that at home we think Lux Flakes are simply swell for dishes and clothes and Oh, quite a number of things like that. I know I won't use anything else in all my grand clothes because I want them to last just as long as they possibly can.
You picked the right product, Florence, and the right program. But one more question before you go. What do your friends think of you now that the great adventure's over?
Gee, Mr. DeMille, they're just as good pals as ever. Besides, for playing marbles and hopscotch, the sidewalks of 10th Avenue are the best I ever saw. I've enjoyed your visit very much, Mr. DeMille.
We've enjoyed it, too. More happy days to you, young lady for a day.
Well, now here we are back in Hollywood again with a thank you from Mr. DeMille and Miss Farley. And now for Act 3 of Lady for a Day, starring May Robeson as Apple Annie, Warren William as Dude, Gene Parker as Louise, and Guy Kibbe as Judge. It's the evening of Apple Annie's reception, and the Dude has lined up a noble array of celebrities. In Missouri Martin's Cafe, they are having a rehearsal in manners. Machine guns parked at the door and no loud swearing. But the police department is still hot on the trail of 3 kidnapped reporters. At headquarters, the inspector talks the captain over the coals.
That's what you said yesterday. I tell you, we've got to find those 3 reporters, and we've got to find them quick. Look what the papers are doing to us.
I've done everything, Inspector. I've covered every angle.
Excuses. Nothing but excuses. Look here, Moore. The commissioner wants those reporters. The mayor is on his tail about it, and the governor's on the mayor's tail, and they're all on mine, so find them.
Inspector.
Well?
I think we've got a lead on those 3 reporters.
Yeah?
A cub reporter on the press just came in. He says he saw 3 guys being pushed into a cab down on dock number 69.
When?
The same day the reporters disappeared.
Go on.
He was right close to them, see? And he heard one of the guys doing the pushing say something about the Dude.
The Dude? Dave the Dude?
That's what I figured, so I checked on the Dude right away. He's down at Missouri Martin's. And here's the hot stuff, Inspector. Every mug in town is down there with him.
Boys, I don't know what this means, but it's big. Throw a squadron around that cafe. Cover the front and back and all the side streets for 10 blocks around.
But I haven't enough men.
Well, get them. Cover that territory with a blanket. I don't care if you have to use every man on the force. This is big.
All right, everybody, now body up, partners, just like the way you're going to do it tonight.
Charm, Mrs. McSweeney.
How are you, Count Alfonso?
Delighted, Mrs. Tuttlepuss.
No.
What's the matter, Chief?
No, listen, you mugs. I ain't having this rehearsal because I like it. The reception takes place tonight. And if we don't practice right, we're liable to ball the whole thing up.
Hiya, Dude. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Missouri. Got your girls ready?
All set. What have you got doped out for me personally?
Why, you're the social leader of New York City, Missouri.
What are you trying to do, insult me? I'm part of the family, that's what I am. Gents, I want you to meet the ever-loving wife of Dave the Dude Manville.
Huh?
From now on, known as Missouri Manville. Just rolled in from Newport on the fast freight.
Look out, Dude. Missouri's closing in on you.
Give us a kiss, Dude.
Cut it out. All right, now, let's get going. We got a lot of rehearsing to do. Hey, Longchin, what are you?
Attorney General of the United States.
Know your speech?
Well, not exactly, but I'll make it.
Okay, that's the first thing you all want to do, learn your speeches. All right, let's get going.
I'm certainly glad to meet you, Count Alfonso.
Well, what's the matter? Hey, you, cheesecake. Is this too much for you or something?
No, I can do it all right, only gee.
Only what?
Well, I'm as good as Louis the Lug any day. If he's ambassador, I ought to be king.
Yes, sap, a secretary of the interior is bigger than an ambassador.
Oh, yeah, you can't kid me. A secretary is a secretary.
Okay, I'll make you the president of the Board of Aldermen. How's that?
President? That's more like it.
Hey, Judge, we got a new president of the Board of Aldermen. Check. All right, now. Go ahead.
Okay, Dude, we're with you.
Oh, look at them. Look at them happy. These guys are driving me crazy.
You're not doing them any good either.
Hey, wait a minute. Quiet.
Wait a minute, everybody.
Boys, I don't mind telling you, you smell to high heaven. Yes, sir, if you tried, you couldn't be any worse. What's the matter with you guys? There's nothing so tough about the society racket. All you gotta do is use your head. Actors do this kind of stuff every day of their life. Now, don't tell me you ain't got as much brains as actors. No, come on. Let's practice, and practice hard.
Hey, dude! Listen, dude!
Shut up.
Listen, will you? The cops are here.
I told you... Huh? The cops? What cops?
The cops.
Cover that door, Cassidy.
Hello, Jude. Hello, boys.
Well, hello, Captain.
What's going on here?
Well, nothing you'd be interested in.
No? Looks kind of funny, doesn't it? Your whole mob up here at one time?
Well, anything wrong with a fella having his friends up?
No, nothing wrong in that.
Okay, everybody. Rehearsal's over. You know where to go.
Oh, no. Everybody's staying right here.
Listen, Captain. We got a date someplace. We got to get out of here.
Sorry, dude, but the commissioner's got a date with the mayor and the governor, and nobody leaves here until we find out what's going on.
Oh, listen, there's nothing crooked about this whole thing. You'd laugh your head off if you heard the story.
Yeah, I'm laughing right now.
Oh, wait a minute. I'll give you the real lowdown. Look, you believe in fairy tales, don't you?
What?
No, it's no use. I'll hang before I let you give me the horse laugh.
You'll hang, all right, if we don't find these 3 reporters.
Yeah? Hey, look. You want those guys bad, huh?
Yeah, sort of.
I'll make a deal with you. Take me to meet the mayor and the governor, and I'll let you have all 3 of them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Cassidy, keep all these mugs right here. Come on, dude. Your Honor?
Yes. Come in, Captain. Oh, so this is Dave the Dude.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, here he is, Governor. I guess we can rest easy now.
Yes. Come over here, please.
Now, wait a minute. Before you start on me, I'd like to say a couple of words.
Oh, would you?
Now, look, Governor. Look, Your Honor. Do you believe in fairy tales?
What's that?
Well, would you believe, for instance, that a long time ago there was a high-class doll? Maybe somebody whose name you'd recognize, who's come down in the world and is fighting her way back. Just for a week.
What is all this?
Yes, no, wait. Give me a chance. Me and the boys aren't pulling anything phony. You got us all wrong. We're just doing a favor, see?
Oh, Judge, something's wrong. Where is everybody?
Now, don't get excited, Annie.
I know, but it's after 9 o'clock.
Yes, I know. I just heard Shakespeare. The boys are down at Missouri Martin's. They're having a little talk with the police.
Police? Henry, they're not coming here, are they? The police?
Oh, no, of course not.
Oh, Henry, now don't fool me. Tell me the truth.
Now, don't get yourself all worked up, Annie. You've got to keep your head.
But if anything's going to happen, I've got to know. Shh. What will I tell Louise? What can I tell her?
Mother, what's wrong?
Oh, Louise, darling.
Darling, I just heard the Count say he didn't think there was going to be any reception. Isn't anybody coming?
Louise?
Yes, dear.
If you should. I mean, if anything should happen.
What do you mean?
You couldn't ever hate me, your mother, could you?
Oh, darling, please don't say things like that.
All right, dear, I won't. Is the Count still in the drawing room?
Yes.
I want to see him.
Annie, where are you going?
I'm sorry, Carlos, but you must see that this whole reception is what we would call...
Count Romero. I'd like to talk to you for a moment, please.
Oh.
Please
Yes?
sit down.
Thank you.
Count Romero, you know there's nothing in the world I want more than for Louise to marry your son. He's a dear boy. Even in the short time you've been here, I've grown very fond of him.
Well...
Louise loves him deeply. And I'm sure he loves her, too. Ever since she was born, I've lived for only one thing, her happiness. When she wrote me she had found someone she loved, I think I was the happiest mother in the whole world.
Mother, darling, what is it? Tell me.
Count Romero, you came to America to find out something about her family. About me.
Oh, but really...
I don't blame you. You had that right. After all, you knew nothing about me. It would have been terrible if they got married and you'd found out that I was some common person. Someone you were ashamed of. Someone that even Louise would be ashamed of.
Mother, that's silly.
And that's why I wanted to have a talk with you, Count Romero. I wanted you to know all about me. First thing I must tell you, Count Romero, is that I am not...
His Honor, the Mayor of New York.
Mother, the mayor. The mayor? Why, Why, it really is the mayor. Louise! Louise!
Which is Apollonie, Duke?
The old lady, Your Honor, coming this way. But remember, it's Mrs. Manville. Go ahead, Mayor. Do your stuff.
Just me, Dave. My dear Mrs. Manville, so good to see you again.
Why, Your Honor.
The last time I had the pleasure of seeing you was at your very lovely party at Briarcliff. I shall never forget it. It was brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
I presume this is your very charming daughter,
Louise.
Louise?
Yes.
How do you do?
Manville, so happy to see you again, Miss Manville. How are you?
Dude, how did you do it? It is the mayor. And these are real society people.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Annie.
His
Listen.
Excellency, the governor.
The governor?
The real McCoy.
Oh. How do you do? Dude, come over here, will you? Will you, and tell me?
Nothing to it. You see, the mayor and the governor believe in fairy tales. You know, Annie, maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Goodbye, Louise. Goodbye, my darling.
She can't hear you, Annie. She can't even see us no more.
Oh, the wedding was swell, Annie.
Yes, it was, wasn't it?
Well, I gotta beat it.
Oh, thank you, dude. And God bless you.
Ah, go on. Hey, Missouri, how about some dinner?
Aw, dude. It's the first time you ever asked me.
Okay, come on.
Well, goodbye, Annie. I'm sorry our arrangement had to be temporary.
Oh, thank you, Judge. You've been marvelous. I wonder if you'd do me just one more favor.
Well, I'm sorry, Annie,
no,
but
no.
I'm just a little short just now.
No, it isn't that. I want you to write a letter for me. In a few weeks after the children are home, write a letter to Louise. And just say her mother died suddenly. Say that her end was peaceful and that her last words were, God bless the children.
I get it, Annie. I get it. Brilliant. Mrs. E. Worthington Manville is dead. Long live Apollonie.
Say, Annie, I'll be needing an apple tomorrow. I'm sitting in on a big game.
That's all right, dude. You know where to find me, corner of 47th Street and Broadway. Any old time. And you'll hear me calling. Apple. Apple. Nice red apple.
The curtain falls on Lady for a Day with May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. In a moment, our stars return for their curtain calls. But first, let me tell you what a very great actress once said about hands. I mean Sarah Bernhardt, the immortal French actress. She said, hands are so important to a woman's charm. And that's true, isn't it? When you play bridge, when you shake hands, when you reach out in a gesture of sympathy or love, wherever you are, your hands express your charm. So keep them soft and lovely looking, won't you? You can, you know, even though you wash dishes every day. The soap you use has a lot to do with it. Lux Flakes are kind to your hands. Unlike many soaps, Lux has no harmful alkali. Absolutely nothing to dry the natural oils in your skin and make your hands rough and red. Lux helps your hands stay soft and smooth and lovely to look at and to touch. So buy the generous large-sized box of Lux Flakes tomorrow for your dishes. And remember, a little goes so far. Lux is thrifty. And now I see our guest producer, Leslie Howard, returning with our stars.
Time now for a brief accounting from our ever-loving principals. May Robeson, Warren Williams, Gene Parker, and Guy Kibbe. As fine a group of players as ever kicked around the delicious idiom of author Damon Runyon. Sire of those other stalwart characters, Sam the Gonoff, ex-jockey Kirk, No-Nose Cohen.
As for me, I say that things have come to a pretty pass. Huh!
Now, what could possibly be eating the old doll? What's the matter with May, Warren?
Dookie, you got me.
Dookie?
That's just it. Here you are, Mr. Leslie Howard, who has modulated some of the purest King's English I've ever heard on stage or screen, making a noise like something out of Runyon. Dookie. Oh, It's very discouraging indeed.
Leslie, you might make a better impression if you talk a la Gone with the Wind. You know, that Ashley drawl to sort of match your nice long hair.
Oh, so you prefer your ham southern style. Mr. Kibbe, what about you all?
And I all agree with Muzzy May. Well, where on earth did you, of all people, acquire that Runyon patois?
Well, I tell you, I became a devout follower of Mr. Runyon in company with a few million other Londoners when his stories made such a tremendous hit over there a year ago. Well, of course, the obvious happened. Some of the choicest accents you ever heard, from Cockney to Cambridge, were all engaged in spouting the argot. If you think I'm silly, you should have heard them.
Still, Leslie, after seeing you in Pygmalion as professor of phonetics, I think you're entitled to all the acrobatics you care to practice with the English language.
I know you co-directed that picture, didn't you, Leslie? As well as being the star. Do you still want to co-direct?
Muzzy, he not only wants to, he's going to.
In Gone with the Wind?
No, after the wind is gone. No, I have another picture lined up. You see, Guy, this is a picture in which they're permitting me to try a hand at co-producing.
Oh, had enough directing, huh?
Oh, hardly, Warren. The directing comes later in England. Oh. It's a picture called... But wait a minute, who's interviewing who around here?
Oh, I don't think it makes a bit of difference. The point is, we're all having a swell time, which makes it so much harder to say good night.
And as one who used to hold Cecil DeMille on a knee and tell him stories, I'm sure he'd say what we all think about your work tonight. Congratulations, Leslie.
Leslie. Thank you, Leslie. Good night.
To Apple Annie and her associates, I thank you.
A highlight in radio dramatics comes to this stage next Monday night. In just a moment, Leslie Howard will announce it. Featured in tonight's cast were Lou Merrill as Happy, Margaret Brayton as Missouri Martin, James Eagles as Smiley, Wally Mayer as Steve, Frank Nelson as Carlos, Chester Clute as Oscar, Ross Forrester as Shakespeare, John Gibson as Police Captain, David Kerman as Harry the Horse, John Fee as the Mayor, Walter White as Count Alfonso Romero, Joe Franz as Murphy, Earl Gunn as Inspector, and Edgar Norton as a butler. Leslie Howard appeared through courtesy of David O. Selznick, Miss Robeson through Warner Brothers, and Guy Kibbe through Metro Goldwyn Mayer, where he's just completed It's a Wonderful World, starring Claudette Colbert and James Stewart. Warren William is seen shortly in the Edward Small production, Man with the Iron Mask. And Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for Rose of Washington Square. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. The makers of Lux Flakes bring you this enthralling story about the love and problems of a young, attractive woman doctor every afternoon, Monday through Friday. Look in your newspapers for the time and station. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Here's our guest producer, Leslie Howard.
During the coming week, we're going to be pretty busy around here with the hope that what we have to offer will bring all of you back with us next Monday night. The play is our adaptation of that highly successful picture, The Life of Emile Zola, the story of an author's fight for humanity. And we're very glad that the same magnificent actor who created the title role will play it again for us, Mr. Paul Muni. And with Mr. Muni, you'll hear that splendid artist, Miss Josephine Hutchinson. And our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you all to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Muni in The Life of Emile Zola with Josephine Hutchinson. Mr. DeMille will be back the Monday after next, so it appears that you will have me on your hands again a week from tonight. We'll try and make it interesting. Good night.
Soft lights and sweet music heard on tonight's program is from Face the Music. Your announcer has been Melville Lewis. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome welcome to the exciting world of your own imagination. The lithe body, muscles rippling, seems suspended in air, twisted in its last agony. The goat legs flexed in their last spring. The beautiful boy's face transformed by a snarl of agony as the arrow bites through the back flesh to bury itself deep in the heart. This is a legendary bronze statue called the Dying Fawn. Legendary in more ways than one.
Jameson?
Miss Abbott.
Not any longer. This is my husband, David Cadelli.
How do you do, sir?
I've heard so much about you. It's my pleasure, Jameson.
Congratulations, Miss Abbott. I mean, Mrs.
Time for that afterwards. Are the others here?
Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce arrived this afternoon.
Are they with him now?
No, Miss Sarah. Like you, they were too late.
Oh, no. You mean he's dead?
It was to be expected.
When?
The statue started to bleed the night before last.
Our mystery drama, The Bleeding Statue, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Patricia Elliott and Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love, But give your allergy to contact.
Allergy is our business, too. We know pollen. And we know that any of the 12,000 quarts of air you breathe each day may contain enough pollen to make your eyes itch, make you sneeze, and drip. We also know an ingredient that helps block pollen's bad effects. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists. It's an ingredient in contact.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love,
The tiny time pills in one contact keep this antihistamine working up to 12 full hours. All day, all night.
Give your allergy to contact.
Take contact only when needed, only as directed.
If you love spaghetti like I love spaghetti, I know what you're looking for. So come on, get ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store. If you want spaghetti, the best spaghetti, you don't have to look no more. Get your taste buds ready for great spaghetti at the spaghetti store.
Here's a riddle for you. What has 6 different kinds of spaghetti? Chicken, mushroom, meat sauce, shrimp, meatballs, or a combination of any of the above?
Oh, that's easy.
And dinner prices from $2.10 to $2.85.
Still easy.
And additional selection from ravioli to steak.
That's not a riddle, that's a cross-examination.
Come on, what's the answer?
The spaghetti store. Now, here's one for you. What has blue eyes and a craving for spaghetti?
Paul Newman's stomach.
No, me, meatball.
When you come in, bring your appetite. There's one thing you know for sure. Great spaghetti we've got, and it don't cost a lot at the spaghetti store.
2731 West Northwest Highway. Also Arlington and Fort Worth.
What is more mystical than a statue? The wounded fawn. No one is sure that it was not originally chiseled in marble, that the bronze we know today was not taken from a long-lost original. Where it comes from, no one knows. Where it was perhaps best known to the public at large was in its last appearance, or disappearance, on the stage of the Palace Theater as the climax of the farewell tour of Prior Abbott, the Merlin of the magicians.
Thank you. And now, if you ladies and gentlemen will permit, my greatest illusion, the death of the wounded fawn. Part the curtains, please. There he is, for the last time on any stage. I beg your pardon, dear audience, the second last time. For if I'm to make him disappear, I would have to make him reappear, and both in front of your very eyes. Observe the dying fawn. 1,440 pounds of cast bronze. I invite any member of the audience who questions this assessment of weight to join me on the stage. I only wish to know that all of you are ready to believe that this statue does have a life and volition of its own, for it is about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate, observe, be aware, and beware.
That was back in 1936, David.
15 years before I was born. 18 for you. How do you know about that final performance? You weren't there.
Neither was my mother. She was about 5 then.
Strange.
What?
I can't connect your grandfather. Now, what do I call him? Not what you do.
The wizard.
It's kind of corny.
Not for me. It was my mother's second marriage. I was 5 years old. Mother was about 28. He was 57. Much as I loved him and as full as life as he was, I never could call him Dad, and Grandpa would have been an insult. So, because of all the marvelous tricks he did, he became the wizard. Oh, David, you never saw anyone so young as the wizard, in body as well as in mind. That's why I can't believe...
Easy does it, baby. You've done your crying for him.
Oh, it's awful to think of him lying in that coffin, dead. I can't believe it isn't just another illusion, and when we go down to dinner that he won't have escaped like Houdini and be sitting waiting for us with a big smile.
I'm afraid even the wizard can't spring himself loose from this one. Oh, I'd better get my best bib and tie on to greet your relatives.
I wouldn't worry about them.
Well, I don't want to make too bad an impression. Your stepbrother's a pretty important man in my life.
Because he's president of Abbott's Tool and Machine. Oh, Pierce is just a figurehead. Now, there's only one man who could...
Come on now, Sarah.
I just can't believe he's dead. He was... Oh, David, you just had to have known him to understand. He was indestructible.
Darling, he was going on 76.
But he didn't look or act more than 50.
Well, you hadn't seen him in more than 2 years.
Well, yes. You're right, of course, but even then, even with a heart attack and my mother dying...
You don't have to tell me, Sarah. God knows he was a giant to me. But not as a magician, as an industrialist, an inventor, an innovator. I never knew all that came from being a... Well, it sounds crazy to put it this way, but a plain magician.
Oh, he was no plain magician. I've seen blueprints of some of his illusions, and they're more complicated than splitting the atom.
Hey, it's almost 7:30. Now, look, I've got to have at least a clean shirt.
Yes?
Excuse me, madam, but dinner will be served in half an hour.
We'll be right down, Jamie. He's always so formal.
Well, he kind of gives me the shivers. What was that bit about the statue starting to bleed?
Oh, that's a silly old legend.
You want to tell your silly young husband what?
But I think the wizard probably made it up for the act.
Well, I'm persistent if nothing else. Made up what?
Well, it's a very old statue, you know. Quite priceless.
Well, since it happens to be my hobby, I know as much about it as you. It's either fired from a mold of a Greek original in marble, or else it was commissioned by Cosimo de' Medici in the early 1600s and is possibly by Benvenuto Cellini himself. Right?
Right.
But impossible to authenticate?
That's right. But it did belong at one time or another to the de' Medicis and to some later kings of France, they say.
Whoever they are. And what exactly do they say?
That whenever the head of a household to whom it belongs is marked for death, the statue starts to bleed. I don't want to be late for dinner.
No, we won't be. I just had to see this fabulous statue.
Well, there he is.
Wow. What a setting. He's magnificent, whoever the sculptor was.
He's sad. Poor wounded God.
God?
Come closer. Look at him. He's not just a faun. He has to be Pan himself.
Without the horns.
Ageless, deathless. The spirit of youth and life. Just like the wizard. I never thought he could really die.
Hush, hush, baby. It's the only thing none of us can sidestep. Hey, where's this blood supposed to come from?
From the air wound, of course.
Right here? It's between the shoulders?
Oh, I suppose. I've never seen it. It's just a story, David. What is it?
It's nothing.
Let me see your hand. You touched the statue.
Look, it's just rust, darling, that's all.
Bronze doesn't rust, David. That's blood. Are you sure this is sherry, Pierce?
As advertised, and as always, nothing but the best.
It doesn't taste right somehow.
I doubt if anything will until we all find out just where we stand.
It's upsetting that he died so suddenly and unexpectedly. You don't suppose he could have left everything to Sarah? He couldn't do that to us.
Suppose he has.
I'll fight it tooth and nail. I'm his daughter.
Daughter-in-law, to be exact. I'm the last best hope. At least my father, your husband, was his son.
I hope he's recognized that in the will. And how do we handle this new husband Sarah has sprung upon us?
I've no idea. It's too bad the wizard didn't know about him before he kicked off. I doubt if he'd have reacted too well to some European opportunist who wanted to pick up a nice American girl with a lot of money in the family.
Well, he isn't here to react. It's up to us.
Pardon me, madam.
Yes, Jefferson, what is it?
Mr. and Mrs. Cavelli have returned from the garden. Dinner is served.
Thank you, Jefferson. We'll be right in.
Well, shall we start reacting? Kiss the bride and meet the groom?
Well, since we all seem to have finished dinner, shall we retire to the drawing room for coffee?
And the moment of truth.
You can clear if you wish, Jameson.
Yes, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, thank you, Jameson. I can pour the coffee, and Pierce will serve the liqueurs. And, Jameson, you can make your arrangements about the tape, whatever they are.
Very good, madam.
Will we have to come to the study to hear it?
No, madam. There are speakers in every room in the house, and I was instructed by the late Mr. Abbott that the tape would activate itself at exactly 9 o'clock this evening.
Activate itself?
Aye, Mr. Cavelli. You see, I don't know where it is.
You never knew my father, Signor Cavelli. In his later years, he was somewhat eccentric. Will you escort me to the drawing room?
Of course, Mrs. Abbott.
Nutty as a fruitcake, she means.
Don't talk about the wizard like that.
You know, Sarah, you weren't around in the past few years.
I saw him 2 years ago.
Well,
that was right after his heart attack, and Mother's death right on top of that. Naturally, he was knocked out. But nothing could ever keep him down for long.
That's what you think. He buried himself alive here with Jameson. None of us saw him since the day you went back.
But he wrote me in Italy.
That's more contact than Mother and I had with him. It's a pity you went back to the art school.
Don't make me feel any worse than I already do. He made me go.
I thought you were the apple of his eye.
I also happened to be a carbon copy of my mother.
And the reminder was too poignant.
You think I'd have gone back to Italy otherwise?
There seemed to have been other attractions.
You mean David? I hadn't even met him then.
I wish you never had. I'd always hoped... I think the wizard hoped, too, that you and I...
Why, Pierce, you're my older brother.
Not quite. Not by blood, just by accident of the wizard's many marriages. Older, yes, guilty as charged. Is 16 years, or whatever it is, all that important?
Oh, come on, Pierce.
Oh, it didn't matter a hoot to the wizard and your mother. It was damn near double that with them.
It hadn't anything to do with age or family.
Just choice. Well, all right. Oh, well, let's go in, and on our way, why don't you tell me more of the man you did choose?
I suppose we really should have had espresso for you, Signor Cavelli.
No. Plain American coffee, Mrs. Abbott.
Oh, really? I thought all Italians like...
Mrs. Abbott, I'm not Italian.
Oh? Sarah met you in Rome.
Florence.
Well, Florence. And your name is Cavelli?
Well, that's right, but Italian-American. My father and I were both born in this country.
How nice. But you lived in Italy.
Well, my father was an engineer with United States Motors. 2 years ago, while I was studying to be an engineer at MIT in Boston, the company moved him to their plant in Torino. When I graduated, I went over to join them and met Sarah.
You said in Florence?
Yes, at the Piazza della Signorina, looking at the statues.
You knew, of course, who Sarah's father was.
Well, I knew who Prior Abbott was, but I never guessed that Sarah was his daughter.
Stepdaughter. The wizard actually only had one child.
Your husband, which makes you Prior Abbott's daughter-in-law.
What time is it, David?
It's just about 9.
Well, people, the moment of truth is almost upon us. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think I could do with something to calm the nerves. Brandy for anyone?
I had my coffee. I don't know.
Well, why don't you, darling? I might join you.
Why not? Signor Cavelli, would you help...
Since we are family, may we make it David?
Very well, David. Help Pierce get the brandies. I'll pour the coffee.
As you wish.
Tell me, Sarah, did the wizard know about this hasty marriage of yours? It wasn't all that hasty. Except at the last moment. You haven't answered my question. No, the answer is no. But let me explain exactly what...
Ah, 'tis the witching hour.
Pierce.
Well, the whole thing is a bit spooky, Mother. Within seconds, all of us are going to face our futures, just where each of us is going, and all manipulated like puppets from beyond the grave. I wonder what particular trick the wizard has up his sleeve this time.
We're about to find out.
Pierce Abbott termed it the moment of truth. Are we to hear it from a disembodied voice speaking out of the past? And what will the truth mean for the 4 people sitting, awaiting that voice? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
When you say Budweiser,
when you say Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say Bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say Bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say Bud, it means you want the beer that's got a taste that's number one. When you say Bud, you tell the world you know what makes it all the way. When you say Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something less. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hi, I'm Matt Rayburn, left half for the Celtics. I'd like to invite you to bring the entire family out to see the Dallas Tornado play the Philadelphians on May 25th at Texas Stadium. The game is sponsored by sales and marketing executives of Dallas, and the money they raise will go to help young people like me. For ticket information, drop by the booth at Irving Mall or North Park, or call the Dallas sales executives at 747-9675. Don't forget now, Dallas Tornado soccer game at Texas Stadium, May 25th. I'll see you there.
For ticket information, call the Dallas Sales Executives at 747-9675. Soccer Spectacular, May 25th, Texas Stadium. Don't miss it.
Built in the late 20s, Abbott House is a Gothic castle perched on a promontory that juts out into the mouth of the Connecticut River. Now bathed in fitful moonlight, its flying buttresses and ornamental gables seem almost as much of an illusion as any of the great ones that made the immortal P.J. Abbott the beginnings of his fabulous fortune on the stage. An illusion of immortality fostered at this moment as his voice speaks from the grave.
Good evening, dear family. It almost seems like the good old days when I stepped out behind the footlights. Of course, in those days, I never dreamed that I would one day exercise my powers from beyond the grave. When you hear this, I shall be dead, my will signed, sealed, attested, and delivered to the hands of my attorney. It leaves everything I have completely and totally to my beloved Sarah, without let nor hindrance, now that she is 21 years of age.
Everything? How dare he?
Good God, what am I going to do?
No, I don't want it all.
Subject to these provisions, in the event that my daughter-in-law and her son will sign papers prepared by my attorneys waiving all right or claim to my estate, or legal moves to contest it, they will receive jointly an income yearly till their deaths of what I shall call 30 pieces of silver, the equivalent of $30,000. I further make it a condition that until the will is probated, that all three of you shall stay here at Abbott's house, nor shall any of you leave the grounds for any reason whatsoever.
He's crazy.
Don't ever say that about the wizard.
And just in case any of you question my sanity, my will is attested to by 3 objective psychiatrists who have found me sound of mind. And now for a few personal messages.
Can't someone turn that off? I don't want to hear any more.
I've arranged there's no way for you to turn this recording off. I want you all to hear. Sarah, you and your mother were the 2 bright spots in my life. Your mother was taken from me. I don't think it was an accident, but I can't prove otherwise. So the best I can do is what I have done. But please, Sarah, whatever the others do, you stay here. For here, I promise you, you are safe. If ever you need help, run to the statue and ask for it. You will find it. A last good night from the wizard, who trusts you and loves no one but you.
Insane. Absolutely mad as a hatter.
What was all that about Sarah's mother?
He's trying to suggest that we had something to do with her death.
Oh, Sarah, I hope you don't think...
Yes. I don't want to think at all at the moment. I've been traveling for something like 16 hours and my head is splitting.
I'm a bit cross-eyed myself. If you'll excuse us, I think we'll turn in.
Yes, we're all a bit rocky.
Come on, Sarah.
Yes, David.
Will you excuse us, Mrs. Abbott?
Of course.
We're both really bushed.
Good night, Aunt Rose. Good night. I'm not going to let him get away with it, Pierce.
Take it easy, Mother.
Not on your life. For that matter, on both our lives. That's what we're going to have to fight for, baby boy.
Oh, would you please stop that?
I'm sorry, Pierce, silly habit, but you're all I've ever had.
Oh, let's not start down that road.
No, you're quite right. That isn't what has to concern us at the moment. That little witch, that someone from nowhere, just like her mother. She's not going to take away Abbott's house and the business and everything else from us without a fight. It's ours.
Not if the wizard left the will he said he did.
Wills can be voided.
I wouldn't count on it. I'll take odds his can't be overturned. He's sure to have covered every angle.
Except one.
What's that?
The heir has got to be alive to succeed to the estate. I think I'm too tired to get ready for bed. David?
What?
What are you staring at out the window?
That damn statue? It haunts me.
Why?
Oh, a lot of reasons. Sarah, I don't like this. I don't like any part of it.
What, David?
It's all so crazy. Statues that bleed and disembodied voices on hidden tape recorders. your stepsister or whatever relation she is to you, and Pierce, the suggestion that your mother's death was... How did she die, darling?
Well, I was away, so I only know what I was told. The wizard had had a heart attack, and she'd been nursing him. She came downstairs and told them that she wanted a breath of air, and she went out...
Wait a minute. Who is them?
Them... Pierce and Rose and Jameson.
Where were they?
Rose and Pierce were in the drawing room. Jameson was in the pantry.
And none of them followed your mother?
Followed her?
How did she die?
I guess she had a sort of fainting spell. And she fell and hit her head somewhere on the statue. And while she was unconscious, she drowned in that little pool behind the statue.
You're sure of that?
Well, what else could have happened? There was a coroner's inquest, and a lot of newspaper stories, of course.
Then what do you make of your father's obvious accusation that they were responsible?
I don't know. Maybe they're right. That the wizard was never really himself again. Oh, David, I wish you could have known him. He was marvelous. The most marvelous person I ever knew. Before you.
Holy smoke.
What is it?
The statue, it isn't there anymore. It's gone.
What do you mean? Where?
Wait a minute. Cloud just drifted across the moon. As soon as it clears, you'll see.
But it couldn't just disappear.
But it did. There's nothing there but the empty pedestal. And the grotto and that little pool rippling in the moonlight. Wait a minute. That cloud's just about to clear and we'll... I don't believe it.
Well, you'll have to. There it is, large as life.
But it wasn't there a moment ago.
Oh, darling, there must have been a tree branch in the way. How could it disappear? Oh, David, I'm just wrung out. I've got to go to bed. I just want to sleep away today. Do you mind if I use the bathroom first, dear?
Of course, darling. I want to run downstairs for a moment anyway.
Where are you going?
I won't be a minute. I left something in the car. I want to get it.
Oh, thank you for bringing me upstairs, Pierce.
That's all right.
What are we going to do about Sarah?
What do you mean?
Oh, now, don't play games with me. Are we just going to sit still for her taking over everything?
What else can we do?
We didn't when we thought it was going to be her mother.
Look, we got away with it once. We're not going to get away with it again.
We're going to have to. And within the next few days if we're going to.
Not here.
We don't have any chance anywhere else. The girl has got to die.
What good would that do us? The estate would go to her husband.
Her husband? Oh, now that's very interesting, Pierce. This young upstart, ambitious, carefully marrying a young girl without her family's knowledge, obviously anxious to make profit out of it.
What do you have in mind, Mother?
Why wouldn't he be just as anxious to get rid of Sarah as we are, Pierce?
I would never be able to get away with convincing anyone of that. No, there's only one way.
How?
Now that Grandfather's dead, and we know the secret of the statue, I can fix it so it will seem to kill them.
Both of them? Was that necessary?
It's the only way.
There's nothing there now. Heaven knows it seems solid enough. I wonder... Who's that?
It's Jameson, sir. Miss Sarah was asking for you.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll be right in. Jameson.
Yes, sir?
You've been with the family a long time.
With Mr. Abbott, I was, sir. Nearly 55 years. I started out with him as an assistant in his magic days.
He was about the grand illusionist of all time, I guess.
No one better, sir. He was beyond peer.
And this statue was one of his better ones, huh?
Before it got cemented into place here at Abbott House, that's nearly 40 years ago.
But he used to make it disappear right on stage, didn't he?
Well, in a manner of speaking.
Well, what does that mean?
An illusion, don't you see? It never moved. It took 11 tons of mirrors and 14 helpers to make it happen. That was the old days. They won't come again. Magic's all gone.
Well, what about the rigmarole of the statue bleeding?
That's something else again, sir. That's way out of the past.
Well, I don't know. I thought I found blood by the arrow wound earlier tonight. It's dry now. It's been wiped off.
I don't know by whom, sir. What shall I tell Miss Sarah, sir?
You don't have to tell her anything. I'll go in with you.
When you're tired, fancy plays strange tricks, Mr. Cavelli. I was thinking of making a toddy for Miss Sarah, if she'd like it. There's nothing better for putting you off to sleep.
I'm sure I don't have to ask her. She'd love it.
And yourself, sir?
No, I'll skip the hot drink.
Maybe you'd like to join me in a nightcap, David.
Where did you spring from? The wall?
No, as a matter of fact, I was headed for the pantry here to ask Jameson to make one of his famous toddies for Mother.
And for you, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm a cigar freak. Oh, Jameson, when you've made the drinks, I'll take them up.
Oh, that's all right, sir. I'm happy to be of service. I'll bring them up when they're ready.
Want to join me in a nightcap while we're waiting, David?
Okay. Just a quickie, though. Then I'll walk you upstairs.
Come on, Mother. I took the rest of the powder out of the sleeping pills for Jane.
It's right here, Pierce, but how are you going...
Sheer luck. Jameson is making a hot toddy for both of you girls. With this, I can fix Sarah's so she'll never wake up.
We can't get away with it.
Leave it to me. David and I just had a good night drink. I only had some chloral hydrate to slip in that. But he's going to wake up with a large headache tomorrow.
Dare we risk it?
We have no choice, Mother. We've got to go for broke. If we don't, I'm dead. And as you well know, I'm just selfish enough to make sure that everyone else goes before me.
David? Oh, thank the Lord it's you. Come here, darling. Quickly.
Sarah. Sorry. I don't know. I gotta get to bed. Where is it?
I just looked out the window again, and you're right. The statue just isn't there. It's completely disappeared.
Statue? Something about statue. Darling, I'm sorry.
What's the matter, David?
I'm down one drink. I guess I've one drink too many. I'm blind drunk.
Oh, I was the one who was sleeping before. Now I'm wide awake, and you're...
Jameson, bring you a nice hot toddy. Put you to sleep, like me.
David? No, David. Don't leave me alone. I'm scared. David? David, I don't know what I'm scared of, but I'm scared.
And well, she should be scared. For with David's collapse, the forces of evil, real and unreal, swarm about Sarah, threatening her very life. Perhaps most terrifying of all is the absence of the statue. For with it gone, and David drugged in sleep, where can she run to for sanctuary? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
Oh, somebody's been drinking my sugar-free diet 7-Up, and it's all gone.
Oh, actually, I saved a little.
Oh, a bear!
Hiya, Goldie. What's brewing?
That's Miss Goldilocks to you.
Oh, come on, kid. You mean you don't remember me? The cottage, the 3 chairs, the porridge?
Baby bear!
In the fur. Been a long time, Goldie.
But baby bear...
Just call me BB.
You drank all the sugar-free diet 7-Up, And I have to conduct another diet drink taste test today.
Well, yeah, I saw the sign on the door, a professional taste tester, huh?
But how can I conduct my taste test now?
Why bother? I tried those other diet drinks, too. You'll notice there's still plenty of them around. Why not ask me?
Well, okay, B.B. Tell me, why did you drink all the sugar-free Diet 7-Up?
I like the taste. Light, fresh, natural, sugar-free Diet 7-Up is definitely unbearably delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Where the roads unwind with travelers, with friends, with family, with people going places, seeing all there is to see. Where the ride is always sure and smooth, you'll find a trusted friend you've always known. It's Firestone. Firestone, Firestone, Firestone.
It's a super sale on a super tire, the Strato Streak Super Belt. Your Firestone sale headquarters has the Strato Streak Super Belt for as little as $20.95. Yes, $20.95 plus $1.88 federal excise tax exchange for the B78 13-size black wall. What a sale! Money stretching prices on a mileage stretching tire. Low sale prices on other sizes and white walls too. This sale won't last forever, so hurry into Firestone. Convenient terms available. Firestone for great prices on great tires.
Those scudding clouds that alternately mask and unmask the moon play a ghostly light across the long, curving staircase as Pierce Abbott descends it. The phial of lethal powder spilled from the sleeping pills hidden in his hand. Silently, he crosses to the swinging door of the pantry, edging it open slowly, disappointed to find Jamie facing him.
Yes, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, just wondering if the drinks were ready to take up.
Oh, just have to add the hot water. Anything I can do for you, sir?
Oh, yes,
Excuse my back, sir.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Just getting the kettle?
That's fine, that's fine. What did you say before?
I wondered what brought you down again, sir.
Oh, yes.
Anything I can help you with?
No, I thought perhaps I might have left my lighter down.
Ah, indeed you did. I put it right here on the tray with a glass for your mother.
Yes, thanks. Jameson, it's all right. I might as well take this tray up with me,
If you wish, sir.
All set, Mother. Here you are.
What is it?
One of Jameson's nice, uncomplicated toddies mixed by his own hand. As of this moment, he's delivering the same to Sarah.
The same?
He couldn't testify otherwise. His back was turned when I salted it.
With my barbiturate?
Enough to kill a gorilla.
We can't get away with drowning them the way we did her mother.
We won't even try to. No, they'll die quite differently.
How?
I've been experimenting with the statue, and I've made a discovery. It moves on hinges and counterweights and escapes into the pool. Take those hinge pins out, reduce the counterweights, and it will collapse and crush anything in the way of its fall.
The secret room would be exposed.
No, there's a false base which slides into place. The whole thing will seem nothing but a tragic accident. Another chapter to add to its legend.
When will you get them there?
Tonight, when everyone's asleep. Sarah may be dead already. David is dead weight, but I can drag them through the secret tunnel. It's mostly downhill. Come along, drink your toddy, go to sleep, and leave this to me.
I won't draw an easy breath all night.
By tomorrow, you'll be able to. We both will.
Oh, it's you, Jamie.
I thought you might like a little toddy before you turn in, Miss Sarah.
The Scottish panacea?
Not exactly, but it does make for a long, peaceful sleep.
I could use that tonight.
Your new husband didn't want any.
No, he's sound asleep already. Well, see you tomorrow, Jamie.
You'd better, or the old wizard would never forgive me.
I only wish he were here.
So do I, Miss Sarah. But don't you worry. Wherever he is, he's looking out for you. Turn the key in the door after I leave. You'll sleep sounder.
Maybe I'll do that. Good night, Jamie.
Good night, Miss Sarah.
looked up, Jamie.
Hi, Mr. Abbott.
And off to bed, then.
Hi. Are you off yourself?
Hardly keep my eyes open. You've given Miss Abbott her drink, all right?
Oh, yes.
Did I what?
Did you get your mother's to her?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, this is where I leave you.
Up the wooden staircase?
My nightly climb.
Sleep sound, Jamie.
Huh?
Sorry, Jamie, old boy. I just have to make sure.
What? Who is it?
Don't turn on that.
Pierce, what are you doing with that pillow?
What are you doing awake?
Keep away from me. Pierce, keep away. I'll scream.
Won't do you any good. There's no one to hear.
David! David!
You might as well try to waken the dead.
Oh, no. He's not. He's not.
Not yet, just knocked out, but he will be.
You must be crazy.
Only desperate. It's the same thing.
Keep away from me. Keep away.
Sorry, Sarah. I have to.
Help me. Someone. Help me. Wizard. Wizard. Help me. Save me. You said to come to the statue. Help me.
There's no one to help you anymore, Sarah. No one.
It's moving. Help. Help.
You're safe, Sarah. Come quickly down into the vault.
Wizard. You're alive.
Quickly.
Damn you, grandfather. Can't you stay decently dead?
Damn you, son. Can't you stay decent?
I'll make you stay dead this time. I've gone too far to hang back.
I warn you, I won't hesitate to use the gun.
Then don't, or it will be too late.
Pierce! No,
No, I won't let you trick me again. The last trick is going to be mine.
Wizard, look out. The statue.
Too late. We all go together. There isn't anything I can do, Sarah. I can't budge it. Oh, my head.
Are you all right, darling?
I'm still woozy and my head is splitting, but... Oh, here comes Jameson.
Jamie, did you get the police?
Hi, Miss Sarah. They're on their way on an ambulance.
How's Mrs. Abbott?
I'm afraid she's...
Oh, poor Rose.
I wouldn't spare her much sympathy. She only got the drink that was meant for you. Thanks to Jamie.
I switched them. Is Mr. Abbott?
He's alive. Pierce is dead.
Sarah.
Yes, Wizard? I'm here.
I have a lot. Apologies to make.
Don't worry about that now. Police, doctors, they're coming.
Too late.
No. Look, David, Jamie, if all three of us try, we can...
You couldn't move it an inch. I know it well, this old statue. Once I could move it with the flick of my hand. Make it appear, disappear. The magic's gone. This arrow, the wrong end, buried as deep in me as in the old wounded fawn. Things I have to tell you.
It's better not to try to talk.
Let him, Sarah. He wants to.
Jamie, will you tell the most? Jamie, tell him about the last 2 years. After your mother died, Miss Sarah, it was in a bad way. The heart mended physically, but it was still broken. And then he began to think and brood on it. And he was sure that Mr. Pierce or Mrs. Abbott had killed her.
But why would they want to...
If your father had died, honey, all the money would have gone to your mother.
But Mother, or me for that matter, we'd have been willing to share.
Well, there was no way you could prove them responsible for Sarah's mother's death?
None.
And you dreamed up this crazy masquerade just to bring them out in the open?
No,
Tell them, Jamie.
A few months ago, Mr. Abbott discovered he had a carcinoma. The prognosis was very bad.
So, since I was scheduled to die, I decided to advance the date a little.
He was worried about you, Miss Sarah, and he wanted to protect you. He was afraid of Mrs. Abbott and Mr. Pierce after what happened to your mother. In this house, from his secret vault, there's a system of reflecting mirrors that lets you see what's happening in any room, and equipment to hear. He knew he could protect you here and maybe unmask Mr. Pierce and his mother.
Oh, Wizard, I didn't need your money.
I couldn't have left it to them.
Rest, dear. Please. The ambulance will be here soon.
Too late. For me, child. This is my real farewell appearance.
Wizard, please.
Sing no sad songs for me. I had it all. I leave it all. And I'm glad that in the final grand illusion, my old partner shares it. Funny. The day before you came, I cut my hand on this arrow buried in my chest.
It was blood?
Signaling the death of the head of the house. Now, Sarah, this statue will never bleed again. We die together, he and I. Now watch. I am about to disappear before your very eyes. Concentrate. Observe. Be aware. And all the rest is silence.
The statue, of course, did not disappear. Restored, it still occupies the grotto. Abbott House is a curiosity. Its periscope mirror system, its intricate sound wiring, its secret passages and subterranean vault, a mecca for tourists. And the statue doesn't bleed. Enough blood has been let, one hopes, to still the legend forever. I'll be back shortly.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get you up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. You know, for years we've been talking about the Special K breakfast, a great way to start the day if you have a weight problem. You may have seen or heard our latest commercials, which symbolize the problem of being a few pounds overweight by using this ball and chain. That's the sound effect. But so many people have come to know the Special K breakfast that can help solve weight problems, they sometimes forget that Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It has 8 essential vitamins and iron, and so delicious that lots of folks, kids as well as adults, eat Special K just for the sheer good taste of it. So we don't want you to think that you have to wear a ball and chain to eat Special K. All you need is an appreciation for the finer things of life, a 1-ounce bowl of Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, coffee, and maybe a little sugar. The Special K breakfast can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start. I'd like to clear up a little misconception, and to do it, I'm going to take you to a Buick dealership. See, a lot of people are considering the purchase of a small car, but they might not consider coming to a Buick dealer to get it. That's a mistake, because right here are all kinds of small cars, imported and domestic, with 4, 6, and 8-cylinder engines, with 2, 3, or 4 doors. Here's our biggest small car, the mid-size Century. It's pretty luxurious in there, but the size makes it practical, too. This one's our next smallest, Buick Apollo. Under this hood, there's a 6. Pretty handy these days. Yet because Apollo is a Buick, it has qualities you don't often find in cars this size. And this little rascal is Opel, 4 cylinders, and the best-selling car in Germany. You'll know why when you drive it. Well, there you have it. An impressive small car variety under one roof. At your Buick Opel dealer.
On sober reflection, one can't be too sure, of course, that a legend will die. They tend to persist. But since the head of the Abbott household is now Sarah, and she has at least 50 years ahead of her, few of us will be around to find out. Still, circa 2025, if you have nothing better to do, you might visit Abbott House. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Tony Roberts, Grace Matthews, Kurt Benson, and Paul Hecht. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, View Sugar-Free Diet 7-Up, and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear, but mostly to the world of terrifying imagination. The story you're about to hear concerns one of the most unusual killers in the annals of crime. A brutal murderer who carries not one but 4 deadly weapons wherever he goes. A huge monster of a creature weighing hundreds of pounds. But this isn't a horror story. In a way, it's a love story. It's called The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. And now that you've heard the title, you've already guessed the identity of our killer. But that doesn't mean you know what Stargazer is really like.
No, you keep away from me here. Get back, Stargazer! Get back, get away! Please, stop it! Please, somebody stop him! Save me!
Our mystery drama, The Horse That Wasn't for Sale, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slusser and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. Our tale begins in an idyllic setting. Just picture the gently rolling hills of a horse farm in the early days of autumn. The colors of the trees all red and rust and differing shades of amber. See the ranch house nestled comfortably in the valley. The long row of white stables. But now you may notice something unusual about this farm. The stables are empty. No horses neigh and whinny in the paddocks. The only sound is the tapping of a typewriter. And at a desk in the front room sits a very handsome and very sad-looking young lady whose name is Chrissy Runyon.
Judge Simmons, I thought it was only fair that I tell you
the whole story about Stargazer, so that at least you'll know the animal isn't entirely to blame for what happened. It began on the day my father was buried. And, of course, it began with our trainer, Clem Burnett. He was all alone at Runyon Farms that day, and he took advantage of the fact to sample some of Daddy's best bourbon.
Ah, shut up, you. Stand still if you want to get brushed. Ah, what's the matter with you? Stand still, you mangy beast. Oh, for the love of there goes the blasted phone now. I ain't got one job to do, it's another. All right. All right, I'm coming. Hello.
Mr. Burnett, it's Chrissy Runyon.
Oh, hello, Miss Runyon.
How is everything out there?
Oh, everything's fine. Just fine.
What about Bobolink? Is she still off her feet?
Bobblink's fine. Just fine.
Are you all right, Mr. Burnett?
Sure I am. Everything out here is just the way it should be. Tell me, how was the funeral?
I'm calling to ask about the horses, Mr. Burnett. Is Stargazer still restless?
Well, that horse ain't been nothing but restless since the day he was foaled.
Well, then don't trouble him, Mr. Burnett. Do you understand? Just let him be, and I'll take care of him when I get out there.
Huh? You mean you're coming out?
Of course I'm coming out. Why shouldn't I?
Oh, no reason. I just thought, well, you ain't been here in a long time, Miss Runyon.
Well, I have to arrange things for the auction.
Huh? Auction? What are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Mr. Burnett, but the horses have to be sold, and the farm, too. My father's debts were, too. Well, never mind. I'll be there sometime this weekend.
Oh, wait a minute. You're telling me that I'm out of a job?
I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it.
Now, look here. I worked 6 years on this place. 6 years, and your old man never gave me more than a...
I'll see you on the weekend, Mr. Burnett, and we'll settle then about your wages. And remember what I said about Stargazer. Just let him alone. Goodbye.
Just like that, huh? Just like that, huh, Miss Snooty? I'll let him alone, all right. He can starve as far as I'm concerned. Well, what's the matter, Stargazer? You don't look so happy today. Hungry, maybe, huh? Thirsty? No, there's no use pawing the ground. You just got to wait until she gets here. Miss Chrissy Runyon is the only one you ever cared for, right? Well, you can wait until she gets here and takes care of you, because I won't. Hey, now get down. Get down, Stargazer. Now you stop that. What are you trying to do? Knock down the whole barn? Now stop that. You stop it. All right, if you want a taste of the whip. Now stop it. Stop it, you crazy beast. Get back there. Get back. You kicked me. No. Oh, my God.
Well, you know what happened to Clem Burnett better than I do, Judge Simmons. You viewed the remains of his body for the inquest. That was something I couldn't bring myself to do. I'm sure you remember the day after the hearing, when you asked me to dinner. Please, Judge, why don't you tell me what's really on your mind? It's about Stargazer.
Well, I appreciate your accepting this date. Now, I know you're anxious to get back to the city.
No, I'm anxious to get back to my home, Judge.
Yes. It's hard to think that Runyon Farms isn't your home anymore.
Well, it hasn't been for years. You know that Daddy and I didn't get along?
Yes, I know that only too well. Your father used to say, the only thing that keeps Chrissy coming back is that horse, Stargazer. And you were right the first time. It's that horse.
Yeah? What about it?
Well, I think you know, Chrissy. Even though I handed down the verdict I did about poor Clem...
Do you know what that man was doing to Stargazer?
As I heard testimony, remember?
Well, it's the truth, Judge. He was deliberately starving the poor animal. He was depriving it of feed and water. And that's why Stargazer did what he did.
Chrissy, stop thinking that animals are so aware of human motives. Now, I love horses, too, but I don't give them that much credit.
Well, they know cruelty from kindness.
And you think it was merely Burnett's cruelty that made Stargazer stomp him to death?
Yes, I do.
Then what about Clayton?
Oh, what about him? Clayton wasn't killed.
Are you telling me that he wouldn't have been killed if your father hadn't reached the stable in time?
I didn't know that you knew about Clayton.
Your father told me himself.
I didn't realize you...
He swore me to secrecy because he knew how much you loved Stargazer.
He's my horse, Judge. Daddy gave him to me.
Yes, but he didn't know that he was giving you a killer.
Oh, don't say that.
You can be glad I didn't say it at the inquest, Chrissy. Now, I was tempted to, let me tell you. It was only the fact of you sitting there with those big blue eyes of yours filled with tears that...
Oh, I was crying for my father.
Yes, of course. But you were crying for your Stargazer, too. Now, you're afraid the verdict would be against the animal and that somebody would have to put a bullet in that proud head.
Judge, please don't say such things.
Chrissy, you're not going to allow Stargazer to be sold, now, are you?
Is that why you wanted this lunch, to ask me that?
The horse cannot be ridden. Not even you dare ride him again.
A horse doesn't have to be ridden.
Chrissy, your beautiful stallion is mad.
Mad?
Killer mad. The way some animals get when they're treated just a little too cruelly.
But Stargazer wasn't ever treated that badly.
And between Clayton and Burnett and you...
Me?
Yes, Chrissy. Yours was the greatest cruelty of all.
What do you mean?
Your horse loved you, child, and you left him. You went out of his life, and you stayed out of it.
Well, I was in college. And afterwards... Well, Judge, I did have a life to live. I didn't want to live it under the thumb of my father.
Yes, and Stargazer forgot kindness and learned indifference and cruelty, and he went mad. Now, you have to do something for him.
Judge, please, listen to me.
I know he's valuable, Chrissy, and I know your father left you with too many creditors, and Stargazer will probably bring you a higher price than any other horse on the list. 8, maybe 10,000 from the stud farm.
Judge Simmons... You needn't have worried. I made up my mind about that even before Stargazer... Even before Burnett was killed. He's not for sale.
You mean that, Chrissy?
I'm putting every single horse up for auction. But not Stargazer. Just a moment.
Good morning.
Oh. Hello.
You remember me, don't you? Alan Carlin from Wild Brook Farm?
Yes, of course. I remember you, Mr. Carlin.
Well, I thought you might have forgotten me. It's been a couple of years since we've seen each other, Miss Runyon.
I remember you. In fact, I saw you at the auction.
Well, I'm flattered that you noticed me.
You bought 3 of my father's horses.
Yes, I bought 3. I meant to buy 4. Listen, do you mind if I come in?
Oh, please do.
I was really shocked when I heard he died. He wasn't a youngster, of course, but just the same.
My father was 71.
But I always figured he was younger, seeing as how he had such a young daughter. But I know it took Will a long time to get around to marrying. He was practically 40 by then, wasn't he? But then, that's how your father was, always putting things off.
Including paying his bills, huh? Is that why you're here, perhaps?
I beg your pardon.
No, I know that you are on my father's list of creditors.
Oh, but that's not the reason I came to see you. You see, I bought 3 horses at your auction, but I meant to buy 4. The only reason I didn't was because the horse I really wanted wasn't for sale.
Huh. You mean Stargazer?
I suppose you think I believe those rumors about the animal? Well, I don't. I've been around horses all my life. A good thoroughbred doesn't go crazy overnight. So any compunction you might have about selling him...
You're mistaken. Stargazer was kept out of the auction at my request. He's my horse, and I don't want him sold.
Well, I attended the inquest, you know. I listened to every word, and I know Burnett mistreated the animal. That's why he got stopped.
Mr. Burnett was a fine trainer.
Oh, yes, indeed. The point is that I'm willing to take my chances, Miss Runyon. I won't ask you to cut the price because of the horse's reputation.
There's no price tag on him. I'm sorry.
Miss Runyon, you're still a sporting woman, aren't you? Would you be willing to make a little wager?
What?
Well, I've ridden horses with reputations 5 times worse than Stargazer's, and I can prove it. Now, if I do, will you talk about a sale?
No.
Oh, you're your father's daughter, all right. Everybody said Will ought to raise mules that would have been more in character. Now, look, you don't have to worry about me. I was born in a saddle. If anything happens, the responsibility will be all mine.
Your responsibility? Do you really think I care what happens to you?
Yeah, but nothing will.
If you were at that inquest, you know what it means if Stargazer hurts anybody again. They'll destroy him, and they'll have the legal right to put him away. And I won't let that happen.
But it won't be that way.
It will. There is something wrong with Stargazer. I've known that for a long time. And I think Daddy knew it too, but he gave him to me thinking that I might win him over with kindness. Well, I failed, you see. And now when he feels that hateful weight on his back, he... Oh, please, go, Mr. Collins, please.
All right, Miss Runyon. I'm just so terribly sorry you won't let me prove you wrong.
Oh, dear. I should start my packing. Feels like the whole morning is gone. Oh, no. I hope that man isn't bothering Stargazer. He must be out at the stable. Mr. Collins, don't. Please don't. Mr. Collins, don't. Mr. Collins, stop. Bring him back here. Don't ride him.
And so Mr. Alan Collins, horse fancier, has taken a fancy to a killer horse. But Mr. Collins won't admit he can't win Stargazer's heart and perhaps win Stargazer himself. We'll find out what becomes of both of them when I return shortly with Act 2. And now, here's Act 2 of The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. Alan Carlin knows horses, knows the feel of them, the moods of them, knows when they respond to a rider's touch, and knows when they resent it. But there are times when even the best horseman allows his ego to override his common sense. And Alan Carlin is about to learn that his time is now.
Okay, boy. Take it easy now. Easy. Slow it down, boy. Come on. Those branches. Oh, good Lord, Stargazer, slow it down, boy. That tree. No. Oh, God, my back. My spine. Crazy horse, she was right. You are crazy. No. You keep away from me. Get back. You get back there, Stargazer. You get away. No, stop it. Somebody, please, somebody stop him. Save me.
Hello. I want to report a missing animal. A horse.
Who is this, please?
My name is Runyon, Christine Runyon.
Oh, yes, Miss Runyon. This is Sergeant Pegg.
Oh, Sergeant, one of my horses was removed from... he ran away.
Oh? I thought all your animals were auctioned off, Miss Runyon.
No, there's one that wasn't sold. His name is... Listen, maybe he's still around the farm somewhere. Maybe I better just go out and look for him.
Well, if you want to give me a description of the animal...
No, it's all right. I just lost my head for a minute. I'm sure he's around the property somewhere, and I'll find him. Don't worry.
Whatever you say, miss.
I'm sorry to have troubled you. Goodbye. Of course, I knew that Stargazer wasn't around the farm. I knew where Stargazer was. Somewhere near the woods, with Alan Carlin on his back, if he was still safely in the saddle. And I knew that I had to find him. I saw Carlin's automobile parked outside, and I decided to take it instead of my own, so that I could send Mr. Carlin back where he belonged. I just hoped and prayed that I wasn't too late. I hated driving. All my life I preferred a saddle to a driver's seat. But I drove Alan Carlin's car like a reckless idiot, taking every curve as if it was a race course. Stargazer must have been traveling swiftly, because there was still no sign of them when the road ended and became a forest trail. Only a horse could travel that pathway. So I stopped the car. I wasn't afraid of the forest. I'd spent half my life on a trail that led into the deepest parts of it. But now for the first time I felt afraid of it. Afraid of what it might conceal. And then I heard a sound that froze me in my tracks. Stargazer! Stargazer, where are you? Stargazer! Mr. Carlin! Oh, thank heavens you're all right, Stargazer. You are... Oh, dear God. No! Mr. Carlin, he's been thrown. Oh, I warned you not to do this. He just won't be ridden. Nobody can ride Stargazer, not even me. You're lucky you went... Oh, no. Oh, no, his head. Oh, no. You killed him. He's dead. He's trampled to death. Oh, dear God. How could you let this happen? It isn't right. It isn't right. No, Stargazer. I'm not angry. Not with you. My poor animal. No, it's his fault. It's all his fault. Oh, damn you, Carlin. Why did you make this happen? Why? No, don't worry. Don't worry, Stargazer. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. That wouldn't be fair. It just wouldn't be. Only what can I do? They'll find out. Somebody will find out. I looked at Carlin's dead body, and I thought, what if I simply left it there? Just left it to yesterday's dead leaves and this year's snow. By the time they found him, Stargazer would be safe with me in Washington. But then I realized that would never work. They'd see the hoof marks on his face. They'd know. That policeman I called would remember, and they'd come for Stargazer, and they'd put a bullet in his head. No, I couldn't leave Alan Carlin there. Not with the story of his death so clearly marked on his face and his body. Or maybe there was something else I could do. What if I obscured the story of that death? What if I just obliterated it? Yes, that was my answer. Alan Collins' automobile was only 100 yards away. If I could get him there, I bent down and put my hands under his arms, and I tried to lift him. It was so heavy. Dead weight. How could I drag him to the car? No, it was impossible. I could only move him a few inches along the ground. The slippery leaves beneath his body helped a little, but I just didn't have the strength. And then Stargazer gave me the answer. If I could manage to secure the body to his harness, if I could attach it somehow to the reins, or even to the stirrup. It was horrible, I knew that. But the thought of what might happen to Stargazer was even more horrible, more unbearable. And finally, I managed it. I dragged that man's body out of the woods, using Stargazer as my strength. And I put Alan Carlin into his own automobile. And I started the engine. There was only one logical place to take him. It was the canyon road, of course. I knew how steep that drive was, how dangerous it was. That's why so few cars traveled it. And that was lucky for me, the fact that the road was empty, because it made what I had to do so much easier. It almost seemed like a sign from heaven that what I was doing was right. And then, at the beginning of a steep grade, I stopped the car. And I looked at the edge of the precipice. And then I looked at Alan Carlin's body. And for a moment, my nerve deserted me. But then I put down the parking brake. I shifted the car into drive. And I got out. And I reached below the dashboard and released the handbrake. And for a moment, I thought I'd have to push the car to start it sliding down the grade toward the edge. But then gravity became my confederate, and the car began to move of its own accord. The door slammed shut as the wind caught it, and with gathering momentum, it headed straight for the guardrail, straight for the canyon below. And the guardrail gave way, and the car and the man and the whole horrible problem went over the edge. And when it struck the bottom, the impact was so shattering, I knew that Stargazer could never possibly be implicated in that man's death. Then I made the long walk back to the woods, back to my horse, to my old friend, who stood patiently tethered, waiting for me, trusting in me.
Sergeant Beggs.
Yes, Sergeant.
Well, I just thought I'd call and see if you had any luck about finding your horse, I mean.
Yes, I found him. I was foolish to have panicked. He hadn't gone very far after all.
Oh, good. Still on the property, you mean?
Yes, he was. That was silly of me. He was just a short distance away.
Well, that's fine. That's just fine. I'm glad to hear it. Better make sure you keep that stable door locked.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much, Sergeant.
You're welcome, Miss Runyon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, I think I could use a drink. Oh, no. No, what? Hello?
Hello, is this Miss, is it, Bunyan?
No, the name is Runyon. Who is this?
Well, you wouldn't know me, Miss Runyon. Name's Sam Fryant.
I work over at Wild Book Farm for Mr. Carlin, you know.
Yes? Well, what do you want?
Well, I was wondering if you were going to be home this afternoon, Miss Runyon. A little something I wanted to talk to you about.
No, I'm sorry. I have a great number of things to do today. I can't receive visitors.
Well, I figured you'd want to talk to me, Miss Runyon, on account of what happened this morning.
Oh? What do you mean?
Oh, I think you know. What happened out there? On that canyon road?
I haven't the faintest idea of what you're talking about.
Sure you do, Miss Runyon. You see, I saw you kill Mr. Carlin out there. I saw you murder him. Now, can I come and talk to you?
There's a famous old saying that we've all become familiar with lately. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. At the moment, it looks as if Chrissy Runyon has woven herself a tangled web, and one in which she herself seems to be caught. But we'll learn exactly how tangled her affairs are when we return shortly with Act 3. Here's the final act of The Horse That Wasn't for Sale. And it begins with a sound that strikes terror into the heart of young Chrissy Runyon. She hesitates before she answers it, afraid of the man who might be on her doorstep.
Miss Runyon?
Yes.
I'm, Sam Fried.
Yes. Oh. Come in.
Well, it's nice of you to see me, Miss Runyon.
Who are you, Mr. Fried? I've never seen you around here before.
Well, I'm new, Miss Runyon. I come from out of state. Yeah, I used to work in West Virginia at Algonquin Farms. You know it?
Oh, I've heard of it.
Yeah, well, I used to be a trainer there a long, long time ago. Then they had me doing grooming work and junk like that. I said, no more of that, I said.
Mr. Fried, will you please come to the point? What did you mean about Mr. Carlin? I don't know what you saw or think you saw.
I seen you, Miss Runyon. I seen what you did.
Well, whatever you think you saw, you were mistaken. I didn't even know your boss, Mr. Carlin. And to accuse me of killing him...
Oh, but that's what you did, all right. Now, you pushed that car over the cliff, and poor Mr. Carlin was in it. My, you must have really hated that man. Well, what'd they ever do to you? Get fresh or something?
Mr. Friat, you're completely wrong. I swear you're mistaken.
Well, all righty then, I'm wrong. So you don't mind if I tell the police what I saw? Now, I figure they're not so dumb they can go looking for footprints or something up there, like tire tracks and stuff like that.
It was an accident.
Of course, I don't have to tell them what I saw.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I said. Ain't no law saying a man has to tell everything he knows.
And what would stop you?
Oh, if I liked a person.
No, that's not what you really mean, is it?
Now, you take Mr. Carlin. Well, I only worked for the man a week, and I could tell already that he wasn't such a nice fella. Now,
I did not kill Mr. Carlin.
Oh, sure, Miss Runyon. But you see, there I was in that canyon, taking a ride on the old nag they let me use, and I seen that car stop there. And now, just for the heck of it, I put my field glasses on it. That's how I come to see it all.
But you don't understand why I did it.
Oh, heck, I don't care why. Now, I told you I didn't like the man. Sure could sit a horse, though. Now, I'll give him that.
I swear to you he was already dead.
You know, people around here know that he treated your pa pretty bad. Can't blame you for what you did.
No, you must believe me. Mr. Carlin was already dead when his car went over into the canyon. He'd been killed by an accident. I had my reasons for doing what I did.
Sure, Miss, sure you did. And you can just tell the police all about it.
No, they may not understand.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah, they may not understand. I mean, not the way I do. But just the same, if they ask me questions about it, now, I'd have to tell them what I know. Well, unless, of course, I wasn't around to tell them anything.
Not around?
Well, with Mr. Carlin dead, there's not much point in me hanging around Wildbrook much longer. Maybe I ought to move on, find me another job. If I did that, well, I wouldn't be here when the police came around. Understand?
No, I'm not sure I do.
If I could get me a stake, now, I'd leave right away, tomorrow, maybe. No, it wouldn't take much. 4,000, 5,000 maybe, huh? That ought to be enough, don't you think?
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Well, better round it out to 5. Yeah, 5,000 would do her, Miss Runyon.
You expect me to give you that money?
Well, it would sure help if you did.
But that's impossible. I don't have a penny.
Auction must have given you plenty, Miss Runyon. Why, Mr. Carlin bought some of your stock himself.
But every cent goes to my father's creditors, and even that won't be enough.
Well, I don't know about that. All I know is 5,000 would do me just fine. Now, you think it over, Miss Runyon. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon.
It won't do any good.
Yeah, we'll see.
There's just no way I can raise that money, Mr. Fry.
Oh, you'll find some way. Women these days, they can do just about everything. Fly airplanes, run companies, kill people. Well, you'll figure something out, Miss Runyon. Well, so long now.
No, Mr. Fry, please.
I'll see you in the morning.
Oh, dear God. What am I going to do?
And now, here's news on the local scene. The body of horseman Alan Winslow Carlin has been found in the ravine below Canyon Road. Carlin, the victim of an auto crash that completely demolished his vehicle, had to be identified positively through examination of his dental records due to the condition of the body. An investigation by the State Highway Patrol is underway.
Yes?
Miss Runyon, my name is Sergeant Beggs. We spoke on the phone earlier today.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Could I please come in?
Well, if you're still worried about my horse, I told you that I did find him again.
Oh, yes, miss, I know.
Well, then, what's the trouble?
Oh, nothing about the horse. It's about your neighbor, as a matter of fact. If I could just come in for a minute, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I don't know if you know the gentleman. Name of Carlin?
Oh, yes, I know who he is. Wildbrook Farm.
Yes, that's him. Matter of fact, I understand he bought some of your horses at the auction last week.
Yes, he did, but I didn't handle the transaction myself. The auctioneer did all of that.
Yes, I understand.
Well, then, what was it you wanted to ask me?
You haven't been back home for some time, have you?
It's close to 2 years. I came here when my father died suddenly.
Yes, I know. And so I guess you didn't see Alan Carlin in all that time?
No. Why in the world should I?
Oh, I was just asking.
Oh, Sergeant, I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Well, I've got something to tell you about Mr. Carlin. He's dead. He died in an auto crash this morning.
Yes. I just heard that on the news.
Oh, I see. Well, it was pretty bad. He was halfway up the canyon road, heading for the Leap. You know where the Leap is?
Sergeant, I was born and raised in this part of the country.
Oh, yes, of course. Excuse me. Anyway, he went out driving that way, and he must have skidded or something. Car went over the edge, plowed right through the guardrail.
Oh, that's terrible. It's such a dangerous road.
Oh, yes, it is a dangerous place. I would have thought Mr. Carlin would have had more sense than to take it at high speed or whatever it was he did. Anyway, the car went over, and it was totally demolished, of course, and that's a long way down.
Oh, that poor man. I'm terribly sorry about Mr. Carlin. But I really can't take his loss very personally. I hardly knew the man.
Uh-huh. Well, your father knew him well, though, didn't he?
Yes. They were neighbors for many years.
And friends.
Oh, I suppose so.
Only they had some kind of falling out about money, I understand.
Well, what does that have to do with all this?
Just curious, Miss Runyon.
Are you trying to imply something?
No, miss, of course not. Why should I do that? Oh, there is just one more thing, though, one more thing. When Mr. Carlin left his place this morning, he told one of his servants that he was coming here to see you.
Oh, that's right. He was here.
Mm-hmm. What time would that have been?
Oh, I don't remember exactly. Around 11, I think.
Did he stay very long?
No. No more than 10 minutes. I don't see the point of all these questions.
Well, you see, we're just trying to understand what happened, Miss Runyon. Mr. Carlin, he was a pretty careful driver. He knew that mountain road as good as anyone else in this part of the country, and we were just wondering if he might have been, let's say overtired or drinking too much or depressed, anything like that. How'd he seem to you?
I just don't recall.
I see. Well, then I guess that's all for now.
What do you mean, for now?
Oh, the Highway Patrol is investigating the accident, too, and since you were the last person to see Mr. Carlin, they might be talking to you, too, Miss Runyon. Oh. Is that the horse out there? One that got away?
Yes. That's my horse.
My. That's a fine-looking animal.
Oh.
I guess he's the only one you didn't sell off, huh?
That's right, the only one, Sergeant. But, I might not keep him after all.
Well, hello, Miss Runyon.
Hello, Mr. Fryer. Come in.
Well, thank you. Well, I sure wouldn't mind.
How do you take it?
Black, just fine. Oh, thank you, miss. That's real nice of you. That's good. Well, now, I understand the police were around yesterday.
You don't miss... Oh. Would you like a cup?
Well, I sure wouldn't mind.
How do you take it?
Black, just fine. Oh, thank you, miss. That's real nice of you. That's good. Well, now, I understand the police were around yesterday.
You don't miss very much, do you, Mr. Fryer?
Pays to keep your eyes open, I say.
Oh, yes, I'm sure it does.
Now, the question is, how much does it pay?
Mr. Fryer, I don't have the money you want.
Well, now that's a real bad piece of news, Miss Runyon.
I told you yesterday there's simply no way for me to get my hands on it. The money that came to the estate through the sale of the ranch and its stock went directly into escrow.
Now, I wouldn't know about fancy words like that, miss. All I know is...
The estate has no money. And I have no money of my own.
Well, that's really too bad. Because that means I can't leave. And if I can't leave, I might just as well tell the police what I saw.
I'm hoping that you don't do that, Mr. Fryer.
Oh, I don't want to do it. Believe me, Miss Runyon. But if there was just something you could give me. I mean, there must be something your pa left you, huh? Man like your daddy wouldn't die and leave his only child nothing at all.
Well, there is one thing.
Hey, what's that?
It's the only legacy I have. The most valuable thing he owned. Look, out the window.
That horse, you mean?
Yes. His name is Stargazer. A thoroughbred. A champion.
Yeah, that's some stallion, all right.
You said you were a good judge of horseflesh. How much do you think he's worth?
Well, I wouldn't know for sure.
I've been told he's worth between $8,000 and $10,000.
Yeah. Hey, a man would be mighty proud to own a horse like that.
Well, he's all yours, Mr. Fryer.
What?
I'll transfer my ownership to you. Right this minute.
Oh, you really mean that? Oh, why, that would be real fine, Miss Runyon. That would be real kind of you to do that.
It won't take more than a few minutes for me to prepare the papers.
Oh, I'd really appreciate that, Miss Runyon. You know, I'd sure like to take him out for one last ride before the sun goes down.
And, of course, that's just what happened, Judge Simmons. Sam Fryatt took Stargazer out for his very last ride.
Remember all the old cowboy movies that showed the lone rider heading into the setting sun? Well, you can picture old Sam Fryatt doing exactly that. Only when the words that say "the end" appear on the screen, you can also be sure they mean the end of old Sam Fryatt. I'll be back shortly. We hope you enjoyed this radio mystery story. We hope you're enjoying the magic of radio itself. Magic which produces the most gigantic stage of all. A stage large enough for one galloping horse or an entire herd of galloping horses. This is E.G. Marshall asking you to tune in. Will someone please head those horses off at the pass? Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Arnold Moss, William Redfield, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater was brought to you by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. By Suburban Savings with offices throughout North Jersey. And by your New Jersey Dodge dealers. The preceding Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
Whitehall, 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories, the plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 comes from Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Here is the man in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum, Chief Superintendent John Davidson, to brief you on case number 504 MR701.
Good afternoon. All the exhibits I have charge of here at the Black Museum are not in themselves horrible or gruesome. I admit that several of the exhibits in this case, number 504701, are so dreadful that we reserve them for the use and study of our own people exclusively. Policemen are notoriously a strong-stomached lot. But this one that I brought with me is not such a one. Look at it. It's a woman's earring. The pair couldn't have cost a great deal. Handmade, I think, by some village jeweler in France many years ago. Can you make out the design? Crudely carved representation of a left hand holding a heart and what seems to be a flower. The other one of the pair was similar, I'm told, by those who've seen it, except that it was a right hand. This is the only one left of the pair. Retired Chief Superintendent Cedric Pickard is a little older today than he was then. Hey, Cedric?
I was a brand new inspector then, John.
You still remember all the details of this case, though.
For 35 years, I've been trying to forget them, John. On the 31st of October, 1917, the Zeppelins raided London for the next to last time. About 8 o'clock on the morning of November the 2nd, some 32 hours after the air raid, I received a call from E Division of the Metropolitan Police in Bow Street. I hastened there at once. They had 4 things to show me. 1, a badly blood-stained sheet. 2, a large jute bag labeled Argentine La Plata Cold Storage. 3, a stout cord which had been tied round the bag. 4, torn bit of pasteboard on which was scrawled in pencil the words Bloody Belgium. Most curiously misspelled. There was a civilian there, too, a squatty man with a cast in his left eye, wearing a remarkably dirty cap. He stood up and I looked at him.
Sammy Elwood, sir. I found it. Them things, I mean.
Oh, did you then?
Roadman, I am, sir. I work at Regent Square in Bloomsbury.
Where'd you find this?
In the central garden in the square, sir, behind the railing. I seen it when I first come to work this morning, sir, but I wanted to have some breakfast first, sir. Good thing I did, too, and then I untied the bag when I come back. I run for a policeman right away, sir.
Why'd you run for police?
The bag, sir. There was a lady in it.
The lady, rather the remains of the lady, for she was lacking a head and hands, had been taken to the mortuary. Sam, the roadman, obviously knew nothing about it except what he discovered when he untied the bag marked cold storage. He went back to work, a faint green tinge still underlying the grime on his face and hands. I examined the evidence. The pasteboard on which was written Bloody Belgium, I hazarded, might indicate that someone who disliked Bloody Belgiums had caused the death of this one. The bag, I decided, should go to the laboratory for examination. I looked for laundry marks on the blood-stained sheet. There was one down in one corner. I telephoned it in to the Criminal Records Office and started for my office at New Scotland Yard. The telephone was ringing as I came in. Yes? Inspector Pickard here.
Sergeant Toland here, sir. We found out about that laundry mark, sir, the one you phoned in.
Good.
It belongs to a Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher.
Belgium?
Don't know, sir. Address 50 Munster Square. That's over east of Regent's Park, sir.
That's very good, Sergeant. I'll run over there at once. Care to come along with me?
Why, if I can get permission to leave here, sir.
Get your hat. I'll take care of that. Accompanied by Sergeant Monty Toland, he was a much better man on a case than on a CRO telephone, and they knew it. I proceeded to Munster Square, and we were admitted to Mademoiselle de Rocher's two-room flat by the landlady, an old Frenchwoman with a moustache.
Bed's overflown up.
Oh. Sheet seems to be missing.
No sheet here.
Look under the bed.
1, 2, 3 pairs of shoes. No sheets under here.
What are you looking at, sir?
Is that blood? There on the pillow?
Looks like it. And here, sir, on the blanket.
A lot of it. I wonder.
Sir, there's somebody at the door.
Landlady.
I can speak a sort of French, sir. Alors, madame, entrez.
Alors?
Come on in, the keyhole's drafty.
Pardon?
Come in.
Ask her if she knows where Mademoiselle de Rocher is.
Mademoiselle de Rocher...
She is gone.
She speaks English.
Oh, oui.
Where's she gone to?
Je comprends pas.
Où est-elle?
Oh, she is gone since samedi.
Saturday.
Oui, she goes for to see her sister in Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui, oui, Nottingham.
What's her sister's name?
Ça, je comprends pas.
Comment elle s'appelle la sœur?
Je sais pas.
She doesn't know, sir.
She go away to hide in the abri when the Boche come in the air raid. Underground, in the tubes, vous savez? Elle ne revient pas. Nottingham. Tu compris?
What time did she leave?
À quelle heure est-elle partie?
Presque minuit.
Near midnight.
Samedi.
Saturday, yes, sir.
She didn't come back, huh?
No. Nottingham.
Nottingham.
Oui.
Ask her who might know her sister's name in Nottingham.
Madame...
Il le sait. Cet homme-là, là-bas.
What man, madame?
The man in the picture there?
Oui. Ça, c'est Langlois, son bon ami. Langlois, il sait.
It's Langlois, her sweetheart. He might know, she says.
Where is he?
Je sais pas. Chez lui.
Where is his home?
Hein? Oh, Charlotte Street, numéro 101. 101. Langlois, Étienne Pierre, Petite Boucherie. Rue Charlotte, numéro 101.
What'd she say?
She says his name's Langlois and he lives at 101 Charlotte Street.
I know that. What else did she say?
She says he has a small butcher shop there.
The butcher Langlois was not there in his combination living quarters and shop in the basement of 101 Charlotte Street when Toland and I arrived. The heavy door was strongly barred and locked. Toland spoke to an attractive Frenchwoman who seemed to be the charwoman. At least she was armed with broom and pail, obviously recently used.
Pardon, mademoiselle. Monsieur Langlois est-il ici?
Non, monsieur, il est en train de livrer ses viandes. Je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
Oh.
Non, vous ne pouvez pas entrer. J'ai tout enfermé quand j'ai fini de nettoyer. Quelle saleté. C'est que Langlois a égorgé un veau samedi soir. Oh, le sang était tout partout. À présent, il fait ses ventes. Je regrette, mais je ne sais pas quand il sera de retour.
What'd she say?
She says he's gone.
Oui, monsieur.
Who's she?
Je suis Françoise Grimard.
Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard.
C'est moi la fiancée d'Étienne Langlois.
What'd she say?
She's the sweetheart of Langlois, she says.
How many sweethearts has this fellow got?
Oh, I don't think we'd better ask her that, sir.
Mais qu'est-ce que vous dites, voyons?
What'd she say?
She wants to know what we're talking about.
Madam.
Mademoiselle.
You tell her, Toland.
Dommage que je l'ai raté. Je vous remercie, mademoiselle. Come on, sir. Au revoir, mademoiselle.
À la bonne heure, messieurs.
Goodbye, madam.
Mademoiselle.
Oh, right. Wonder how much she knows about this affair. Said she was Langlois' sweetheart, didn't she?
That isn't all she said, sir.
I gathered that.
Said Langlois had butchered a calf in there Saturday night.
She did?
That's why she had to clean up the place.
I hope she didn't clean it up too well.
Why, sir?
I'd like a sample of that blood.
I don't understand you, sir.
I want to see if it's really animal blood, my boy. I posted 2 detectives at the Charlotte Street location to keep a close but inconspicuous watch on the home butcher shop of Etienne Pierre Langlois to report the butcher's return. Toland and I went back to the Munster Square address where Albertine de Rocha had lived. The mustached landlady assured us she knew nothing more of the affairs of Mademoiselle de Rocha. She did, however, add that Monsieur Langlois had put in an appearance there after the de Rocha woman had left. Ask her when, Toland, I said.
Quel jour, madame?
Dimanche.
Sunday.
What did he want, madame?
He had food for the cat. Mademoiselle de Rocha asked him to do so.
Was he alone?
Huh?
Était-il seul?
Oui.
How long was he here?
15 minutes, peut-être.
15 minutes.
I know. He fed the cat?
Comment?
The cat. Cat. Did he feed the cat? Eat.
No.
Why? That's what he was here for, wasn't it?
Le chat est perdu.
The cat's what?
Perdu. He has run away.
Well, what did he do with the cat food?
Oh, he take it away with him.
Why didn't he leave it here?
Je ne sais pas.
Was he here alone in this room all that time?
Oui.
Did he take anything from here when he left?
The food for the cat.
That all?
Je sais pas. I don't know.
You sure?
Monsieur, if he takes something from this flat, it is hers, not mine. Comprenez? I don't know. Aussi, he is her sweetheart, you say, n'est-ce pas? It is all right if he takes something. I don't know. Not my business.
A sheet seems to be missing from the bed.
I don't know. Je ne sais pas absolument.
I see. Well, that's that.
Seems to be, sir.
Well, thank you, madam, and goodbye.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Oh, I knew there was something else I wanted to ask you.
Oui, monsieur.
Do you know a woman named, what's her name, Toland?
Who, sir?
The woman who told us about Langlois.
Oh. Françoise Grimard.
Ah. Know her?
No, I have never heard of her.
Nowhere in all London is the art of thrusting one's nose into other people's business at lower ebb than in Soho, with its enormous foreign population. Our uncooperative landlady was a conspicuous practitioner of the ancient injunction, live and let live. As Toland and I approached 101 Charlotte Street, half a mile away, Detective Sergeant John Mullins, one of the men I'd posted to watch the Langlois establishment, called to me.
Hey, Inspector.
Who's that? Oh, it's you, Mullins.
Yes, sir. Been looking for you, sir. You went to your office at the yard, and I...
What's up?
He's come back, sir.
Langlois?
Must be him, sir. He looks like a bloody butcher. He came up and unlocked the door of the place and went inside.
He's still there?
Must be. We haven't seen him come out.
Good.
The woman came up and knocked at the door, sir, about 10 minutes ago and was admitted by him.
Young?
Well, not so young, Sergeant, but very handsome, I'd say.
What'd she say?
We couldn't hear her, sir, but she's there now. At least she hasn't come out either.
She's telling him all about the two policemen who were asking questions about him this morning. I'll take my oath.
He was there. So was Mademoiselle Françoise Grimard. They had been sharing a bottle of villainous-looking vin rouge, the kind the French soldiers call
Pinard.
Pinard, right? It is said to dissolve the teeth that's taken in quantity by an amateur. Neither Langlois nor Mademoiselle Grimard were amateurs, apparently. They looked at us a trifle owlishly, however. We gratefully declined the drink. Langlois swilled Pinard.
What do you want, policeman?
Prends garde, Etienne.
What'd she say?
Be careful what you say, sir.
What?
That's what she said, sir.
Oh.
What do you want?
We'd like to ask you a few questions, Monsieur Langlois.
Ask them. I do not guarantee to answer.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Etienne?
Je dis que je ne promets rien.
Mademoiselle Greenlaw told us that she'd cleaned your place out.
He did not clean it well enough, I'm afraid.
Oh, fiche-moi le camp.
C'est sur dirty, François.
Si au moins tu faisais plus attention quand tu égorges tes bêtes.
What did she say?
She says I should be more careful when I butcher. C'est vrai, François.
You do your butchering in here?
Sometimes, monsieur.
Mais écoute.
Tais-toi, François.
This blood on the walls here, on the floor. It's animal blood, then?
From the calf I slaughtered.
Would you mind if I take a small sample of it?
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Il veut du sang.
Pourquoi pas?
Yeah, why not, monsieur? You will find it is calf's blood. N'est-ce pas, François?
Bien sûr.
Oh, monsieur, take what you like.
If you please, Dolan.
Yes, sir.
Just scrape some of those stains in. You take this envelope.
Yes, sir.
Label it. Thank you. Now, if you'll open the door and hand it to Mullins, ask him to hurry it back. You don't mind, Monsieur Langlois?
I don't mind. Yes, sir.
He's to take it to Sidney Belloc in the laboratory and have him tested at once to see if it is animal blood.
It is, monsieur.
And rush me a report here at once. I'll wait.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Monsieur Langlois.
But is that all you wish, monsieur?
I should like to ask another question or two, if I may.
Oh, monsieur.
Prends garde, Etienne.
Let me alone. Monsieur.
Now, you are not required to answer this question, Monsieur Langlois.
I know that. Ask it.
You, knew Mademoiselle Albertine de Rocher, did you
Albertine
not?
Durocher, la vache, cette salope. Oh, Albertine Durocher, alors oui, la connaissez, moi aussi. Elle qui voulait manger Étienne, cette cochonne de la rue. Oh, elle ne reviendra plus ici, celle-là.
Enfin, c'est toi.
Oh, essaye. Elle reviendra plus jamais
Enfin,
ici.
c'est toi. Ferme ta gueule.
Eh oui, il la connaissait. Moi aussi.
C'est toi, François.
Elle nous tracassera plus jamais, celle-là.
I take it the lady did know her.
She certainly did, sir.
What did she say?
Well,
Albertine Durocher.
Now, excuse me, monsieur. I think it is better you go from here.
Monsieur Langlois, I have several more questions I would
I'm
like.
sorry, monsieur. I will not answer them.
Well, you don't have to, of course.
I am sure that you will see that the matter of Mademoiselle Albertine Durocher is a very painful one for Mademoiselle Guillemard and myself. François.
Oh, alors.
Alors, tais-toi, François.
Oh, Albertine Durocher.
No, monsieur. I have answered enough. I know the British law, too, monsieur. You may not enter my dwelling without a warrant if I wish you not to. Nor must I answer questions unless I so choose. You have no warrant. I choose not to answer any more of your questions. I ask you to go away from my house. The door, monsieur.
Oh, attends, espèce de crétin.
A thwarted policeman is a sorry sight. We shambled down Charlotte Street in the general direction of Scotland Yard. On the small measure of self-respect we detained in our retreat to its sheltering walls was quickly stripped from us by Sergeant Mullins, who met us on the stairway to my office.
I was just starting out to find you, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
That bundle of blood you sent me back with, sir.
Yes?
The laboratory says it's animal blood, sir, not human at all.
Tolan and I went home. But a night of even troubled sleep helped. I found obtaining a search warrant not too difficult, and armed with it, Tolan, Mullins, and I returned to Charlotte Street. Langlois greeted us with a tolerant smile, I think you'd call it, if you were a novelist.
It was the blood of an animal, was it not, Inspector?
Yes, it was, Monsieur Langlois.
Yes, yes. I did not lie to you, n'est-ce pas?
I have brought a search warrant. Is there any other room or building on these premises which you use for slaughtering? May as well tell me. We shall find it anyway.
There is a small shed.
Out this door, monsieur.
But I have not used it for many months.
Out this door, monsieur.
Wait.
Go ahead, Mullins. You know what you're looking for.
Right, sir.
Is there a basement here?
It is used for storage.
We'll have a look at it later. Tolan.
Yes, sir.
Have a good look round the other rooms first, Helen.
Yes, sir. Monsieur, I assure you...
Oh, on the second thought, Helen. Just run round to Munster Square, will you?
Is that not where the Mademoiselle de Rocher lives,
Just
monsieur?
run round there, will you, and see what Tom Bennett's found out.
Yes, sir.
If his report isn't ready, wait for it. And come back here at once.
Right, sir. May I ask?
There's a pathologist over there with some portable laboratory equipment, monsieur.
Mais je ne comprends pas.
He's over there looking at some blood stains. Now, if you don't mind, I'll start in this room. Is this an abattoir too, monsieur?
It is my kitchen.
It was a most dingy kitchen. A most filthy kitchen. I inspected it carefully. Greasy saucepans, well-scrubbed butcher's knives, moldy pails of rubbish, stinking half-empty tins of decayed food, and under the ancient sinks a pile of stained linen. The third item I picked up was a blood-stained towel. Animal blood, too, I asked Langlois. He didn't reply. And then something fell out of the folds of the towel onto the floor. I picked it up. What's this, I asked.
It is an earring. It belongs to Françoise, to Mademoiselle Grimard.
An earring, I said. And dropped it into my pocket. Just ask her about that.
I will give it to her, monsieur.
Thank you. I'll just ask her to identify it when she comes in. Where is she, by the way?
Oh, is it? I don't know.
You'll find her. Did you say this is animal blood on this towel, monsieur?
From the calf which I slaughtered.
Dear me, how did an earring ever get in here?
She lost it.
Saturday night? While you were slaughtering the animal?
Monsieur.
Who's that?
Me, sir. Sergeant Mullins.
Oh, come in, Mullins. You find anything?
These bags, sir.
Jute bags. What's it say on them? You read it, Langlois.
Argentine, La Plata, cold storage. I have dozens of them.
Curious. The same kind of sack the body was in. Well, let's keep them, Mullins. Now, who's that?
Oh, here you are, sir. Then it says the stains are animal blood, sir. He's certain.
I wonder how animal blood got in Mademoiselle de Roche's room. I wonder.
Monsieur, I must speak to you.
Eh? Very well. Tolan, you and Mullins go down to the cellar and see what you can find. Got a torch?
Yes, sir.
Go along. Now, monsieur.
Wait, monsieur. There's nothing down there.
Get along.
Monsieur, I confess.
Go on.
I did not kill her.
Oh?
I went to feed the cat. I found her dead in her room. She had been attacked. Oh, blood.
I'm reliably informed that is animal blood, monsieur.
I was frightened. The concierge, the landlady, she knew I was there. I might be accused of murder.
It is possible.
I brought the body back here. That blood out there in the kitchen, that is human blood, her blood. I put her in the sack, but I did not kill her. I did not, I tell you. And in the night, I got my horse and trap, and I drove to Regent Square with the body, and...
What did you do with the hand and the head?
We found the head, sir.
Oh, no!
It's in a cask downstairs, sir, with a hand. Can't identify it, sir, but there's an earring in one ear. The other's been torn out. If we can find it...
Who's that now? Come in. Good morning, Mademoiselle Grimard.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Et vous? On vous a mis à la porte hier. Et tiens, réponse, si veux-tu.
Mademoiselle, do you recognize this earring?
C'est à elle. C'est celui qui s'est accroché au torchon.
What'd she say?
She says it's the one that got caught on the towel, sir. Why, it's the same as the one down in the cellar, sir.
On l'a trouvé. Ils ont découvert sa tête.
She says they found it. They found the head.
Albertine. Oh, c'est lui qui l'a tué. Arrêtez-le.
Officer, she is the one. No, she wrote it out. My love, mon amour, mon amour.
Stop. Dolan. So you'll understand it.
Huh?
Etienne Langlois, I arrest you on a charge of willful murder.
François Grimard.
I arrest you for the willful murder of Albertine de Rosa. I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Come along, both of you. At the trial at Old Bailey, it was proved that Albertine de Rosa, instead of going to the air raid shelter when the alarm was given, had instead gone to the home of her lover, Langlois, who was entertaining Françoise Grimard. A quarrel ensued, and the de Rosa woman was struck on the head and killed. We found the murder weapon, a cleaver owned by Langlois. The only fingerprints on it were those of Françoise Grimard. Langlois had gone to the dead woman's flat in Munster Square the next night with a container of animal blood in an attempt to make good his hastily conceived story. Then, realizing he must do better than that, he resorted to the practice of his profession. His handwriting matched the bloody Belgium written on the pasteboard with the body. It was a joke, he said, to foil people. It didn't. Etienne Langlois and Françoise Grimard were hanged at Wandsworth Prison in May 1918.
You have heard another in the series Whitehall 1212, compiled from the official files of Scotland Yard. Research is from Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Whitehall 1212 will not be heard next Sunday, giving way to a special broadcast of the Masters Open Golf Tournament from Augusta, Georgia. But we shall return to you at this time 2 weeks from today. Among those heard in this reenactment of a celebrated case were Horace Brame, Harvey Hayes, Lester Fletcher, Evan Thomas, John Durst, Patricia Courtley, and Elizabeth Eustace. The stories for radio on Whitehall 1212 are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. This evening, The Big Show stars Judy Canova, Fred Allen, Jan Murray, Vivian Blaine, Portland Hoffa, Johnny Johnston, and your glamorous hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, with Meredith Wilson directing The Big Show Orchestra and Chorus. Then, later this evening, Theater Guild on the Air co-stars Lily Palmer and Rex Harrison. Then, tomorrow afternoon and every weekday afternoon, be sure to hear the new dramatic series, The Doctor's Wife. Yes, morning, noon, and night for the best in radio entertainment. Stay tuned to NBC. Remember, tonight, Theater Guild stars Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer on NBC.
Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Mark Hellinger.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some years ago, I produced a picture called Brother Orchid, starring Edward G. Robinson in one of those gangster roles he made so famous. During the making of that film, Eddie expressed to me an ultimate desire to put down his revolver and interpret characters of more variety and scope. Well, he has such a role tonight. He's the quiet and scholarly professor in the unusual drama, The Woman in the Window, from International Studios, producers of Tomorrow is Forever. Not for very long, however, does he lead the calm, scholastic life, because we throw across his path a strange but fascinating woman, then add a homicidal maniac who precipitates a murder, and bring you a most exciting melodrama, one of Hollywood's greatest successes of 1945. Co-starred in our cast, from one of the theater's oldest, most respected families, is Joan Bennett. Also, Dan Duryea, who has hurried west from his native New York City to be with us in tonight's play. Now, from coast to coast, the curtain rises on The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. Dusk in Midtown New York City. A scorching July day has ended, and now, before the evening rush to theaters, the streets are almost empty. There's a clubhouse just off Fifth Avenue, an unpretentious, dignified, brownstone building. And waiting in front of it is an unpretentious, dignified gentleman. Next to the clubhouse is an art gallery. Slowly, the gentleman walks over and gazes into the window. Enchanted by the provocative face that smiles at him from a newly painted canvas, he is unaware that two men now stand behind him.
Just look at him. Richard Wanley, associate professor of applied psychology, bowled over by a picture of a pretty girl.
I wonder how long we have to stand here before he notices us.
Oh, Frank. And Michael. Well, how are you?
Been waiting long?
Oh, no. Say, who is she? The girl of the portrait. We haven't the faintest idea.
But she's definitely our dream girl, of course.
We noticed her last night. Well, it's an extraordinary painting.
And the model probably is an extraordinary woman.
Well, how about dinner? I'm starved.
Good. Family get off all right, Richard?
Yes, this afternoon, and I'm lonesome already.
Now, to tell the truth, Richard, you're thrilled over the prospects.
Well, who wouldn't be? A whole month of bachelorhood?
No,
I repeat, gentlemen, I miss my wife and I miss my children. Club and have dinner.
Now that's what I call a meal.
Well, what's on the program now? I suggest a drink, a cigar, and a good old talk fest right here in the club. Are you out of your mind? Frank, what about the Stork Club?
That's more like it.
Now, what's gotten into you tonight? The two of you. You're determined to show me the town, aren't you? Throw over the traces. Whoopee. We want to see you celebrate. It'll do you good. Well, that's a fine prescription, Michael, from one of the city's most respected doctors. It's an excellent prescription. Frank, as district attorney, you should know some nice gay spots. You know, some that your office may be thinking of closing up. Oh, now, look. We're three old crocs. That sort of shenanigans is not for us. Oh, so I'm an old croc, eh?
Richard is absolutely right. It's a darn good thing, too. Men our age...
Good thing? I didn't say it's a good thing. I rather doubt that it is for men of our age. I'm stuffy and stodgy, and all the brightness of life, the spirit and adventure, well... It's all gone by now.
Oh, come now. Michael was just kidding.
Only as far as tonight's concerned. I've got to be at the hospital in 30 minutes, but in principle, I was not kidding.
If you and Richard worked with the police as I do, you'd see what happens when middle-aged men try to act like colts. You'd know the tragedy starts out of the merest trifles. A casual impulse to do something daring, an idle flirtation. Youth can handle such things, but we... judging from that look you're giving me, Richard, I am treading on a tender spot.
Oh, nonsense, if I'm giving you any look at simply one of academic disagreement. You see, with me, the flesh is still strong. It's the spirit that grows weaker by the hour. Yes, even if adventure should beckon to me. Even in the form of, of that most alluring woman in the window next door. I'm afraid all I do is clutch my coat a little tighter and run like the devil. Well, at least you could get her phone number for me first. Well, I'm sorry to break this up, but I'm on my way.
Wait a second. You give me a lift. What about dinner tomorrow night?
Excellent. Richard? Well, shall we stay here, 7 o'clock?
Good.
Do you think it's safe to leave me here alone in my rebellious state of mind?
That depends on your plans.
A drink, glance at a book, and home in bed by 11 o'clock.
Good night, Richard.
Good night. Good night, Michael.
See you tomorrow.
Charles.
Yes, sir?
Charles, I'd like scotch and soda. I'm going to read here for a while. Oh, will you be sure to remind me when it's 10:30?
Yes, sir.
You know, these absent-minded professors, sometimes I lose all track of time.
I'll remind you, sir. 10:30. Professor Wanley? Professor Wanley?
Hmm? Oh, Charles.
10:30, sir.
I didn't fall asleep.
I'm afraid you did, sir.
Well, I better be getting on home.
Shall I get your car, sir?
No. I parked just next door in front of that art gallery.
Well, good night, Professor.
Good night, Charles.
Paper, morning edition paper. Paper, mister?
No, thanks.
Say, that dame in the picture, some tomato.
Yeah, some tomato. The woman in the window. What did I tell Frank? I'd clutch my coat a little tighter and run like...
Well, what do you think of it?
I beg your pardon?
The portrait. What do you think of it?
But it's an amazing Why, it's you. You're the one...
Yes, I posed for it.
Well, then my admiration for the artist is doubled.
You mean it looks like
Oh,
me?
more than that. It is you.
I shouldn't be talking to you. It's just that every now and then I like to wander over here and watch people's reactions when they see the portrait.
Oh, you mean like just now? How did I react?
Well, there are only two reactions. One is a kind of solemn stare at the painting, and the other is a long, low whistle.
Well, which was mine?
I'm not certain, but I suspect that in another moment you might have given a long, low, solemn whistle.
Well, that rather embarrasses me.
Well, you don't look like a man given to whistles.
Oh, no. It's, well, if my admiration was that obvious, I'm afraid you might misunderstand what I
What
really...
if I said that I'd like very much to have a drink and talk for a few minutes?
Well, you must excuse me if I appear completely bewildered. I am.
Well, I have no designs on you, and one drink is all I'd care for. Is that all right?
Well, it's fine. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, what's so funny?
Well, I was just thinking of a couple of my friends. I can't wait till I tell them about this. You see, they admired your portrait, too.
I have a few other subjects that the same artist painted. Would you care to see them?
Oh, very much.
Then you can take me home.
Well, it's a little late, isn't it? Besides, I recently was warned against the siren call of adventure. At my age.
Is this adventure?
Oh, yes, it is. I should never have come here to have a drink with you.
Never?
No, but I think I'd like to see those other paintings very much. Beautiful. I've never seen finer composition and shading. Well...
I have a bottle of wine inside. Let's have a drink before you go. This is much too pleasant to break up.
I should say no. But I haven't the slightest intention.
I'll be right back. Talk too tight?
Well, it's the wire around the top of the bottle. Do you have something I can cut the wire with?
Well, how about these scissors?
Oh, fine. That your dog?
Why, yes, it's...
Who?
I don't know. It couldn't be. Oh, it's probably someone trying to locate somebody else in the building. That's what happens when you live on the ground floor.
Ellis, I just got in town and I...
Oh, Fred, I...
Who are you?
Well, there's really no reason to be upset. My name is,
Fred, darling, listen, please.
I warned you. I told you if I ever found you double-crossing me... You stop that, you fool. Stop hitting her. And you... I'll kill you. You... For heaven's sakes, man. You don't know what you're doing. Go on. Talk.
Fred, you're choking him. You'll kill him. Fred, stop.
Stop. I'll kill you, too, you no good little... Here, the scissors. Give me the scissors. Hurry. Get away from here, Alice. Stop. You... Please, hurry.
Here. What are you... Oh, no, don't. Is he
Yes. Yes, I think so. I better telephone the police. What's his name?
Howard. Fred Howard. That's what he told me.
You don't think that's his right name?
I don't know. He's not breathing.
No.
He never told me where he lived or anything. He's just someone I knew. But he's so jealous and his temper, it's horrible. I'd see him maybe once or twice a week, but always alone.
You better tell me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
You said you always saw him alone? And how did you meet him?
On a train. Why?
Who knows that he saw you at all?
Unless he's told someone, which I doubt. No one.
You never mentioned him to anyone?
Not his name, not even the name he gave me. You think there's something we can do? I'll do anything. I don't want to go to jail.
Please try to keep calm. Let's think this out. He was trying to kill me. There's no question about that. If I hadn't killed him, he'd have killed me. What if the police say it was self-defense? I'm ruined any which way, my whole life.
You're thinking of something. What is it?
No, I was wondering if we have the nerve for something. Something dangerous that would shut the door on us completely if we were caught.
Anything you say. I'd die in jail. I'd die.
Now, if nobody knows about you, if nobody saw him come here, how could either of us be connected with his murder if his body were found miles away from here?
But how?
My car's still parked in front of the art gallery. I'll drive it back here.
Then what?
I'll take the body, leave it, somewhere in the country. It'll be found, but maybe not for a week or so.
You go for the car and I wait here?
Would you be afraid?
Well, once you got out of here, why should you come back? I don't even know who you are. And there isn't a man in the world who wouldn't try to get out of a mess like this if he could.
No, we mustn't quarrel. If we do that, we're lost.
Why can't I go with you?
Because we mustn't be seen together. There's no need for me to tell you who I am if we're successful.
All right. But leave something here.
I don't understand.
Leave something that would identify you if you don't come back.
Well, that's fair enough. My hat. I have a vest. I always wear a vest, even in summer.
It'll do.
All right. Now we have to move fast. Look, almost no blood at all. That's very fortunate. Now, wash the scissors.
Yes.
Better boil them. Fingerprints, you know. The police do miraculous things with clues. A piece of cloth, a button.
I'll be very careful.
Nearly 1 o'clock. There may be some time getting back.
Why?
I don't know why. I only know that I want to be cautious. Now, just don't get panicky and call the police. I promise you that I won't fail you. Quarter of 2. I've got to hurry. Oh, no.
Pull over, mister.
Yes, officer.
What's the matter with you?
Why, nothing.
Let's see your license.
Yes, sir.
What are you sweating for?
Am I? Oh.
Nice and cool now.
Oh, yes.
Name's Wanley, huh? Got any other identification?
Well, I have a pencil. My initials are engraved on it here in my vest box. Oh, yes, I left my vest home. How about a letter? Here, it's from the president of Atchison College.
Let's see it. Professor, huh?
Associate professor. I know it sounds foolish, but I assure you I wasn't aware I was speeding.
Speeding? I didn't tag you for speeding.
You,
No. Your lights. Don't you ever turn them on at night?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Get going, Professor, but watch those lights from now on.
Yes, I will, officer. Thank you.
I thought you'd never get back.
Sorry. I wondered about it myself.
Before I forget, my name is Reed. Alice Reed, in case you have to come back again.
But if we're lucky, I won't have to come back. Now, we'd better get rid of anything that might identify him.
I've already done that.
You searched him?
Had to be done, didn't it? Here's his wallet and his watch.
A watch. What are those initials?
CM.
CM. Well, that doesn't sound like Fred Howard, does it? Put the watch with the other things. Tomorrow get on a ferry boat and drop it all overboard and be sure that no one sees you. Now, what about this rug?
Well, there's only that one small spot.
Well, wash it very thoroughly. A laboratory can find signs of blood that the naked eye could never see.
I'll take care of it.
Now, do exactly what I tell you, please. Otherwise, we might as well give ourselves up. We've got to think of everything in advance. Now, remember that.
I will.
Now, when I leave here, I want you to go over the whole place. Wash these glasses and put them back on the shelf. And get rid of that champagne bottle. There mustn't be one sign that you had any visitors tonight, him or me or anyone else. Well, looks as if I'm ready.
I'll get a blanket.
Good. I'll bring it right back.
Right. He's quite heavy. Put out that light. Open the door. Take a look in the lobby.
It's all clear.
Wait for me here.
I've got to hurry now.
You forgot something. Here.
Oh, my vest, thank you.
I won't see you again, I suppose.
Well, for both our sakes, I hope this ends the whole thing completely and forever.
All right, then. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In just a moment, Mark Hellinger will present Act Two of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. back to Mark Hellinger and our stars.
Act 2 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. In a remote section of Westchester County, the body of a man sprawls grotesquely in a clump of underbrush, just beyond a barbed wire fence. The ground is wet, for it rained hard last night, but still visible on the barbed wire is a drop of blood. And now, it's 9 o'clock at night. Professor Richard Wanley has just finished dinner with his friend, Dr. Barkstain. Quite unnoticed, beneath the sleeve of Wanley's coat is a fresh, clean, white bandage. A cut from barbed wire can leave a nasty wound.
Well, Richard, heard yet from Grace and the kids? Yes, I had a wire this morning. Arrived safe. Uneventful trip, all fine. No doubt you proceeded to spoil them with an immediate answer. Well, I wrote Grace this afternoon. I told her I'm lonelier than I ever have been. You look positively wistful. Well, doggone it, I do miss her. I wonder what's keeping Frank. He didn't say? Only that he was phoning from the police commissioner's office. He sounded excited. Well, here he is now. Frank?
Oh, hello, Michael. Richard.
Hello.
Sorry I missed dinner.
Well, count for yourself.
Claude Mazard has disappeared.
What do you mean, disappeared?
Mazard left Washington yesterday afternoon. He arrived at Penn Station last night and vanished completely.
Mazard, the financier?
Yes. The police are waiting for him until midnight. If he doesn't show up, we're giving it to the newspapers. Then watch the fireworks.
The stock market?
And how?
What did he look like? I mean, what sort of fellow was he? A perfect nuisance. I knew him. He used to be a patient of mine.
Oh? I didn't know that.
Nerves, blood pressure, the most ungovernable temper I've ever seen. Well, just because a man doesn't show up for a day, why assume he's been murdered?
I didn't say he was murdered.
Well, what
Mr. Lawler.
Yes, Charles.
Telephone for you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Be right back. Excuse me.
I don't know why I said Mazard was murdered, but Frank's whole manner, it seemed to indicate violence of some kind. Frank suspects it, too. His head's up like a bird dog's. He's on the scent of something.
I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Charles?
Mr. Lawler's phone call. He had to go right to his office. He said you would understand.
Well. Michael, I've rather a bad headache. If you don't mind, I think I'll run on home. Well, I'm rather tuckered myself. You want something for that head? No. It's just the heat. Some nerve of Frank leaving us high and dry about Mazard. Well, maybe he'll know more about it tomorrow. I'll give him a call in the morning. Yes, he'll probably be busy. Nonsense. I'll see that we meet Frank tomorrow and get the whole sordid story. Can I call you at home? Home? Oh, yes. I'll be home all day. Hello?
Richard, this is Michael. Do you happen to have your radio on?
No. Why?
Well, turn it on. There's a news broadcast. They found Claude Mazard's body up in Westchester.
Oh?
Some kids taking a hike in the woods. And you were right. He was murdered.
Well, I guess we won't be seeing Frank then. He'll be all tied up.
We certainly will see him. We're meeting him at 6 at the club again. By the way, how's that head of yours?
Oh, better, thanks.
Good. Well, I'll see you in a little while.
Yes, thanks for calling, Michael. Well, Frank, we're waiting to hear all about it.
Well, by now you've read the papers, but here's something. Mazard was not killed where the body was found.
Well, how do you know that?
We've got tire marks of a parked car. It rained, and the ground was soft. We also have a man's footprints. Deep prints when he was going into the woods carrying the body. Lighter coming back. Yes, the shoe prints should be very helpful.
Shoe prints?
These were well-worn shoes. They've told us quite a bit.
Don't be so indefinite.
Well, the man weighs about 160 pounds, wears a size 8 shoe, and is probably in moderate circumstances.
Well, that's rather a guess now, isn't it?
No, the shoes have been half soled. We like evidence like that. It doesn't help us name the murderer, of course, but once we line up a suspect, these things are positive checks against him. The car, the shoes, the kind of suit he wore.
You know that, too?
Oh, yes. And his blood. Inspector Jackson found blood on a wire fence. It didn't match with Mazard's.
Yes, but a clue like that on a barbed wire fence, could that be enough to be of any use?
Did I say barbed wire fence?
Well, didn't you?
No. But it was barbed wire, of course.
Oh.
I was only trying to impress you fellows with my keenness.
Well, in that case, Frank, I'll give you a chance to impress the whole city. Look at this.
At what?
Here, under my sleeve. See? Bandaged. Doesn't this suggest something to you, Frank?
Yes. You see my name on the front pages, and you make a desperate effort to elbow your way into the case by insinuating that you're the guilty man. But it's no use, my boy. You've wounded yourself for nothing.
Did you ever see such selfishness?
That bandage, Richard. What happened?
A couple of days ago, I cut it on a tin can. It's nothing.
Would you like to hear what the police think?
You bet we would.
Well, this afternoon we got a line on a woman. Now, who she is... Oh, wait a minute. Looking for me, Williams?
Yes, Mr. Lawler.
One of the boys on the staff. Be right back.
Frank's a very smart man, Michael.
Yes, he is. Richard, what's the matter?
Oh, I haven't been feeling any too well.
Missing the family, eh?
Yes, very much.
And a headache yesterday. I think you could do with a few capsules.
Capsules?
I'll write a prescription. 2 a day should pep you up considerably. Oh, you don't walk in your sleep, do you?
Not that I know of. Why?
Well, I hate to think of you wandering into the bathroom and popping these capsules into your mouth like peanuts.
Poison?
Technically, no. It's a gland concentrate. But too much of it would hit the old heart like a sledgehammer.
Instantly?
Oh, 20 or 30 minutes and...
What's going on here?
Oh, just a prescription for Richard. It not only kills you if you take enough, but it leaves no trace. Just a case of heart disease. That's all you could say.
Oh, fine.
Frank, a minute ago, you mentioned the woman.
Oh, yes. Well, the police had a theory this afternoon. Mazard was a bachelor, but he had a girlfriend. They're certain of that. But they don't know who she is. Well, Mazard probably called on her. A man was already there, a man the girl liked better than Mazard.
Well, how would the police know that?
Well, because she's made no effort to bring the killer to justice or identify herself.
That's just a theory, of course.
I said that. Well, Mazard is killed. They get rid of his body. But now these two people, this man and this woman, sit hating and fearing each other, each wondering how long it'll be before the other blabs out the whole story.
Always a woman, eh?
Oh, that was the theory this afternoon.
Oh, they've changed their minds?
Williams just told me something that pulls the rug right out from under that theory.
Really?
It seems that Mazard's partners were always afraid that he'd get into trouble. They knew his temper. So they hired a bodyguard, a fellow by the name of Arthur Height, to follow him secretly at all times. The bodyguard has also disappeared.
Then he could be the murderer, couldn't he?
Well, he might have tried to blackmail Mazard, killed him in a fight. Or he might have witnessed the murder and is getting ready to blackmail the killers. But even if he's 100% innocent, Height still won't walk in and talk.
Well, why do you say that? Why wouldn't he?
Oh, because he's a known crook with a blackmailing record. He's wanted now for at least 2 other raps. We'll get that gentleman only when we run him down, not before.
Nice fellow to pick for a bodyguard.
Don't ask me why Wall Street geniuses do anything. He was tough and strong, and I suppose that's all they thought about. Anyway, I'm going up to Westchester tomorrow morning to look over this place where they found the body. Want to come along?
I wish I could, but I've got a date with some gallstones.
Richard?
Go along by all means.
Well, I'm
afraid
he'll
that,
go,
Frank. I'm his physician, and I order him to go. Give you something to think about, Richard.
Well, all right.
Good. Inspector Jackson will be with me. We'll try to show you how the law operates to nail a man. How much further, Inspector?
Just a half mile or so.
Well, I must say this is quite an adventure for me.
Richard, that hand of yours seems to be bothering you. Let me see.
Oh, throbs a little, nothing serious.
What's the matter with your hand, Professor Wanley?
Well, I I was opening a can the other night, and the can opener slipped.
Oh. But all around the bandage, that rash there.
Oh.
Why, that's poison ivy, isn't it?
Oh, as a matter of fact, it is. The day after I cut it, I played golf. Looked for a lost ball and caught into some poison ivy.
Nasty stuff. Oh, Mr. Lawler.
Yes?
We picked up that woman this morning.
Good. What's she got to say?
We'll know in a few minutes. They've got her at the scene now.
Woman? That theory you were telling me about, Frank.
Yes. Before we talk to her, Inspector, I'd like to do some looking around.
Okay. Well, here we are. That's the place down there where you see those houses. The woman's waiting in Williams' car, Mr. Lawler. Shall we take a look in the woods now?
Yes. I want to point out to the professor just what you've learned.
Oh, please. I really wouldn't want to
It's a
interfere.
pleasure. Well, back there is where the car was parked. We know it had Goodrich tires, 716, about 20,000 miles. A motorcycle officer recalls seeing a car that might be the one we're looking for.
Oh? Did he see who was in it?
A man, but he couldn't make a positive identification. Well, let's look at where he dropped the body.
Richard.
Yes?
Are you going to be our guide?
Oh, do you mean I'm walking in the right direction?
Straight as an arrow. Well, now.
That's very odd. I wasn't even thinking of where I was going.
Oh, don't get nervous, Richard. We rarely arrest people just for knowing where the body was.
Now, our killer didn't know about this fence. He couldn't go any farther, so he just dumped the body over here. You see?
Yes.
He tore his coat, probably the sleeve, when he lifted the body over. We found a couple of shreds of woolen fiber.
They couldn't have been from Mazard's clothes?
Different material. And we got that sample of blood from this barb here.
Mazard was a heavy man. The murderer certainly didn't pick himself an easy job.
Oh, especially at night.
Well, yes, it might have been at night.
I rather figure it at along about daybreak.
Well, I thought the newspaper said night.
We can go back now. Oh, say, what are those boards doing over there?
The men put them there yesterday. They found some poison ivy.
Poison ivy? Richard, looks as if you'd better do some more explaining.
Well, closing in on me, huh?
If you'd only confess, Professor, we could wrap this whole case up before lunch.
Oh, no, not me. You're going to have to work for this one, Inspector.
Just wait till he sees the woman. He'll break down completely.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll skip that part.
Oh?
I've been having headaches for the last few days. If it's all right, I'll just rest a while in your car.
Oh, sorry, Richard. Sure. I'll wait in a few minutes. Well, how's the head? Feeling any better?
Yes, a little, thanks.
Well, we'll be on our way directly.
What did the woman have to say?
Very little. She's got something on her conscience. But what woman hasn't?
Yes. Well, where did they find her?
Second-class hotel off Broadway. She seems a lot too dingy for Mazard. He'd do better than that, I'm sure.
Oh, cheap-looking?
Bottom of the barrel. We're about ready to drop the woman angle anyway. It's the bodyguard who's hot now. Very hot.
The bodyguard? Yes, I see. Hello?
Professor Wanley?
Yes?
This is Alice Reed.
Miss Reed, how did you know my phone number? How did you know my name?
Have you seen the early edition?
No.
Your picture's in the paper. Congratulations.
Will you please tell me what you're talking about?
Well, wait a second. I'll read it to you. Here it is. Dr. George F. Reynolds, president of Atchison College,
Yesterday announced the promotion of Richard Wanley to head of the Department of Psychology.
Oh, yes, of course. I wasn't expecting it until 4.
Did I frighten you?
A bit. Everything all right?
I suppose so, isn't it?
You've heard nothing from anyone?
Have you?
No, not so far.
Oh, I'm not worrying now. I'm sure we're out of it.
I hope so.
And I'm not going to bother you, believe me.
Oh, it's quite all right. I'm rather glad I heard from you.
Well, there goes my buzzer. I'd better hang up.
Yes, well, good night, and thank you. Thank you.
Bye. Coming. Who is it?
Open up, Miss Reed.
Who is it?
My name is Height. Arthur Height. I want to have a little talk about our friend, Mr. Mazid.
I don't know you, and I don't know your friend, Mr. Mazid, so beat it.
You don't want me to get tough, do you?
I don't care how tough you get. You're not coming in here.
I'm not kidding, lady. Open the door or I go to the cops.
Come in.
Thanks, Miss Reed.
Now say what you've got to say and get out of here.
Sure. In case you didn't hear, there's a reward of $10,000 for information leading to the arrest of the murderer of Claude Mazid.
You didn't come here to tell me that.
Look, sister, if you're going to say you never heard of Mazid, save your breath. I've tailed him here a dozen times.
He's been here, but not under that name. I never knew who he was until I saw the papers, so you're the one who's wasting your breath.
I don't think I am. Honestly.
I know nothing whatever about the death of Mr. Mazid.
Nothing? Okay. Then you won't mind a bit if I just take a look around in here. Sit down and relax, honey. This may take me quite a little while.
In just a moment, we'll return with Act 3 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. Back to our microphone comes Mark Hellinger.
Act 3 of The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson as Professor Wanley, Joan Bennett as Alice Reed, and Dan Duryea as Height. For nearly an hour, Alice Reed has stood helplessly by, watching her visitor search her apartment with frightening thoroughness. Her pounding heart is calmer now, for it's apparent that the bodyguard of the murdered man has discovered very little.
Now that you've ransacked my rooms, Mr. Height, suppose you tell me what you're looking for.
I wouldn't know that, Miss Reed, till I find it. But I'd be glad to settle for a trace of blood, or a photograph, or even a confession.
Confession?
I can't understand it. Everything here's been wiped so clean. Pretty good housekeeper, I guess.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, not a fingerprint anywhere. Not even where you'd think they'd be naturally. Oh, I picked up these scissors inside. Are these the ones he was stabbed with? They've been cleaned off real good, but I think I'll take them along.
Anything else?
As a matter of fact, there is. This, Miss Reed, this gold pencil.
Oh.
I found it in your dressing room. The pencil's engraved R.W. Now, that doesn't stand for Alice Reed. And it doesn't stand for Claude Mazid, either. Whose is it, baby? What's his first name? R for Robert? Or Ralph, maybe? Oh, I'm getting warm, all right. There's no question about that in my mind.
All right, what do you want?
Well, the way I figure it, you just don't want the police nosing around here. Is that right?
Who does?
Well, that's what I mean. Well, there's a $10,000 reward out for just the sort of information I got. But the way I see it, if I got $5,000 from you, I'd be perfectly satisfied.
Are you crazy? I haven't got $5,000. Go on, go to the police and tell them whatever you like.
You don't want me to do anything like that, Miss Reed. Mr. Mazid was a rich man. You can't tell me you didn't get something out of him. Don't forget, you'll be a lot better off dealing with me than the homicide squad.
I have a pin and bracelet. They must be worth at least $1,000. Take them and get out of here.
No, ma'am. Nothing like that. Nothing but cash. $5,000. Cash.
You know you're just bluffing. If you can get a $10,000 reward, why should you be satisfied with my $5,000? Suppose I tell you to whistle for it.
Do you want to take a chance on that? You see, honey, you killed Mazid, you and some guy. If you were in the clear, you'd have called the cops the minute I stuck my nose in here. That's why you got to look at it my way, don't you see?
I'll have to think it over.
Yes. You think it over and see if I'm not right. And I'll be back here tomorrow night. Now, don't worry. Just get the cash, and that'll be the end of the whole business.
Yes, what's the matter?
I've got to see you. Don't ask any questions now. Can you meet me?
Well, yes, where?
I'll be walking near the monument, Riverside Drive. 20 minutes?
All right, 20 minutes.
Then he left, but he said he'll be back tomorrow night.
Well, we'd better not talk anymore here. You may be noticed.
What'll we do, walk?
Yes. You're sure you've told me everything?
Oh, there's something else. The night it happened, you forgot to take something out of your vest. A gold pencil.
Oh, that's what it's been.
I kept it because I wasn't sure of you. I wanted something just in case.
Hyde found the pencil?
Yes. You're angry with me?
Well, it's done now. It doesn't matter.
I don't expect you to pay all the money. I have a little, and I can raise some more on some jewelry.
Well, you're very fair, Alice. Very generous.
It'll be worth it to get rid of him.
But it won't get rid of him. If you pay him once, it'll go on as long as we live.
But if we don't, he'll set the police on us.
No, that's blackmail. You pay or the blow falls.
So what can we do?
Well, let's not talk anymore now. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
You think you can figure out something?
Alice, there are only 3 ways to deal with a blackmailer. You can pay him off and pay him and pay him until you're bled white. Or you can call the police and take the consequences. Or you can kill him.
Just 3 ways. Are you going home now?
Yes, but on my way, I'm stopping at a drugstore. There's a prescription I want to get filled.
Morning.
We'll just walk along here as we don't know each other. Did you notice anyone following you?
No, I don't think so. But I'm frightened.
Well, I give you my word. The police don't even know we're alive. I've been to the bank. Here, take this envelope. There's $5,000 in it.
I can pay some of it back.
Well, we'll worry about that later. When you see Hyde tonight, don't give him all of it. Tell him you couldn't raise it all, that he'd have to come back tomorrow.
You mentioned a prescription last night.
Yes. Have you any idea what it is?
I think I have.
Well, it's in the envelope, too. Some capsules. Open the capsules and shake out the powder. In liquid, it dissolves almost instantly. The druggist happened to mention that.
How many capsules are needed?
I wrote it all down. There's a note in the box. But if you don't think you can go through with it, we'll work out some other plan.
I can do it. How soon is the drug effective?
20 to 30 minutes. Once he takes it, make sure he leaves your apartment. Well, we better separate now.
Yes. Wish me luck.
Good luck. And if you lose your nerve, don't get frightened. We'll find another way.
I'll phone you tonight after he's gone. Come in, Mr. Hyde.
Thanks. Hey, you're all dolled up. Is that get up for my benefit?
I'm glad if you like it, of course.
That Mazid knew how to pick 'em all right. Okay, where's the dough?
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, I haven't been able to raise it all yet, but I will tomorrow.
How much have you got?
$2,900.
That's about what I guess.
What do you mean?
2,900. That's the kind of a figure I'd say if I had some other idea in mind. Not too little, not too much.
Don't you believe me?
Who told you to hand me this line?
Nobody.
Nobody, huh?
Is it all right? Here, it's in this envelope.
Yeah. You know, You're pretty cute.
Is it all right?
I'll take it. What else can I do?
Well, now, if you don't mind, I think I need a drink. Would you like one?
What have you got?
I'm going to have a scotch and soda.
Make it two.
Sit down. I'll be back in a minute. Well, that didn't take long, did it? Here's your drink.
Thanks. You know, I've been sitting here thinking.
Oh?
Where's the boyfriend all this time?
There isn't any boyfriend. You don't believe a thing I say, do you?
I'm just naturally what they call a cynic, honey. What kind of a heel is he shoving a nice kid like you out in front?
Oh, what's the use of my trying to tell you anything?
So everything's kosher?
Yes.
Then why are you giving me this dough? Just because you like me?
I'm giving it to you because I don't want to get involved in any way. You can't tell what they try to hang on me.
Oh, honey.
Well, you're not drinking.
Wait a minute. How would you like to get out of this whole thing?
Get out of it?
Yes, completely.
How?
I'll be leaving town soon, Mexico. You can come along. Think about it for a minute. I'm not such a bad guy.
I didn't say you were.
Take a look in the mirror, beautiful. And if you're still thinking of that boyfriend you haven't got, don't be a sucker. In a jam like this, you gotta look out for yourself.
Yes, I suppose so. When would we leave?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Well, I'll have to do some phoning. I can't have people running to the police getting excited about me disappearing.
Yeah, you'll have to watch that. Is it a deal, then?
I guess so. I guess it is.
Look at me, baby. Yes, sir. Mazet sure could pick 'em. Well, you leave it to me, and we'll do all right.
I don't seem to have any choice. But don't you want your drink? Here's some more ice. Well, here's to us.
You really want me to drink this?
Why not?
You take it.
But I have a drink.
I know. I'll take yours, and you take mine. What's the matter?
Nothing.
All right, then. Drink it. Drink it, I said. What do you take me for, some punk kid?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, then why wouldn't you drink it? All right. You gave me $2,900. Now let's have the rest of it.
There isn't any more.
Will you stop acting like I'm a school kid? Get the rest of that dough. Wait a minute. Stay right where you are. Right under my nose all the time. I thought that book looked kind of fat. Hiding the dough in a book on a bookshelf. And a watch. A gold watch behind the book. You amateurs. How could you lie to Pappy like that?
All right. I did lie, but it's all there. You've got your money. Now get out.
A watch with Mazard's initials on it. C.M. I'm taking this, too, honey. And just because you've been such a smart little chiseler, you're going to have to dig up some more dough for Pappy. Another $5,000. How do you like that? By tomorrow night.
It's no use. I can't do it.
You try, anyway. And I'll be around tomorrow night again just to see what luck you had.
Hello?
He's gone, Mr. Wadley.
Oh. Well, I've been going almost crazy waiting for you to telephone. You know those capsules I gave you? Well, I've got some of them here right now in front of me. If something had gone wrong, I've been thinking they'd be my only way out.
Oh, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, there's no need to now, is there?
Please, listen to me.
What's the matter?
He's too smart. He figured it all out about the drug, and he's got all the money, and now he wants more.
More and more and more.
I don't know what else I could have done. He'll be back tomorrow night. What can we do?
I don't know. I haven't any more money. I just don't know. I'm too tired to think about it anymore. Too tired.
Hello? Hello?
My wife, my children. There's no other way, no other way.
I'd hate to think of you popping these into your mouth like peanuts. Hits the old heart like a sledgehammer.
No other way.
Just a case of heart disease, that's all you can say.
30 minutes. 30 minutes.
second.
You talking to me?
Yeah. I'm from police headquarters. What were you doing in that apartment house?
Detective, huh? Mind if I ask to see your badge?
What's the matter? Don't you believe?
Is that him, McKenzie?
Yeah. Yeah, he's ducking back at the building there.
I see him. Stay where you are, Trooper. There's no sense shooting. You better drop that gun. I said stay where you are. Sorry, but I'm coming after you. I got him, McKenzie. Come here, we'll take a look.
I got a flashlight here. We can...
Dead?
Yeah.
What do you want to start shooting for?
Just didn't want to burn, I guess. He killed Mazard.
You're sure of that, Inspector?
Look. Look what's in his pocket.
That watch?
See the initials on it? C.M.
Would you look at that bankroll?
Yeah. Mazard always carried a roll. Funny, I was beginning to get an entirely different angle on this case. Well, this washes it up, I guess.
Well, here comes the neighborhood.
Stay here. Keep him back, and I'll go telephone.
Yes, sir. All right, stand back now. Stand back.
Who is it, officer? Who is it?
Only the guy that bumped off Claude Mazard, that's all.
Did you hear what he said? The guy who killed Mazard.
Yes, I heard. Excuse me, please. Excuse me.
What's the matter, lady? Don't you feel good?
Operator.
Number, please.
Operator, I've been trying to dial Morningside 85354, and there's no answer. But I know there's someone there. I know it.
Morningside 85354.
Yes, will you check it, please, and see if the line's out of order? Oh, please, it's very important.
One moment, please. I'll call the number.
Telephone. Answer. Telephone. I can't move. My lip ring. Makes no difference. A few minutes more. Be free.
Professor Wanley. Professor Wanley, sir.
What? Who is it?
You wanted me to remind you when it was 10:30, sir.
Oh.
You must have fallen asleep.
Sleep? I've been asleep?
Yes, sir.
A dream. It was all a dream.
Sir?
Charles, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you again.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, I'll get my hat and run along on home.
Oh, this pencil, sir. I think this is your pencil, isn't it?
Yes. Where was it?
In the dining room. You must have left it there when you signed the dinner check.
Well, it wouldn't do to lose this, Charles. My wife gave it to me as a going-away present. She went away this afternoon. Thank you, Charles. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Paper, morning edition paper. Paper, mister?
Oh, no, thanks.
Say. That dame in the picture. Some tomato.
Yes, my boy. Some tomato.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Courtroom of City Hall, corner of Nassau and Wall Street, New York City. Here on this 4th of August, 1735, the long-delayed trial of John Peter Zenger is about to begin. He stands accused of the crime of libel against the person and character of His Excellency, Colonel William Cosby, Governor of the provinces of New York and New Jersey. Informed observers believe that Zenger's chances for acquittal are dim. They point out that he is heavily handicapped. The governor controls the court, presided over by Chief Justice James Delancey. Zenger's 2 attorneys have been disbarred, and the Crown has appointed John Chambers, a young and relatively unknown attorney, to defend Zenger. This case has been waiting to come to trial for 8 months. It has attracted considerable attention both here and in England. There are many who see
August 4th, 1735, New York City. You are there.
John Peter Zenger, a colonial printer, stands before a government-controlled court determined to convict him for libel. CBS takes you back 214 years to one of the most celebrated trials in our nation's history, the trial which established our treasured heritage of freedom of the press. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact and quotation. Walter Hamden plays Mr. Andrew Hamilton in today's broadcast. And now,
a crowded courtroom in colonial New York, and John Bailey.
Action here in the colonies is about to begin. The courtroom is packed with people who have come from points as far away as Boston and Philadelphia to witness this trial. Chief Justice Delancey and his associate, Justice Phillips, have not appeared yet. So now to our CBS News headquarters for the trial and the latest developments in this dramatic case. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. The issue is not just whether John Peter Zenger is guilty of libeling Governor Cosby. The larger question is, shall the people of these colonies have the right to protest against what they regard as arbitrary and oppressive rule of any and all Crown-appointed governors? 2 years ago, when Colonel Cosby became governor, he began to tax the people in what they considered a high-handed manner. It's also alleged that he suppressed their civil rights. When the colonists tried to get some relief in the city council, the governor removed the senior member of that body, the beloved and respected Rip Van Dam. When the people took their case to the courts, Governor Cosby replaced the Chief Justice, Mr. Lewis Morris, with Mr. James Delancey, who will preside over today's trial. Deprived of their normal avenues of protest, several influential New Yorkers got together and backed John Peter Zenger in issuing a newspaper, the New York Weekly Journal, which published many unsigned articles attacking the governor. 8 months ago, Cosby arrested Zenger on a warrant charging him with printing seditious libels, and Justice Delancey set the bail so high that Zenger had to stay in jail. If the jury finds Zenger guilty, the New York Weekly Journal will certainly go out of business. Also, many colonists believe that such a precedent will tend to discourage opposition to the government and will throttle a free press. Just a moment, the sheriff has brought Zenger into the courtroom, so back to John Bailey.
Zenger is being led into the prisoner's dock, and the crowd has broken into a spontaneous demonstration. Zenger just waved at his wife, Mrs. Anna Zenger, who is sitting next to John Chambers, his attorney, and Don Hollenbeck is with Mrs. Zenger also, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
The bailiff seems to be quieting this demonstration for Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, is this the first time you've seen your husband since his imprisonment?
The first time. This is the first time.
And how do you think he looks?
Dreadful, terrible. He's lost so much weight, so much.
Mrs. Zenger, there's been some talk that the articles in the journal, those that the governor specifically objected to, were not written by your husband. Is that true?
John printed the articles.
I know that, but they were never signed. Who actually wrote them?
That is what His Excellency would like to know. That is why he threw my husband in jail, to find out. He was sure he could make John tell who wrote the articles. Then he could punish them. Even if my husband didn't confess, the governor thought that with John in jail, the paper would be finished. But His High and Mighty Excellency failed in both his plots. John would not tell, and the journal kept on being printed.
Yes, it certainly did, and much of the credit for that belongs to you, Mrs. Zenger. And now that the trial's begun, how do you think it's going to go?
The jury will find my husband innocent. They must. If they convict John, the only weapon we have against Cosby and all the others like him is lost. Our voices choked off. We're struck dumb, and Cosby can run riot over us. And we will have neither the right to protest nor the voice to cry out with. But if John is acquitted, as I pray the Lord he will be, then men everywhere in America will be able to speak out as free men must speak out, without fear and freely.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. Now the sheriff is asking that the aisles be cleared. It seems the trial is about to start, so back to John Daly.
The aisles are being cleared, and this place is taking on some semblance of order. Mr. Richard Bradley, the Attorney General who will prosecute Zenger, is standing at the Crown's table. He seems very complacent. He's smiling and, at the moment, setting his powdered wig at just the right position on his head. And now the bailiff has reached up to the judge's bench and is pounding the gavel. Chief Justice Delancey and Associate Justice Phillips are entering the courtroom from their chambers. They're going up to their places on the bench. The spectators have risen. Let's listen.
Quiet. The New York Supreme Court, term of August, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King George II, Justices Delancey and Phillips presiding. All those having business before this court draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard. Be seated.
The clerk will read the calendar. The Crown versus John Peter Zenger, printer of New York City. Mr. Attorney General, are you prepared for the Crown?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Mr. John Chambers, are you prepared for the defendant?
May it please Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chambers, what is it?
May I address Your Honors to say that I have just been advised that I am to have the cooperation of another attorney in the presentation of my case.
Another attorney, sir?
I ask, sir, that you declare to be qualified at this bar the distinguished member of the bar of our neighboring colony, Pennsylvania, Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Andrew Hamilton will defend Zenger. Hamilton, the most distinguished, the most noted attorney in the colonies, is here in this courtroom, and he's going to help defend John Peter Zenger. He was sitting with Rip Van Dam. We didn't recognize him because we've never seen him before, but we certainly do know of his reputation. Mr. Hamilton rose when Chambers spoke his name. He has come forward to the bench. The spectators burst into spontaneous applause when they heard his name, and the bailiffs are now trying to quiet them. Their reaction is not at all surprising, for with Andrew Hamilton pleading his case, John Peter Zenger's cause is no longer hopeless. Hamilton is a brilliant trial lawyer. He has a long and remarkable record of courtroom victories. He is a man in his early 80s. Some time ago he retired from active practice, but he apparently has come out of retirement to defend Zenger. Now Zenger, the underdog, has at least a fighting chance. At last, the crowd has quieted down. Now back to the bench.
Mr. Hamilton?
Your Honor, I am ready to take the oath.
The oath? Yes, of course, yes, the oath. Well, now raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that at this bar you will abide by the laws of our Lord and Majesty the King and all the ordinances pertaining to the trial of this case?
I do.
We welcome you to our bar, Mr. Hamilton.
I thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton is now taking his place at the defense table. If it were anyone else, Justice Delancey might possibly have refused the oath, but he just couldn't refuse it to Andrew Hamilton. That's the gavel again. The trial will proceed.
The clerk will panel the jurors.
Robert Sinclair, Joseph Dillingham, Charles Osborne, Daniel Forsyth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection to what, Mr. Chambers?
I humbly move, Your Honor, that the sheriff be instructed to read the names of the jurors in the same order as they appear in the freeholder's book.
How is that? Are they not in that order?
No, sir, they are not. Some of the names that were last on the panel are now placed first.
Clerk, is it so? Look on that copy. Is it a true copy of the panel?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then how is it that some of the names are misplaced?
I have the list handed to me by the sheriff.
Yes. Well, then, I say someone must be in error. Yes. Well, now, put aside the list you've read and read the names from the freeholder's book in the order they do appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, some attempt to obtain a jury favorable to the Crown has been frustrated.
Normally, a jury is selected from a list of names known as the Freeholders' Book, and customarily the names are called in order. Here, however, someone evidently shuffled the names so that the list contained a number of men who are known to favor the governor. Whatever the reasons behind the maneuver, quite obviously it has failed. And now, as the clerk finishes reading off the true list, the jurors, most of whom are middle-class merchants and farmers, are filing into the jury box. And they're all in there now, standing and waiting.
Do you have any challenges, Mr. Chambers?
No, Your Honor. The defense is satisfied.
Yes. Mr. Attorney General, are you too satisfied?
That is the Crown.
Yes.
Of course, yes. The Crown is happy. Very happy indeed.
Well, swear in the jury.
Mr. Thomas Hunt, as foreman of this jury, do you swear that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar whom you have in your charge, and a true verdict give according to your evidence? So help you God?
I do.
Gentlemen, the same oath which your foreman hath taken on his behalf, you and every one of you shall well and truly observe and keep on your honor. Repeat after me, I do.
I do.
Be seated.
The jurors now seat themselves, and the long-awaited trial of John Peter Zenger actually begins.
Mr. Attorney General, will you proceed?
Very pleased, Your Honor, that, gentlemen of the jury, the charge against the defendant, John Peter Zenger, is that he did willfully and maliciously print a false, scandalous, and seditious libel in which His Excellency, the governor of this province, who is the king's immediate representative here, is greatly and unjustly scandalized as a person that has no regard to law nor justice. Such libeling has always been discouraged as a thing that tends to create differences among men, ill blood among the people, and oftentimes great bloodshed. There can be no doubt but that you, gentlemen of the jury, will condemn these practices and find the defendant guilty as charged.
Mr. Chambers.
Your Honors, gentlemen of the jury, my client, John Peter Zenger, pleads not guilty to the charge. We shall attempt to show that none of the alleged libels refer directly to any specific person. And we shall also point out that it is incumbent upon the Crown to prove that the defendant is the author of the said libels.
Your Honors, my respectable but very young colleague has stated that it is necessary for the Crown to show that Zenger personally is responsible for the appearance of the libels in the so-called newspaper he publishes. It shall be my happy duty to prove this beyond reasonable doubt. My witnesses will show...
May I be forgiven for interrupting the discourse of the learned attorney for the Crown? What is the nature of your interruption, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I will save the Attorney General the trouble of going further into the matter, for I do confess for my client that he both printed and published the statements set forth in the charges.
As you've heard, Mr. Hamilton has surprisingly admitted that Zenger printed and published the alleged libels. Now the Attorney General again.
As Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and publishing of these libels, I think the jury must find the verdict for the king.
Not so neither, Mr. Attorney General. There is more to this bargain. Now, I hope it is not our bare printing and publishing a paper that will make it a libel. You will have something more to do before you make my client a libeler, for the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or else we are not guilty.
Your Honors, I think nothing is plainer than that the words contained in the articles as pertaining to the governor are scandalous and tend to sedition. And if such a thing is not libel, I think it may be said that there can be no such thing as a libel.
May it please your honors, I must insist that what my client is charged with is not a libel. I observed just now that Mr. Attorney General, in defining a libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether from design or not, I cannot say, he omitted the word false.
I repeat, a libel is still a libel, notwithstanding it may be true.
In this I must again differ with my honorable colleague. I point out to him that the indictment to which my client pleaded not guilty accused him of, I quote, a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. Now, Your Honor, the word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? To show the court that I am in earnest, and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney General's trouble, I would agree that everything Mr. Zenger printed about His Excellency the Governor is scandalous, seditious, and a libel, provided only that he proves them false. So it seems our work is now pretty much shortened. All the Crown is left to do is prove the word false, and we are guilty. If he is reluctant to do that, we shall take the task upon ourselves and prove them true.
Mr. Hamilton, you cannot be permitted to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel is not to be justified, for it is nevertheless a libel that it is true.
Your Honor, I'm sorry the court has so quickly decided upon this bit of law.
The law is clear. You cannot justify a libel.
With submission, I have seen the practice in very great court.
Mr. Hamilton, after the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you are overruled.
Your Honor, I must insist on...
Use the court with good manners, sir. You are not to be permitted to argue against the opinion of the court.
Then I will say no more at this time.
Mr. Hamilton has now turned his back on the bench, almost deliberately, it seems, and he is approaching the jury. Apparently, he intends to skip the pleading, the evidence, and to go at once to the final summing up before the jury. Mr. Hamilton.
Gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. For witness, we are denied the liberty of proving the truth of the facts deemed libelous. Gentlemen, power may be justly compared to a great river. While kept within its bounds, it is both beautiful and useful. But when it overflows its banks, it bears down all before it, and it brings destruction and desolation wherever it comes. If then this is the nature of power, let us at least do our duty, and like wise men who value freedom, use our utmost care to support liberty. The only bulwark we have against lawless power, which in all ages has sacrificed to its wild lust and boundless ambition the blood of the best men that ever lived. As you see, I labor under the weight of many years and am borne down with the great infirmities of body. Yet, old and weak as I am, I should think it my duty, if required, to go to the furthest parts of the land where my service could be of any use in assisting to quench the flame of prosecutions that aim to deprive a people of the right of remonstrating, aye, and complaining too, against arbitrary attempts of the men in power. Men who injure and oppress the people under their administration, promote them cry out and complain, and then make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and persecutions. Gentlemen, I make no doubt but your upright conduct this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. For every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an act of tyranny. Gentlemen of the jury, your impartial and uncorrupt verdict today will lay a noble foundation for securing to ourselves, our posterity, and our neighbors that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right, the liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing the truth. The question before the court, and you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No. It may, in its consequence, affect every free man in America. It is the best cause. It is the cause of liberty. The defense rests.
Mr. Attorney General, will you sum up for the Crown?
Well, that is, gentlemen of the jury, now, all that you have to consider is the fact that Mr. Zenger, the defendant, printed and published certain scandalous libels which reflected upon the integrity of His Excellency the Governor. Well, these are confessed. Well, yes, they're confessed. Well, now, I'm certain you must find the defendant guilty as charged. But yes, of course. The Crown rests.
Mr. Bradley's summation was brief, certainly. He seems to be stunned, still under the power of Mr. Hamilton's oratory. Chief Justice Delancey is about to begin his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, my charge to you shall be most brief. I wish to remind you that as the facts or words in the charges are confessed, the only thing that can come in question before you is whether the words as set forth in the charges constitute a libel. Now, as that is a matter of law, you may leave that question in the hands of the court. In other words, gentlemen, you, as a jury, have only to decide facts, not law. The facts being confessed, your duty is obvious. Bailiff, remove the jury to its chamber for deliberation. The court will recess.
Chief Justice Delancey, in his charge to the jury, practically instructed it to bring in a verdict of guilty against John Peter Zenger. There's a confusion of emotions here in this courtroom, a mixture of fear and of hope. Don Hollenbeck has made his way to the defense table. He is at Mr. Andrew Hamilton's side, so now over to Don Hollenbeck.
Mr. Hamilton, that was a most eloquent and moving summation. How were you brought into this case? Who brought you here?
I was first informed of Mr. Zenger's predicament by Mr. Rip Van Dam.
And what verdict, sir, do you think the jury will bring in?
I think they will find as their conscience instructs them.
But even if they do find Zenger not guilty, won't they expose themselves to retaliation by the governor and his party? After all, even after this trial, these men will still have to live here in New York City.
Yes, and they must now determine just how they shall live, whether as free citizens or as slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hamilton. And now here's Mrs. Anna Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, did you know that Mr. Hamilton was going to be here today, that he was going to defend your husband?
No. It was a complete A wonderful surprise. His words were great words. No matter how the trial comes out, no matter what happens now, I should like to acknowledge the deep debt that my husband and I, owe to Andrew Hamilton. He is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. The bailiff is calling the court to order now, so back to John Daly.
The bailiff's call for order is no doubt the signal that the jury is returning. Of course, the jury will not be allowed to return to the courtroom until order is complete here, and there's been a great deal of excited chatter and comment about the magnificent summation of Mr. Hamilton. However, now the people are returning to their seats, are nearly all seated. The judges, as a matter of fact, are entering the courtroom and taking their places. The jury has reached its verdict in a remarkably short time, and yes, here come the jurors now. They're filing into the jury box. The spectators have finally cleared the aisles and are all in their seats, those who have seats. Justice Delancey is looking over to the jury box, waiting for the jurymen to get finally settled. Now there's a sudden hush over the courtroom. There's the gavel and back to the bench.
You may proceed, Mr. Cock.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We find John Peter Zenger not guilty.
Not guilty. Verdict is not guilty. John Peter Zenger has been acquitted of the charges against him. The principle that truth can be used as a defense against the charge of libel is upheld. Zenger is free. The courtroom here is in an uproar. People are rushing forward to congratulate Zenger and Hamilton. Mrs.
August 4th, 1735. John Peter Zenger is acquitted, and the American colonies win a free press to spearhead their fight for independence.
You have been listening to the trial of John Peter Zenger, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The trial of John Peter Zenger was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. Walter Hamden played Mr. Andrew Hamilton. Inga Adams was Anna Zenger. D.A. Clark Smith was Justice Delancey. Bernard Lenroe played Attorney General Bradley. Richard Newton was John Chambers, and the cast included Guy Sorrell, Bert Cowlin, Van Marlowe, and others. Next week.
October 4th, 1066, England. The Battle of Hastings. You are there.
CBS is proud of its Sunday programming, which brings you distinguished drama like You Are There and fine music from the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, which follows over most of these stations. CBS Sunday nights are filled with a remarkable array of talent as well. Tonight, for example, over most of these CBS stations, you will hear Van Johnson starring on the Prudential Hour. You'll hear Spike Jones, Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, Broadway's Helen Hayes, and Hollywood's Eve Arden. They'll all be here tonight, and in case you think we've made a big omission, Jack Benny will be here on all of these stations with his guests, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13.
Copy, boy. Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society page, please? Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerk the first paragraph in that Simmons story. Hiya, Dan.
How are you?
Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in box 13?
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, here I am again, standing at the want-ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a sniff of printer's ink. Holliday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holliday. You haven't got all night. I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. Find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Holliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
No, thanks just the same.
I like you, Mr. Holliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
Well, that seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Here, wake up, Holliday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter? Why, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
Well, don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Holliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know it doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Holliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Holliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your corpse.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitch to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh.
Now, would you help me?
Suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hole. Case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure. I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holliday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good. There we are.
I must be crazy.
Oh, good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carried out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs and... Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holliday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holliday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if... some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now, listen, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it now.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holliday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Huh? See. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holiday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holliday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh,
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I like it here. I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari. He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holliday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Two o'clock in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. Oh, that little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had to talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But of course he wouldn't admit a thing.
What do you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday, I'd...
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holliday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing, not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants her back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? Changed his mind. He wants her back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
Why'd he call me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over our phone? You nuts?
This don't sound right.
Yeah, forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Here.
Oh!
Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Oh, not so fast. Ooh, I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in.
Would you push?
Driver, get out of here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed it. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. You must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the cakes, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Kling, you can't let her walk the streets alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me. Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Kling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holliday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holliday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holliday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holliday, get out of here.
Well, Holliday, now you're fixed. Even Kling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in lady suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holliday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. you're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yes, you'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Kling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Sapped, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was is right, Lieutenant.
Here, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holliday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Kling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Kling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room. I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Kling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any... In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Oh, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Kling returns.
But I just want to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning? But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Bascari, and he said...
Kling, look up! Here, Miss March, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holliday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Bascari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
It was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace?
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holliday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holliday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holliday.
Well, what's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But, what happened to Bascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holliday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star-Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking, maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The fates, they say, weave the pattern of our lives. Some there are who believe that whatever happens to us is destined so to be, while others talk of free will. However it may be, certainly there is one element that touches all our lives, the element of the unexpected. How often have you asked, why did this happen to me? Rarely, if ever, have you found a satisfactory answer. So it was one fatal night with Nell Pearson, Mrs. Nell Pearson, widow, whose life was about to be shattered by unimaginable, unexpected horror. Our mystery drama, The Lodger, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Kim Hunter. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
You've been hearing some pretty lavish claims recently about miles per gallon. We'd like you to consider something equally important, and that's range. Range is the miles per gallon multiplied by the number of gallons your car's tank holds. Range is what makes the Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
Hello, this is Goldilocks. It seems like only yesterday that I was a little girl tasting porridge. You know, this one's too hot. This one's too cold. And now I conduct taste tests on diet drinks. And there's one I must tell you about. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It has a fresh, natural, delicious taste. It drives my taste-o-meter crazy. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up. This one's just right.
Dreaming about becoming richer? Why not wake up richer every day? At Suburban Savings in North Jersey, getting richer is an everyday reality, because Suburban has put into effect higher effective returns. Suburban's limited issue 7.50% savings certificate has an annual effective yield of 7.90%. And Suburban guarantees it from 4 to 10 years with a minimum investment of $2,500. You'll sleep a lot more soundly knowing your savings are earning more money at Suburban Savings. So sleep on Suburban's higher effective return tonight and come into any of Suburban's convenient offices tomorrow in Bayonne, Edgewater, Elmwood Park, Emerson, Hackettstown, Morris Plains, Nutley, Paramus, and Sparta. Early withdrawal prior to maturity is, according to regulations, subject to a substantial penalty.
The fates brought unexpected horror that night to Nell Pearson's house on 9th Street, where she rented rooms. Yet one wonders, was it altogether unexpected? Could the frightful things that happened have been avoided had she been more alert, say, more sensitive to warnings of impending tragedy? No matter now. What matters is that earlier that day, in the afternoon, she had no idea that death, in its most grisly form, was shortly to enter her house.
Oh, my goodness, Mrs. Pearson. Oh, my goodness.
What is it, Miss May?
The headlines, look.
Ripper strikes again. Oh, good heavens, that's awful, perfectly awful.
Read it, Mrs. Pearson, read it.
I am.
No, out loud. I mean, I want to hear.
But you just finished reading. Well, all right. The Ripper claimed another victim last night.
Thursday night. Thursday. He always kills on a Thursday.
This time, another attractive widow, Mrs. Henry Dodd.
Always a widow. Always a widow.
Miss Mapes, please. The body, gruesomely slashed and mutilated, was discovered by a neighbor who, hearing Mrs. Dodd's hysterical screams, rushed to her apartment. There she found the comely young widow lying in a pool of blood.
Oh.
And a message scrawled in red lipstick across one wall. Stop me. Please stop me.
Excuse me, Miss Pearson. Which windows you want washed first?
I don't know, Charlie. You want to get to that today?
Well, it's kind of warm out. I thought it'd be a good time to get started on them.
Well, you decide, Charlie. Suit yourself.
There's been another one, Charlie.
Another what, Miss Mapes?
Murder by the Ripper. Another widow, like always.
You don't say. That makes a fifth, don't it?
The fifth in 5 weeks. One a week for the past 5 weeks. And always on a Thursday night between 11 and 12. And always a widow.
Oh, I better change my night out.
What do you mean, Charlie?
Yeah, well, Thursday's my night out, and you're a widow, Miss Pearson. You never know. The police might start putting two and two together.
Oh, Charlie, you and your jokes. I don't think that one's particularly funny.
I'm sorry, Miss Pearson. I was just funning, that's all.
Well, take your fun out on those windows.
All right, getting right to it, Miss Pearson. I'm getting right to it.
Maybe he wasn't joking, Charlie.
Not joking?
Well, Thursday is his night out, and you are a widow, and, well, who knows?
Oh, Miss Mapes, if I had your imagination... excuse me. Yes?
How do you do? My name is Tony Adams. I saw your signed rooms. Wondered if you had a vacancy, maybe.
Oh, yes, I do. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I have a room on the second floor front. It's very spacious, light, and airy, too.
Fine, I'll take it.
You haven't even seen it.
I've seen you.
I don't go with the room, Mr. Adams.
Oh, sorry. I meant it as a compliment, not a proposition.
I'll show you the room. This way.
May I ask your name?
Pearson. Mrs. Eleanor Pearson. Nell. You've been in town long, Mr. Adams?
Oh, no, a few weeks. I've been staying at a hotel, but, well, I never did like hotel living.
Oh, what do you do?
Reporter. I'm a reporter on the City Sentinel.
Oh, that must be interesting. My husband always said newspaper work must be fascinating.
What did he do?
The room's this way. Why, he was a riveter. Putting in beams on new skyscrapers.
Dangerous work. You've been a widow very long?
Oh, it's close to 3 years now that... How do you know I'm a widow?
Don't look so surprised. For one thing, you talk about your husband in the past tense, and for another, you're not wearing a wedding ring, and, well, rooming houses are run by widows more often than not.
Oh, you're very observant.
I'm a reporter, and that's my job.
Yes, I suppose it is. Here's the room.
Fine, just fine.
You haven't seen it. You're not even looking at it.
Why look at a room when I can look at you?
Mr. Adams, let's get something straight. I've had more than one male boarder make a pass at me, and everyone found himself out on the street in short order, bag and baggage. Now, if you're after a room, fine. But if you're after something else...
Ah, come on now, Nell.
Mrs. Pearson, if you don't mind.
Okay. I've got to get back to the paper. See you later.
But you haven't even asked the price.
It'll be okay, whatever it is.
It's $80 a week. including breakfast and dinner.
Whatever you say, Nell, whatever you say.
Well, I never. Doesn't look at the room, doesn't care about the price, just drops his top coat on the bed and he's off. Well, I'd better hang his coat in the closet. It'll get all creased. Oh, no, what was that? Fell out of his pocket. Rolled under the bed. Would roll under the bed, of course. Make me get down on my knees and... Why, it's a lipstick. What in the world would he be doing with a lipstick?
Oh, now why did you go and turn the TV set off, Charlie? You know I like to see who played what.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Mapes. I forgot. Pretty good movie, huh?
Oh, it was all right.
You like it, Miss Pearson?
What? What'd you say, Charlie?
Well, I just asked if you liked the movie.
How could she? She didn't even see it.
Of course I did.
Well, you may have been looking at it for 2 hours, Mrs. Pearson, but you certainly weren't seeing it. You were thinking of something else.
Well, me, I saw it, and I liked it. Oh, 10:30. Well, I'm off to bed. Oh, by the way, I finished the window washing today, Miss Pearson.
Oh, good.
I'm glad they only got to be washed twice a year. It's a big job. It took a whole week. Well, good night.
Night. Good night, Charlie.
Mrs. Pearson, now I'm not one to pry, but why don't you tell me what's bothering you?
Bothering me?
Now, you know something is been bothering you since that Mr. Adams arrived. Now, when was it now? This is Thursday, and he took the second floor front Friday it was. Mm-hmm. Now, I'll tell you something. You haven't been the same since.
Oh, it's nothing, Miss Mapes. Nothing at all.
Now, you don't fool me. Something's worrying you. I know it is.
Oh, I might as well tell you. It's this.
What? Well, it's a lipstick. Why should a lipstick upset you?
Well, it was in his pocket the day he arrived. His topcoat pocket. It fell out when I picked the coat up.
So?
It's the same color, mandarin scarlet. The Ripper uses to scrawl those awful messages with.
Oh, and you think... Oh, you don't think he's the Ripper?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Well, then why the worry?
I don't know. It just bothers me a little, that's all.
And now, if you're all that worried, you could, or maybe you did, check on him?
Check on him?
Well, find out if he really does work for the City Sentinel and like that. You could call the paper.
Oh, I'm just being silly, that's all.
Of course you are. Mountains out of molehills. Well, I'm off for bed.
Oh, are you sleeping better since we exchanged rooms?
You've no idea. The traffic isn't anywhere near so loud. But what about you?
Oh, I don't mind it. I told you that months ago.
I know, and I thank you. Stop worrying now, and... Oh, here's the lipstick. I certainly don't want it.
Oh, good night.
Good night, my dear. Sleep well.
I wonder. Hello? City Sentinel? I'd like to speak to Mr. Tony Adams, please. Oh, I see. I wonder if you could tell me, has he been with the Sentinel long? 6 weeks? Thank you very much. 6 weeks. It was just 6 weeks ago on a Thursday. Just 6 weeks ago today that the Ripper... Miss Mapes! Oh, my God! Charlie! Charlie, where are you? Oh, heaven help me, I'll have to go up myself. Miss Mapes! Miss Mapes! Oh, Charlie!
Good Lord, Miss Pearson, was that Miss Mapes screaming?
Yes.
Don't hear nothing now.
It came from her room. Oh, Charlie, I don't dare open the door.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll have to then. Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Blood. Blood all over. Hey, Miss Mapes, look. No, don't look.
Oh, God.
It's the work of the Ripper. Oh, my Lord. I've never seen no one slashed up so bloody.
The mirror. Charlie, look at the mirror.
Words scrawled in red.
Lipstick. Mandarin scarlet lipstick.
Stop me before I kill again.
They must stop him.
Let's get right down to the living room and phone the police.
Yes, oh, yes. The front door at this hour?
I'll go. Oh, Mr. Adams.
Hello, Charlie. Sorry I bothered you. Forgot my key. Hello, Nell. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Pearson. I know. Why the stairs? Can't be the first roomer who forgot his key.
Mr. Adams. Oh, my Lord, Mr. Adams.
What is it?
Upstairs. Upstairs
what? Oh, never mind. I'll see for myself.
The police. Let's call them, Miss Pearson. Miss Pearson.
Charlie, did you...
Miss Pearson, what is it?
The look on his face when he saw me standing here. Did you see the look on his face?
Well, yeah. I couldn't figure why we were staring at him.
He couldn't figure out how I could be standing here.
Huh? What?
She's been killed by the Ripper. Miss Mapes killed by the Ripper, and he always kills widows.
Hey. Yeah, come to think of it, that don't make no sense.
It does if you remember that we changed rooms.
Miss Pearson. Miss Pearson, are you saying that the Ripper mistook Miss Mapes for you?
Oh, I'm the only widow in this house, Charlie.
Come on, let's call the cops. Yeah, operator, the police. Give me the police.
Put that phone down, Charlie.
Mr. Adams, what do you...
Give me the phone.
Charlie, no, the police.
Yeah. Hello, this is
Give
Charlie.
me that phone.
So, weaving their pattern of the unexpected, the fates bring together on this fearsome night an innocent spinster named Miss Mapes and the Ripper, who mistook her for Nell Pearson. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
When you feel like having a cold Budweiser, do you automatically reach for a glass? Well, sure, Bud's a great beer any way you drink it. But without a glass, you're really missing something. Now, take that wonderful Budweiser head of foam, for instance. Those bubbles, tiny though they are, still amount to something pretty special at the top of your glass. Taste appeal and eye appeal. Two results of exclusive beechwood aging and natural carbonation. It takes a lot longer to brew Budweiser that way, but brewing beer right does make a difference that you can taste. That's why, when you say Budweiser, you've really said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Hey, Mom, what's for dinner? Hey, Mom, what you got?
Here's ShopRite's suggestion for a delightful cookout dish. Boneless top round or sirloin tip steaks, just $1.69 a pound. Delicious cooked over the coals, just as delicious pan-broiled indoors. For a busy night, here's a quick dinner idea. Freezer Queen family-size frozen casseroles, all varieties except beef, just 99 cents for the 2-pound size at ShopRite. For dessert, Pepperidge Farm Layer Cake, 17-ounce box, 69 cents in ShopRite's frozen food case. Cooking out or cooking in, ShopRite has the answer.
She loves the family. She wants the best. She does all that she can do. She lets ShopRite do the rest. Hey, Ma, what's for dinner? ShopRite has the answer.
Guess I ought to call old Blowhard Gildersleeve to tell him about my new radio show. Wait till he hears that his old pal Fibber McGee's got a new radio program. That'll really burn him up, the old goat. When he finds out I'm going to play some great old radio shows like Ed Wynn, Mr. District Attorney, even Bob Hope, old Gildy'll bust a gasket.
Fibber McGee in Part 4 of his special program, The Good Old Days of Radio, will be heard tonight at 9 o'clock right here over WOR Radio, The Talk of New York.
Mrs. Nell Pearson feels that she's about to faint as she sees her new boarder, Tony Adams, grab the telephone away from Charlie, the handyman, break the connection with police headquarters, and then begin to dial another number furiously. Charlie stands as if turned to stone. Nell grabs the back of a chair for support as...
Give me the city desk. Hank, Adams. The Ripper is struck again. Time, 11:15. Place, 129th Street. Rooming house owned by Mrs. Eleanor Pearson, widow. What? No, not her. One of her boarders. Miss Mapes. Well, he must have made a mistake. Hank, I know, but it isn't a widow this time. Now stop talking and take this, will you? In one of the ghastliest, bloodiest murders he's yet committed, the Ripper slashed his sixth victim. Sorry, I had to grab the phone out of your hand, Charlie, but a scoop's a scoop.
Yeah, sure.
Now, give me your stories. We'll start with you, Nell. Tell me, what happened? Oh, Nell, come now. Snap out of it. Stop staring at me and tell me what happened.
I heard her scream. She screamed and screamed and screamed.
Where were you?
Here, right here. She'd just gone up to bed.
What were you doing?
I had just telephoned someone. Then the screams began, and I ran upstairs, and Charlie was there on the landing, and we went into her room, and there she was. I've got to sit down.
Nell, what's the matter? Let me help you.
Don't touch me.
Okay. All right, Charlie, let's have it from you.
Oh, well, like Miss Pearson says, I heard Miss Mapes screaming and went running to see what was going on.
You must have moved fast. Your room is in the basement, isn't it?
Oh, I wasn't in my room. I was in Miss Pearson's room, just across Miss Mapes.
What were you doing in Mrs. Pearson's room?
Yes, what were you doing there?
Well, you remember when you changed rooms with Miss Mapes a couple of days ago?
Yes.
And there was that leak in the bathroom and I fixed it?
Yes.
I just went up to check on it, is all.
I didn't know you changed rooms, Nell.
No, you didn't, did you?
That would account for...
Why don't you say it? The Ripper mistook Miss Mapes for me because he didn't know about the change of rooms.
You were lucky, Nell.
Very. This time.
Now, please, Mrs. Pearson, we're here to help you at police headquarters. And I understand why you're worried. It is possible the Ripper mistook Miss Mapes for you.
He did.
Yes, but now there seems to be something else on your mind. Something to do with, one of your boarders, you say?
His name is Tony Adams. He's a reporter on the City Sentinel. Well, he rented a room at my place just a week ago today. That was the day after the last murder.
Yes, I know.
Well, after he rented the room, he left to go to the newspaper, and I picked up his top coat to hang it in the closet, and this fell out.
A lipstick?
Yes. Mandarin scarlet.
The same color the Ripper uses.
To scrawl those horrible messages like last night on the wall of Miss Mapes' room.
Well, it seems to me you're letting your fears run away with you, building up a case in your mind.
Well, what about last night? He just happened to come home minutes after the murder, he says.
And you think...
I think he was lying. I think he killed Miss Mapes, left by the fire escape at the end of the second-floor corridor, and then pretended he'd just arrived home. Claimed he'd forgotten his key. So he'd have a witness to prove an alibi if he needed one.
Well, it's clever thinking if that's so.
He's a clever man. Believe me, he is. And I'm afraid of him, Lieutenant. Terribly afraid.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. The managing editor of the Sentinel's a good friend of mine. Let me just give him a ring and check on this Tony Adams. Mm-hmm.
What?
It's interesting. Your friend Mr. Adams was hired away from another paper, a metropolitan daily, because of the record of scoops he'd built up in a little more than a year.
Scoops? Oh, that means...
He always managed somehow to be on the scene of the crime first. An unusual record. A most unusual record.
You think... Oh, I know what you think. He committed the crime so he could get the scoop.
No, I didn't say that, Mrs. Pearson.
But that's what you're thinking.
Well, either he's a remarkable police reporter or
he's the Ripper. Lieutenant, I want protection. You've got to protect me. I want a policeman in my house night and day until that Ripper is caught.
Tell me, do you have a room available in your house?
Well, there's Miss Mapes' room. Why?
Well, look, don't hold me to this. What with one thing and another, we're short-handed right now, but if I sent one of my men to act like he was a boarder...
Oh, I'd make room for him. You can be sure of that.
Oh, Nell. Charlie said I'd find you down here in the laundry room.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Adams? What do you want?
One thing I want is for you to call me Tony.
One thing I want for you is to stop calling me Nell.
Oh, come on. What have you got against me?
Look, Mr. Adams, I've got a lot of work to do.
Well, not much sense asking you now.
What is it?
Why, well, I was going to ask if you'd like to go to the movies with me. I figured that'd be your answer.
What other answer would you expect? There was a murder in this house last night, a gruesome murder. Not only that, but the victim was a friend of mine. And you have the indecency to ask me to go to a movie with you?
Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way, only... Look, I wish we could be friendlier, that's all. I'll level with you now. Excuse me, Mrs. Pearson. I've been thinking of settling down for some time now. So I've been looking around, you know, keeping my eyes open. From the minute they fell on you, Mrs. Pearson. Oh, no, damn it, Nell, listen to me.
Take your hands off me.
I don't call laying my hands on your arm exactly putting my hands on you.
Don't touch me. Don't even touch me.
What is it with you? Well, don't just stand there looking at me. What is it?
I just want to be left alone.
You just want to be left alone, or you just want to be left alone by me? Answer me.
By you.
Sorry. I won't trouble you again. Good night. What are you doing there?
Charlie.
I come down to tell you there's somebody upstairs looking for a room.
Man or woman?
Man.
Oh, well, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Adams.
How long were you standing there, Charlie?
Me? I just come down. Why?
Nothing, Charlie. Nothing.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Pearson, the landlady.
My name is Bowen, Lawrence Bowen. I saw your sign out front. I wondered if you had a vacancy.
Yes, I do. A bed sitting room. Would you care to see it?
If it's not too much trouble.
No trouble at all, if you follow me. Did anyone recommend you here, Mr. Bowen?
Well, no. I couldn't say I was recommended, although...
Yes?
Well, you might say I heard what happened here last night, and well, that's why I'm here.
Well, here we are. This is the room.
So this is where it happened?
Yes.
Huh. What a shame. To die like that. Maybe you could fill me in on some things. I got a lot from Lieutenant Goldman, but I'd like to hear your side of things.
Well, it's like this, Mr. Bowen. Is Mr. all right? Or should I call you Sergeant or something like that?
Oh, I better keep it Mister.
Oh, I understand. Did Lieutenant Goldman tell you about my finding the lipstick?
Yes. Where did you find it?
Well, I didn't find it, actually. It fell out of Mr. Adams' pocket. And, of course, when I saw it was Mandarin Scarlet, my suspicions were aroused right then and there.
Yeah, same shade of lipstick the Ripper uses to write his messages. You found the lipstick and that aroused your suspicions. In other words, you think he could be the Ripper.
I'm practically sure he is.
Which is his room?
Right there, that front room at the end of the corridor.
I'd like to have a look at that. Is he out of the house?
Oh, he may be. Though he was downstairs just a little while ago.
I wouldn't want him to find me in his room. Maybe you could check and find out.
Oh, of course, I'll do that.
Now, be careful. Don't say or do anything to make him suspect.
Oh, I won't. I won't. Oh, Charlie, where's Mr. Adams?
In the sitting room. He said he was going to write some letters.
Oh.
Was something wrong, Miss Pearson? You act upset.
No. I'm not upset. Not in the least. Thank you, Charlie. Oh, you've finished writing your letters.
Huh? Yes. How did you know I was writing letters?
I noticed you're holding some letters in your hand. I assumed you'd just written them. Naturally.
Naturally. And now I'm going out and naturally post them.
Say, what's, that's none of my business, I guess, but you two at each other's throats or something?
As you say, Charlie, none of your business. He's gone. He just went out to mail some letters.
How long will it take him?
Well, the nearest box is 2 blocks away, at least 5 minutes.
Have you got a key to his room?
Master key, yes. Have it right here.
Have to move fast, but go ahead. Open his door. Now, while I'm looking around, you better go to the head of the stairs and keep an eye out for him.
Yes.
Let's see. Suitcase. It's open. Good. That does it. Mrs. Pearson. Come here a moment.
Yes?
Have a look inside his suitcase.
What? Lipsticks. 3, 4, 6 of them.
And all of them Mandarin Scarlet.
Then I was right.
You were more than right. You were smack on target. And look here, under these shirts.
I got a knife. A long knife.
Butcher's knife, Mrs. Pearson. The knife, I'm sure, that was used on all 6 victims.
Oh, Lord, be with us. What are you going to do?
For the moment, nothing.
Nothing? You're not going to arrest him?
Well, we could arrest him. But I don't think we'd be able to hold him. Evidence like this, it's purely circumstantial. When we nail this bird, we want to nail him for good.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe you ought to talk to Lieutenant Goldman and get his opinion.
I will. You can depend on that. And I'll do it, Mrs. Pearson, not you.
Well, I don't understand.
If Adams is planning to murder you, he's keeping tabs on you. So don't try to contact the lieutenant in any way. Leave all that to me.
Oh, very well, I will. Oh, Mr. Bowen, I can't tell you how glad I am you're here. There's no question about it now. He is the Ripper. He is planning to kill me.
Well, he won't. I'll see to that. And that's a promise.
Protected by Mr. Bowen, Nell Pearson feels safe. Well, safer than she did. But all too often, the fates are at work, weaving, ever weaving, the unexpected. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your allergy to contact.
Now listen carefully, because this message may surprise you. There is an ingredient that can effectively help block pollen's bad effect on your system. Sneezing, sniffling, drips, itchy, red, watery eyes. It's the antihistamine most prescribed by allergy specialists, and it's an ingredient in Contact. Surprising, yes, but the true wonder of Contact is how our tiny time pills keep this antihistamine working, helping up to 12 hours per capsule, all day, all night. Allergy is our business, too.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love.
But give your allergy to Contact. Take Contact only when needed, only as directed.
Introducing the greatest taste to come out of your toaster since Samuel Bath Thomas baked his original English muffins in 1880. Thomas's new onion English muffins. Little bits of real onion blended into Thomas's original English muffin recipe create a tangy taste that makes everything fantastic, like burgers and cream cheese and cold cuts. Even butter tastes better. Thomas's new onion English muffins. The greatest new taste since 1880. Thomas's promises.
Hey, Pat, how tall do you think she is?
300 feet if she's an inch, Luigi, and a fine lady she is.
The year 1886. While most New Yorkers were enjoying their first look at the Statue of Liberty, a few were enjoying their first taste of Thomas's bread and discovering it was every bit as delicious as Thomas's English muffins. Today, there's still never been a lady to equal the lady, or a bread to equal Thomas's protein, whole wheat, and white bread. Thomas's promises.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet, Marcello.
Well, maybe it's a bit sweet, Sophia.
On second thought, I love its bitterness.
Punte Mes. Is it bitter? Is it sweet? People have been arguing about it since 1786. Punte Mes, a lovely before lunch or dinner drink from Italy. On the rocks or with soda and a slice of orange. Punte Mes, capital P-U-N-T, little e, capital M-E-S.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet.
It's bitter.
It's sweet. All right, Sophia, it's bitter.
No, my darling, let's just say it's bittersweet. Like life, like love, like marriage, Italian style.
Punte Mes. Punte Mes.
Imported by Caroline Importers Limited, New York, New York.
With Officer Bowen in the house to protect her, or perhaps I should say Mr. Bowen, Nell Pearson seemingly has nothing to fear. But note that I say seemingly. And having noticed it, let's move on, you and I, to the dining room in Mrs. Pearson's rooming house some days later. In fact, the evening of the following Thursday.
Delicious meal, Mrs. Pearson. As always.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen.
Sure is. Mr. Bowen.
Yes.
I hope you won't mind my asking. I haven't had the chance before, but do you mind telling me what you do for a living?
A salesman. Insurance.
Oh?
You sound surprised.
No, not really, except I'd have thought you were in something that keeps you outdoors a lot of the time. Your ruddy complexion.
Like what?
Oh, I don't know. Building trades, maybe. A foreman of some kind of outdoor crew. A policeman, even.
Oh, I'm sorry. It slipped.
No, I'm insurance salesman, Mr. Adams. And that does get me out and around a lot, you know.
I suppose it does, yeah.
You're a reporter, a crime reporter, I hear.
Mm-hmm.
Are you involved in this Ripper business?
Very much. Been involved in nothing else since I came here to join the Sentinel.
Do you or do the police have any idea what he's like, the kind of man he is? What makes him commit these terrible murders?
Well, we do and we don't. Well, what I mean, everything we know is conjecture, theory. No one has ever laid eyes on him, except his victims, of course, so we can't be sure that the picture we've built up is close to the truth or not. Still, it ought to be fairly accurate as far as it goes.
Well, how far does it go? I mean, what is your picture of him?
Well, we estimate he's between 5'11" and 6 feet. We get that from the height of his victims and the downward direction of some of the knife thrusts.
Must we talk about the Ripper at the dinner table?
Oh, I'm sorry, but Mr. Bowen asked. And...
Well, there must be something else you can talk about. After all, there has been a murder in this house, and it was the Ripper, and this is Thursday, and the night that he commits these terrible crimes, and... Well, Really?
Oh, Nell, I am sorry.
Me too, Mrs. Pearson. I'm awfully sorry.
It's all right. Just stop talking about it.
I certainly won't. It is Thursday night, and that means I've got to stake myself out at police headquarters.
Want to be right in the scene, is that it?
I'm always on the scene, Mr. Bowen. It's my job.
Well, here we are, Mr. Bowen. Come in.
Well, now, this is very nice. Very comfortable, Mrs. Pearson. I can't understand why Miss Mapes, poor woman, wanted to change rooms with you.
Well, the noise of the traffic bothered her.
Well, no traffic noise that I can hear.
Well, that's because it's so late. It's nearly 11, but Miss Mapes usually went to bed quite early.
I see. Better lock the door, Mrs. Pearson.
Oh, but with you here to protect me.
Well, the fewer chances we take, the better.
Oh, well, I'll lock it.
Good. Now, all we have to do is just sit and wait. Till midnight, that is. After midnight, you'll be safe. At least till next Thursday.
You mind if I turn on the TV?
Oh, of course not. Why should I?
Well, you'll want to read your newspaper you brought, won't you?
No, not necessarily. I thought I might kill time while waiting, but... No, go ahead. Go ahead, turn it on.
We can catch the 11 o'clock news when it... Oh, excuse me. Hello?
Mrs. Pearson?
Yes.
This is Lieutenant Goldman, police headquarters.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to let you know you have nothing to worry about tonight.
Oh, I'm sure I don't. I feel perfectly safe.
You'll feel even safer when Officer Randolph gets there. Did you hear me, Mrs. Pearson?
Why, no. What did you say?
I've sent one of my men, Officer Randolph, over to your place. He ought to be with you in about 5 or 10 minutes. I'm very sorry I couldn't send anyone to stay with you through the week, but as I told you, we're short-handed. You understand? Mrs. Pearson?
Yes, I understand.
Good. Don't worry now. Goodbye.
Friend?
What?
Friend calling to see if you're okay?
Yes. Yes.
Well, you are. All your worries will be over by midnight.
Would you like something to drink?
Oh, no.
I'd like a cup of coffee myself. I'll just run down to the kitchen.
No. I can't take a chance of letting you out of my sight, Mrs. Pearson. Not now. It's 11 o'clock. Time when the Ripper does his killing. Even though he doesn't want to.
Doesn't want to?
No, he doesn't want to kill. He has to.
How do you know?
Why else would he scrawl those messages? Please stop me. Don't let me kill again. Always with the same kind of lipstick, Mandarin Scarlet. And why a lipstick? One of these. Why one of these?
You're...
Yes?
You're the Ripper?
I'm sorry to say that I am, Mrs. Pearson. I wish I weren't.
Look, you don't have to be.
I do. I can't help myself. I just can't. Right now, this minute, I know what I'm going to do. And I don't want to do it. But I know I won't be able to help myself. They must catch me, Mrs. Pearson. They must catch me. They must stop me.
They are going to catch you tonight. There's a police officer on his way here now. He'll be at the front door any minute.
But you won't be able to admit him.
Someone will. Charlie will.
I don't see how.
What do you mean you don't see how? He'll ring the front doorbell and keep ringing until someone answers.
No one will hear the doorbell, Mrs. Pearson. I disconnected it.
Newspaper you brought.
Not to read. To carry this.
The knife. The butcher knife. Oh, heaven help me. Heaven help me.
Goldman. Yes, send him in. Come in, Adams.
Got a message you wanted to see me when I came in.
Yeah. Coffee?
Never turn it down.
I just wanted to let you know I assigned a man to stay with Mrs. Pearson between 11 and midnight, and another hour or so after that, just to be sure.
Thanks a heap, Lieutenant. I appreciate that.
I think you're more worried about her than she was about herself.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'd have stayed with her myself if I didn't have to cover headquarters. And if she'd have let me.
Let you?
For some reason or other, she won't have anything to do with me. Me, I go for her. She turns me on, you know what I mean? But I can't get to first base with her.
You ready for a shock?
What?
I didn't tell you this before because I didn't get the chance. Too damn busy with one thing and another, including putting a check on you.
I don't get you.
I had you checked out up and down and sideways because, well, you're not going to believe this. Mrs. Pearson was convinced you were the Ripper.
Nell Pearson thought I...
Hey, excuse me. Goldman. No one answers. Well, that doesn't make any sense. She's there. I talked with her on the phone 10 minutes ago. Tell him to try again. And tell him to make sure he's got the right house. These rookies.
What?
The guy I sent over to stay with Mrs. Pearson says nobody answers the doorbell. Not out of order, is it?
Oh, well, I know. I've got a key.
Maybe he went to the wrong house.
Yeah, maybe.
Look, you don't know what you're saying. I never tricked you.
Oh, yes, you did. You say you changed rooms with that Miss Mace because she wanted to. But what you were doing was tricking me. That's what... You're all alike, you widows. Vile, vile, vile.
Please believe me.
Believe you? Believe a widow? Never again. Never again. I believed one. I married her. But never again. You know what the Chinese say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I learned that from her. She was nuts about everything Chinese. Pagodas all over the house. Chinese screens. Parading around. She was always parading around with dresses slit up to here. Up to here. Even her lipstick. This Mandarin scarlet.
Listen to me.
But I paid her back for what she did to me. I paid her back that night. That Thursday night when I came home unexpectedly and found her. Her and him. He ran. He got away, but she didn't. Oh, she didn't. I got a knife from the kitchen, a butcher's knife, and I came into the bedroom and I slashed and stabbed and stabbed. And I ripped my door. I killed her once, and then again, and then again, and again. Kill her as I'm going to kill you now.
Please, oh, please.
What do you want first, huh? A slash across the face, a slash across your beautiful lying face. It'll do you no good to run. They all tried that and they failed.
No! Help me! Please help me!
No one can help you now.
Stand back, Adams.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Nell, are you all right?
Thank God you're here. Thank God. But how?
The cop Lieutenant Goldman sent over said no one answered the doorbell. Seemed odd to me, so I decided to come over and check. Lieutenant Goldman came too.
Oh, Tony.
Take it easy now. Here. Sit down. That's it.
Oh, can you ever forgive me? I misjudged you so terribly, so terribly.
That's for sure. What about him, Lieutenant?
He's gone. I hated to kill him, but I had no choice.
Well, not the way he came at you, swinging that butcher knife.
Hey, what are you doing?
Calling the Sentinel. What else? I've got another scoop.
If you don't mind.
Hey, what?
Operator, give me police headquarters.
Well, that's gratitude. I lead you to the Ripper, and you swindle me out of my scoop.
You'll get your scoop. And the way Mrs. Pearson is looking at you, I'll say you get another. Hello, this is Goldman. Give me homicide.
Well, I know.
What?
Chief.
Tony?
This is Lieutenant
You
Goldman.
know I've been crazy about you since I laid eyes on you.
Yeah.
You do know that.
Yes.
No, he's dead.
Yes, I guess I do.
Had to kill him.
Well, look, that movie I asked you to go to, they've held it over another week.
Okay.
Will you go with me some night?
I'd love to. Anytime. Any night. But Thursday.
Weaving and spinning, the fates create the warp and woof of our lives. And always through the pattern runs the scarlet thread of the unexpected. Sometimes for good, sometimes for evil. And make no mistake, as the unexpected awaited Nell Pearson, so it awaits you.
Great taste in the morning. Kellogg's has that wholesome taste to get
up and grinning.
This is Jerry Coffer for Kellogg's Special K. We've been having some fun in our television and radio commercials by using a ball and chain to symbolize the slight overweight problem common to so many of us. We point out that being a few pounds overweight is just a little more difficult for you. Climbing stairs, just walking around, even sitting down can feel, well, like you're wearing a ball and chain. In case you missed the message, it's this. If you really want to get rid of that extra weight, you really have to work at it by exercising and with sensible meals like the Special K breakfast. A 1-ounce bowl of Special K, America's favorite high-protein cereal, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. Less than 240 calories. Nutritious and, by the way, delicious. So why not begin each day with a Special K breakfast and then keep up the good work? Special K can't help you lose weight all by itself, but it really is a good start.
Hi, Ms. Goldilocks here. Professionally, taste testing diet drinks can be very difficult, but I've just had to bear with it. Then I found sugar-free Diet 7-Up. It doesn't taste like other diet drinks. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up tastes so good that I've taste tested it hundreds of times, and each time I've given it my seal of approval. Yes, this one's just right.
Buick introduces a new concept for you to consider in light of all the concern about miles per gallon. Range. Range is what you get when you multiply the mileage your car gets per gallon by the number of gallons your car's gas tank holds. Range is one of the things that help make Buick Apollo such a special small car. It comes from coupling the Apollo's economical 6-cylinder engine with a standard 21-gallon gas tank. It holds a lot, but it doesn't use a lot. Look into the Apollo. It's the Buick of small cars.
America. We're big on that. New York, Denver, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Dallas, Fort Worth. Ozarks 2/3 transcontinental, serving more than 60 cities, all very important to us, and to the millions of people we serve each year. America. We're big on that at Ozark Airlines.
Now go Ozark's evening jet at 6:45 to Washington with through service to Champaign, Urbana, and Peoria.
I'm sure you'll want to know that Nell and Tony are married now. Tony's on his way to becoming managing editor of the Sentinel. And Nell on her way to becoming a mother. And so the fates weave a happy ending. For once. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Michael Wager, Robert Dryden, Mary Jane Higby, and Joe Julian. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, new sugar-free Diet 7-Up, and Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the exciting world of your own imagination. The law says, thou shalt not kill. And that's the law most of us openly acknowledge. Yet, there are other laws. Laws and drives that stir primitive, long-forgotten urges, instincts. Laws that raise murder from the worst of sins to the most satisfying of deeds.
Please, let me go.
Oh, no. I've got you now, Jim.
You have no reason to kill me. We're friends.
It's nothing personal, Jim.
Why? Why do you want to kill me?
A hawk kills a rabbit. Why? Because he has to. It's the law of nature.
Frank, you're crazy. Put away that knife.
I'm a natural man, Jim. I'm only obeying the law of nature.
Kill!
Our mystery drama, The Diary of a Madman, is based on the story by Guy de Maupassant and was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes. Homicide is illegal, immoral, and a mortal sin. We condemn and punish the murderer. And yet, from time to time, doesn't an entire nation rise up in righteous anger and slaughter another nation? And so, there are those who, naturally enough, ponder the question. If it's noble to kill for one's country at wholesale, why is it base to kill for oneself at retail? These are the thoughts that occupy the mind of a tall, well-dressed, dignified gentleman. He's walking down a deserted street very late one night in the early summer, some 25 years ago. As he passes a darkened doorway, he hears a gasp.
Oh, what a relief.
I beg your pardon.
Oh.
Is something the matter, miss?
Yeah. Oh, it's only you.
Me?
Yeah, you.
I don't believe we know each other, Miss...
Wilson. Darlene Wilson. Oh, my glad it's you.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, you see, I took this job at Benji's Diner. My first night at the job. You know the place?
No, I can't say that I do.
We'll never go there. Oh, what a bunch of creeps. Anyhow, somebody said this street was a shortcut to the bus stop. And I was walking down the street and I heard these footsteps coming up right behind me. Well, wouldn't you be scared if you was me?
Well, I suppose.
Oh, I got so scared. I tried to hide in this doorway. Oh, and it turned out to be you.
Well, I'm sorry I frightened you.
Oh, forget it. You're just the kind of person somebody would like to see on a lonely, deserted street late at night.
Really? Why?
Well, you're so well dressed.
Is that all?
Well, look. Is it okay if I walk with you as far as the boulevard? I guess it's pretty safe there.
Yes, of course.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Please do.
I really shouldn't ask strangers such questions, but what's a person like you doing in a neighborhood like this, anyhow?
I was looking for somebody.
Down here?
Yes.
What kind of person will you be looking for in this part of town? I mean, it's none of my business.
Well, in a sense, it is your business.
It is? How?
Because, I happen to be looking for a person like you.
What? What did you say?
Person like you.
What are you talking about?
You see, I have a certain urgent need.
Now, listen here, mister. If I was that kind of a girl...
No, Darlene. It's obvious you are not that kind of girl.
Well, then, what do you want from me?
I want your life, Darlene.
What are you saying? No, please, get out of my way.
Oh, no, Darlene.
Let go of me.
No, I can't, Darlene.
You can't kill me. I never did anything to you.
No, of course not.
I don't even know you.
There's nothing personal in this,
Please,
Darlene.
I'm scared. Please leave me alone.
Please, don't struggle. I won't hurt you. It'll be over very quickly.
I don't want to die. Don't please. Why did you do that? Help me, please. Somebody help me. Some maniac.
I'm not a maniac, Darlene.
kill is to obey the law of nature. Nature commands all of us to kill. June 29th. I've done it again. And again. It was so easy and exciting. She struggled desperately. I could feel the wild beating of a heart, the hysterical pounding of pulses. And then the climax of the drama. A single thrust of the blade. And once again, no one will ever know. Who could possibly suspect me? The knife. I carefully cleaned and hid it in my desk. There was blood on my lapel. I scrubbed every trace of it away.
Morning, Frank.
Good morning, dear. Everything smells so good.
You mean you've regained your appetite?
Well, I don't know. I'm starved.
Oh, that's wonderful. I've been so worried about you lately, Frank.
What did the poet say, dearest? Come fill the cup. Well, fill my cup and my plate with doubles of everything.
What's come over you?
Well, I feel like a brand new man today.
How was the banquet last night?
Oh, the usual political nonsense.
Anyone want you to run for the Senate?
Well, as they say, the feelers were out.
Do we want to live in Washington?
Oh, darling, that was a bore. I made an excuse and left early.
Oh? Where'd you go?
Oh? Out for a stroll?
One of your long walks?
Clears the mind.
Doris took your coat to the cleaners. The lapels were all wet.
Yes, I tripped and fell to the pavement.
Oh, you didn't hurt yourself?
No. I landed on some grease or paint or something. I tried to wash it off when I got home.
Well, you didn't have to bother. Doris said it looked like blood.
Oh, it sounds ominous. Anything in the paper?
Oh, the usual mess. Plus a nasty little murder.
Oh?
A young girl who worked in a diner, killed on her way home from work.
Oh, killed, huh? Why? How?
How? Stabbed to death on a deserted street.
Oh, what a terrible thing. She was hardly more than a child.
How would you know that?
Well, you said a young girl.
She was just 18.
Oh, but why?
Oh, I think it'll turn out to be a lover's quarrel.
Really?
They picked up her boyfriend. Seems the two of them had been quarreling.
About what?
Oh, use of the car. Her parents say she was angry because he took it, but he claims it's as much his as hers.
Well, what do they have on the boy?
Well, he's got blood stains on his jacket.
Oh, well, that doesn't look good.
No. He claims he was out riding around. No. Into a fight.
Oh, with whom?
Well, that's the problem. He'd been drinking and can't remember where or with whom. Oh, why do we talk about these things at home, Frank? Isn't it about these bad enough you have to live with them?
June 30th. Although I'm completely above suspicion, I can't afford to be careless. Not that anyone in his wildest dreams would ever suspect. Still, I should be more careful about my clothes. Last time, there were also bloodstains. And yesterday, I'd forgotten to lock my desk drawer. Of course, Estelle never bothers. But still, no one should ever read this diary.
I didn't do it. They're lying. They're all lying.
Order. Order, I'll clear this court. The defendant will rise and face the bench.
Your Honor,
Don't you call me Your Honor, young man. By your conduct, you show no respect for the law or for this court.
Judge Wallace, I didn't kill her. Why would I kill her? Why? I loved her.
Young man, you're being given a fair trial. You have every opportunity to prove your innocence.
Judge, please. None of them believe me.
What are you saying?
Everybody thinks I'm guilty. I can tell. But I was cruising around and I got into a fight. I got the bloodstains that way. I got no alibi, but I didn't do it.
You'll have to be seated. And we'll proceed in an orderly fashion. Will the attorney for the people continue his cross-examination? Aren't you going to finish your steak, Estelle?
You mean you still have room for more?
I'm always this way when I'm trying a case.
Well, it must take a great deal out of you.
Yes, especially this one.
Why this one?
Oh, I don't know.
Frank, that boy's innocent.
Estelle, that's for the jury to decide.
No, not completely. It's for you to decide. I think you've decided.
How can you say that?
By the way you're handling it. Please, Frank, you may not be aware of it, but...
Aware of what?
Well, you're favoring the prosecutor.
Now, that's ridiculous.
Well, then, it has to be my imagination.
I don't understand why we're even talking about this. We never discuss my case.
It's just that.
Estelle, you're actually pale. What is it?
I'm convinced that boy is innocent.
Well, if he is innocent, he'll be acquitted.
But you know that isn't true. The innocent don't always go free, and the guilty aren't always punished.
Estelle, I've never seen you like this before.
I know, and I just can't account for it. But I have this conviction. That boy is absolutely innocent.
Darling, there's evidence.
I don't care about evidence.
Now, that's irrational.
Well, what can I do? I know. Don't ask me how. I just know. That boy is innocent.
Well, then there's every chance the jury will agree with you.
No, Frank. That's what makes it so terrible. I don't think the jury will agree with me.
I had killed before, but this was the first time somebody was going to pay for it, so it was doubly exciting. I had not only killed her, but in a very real sense, I would also be killing him. He was doomed. I could tell. They didn't like the boy. I could read the verdict in their faces. And so I went out of my way to give them the kind of charge that would be as favorable to the defendant as I could make it, because I knew that nothing could save him. They stayed out a whole day, all night, and the better part of the next morning. There was never any doubt in my mind. Peter Simmons, you have been found guilty. Have you anything to say?
I was brought up to believe in God and to believe in justice. And I can tell you there's going to be justice one day. Not today, but one day. And the person who killed Darlene will never be forgiven.
Thanks for picking me up, dear.
Yeah, well, I didn't think I could come to court today, but I couldn't stay away. Did you have to hang him?
Darling, it was out of my hands.
Mm-hmm.
The jury wants him executed. There was no recommendation for mercy.
Do you think he's guilty?
We don't think about these things, darling. We hold a trial and hear the evidence, and the jury decides. Therefore, he's guilty.
Well, I still say he didn't do it.
I'm sorry.
I heard your summation. You were obviously on his side.
November 27th. All of his appeals ran out. He was executed last night. I understand he died very well. But it isn't as if I killed him with my own hands. And it's been a long time. A very long time since I obeyed the law of nature. I'm growing restless.
Oh, honey, I took so much trouble with that chicken. You haven't even touched her.
I'm sorry, dear.
Oh, you're out of sorts tonight. Actually, honey, you haven't been yourself all week. You've been working too hard.
I have a headache.
Oh, well, why don't you lie down?
No. I think I'll take a walk.
Well, it looks drizzly out.
Well, that's just the kind of weather I like.
Well, when you decide on one of your walks, there's nothing I can say to stop you. Put on your rubbers and wear a raincoat.
Yes, of course, dear.
I don't want to have to worry about you.
Walking may be good for some people, but it can be extremely hazardous for others, especially for someone who might just happen to run into Frank Wallace. As Frank walks calmly through the rain-soaked streets, he sees a short, slight figure just up the block. And once again, there is the quickened pulse, the rapid heartbeat, the flushed face, and Frank's fingers tighten around the knife in his pocket. We'll be back shortly with Act 2. Franklin K. Wallace is a distinguished judge. He's a credit to the community and an ornament to his profession. So what is he doing out late at night on a dark street in a drizzle and fog with a knife in his pocket? Moving swiftly toward a man who is walking just ahead of him.
What? Hey, well, I'll be. It's Judge Wallace. Evening, Judge.
Oh, it's,
Jim Downer. Don't you recognize me?
Yes, of course. How are you, Downer?
Well, I tell you, I'm having a problem.
Oh?
She says to me, Jim, you're chasing around. And it's true. I am. And she says, Jim, you've squandered not just your money, but mine. And it's true, I have. And she says, Jim, if you don't quit, I'll leave you or I'll kill you. Either one, maybe both. I don't know. Hey, what are you doing out on a night like this, Judge?
Just walking.
Oh, you don't kid old Jim. Nobody picks a night like this to go just walking. Something's up, huh, Judge?
Well, nothing you'd want to write about in the newspaper, darn it.
You know, Judge, I need a story in the worst way. I'm up against a deadline. I don't even have tomorrow's column. How about an idea?
Well, how about, murder?
Murder?
Murder.
Oh, no. No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Oh, because it's kind of offbeat, you know? Average person isn't concerned with murder. He doesn't think about killing.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, down there. Killing is the law of nature. Every living being has the mission to kill.
Well, Judge, I wouldn't exactly say that.
Oh, yes, everyone wants to kill. Animals kill ceaselessly every day in order to live. Birds constantly must kill.
Well, yeah, but we're not exactly talking about animals.
Or we cause to be killed for our benefit.
Well, it's kind of a gruesome topic.
No, killing is almost the same as creating. To make and to destroy. These concepts are the history of the universe.
Well, Judge, it's been great running into you, but I have some people down the line.
To kill is the law.
All right, if you say so,
Because
Judge.
nature loves eternal youth. The more she destroys, the more she renews herself.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that for a minute. Okay, I'll see you.
Now, just a second.
Huh? What is it?
I want to show you something. Here, look.
Judge, what are you doing with a knife? Judge, let go of me. Are you crazy?
No, I'm not crazy. We kill animals, but that's not enough to satisfy.
Now, wait a minute.
Long ago, the basic need was met by human sacrifice. But now, each man must...
Help!
Quiet.
I always treated you fairly, Judge. I always wrote good things about
There's
you.
nothing personal in this. Please understand that. It has to be done. Don't struggle, Jim. It'll be over very quickly. Was he dead? I thought I heard someone coming. His scream may have been heard by someone, the police maybe. If he wasn't dead, I was doomed. But I didn't have time to make sure. I had to get out of there because I knew I had blood on my coat. I had to get out of there, and I had to get rid of that coat.
Frank, where's your coat?
Estelle, I don't think you're going to believe me, but I gave it away.
You what?
Yes, you know the legend of the rich man who gives his coat to a beggar. Well, I ran into some poor derelict, and I just gave him...
Frank. What a generous thing to do.
Well, not really. The coat was getting old, and I was getting tired of it.
And I never really liked it.
Oh?
Let me tell you the latest news.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Downard, the political columnist on the Herald.
Yes? What about him?
Well, he was found stabbed on the street.
Oh, no.
Uh-huh.
Is he dead?
He's in a coma.
Oh.
He was unconscious when the police picked him up. Evidently, he'd been attacked. He'd been screaming for help.
Well, will he recover?
Well, the police are convinced he'll be able to identify his attacker, but, well, he has to regain consciousness.
Yes. Estelle.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to go to the hospital. I'd like to see him.
Oh, I didn't know you were that close.
Well, Jim was, he said he wanted to do a biography on me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
But you never said anything.
Well, it was just in the talk stages.
Well, they probably wouldn't permit visitors.
Well, the least I can do is go there and ask if he needs blood.
Oh, Frank. That's wonderful.
The doctor said, sure, he needs blood. And they took a pint of mine, which I thought was only fitting and proper. And then I asked if I could see Jim. And the doctor said Jim was still in a coma, but I could pop inside for a second. There was a cop stationed outside the door. He saluted me, and I walked into the room. He was lying very still. There were all kinds of tubes attached to various parts of his body. As I leaned over to look at him, he slowly opened his eyes. And I knew he was going to live and destroy me, unless I could do something. I could hear the doctor out in the hall. He was exchanging greetings with a policeman. Quickly, I pulled gently at one of the tubes in his arm. I didn't know what that might do, but it was all I had time for.
Do you want some warm milk, honey?
No, I'll just go to bed. Any news about Jim Downard?
Sorry to have to tell you this, Frank, but came over the radio a few minutes ago. Jim Downard is dead.
Oh.
They said he never really had a chance.
January 20th. I had discovered something else. In addition to the thrill of killing, there is also the exhilaration that is felt by the victim. Nature is kind. She also gives the one who is doomed a feeling of the drama. I know, because for several hours last night, I could have been a victim. Had Jim Downard lived, well, it taught me a lesson. I should raise the stakes. I shouldn't be so invulnerable. After all, if I am absolutely 100% safe, where is the thrill?
Morning, darling.
I see you've prepared a big breakfast.
You know, it seems to me that every time there's been a murder, you eat a big breakfast the following morning.
Oh? How do you account for that?
Well, how do you account for this? Police have suspect in Downard murder.
Have they?
It's remarkable. It only happened late last night, and they have their man a few hours later.
Darling, he's not exactly their man. He's just a suspect.
Well, they don't say, but they hint pretty strongly that the evidence against him is rather heavy.
Well, now, that's for a jury to decide.
I don't know, Frank. I don't think he did it.
Oh, no. Here we go again.
Well, it's just a feeling.
Darling, he'll have his day in court.
Well, that doesn't necessarily prove anything.
Estelle, are you attacking our system of justice?
Did that poor kid, what's his name, Peter Simmons, did he get justice?
Well, he got a fair trial.
Huh. Well, I still believe he's innocent, for all the good that does him now. And I believe this man is innocent, too.
Estelle, you don't know what the evidence is.
Well, it's just a feeling, and it just won't go away.
Well, you're being silly.
Maybe. I just wish that you weren't involved.
Well, I have to be involved. It's my job. February 23rd. The man's name is Tom Lewis, 30 years old. He has a previous record. He did time for robbery and again for assault. I don't think his chances are too good. He doesn't have a very good story either.
Well, I was just walking along down the street, see, and I thought I heard somebody yell. yelled for help. So I wasn't going to get mixed up in it, see? But it was foggy. And I couldn't see, And I guess I must have tripped over him. I could see he was dead, or good as dead. And there was blood. There was blood all over him. And that's how it got over me. And the money, well, all right, I figured as long as he's dead anyhow, he might have a couple of bucks on him, so I reached into his pocket.
Your Honor, we should like the jury to examine this $50 bill.
I not deny.
Bill.
Listen.
Order.
But somebody else had already knocked him off.
The accused will remain seated and orderly.
Well, I'm being framed.
Mr. Lewis, I will not warn you again. The court cannot tolerate these outbursts.
But I didn't kill him.
February 25. I see now each of my murders has been a masterpiece. I feel like an artist. With this difference, I cannot accept credit for my work. Well, perhaps the day will come when a man will be honored for a superlative job, such as I can do. Meanwhile, I'm not exactly being cheated. No one else wants to take credit for my work either. That's a consolation. Estelle?
Yes, Frank?
Well, now, what are you doing sitting here in the dark?
Is it dark? I hadn't noticed.
Well, did you fall asleep?
No.
Well, let me turn on the light. There. That's better. Well, what a day. Did you hear about it on the news?
No.
The boy. He isn't doing his case much good with all those outbursts. Would you like to go somewhere for dinner?
I don't feel like eating out.
Oh, well, that's all right. I just assumed.
The truth is, I don't feel like eating at all.
What's wrong?
That's a good question. How can I answer it?
Estelle.
I don't have the faintest idea of what to say or what to think.
About what?
About everything.
Darling, I wish I knew what you were talking about.
But there's really nothing I have to tell you. You're the one who has to tell me.
I always tell you everything.
I was paying the bills today.
Oh, well, that's enough to get anybody down.
And, I ran out of blank checks.
Oh?
I remembered...
Yes?
That you always have an extra book of checks in your desk drawer.
Oh.
But you always keep it locked.
Yes, that's right, I do.
I thought, maybe this time, you might have left it open.
Estelle, I never go through your things. We always respected each other's privacy.
But the drawer just happened to be open. And I found this little book.
And, did you read it?
Yes. Yes, Frank, I read it. Every single word of it.
Did you tell anyone about it?
No, Frank. I've told no one.
Well, that's good. That's very good to know.
Frank.
How would you like to poke innocently through your husband's desk and come up with a diary like the one you've been listening to? Well, you could say she's twice foolish. First, to find the diary, and second, to let him know it. We'll let you know what happens when I return shortly with that.
Might have left...
Over the years, there's been a series of particularly brutal murders. You are the wife of a distinguished jurist who has presided over most of the trials and sent the supposedly guilty to death. Now, you find a diary in which your husband claims that he is the killer.
Frank, what are you going to do?
What do you mean, what am I going to do?
Well, you killed those people. This boy. This one who's on trial now for the murder of Jim Downard. He's innocent.
No, dear, he's guilty.
But I just read your confession. And Peter Simmons, who was hanged for killing his sweetheart. Well, you admit you killed her.
Darling, please, sit down. You're becoming hysterical.
That's right, I am. I have every right to become...
Estelle, please, will you listen?
But to what?
To the truth.
I've just read the truth.
Darling, listen. For many years, I wanted to write a book.
What?
Now, will you please just listen? You don't have to say anything until I'm finished. I have been fascinated by the criminal mind. And so after a particularly brutal, apparently senseless murder is committed, I try to place myself in the mind of the killer. What does he think?
The way you put it, murder is obedience to a natural law.
That's poetic license, dear.
What do you mean?
We kill, not for gain. Or we think we do. We think we kill for money or for passion, but the truth is, these are just pretexts. No, we kill because of an ancient urge. And when the urge becomes strong enough, we take advantage of any pretext that comes up.
But I'm not aware of this urge.
And neither am I, dear. It's been refined and civilized out of us, but there are lower types. You see, the Tom Lewises,
but
the Pete
why?
Simmons. Why what?
I don't know.
Estelle, do you believe that I killed these people?
Well, there it was in your own handwriting.
Oh, Estelle, could you actually believe me capable of murder?
I don't know. It was such a shock, and I was so frightened.
Darling, we've been married 20 years. Don't you know what there is to know about murder?
Thought I did. And then I happened to remember certain things.
Like what?
Well, one of those. Each time there's been one. What murders? You just happened to be out walking.
Well, if there's such a thing as coincidence.
And when that girl was killed, well, you did have stains on your coat.
Oh, darling. Would you hang me on circumstantial evidence?
Well, you hung Peter Simmons on circumstantial evidence. And circumstantial evidence is tightening the noose around Tom Lewis's neck every day.
Do you seriously believe?
No. I believe you.
Well, that's better.
I believe you. Because I have no alternative.
February 27. How could I have been so stupid? Why did I leave that drawer unlocked? I'm sure there are psychologists who would say that I want to be caught, but that's ridiculous. Does she believe me? Does she? Or do I have to kill her? Kill Estelle? No, that would be testing the law, the natural law. Can you kill a loved one? Because I do love Estelle. That would be the highest obedience to the law, to kill the one you love.
Very well, Mr. Lewis. You expect this court to believe that you just stumbled across Mr. Downard's body in the dark?
It's the truth.
He had already been attacked by someone else.
Yes.
He was still alive.
I think so.
You insist you heard him cry for help.
That's right. Someone had just attacked him, see? And he's the one who killed him.
Yeah, but we don't know that he cried for help. All we have is your word for it.
But it happened, I tell you, and...
Yes? What? What did you want to say?
Mr. Lewis, you must answer the prosecutor's question. What happened?
Yes, well, it was foggy. But you see, just as I got there, I saw somebody.
You saw somebody?
Right. I could see somebody running away.
And could you describe that somebody?
He was tall. Very tall.
There's no mention of this somebody in any of your previous statements?
Well, that's because I was nervous. See, I couldn't think, but now...
Yes?
Well, now, as I go over it again and again in my mind, I remember. There was somebody, see, a tall guy. And he was running away. I mean, I can even remember his footsteps.
And so now you expect us to believe that the murder was committed by a certain mysterious somebody.
I expect you to believe the truth.
I think we already know the truth.
You heard about today's testimony, Estelle?
Yes.
He claims that a tall, mysterious stranger was running away from the scene.
Yes, I know about it.
I was out walking that night. And I'm tall. Exceptionally tall.
Yes.
And if you want to add it, I came home without my coat. Now, why would I do that? To get rid of it. And why would I want to get rid of my coat? Because of the stains, naturally.
Oh, please, Frank.
How are we going to live with this, Still? You suspect me of being a killer.
I never
You
said
don't
that.
have to say. I can tell by your face, by the tone of your voice, you suspect me.
I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Well, you think I'm a killer. Shouldn't you want to stop me?
How? Even if I believe it, who would believe me?
I'm sorry, Still. I'm sorry for both of us. I should have never written a book like that. You should never have read it. I don't know what kind of life we can have together. You'll never know the truth.
But I will, Frank, I will. I found a way to determine the truth.
How? How could you?
The truth is in your diary. I read your diary very closely. I found a way. I found a way.
Who are you?
That's not important, Tom Lewis.
How'd you get in here?
It wasn't easy.
Now, what do you want?
I want to save you.
Yeah, why?
Listen, I pulled a lot of wires to get into this prison. I'm the only chance you've got.
Who are you kidding? I got no chance at all. Unless you can work Miracle. How are you at Miracle, lady?
Just pull yourself together. You have a job to do.
Now, look, lady, I don't know who you are, what you want, but it ain't going to work.
You have absolutely nothing to lose. Now, just tell me, was there or was there not a tall man who ran away as you approached?
Yeah, I told the prosecutor.
Now, you just didn't make that up in a desperate hope someone might believe it.
Lady, I don't have to lie. I got nothing to lose. There was someone.
Tall?
Yeah, tall guy.
And that's all you could say about him?
Well, he was tall and kind of athletic looking, you know. Good build. He moved fast.
I see.
Hey, lady. Hey, what's the matter? Come on, what are you crying about?
Oh, nothing at all. Now, do you want to be cleared of the murder charge?
Huh. Just like that, huh?
Well, almost.
Why should I be clear?
Because tomorrow, you'll stand up in court and admit you killed Jim Donard.
Oh, great. And that's going to clear me?
Yes.
Oh, lady, why don't you leave me alone? I got a tough one now.
Do as I tell you.
You mean you want me to just jump up and holler, I killed him?
Yes, and then you go on and this is what else you'll tell them.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard all the testimony, seen all the evidence, and now it's up to you to decide whether the accused, Tom Lewis, is guilty as charged of the crime of murder.
They don't have to decide.
There will be order in this court. Order.
I mean, what's to decide? I'm guilty. Hey, here we say.
Order. Order. The prisoner will be seated.
I'm guilty. Do you see? I don't care what those clowns on the jury think. I killed him. I killed Jim Donard. I killed him. I'm proud of it. I'm proud of it. Sure, I killed him. What's wrong with that? Everybody kills sooner or later. We're all killers, you see. I killed him because I couldn't help myself.
I said be seated.
Didn't you ever want to kill somebody, Judge, huh? Didn't you?
I'll have you removed from this court.
What do I care? I killed him. I also killed that woman last year, you know? That Darlene, right? Darlene, what's her name? I killed her. Her boyfriend swung for it.
You did not.
I did. I can still feel the wild beating of her heart, you see? The hysterical pounding of her pulse. And then you stab the knife.
You didn't kill her.
I killed her. And I killed Tom Downard. You can take that away from me. Don't anybody try to take it away from me.
Silence.
I won't be silent. I killed because I had to. I had to obey the law. The natural law. Nature commanded me to kill.
That's a lie. You're a cheap little punk. What would you know about nature's laws? What would an ignorant hoodlum like you know about nature's law? What an illiterate clod like you know about the dark hidden places in the human soul? What would you know about bloody imperatives of the race?
I know. I killed both of them.
You're a liar. You didn't kill anybody. I did. I killed Darlene Wilson and I killed Jim Donald, and I can prove it.
Frank.
Now you know, Hazel. Now you know I did it. They weren't cheap little crimes of passion. They were obedience to the elemental law. You know that's the truth, Estelle. Show them the book. Show everybody the book.
Well, they were all set to throw the book at ex-Judge Frank Wallace, but, of course, the plea was insanity. And if it proves anything at all, it demonstrates that no one should try to steal credit from a true artist. No one else should ever try to pose as the author of his works, even if those works are concerned with murder. I'll be back shortly. You've heard him say, murder will out. It's supposed to mean that murder cannot be hidden. The fact will eventually emerge. However, the tale you just heard adds a chilling dimension to that statement. It can now mean that murder may slumber deep inside each of us, that one day it may find its way out. No, that won't do. Better enjoy murder vicariously with us. That way, you'll never be tempted or driven. Our cast included Larry Haynes, E.V. Juster, Robert Dryden, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Haim Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm afraid the chairs aren't very comfortable, but that doesn't matter because in just a moment, you'll be sitting on the edge of them. For we'll be bringing you the tale of the thing inside. A strange and potent force sealed up and held in check that cried to be released. And once it was freed, brought terror and death to a whole countryside.
Sergeant, what's this all about? Has there been any trouble over at Ezra's place?
I guess you could call it trouble, Mrs. Farrar. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Well, have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe. Our mystery drama, The Thing Inside, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Robert Newman and stars Ralph Bell and Bryna Rayburn. What is evil? Is it abstract or concrete? Does it seek us out or do we seek it? Either way, there is something in all of us that senses its presence. And when we do, most of us draw back from it in fear. But occasionally, for reasons we do not always understand, we are attracted to it and come under its spell, thus freeing it to work its destruction on an unsuspecting world. Our story begins as John and Sarah Farrar get out of their car and walk towards a rather shabby and run-down antique shop in a small New England village.
It's not much of a place.
No. Still, you never know. Paul's picked up some pretty nice things in places like this. That tavern sign, for instance.
That's true.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Do you mind if we look around?
Nope, not at all. You looking for anything in particular?
Oh, no, not really. Possibly some dishes. Do you have any white ironstone?
Nope, I'm afraid not.
It doesn't matter. That's a rather nice painting there.
A schooner? Yes, it is.
Oh, well, do you know anything about it?
Nope, except that it's American. Early 19th century.
John, look at this.
What? Oh, yes. Did you say early 19th century?
Yep.
I don't think so. I'd say it wasn't more than 20 years old. A copy of something earlier.
Why do you say that?
Because of the condition of the canvas and the varnish.
You a dealer?
No, I'm a painter.
Oh, well, you may be right.
I'm sure I am. Oh, hello.
Oh, have you found something?
Yes. Can you tell us anything about this?
Oh, a glass paperweight?
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep. At least I think so.
What do you think of it, Sarah?
No, it's interesting.
Yes, it is. Especially when you hold it up to the light. When you turn the ball, it moves. I've never seen anything quite like it.
Neither have I. Paul would probably know what it is.
Never mind. How much do you want for it?
$5.
What do you say, Sarah? Shall we buy it?
Oh, I don't know, John. It just looks like a glass ball to me.
Well, I like it. I like looking at it.
Yes, but $5 for something that may be nothing at all.
Well, why do you say it's nothing when I say I like it?
Well, because $5 is a lot of money. For us, anyway.
You don't have to rub it in.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I just meant
I know what you meant.
If you really want it, you can have it for $3.
I do want it. I'll take it.
John.
I said I'll take it.
Hello? Anybody home?
Is that you, Paul?
Yes.
I'll be right down. Hi.
Hello, Sarah.
Well, what's all this?
Oh, my brother sent me a case of fruit from Florida, and I thought you and John might like some.
Oh, that's awfully nice of you, Paul.
No, not really. I'd never finish it all by myself.
Well, I still think it's very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Where's John?
In the studio.
Oh, how is he?
Oh, about the same. Not very good.
Still not working, huh?
No. He's trying. He goes in there every day.
Well, it's happened to almost every painter at some time or another. You hit a bad period, just can't seem to do anything.
Oh, Paul. I thought I heard your voice. How are you?
Fine, John. And you?
Okay. Where'd all this fruit come from?
Paul brought it over.
My brother sent me a whole case of it, and I thought you might like some.
Oh, it's very nice of you. I was hoping you'd stop by. There's something I wanted to show you, ask you about.
Oh, what's that?
This glass ball.
Oh, where'd you get it?
In a crummy little antique shop in Preston.
Oh, yes, I know the place.
The guy said it was a paperweight.
Well, it can't be. It doesn't have a base. It isn't even flat on one side.
Well, that's what I thought. What do you think it is, then?
Hey, I have no idea. The only thing I've ever seen that's even vaguely like this are witch balls.
Witch balls?
Yeah, you sometimes find them down in Pennsylvania. They're like hex signs, supposed to keep witches away.
Oh, yes.
It's a very interesting thing. Beautiful piece of glass blowing.
Yes, isn't it? Take it over the light and look at it more closely. There's something inside it. Kind of shadow.
Oh? I don't see anything.
Well, hold it up. Turn it.
Oh, you mean that kind of a swirl?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just an air bubble or maybe an imperfection in the glass.
I don't. I think there's something inside it that the glass was blown around it. Here, give it to me.
Oh, John.
It slipped out of my hands.
Well, it didn't break. Did it crack?
No. Look at that. Dropped on the fireplace, and there's not a mark or a scratch on it.
Well, that's impossible.
Well, look at it.
Well, you're right. I've never seen anything like it. It can't be ordinary glass. I'll tell you what, John. I've got a friend who's an expert. Collects paperweights. If you like, I'll take it and show it to you.
No. It's not leaving this house.
John!
Well, I just thought that...
I say it's not leaving this house.
All right, John.
I'm going back inside. I'll see you, Paul.
Yes, John. Well, he really has a thing about it, hasn't he?
Yes.
When did he get it?
Oh, just yesterday. I don't like it.
Why not?
I don't know. I just have a funny feeling about it. I have had from the first time I saw it.
John, can you hear me?
What?
You can hear me. I know you can. I knew it the first time you picked me up. Because you were the only one who could see me.
Yeah.
You've got to help me. Save me.
How?
Break the ball and free me.
Break?
Yes, if you do, you won't be sorry. I'll do things for you, wonderful things.
But how can I break it? I dropped it, and it didn't even crack.
Fire and water, John. Fire and water.
I don't understand.
You will. I know you will. I know you'll help me.
Just a second. Oh, hello, Paul.
Sarah, can I come in for a few minutes?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, how are you?
A little down at the moment.
Why?
I just got some rather upsetting news. That's why I came over.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. Well, what's the news?
Well, it'll affect you and John more than it does anyone else.
Hmm?
You know those rumors that Ezra Tate was going to sell that 200-acre parcel of his to a developer? Well, apparently they're true.
Oh, no. But how do you know?
Well, I was just at the bank and Peterson told me.
Well, that's certainly not good, that Ezra is going to sell. But that doesn't mean that they can go ahead and build there. Well, they'd have to get the approval of the zoning board.
Have you forgotten that Harry Walker, the board chairman, is his nephew?
Yeah, but he wouldn't dare. You mean you think it really may go through?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, but that's awful. You know, we bought this place, put every cent we have into it, mostly because of the location and the view, and if the deal does go through, that will be the end of it.
I know.
And that's not all. But I wouldn't want to go on living here with a development right under our noses. And I don't think anyone else would want to either.
Well, I'm afraid you'd take a bad licking if you tried to sell the place.
Well, don't say anything about it to John until we really do know what's going to happen. He hates Ezra Tate as it is, and when he hears about this...
That's right. He has had a bit of trouble with him, hasn't he?
Oh, from the day we moved in here. First about the boundary line, and then about...
Sarah, do you... Oh. Oh. Hello. I didn't know you were here.
I was just passing by, and I thought I'd drop in.
Well, I'm glad you did. As a matter of fact, I was going to call you.
Oh, about what?
You know that glass ball I showed you yesterday?
Well, yes, of course.
If you wanted to break it, really break it, how'd you go about it?
Well, why on earth would you want to break it? It's a beautiful thing.
Oh, yes, it is. But suppose I did want to break it.
I really don't know, John.
Can you think of any way it can be done with fire and water?
Fire and water?
Yes.
Well, I suppose if you put it in a fire and got it very hot, or close to its melting point, and then dropped it into cold water, that might do it.
Of course. Thanks, Paul.
John, wait. You mean you're really going to...
Yes.
Why?
Because I've got to. I got a feeling that if I do break it, can break it up.
What?
Never mind. I'll see you, Paul.
Don't look that way, Sarah. I know it doesn't make sense, but after all, there's no harm in it.
I'm not so sure about that.
Why do you say that?
I told you, I had a funny feeling about the thing from the first time I saw it.
Well, if he does break it, destroy it, that will be the end of it.
I wonder. John?
Yes.
Why have you got the door locked?
I didn't realize I had. Hi.
Oh, may I come in?
Of course.
Oh, it's awfully hot in here.
I know, it's the fire.
Oh, yes. Then you're really going to do it?
Yes. I've had the ball on the fire for about a half hour now. I was just about to take it out.
Darling, I don't like this.
I know you don't. What'd I do with the tongs?
Over there.
Oh, yes. Now, stand back. I'm going to take it out.
And drop it in the pail of water?
Yes. Come on now. There we are.
Darling, be careful.
I will. You ready?
Yes.
Here goes. Wow. I really think I did it.
What happened to the ball?
Well, see for yourself. It practically exploded into 100 pieces.
Oh, yes. Well, are you satisfied now?
Yes. Now, wait a minute. Look at this. This is what was inside it. Its center.
Another ball. A small black one.
Yes, but it wasn't black before.
Oh, the heat must have turned it black. Well, what are you going to do with it?
Keep it.
Why?
Just so. Now, stop looking so upset, Sarah. Things are going to be different now.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll see. Everything's going to be fine. Better than they've ever been before.
With the help of fire and water, the mysterious glass ball has been broken. And though he should know better, John Farrar seems pleased about it. For there are some things that it is best to leave alone. Was he right in thinking there was something sealed in the ball? Will it give him the things he wants? And if so, at what cost? Dusk is a time of uncertainty. And though she could not have said why, Sarah Farrar was not just uncertain, but anxious as she stood beside her husband and saw the glass ball shatter. But now she's beginning to feel that perhaps she was mistaken. For when John woke this morning, he was in better spirits than he has been for months. He went into his studio early and has been in there all day. It's evening now, almost supper time, and he still has not come out.
Yes.
Darling, it's almost 6 o'clock, and I wondered if...
It's what?
Almost 6 o'clock.
You're kidding. It can't be.
But it is.
Oh, good Lord. I had no idea. I kept thinking while I had it, I'd stay with it. Keep on going for just a little while longer.
You You mean you've been working?
Have I ever?
Oh, can I look?
Of course. It's not quite finished. I want to do a little more with the background, but, what do you think?
Oh, darling, it's good. It's terribly good.
You really think so?
Oh, yes. It's the best thing you've ever done. In some ways, like summer morning, but different, stronger.
You're right. It is something like summer morning, and it is different, but, well, it would have to be, because I'm suddenly seeing everything differently. Feeling differently. It's as if I'd been handcuffed for months, and I was suddenly free.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Oh, 6 o'clock. No wonder I'm starving.
But didn't you have any lunch? I went out around noon.
No, I forgot about it. What's for supper?
Oh, beef stew.
Oh, good. And wine?
Well, there's that bottle we were saving for a special occasion.
I think this is it, don't you?
Oh, I certainly do. Oh, darling, why don't you wash up and... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah.
Oh, Paul, hello.
Well, you sound pretty good.
Oh, I feel that way. John finally broke through, and he's working. Working beautifully.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, you don't sound so good. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. I just heard that the deal on Ezra Tate's land is definitely going through. The closing's tomorrow.
Oh, no. And there's no way of stopping it?
None that I know of.
Oh, then I guess I'll have to tell John.
Tell me what?
Are you going to do it now?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
So am I, but it can't be helped. Goodbye, Paul.
What was that all about?
Oh, some rather bad news. Darling, you know that talk that Ezra Tate was going to sell the 200 acres across the road to a developer?
Yes?
Well, apparently it's true.
What? It can't be.
I'm afraid it is, John. The closing's tomorrow.
But he can't do anything like that. It'd ruin the town. And not just the town. We couldn't go on living here with a couple of hundred ticky-tacky houses right across the road.
I know. But I'm afraid nothing can be done about it.
No? Well, we'll see about that.
John, where are you going?
To talk to him.
No, John, wait! Don't! Wait!
Ezra Tate.
Who's there? Who's there?
John Farrar.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you.
Well, you can't right now. I'm eating supper.
Oh, damn it all, Ezra. It's important.
Okay, just a second. Now, what is all this?
Is what I heard true? That you're selling the land across the road from us to a developer?
It sure is.
But you can't do that.
Says who? It's my land. I can sell it to anyone I want.
Haven't you any feeling at all for anyone else? Don't you realize what it'll do, not just to me, my place, but the whole town? It can't take another couple of hundred people.
The deal's set, and that's that.
But can't you see? Okay, how much are they offering you for it?
Why do you want to know?
Because I'll buy it from you. I'll give you a couple of thousand over their price.
What? That's really funny.
What's funny about it?
Yeah, it just is. You haven't got a dime. You owe everyone in town money, and you want to buy...
Never mind about that. I'll get it somewhere.
Yeah? Where? From your friend Paul Chandler?
What's the deal where I get it?
I'd like to know, that's all. Just because he's got a thing about your wife, comes around with fruit and groceries for you, I imagine... You keep away from me, Farrar! You think I'd let you in here without precautions? This gun's loaded. Come any closer and I'll let you have a load of birdshot.
For 2 cents...
2 cents is just about what you can afford. Now, you get out of here.
Okay. But this isn't the end of it, Ezra.
Oh, John, thank heaven you're back. I was afraid... Well, what happened?
He laughed at me.
Oh, you should have known he would. He's a dreadful old man.
He's a monster. He doesn't give a damn about anyone or anything. I'd like to see him drop dead.
John!
Well, I would. Though just dropping dead would be too good for him. I'd like to have something really terrible happen to him.
Just a second.
Good morning. Mrs. Farrar?
Yes?
My name's Osborne. Sergeant Osborne, State Police.
Oh, how do you do?
Is your husband around?
Yes, he's in his studio.
Could I talk to him for a few minutes?
Well, he's working, but I think so. Come in.
Thank you.
Yes?
John, could you come out here for a minute?
Okay. What's up?
Oh, darling, this is Sergeant Osborne of the State Police.
Oh. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Mr. Farrar. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wondered if you could help us.
With what, Sergeant?
Were you home last night?
Yes, we were. We're here most nights.
What time did you get to bed?
Fairly early. About 10.
Yes, that's right.
And did you get up for any reason, or did you sleep right through the night?
No, we slept straight through. At least I did. Why?
I was hoping that maybe you'd gotten up. That you could tell me if you heard or saw anything unusual. A car going up the road to Ezra Tate's place, for instance.
Well, I didn't. Did you, Sarah?
No. We'd had a big day, and I slept like a log.
You know Tate, don't you?
Yeah, we sure do.
I take it you don't like him very much.
Well, that's the understatement of the year. We've had nothing but trouble with him since we moved up here.
Sergeant, what's this all about? Has there been any trouble at his place?
I guess you could call it trouble. He was killed last night.
He was what?
Killed. Murdered. His nephew went over there early this morning and found him.
Oh, but that's awful. I thought he was a dreadful man, but... Have you any idea who did it?
Not yet. That's why I stopped by here to find out if you'd seen or heard anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish we could help you, but... Well, how was he killed?
It was pretty bad. Whoever did it must have really hated him or else been out of his mind. Because it was done with an axe.
No, that's not a nice way to kill someone, not at all. And whoever or whatever did it didn't waste very much time. For it was only last night that John Farrar said, "I'd like to see something really terrible happen to him." And what did happen was horrible enough to shock even him. The question is, was it a coincidence, or is there more to it than that? Could it have something to do with the shattering of the glass ball? There is a finality to death. Even the death of the unloved and unmourned, that we all find sobering, for it reminds us of our own mortality. It's late afternoon now, and Sarah Farrar is in the kitchen of the old farmhouse when a car drives up, stops outside. She goes to the door, opens it.
Oh. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Well, I've been better.
I gather you heard the news then.
About Ezra? Yes.
Who'd you hear it from?
The state police. One of them stopped by this morning. He wanted to know whether John or I had heard or seen anything last night.
And had you?
No. We were both pretty tired. John had been working like a maniac all day, and we slept right through.
I see. How's John?
Well, of course he's upset. It's a scary thing when something like that happens so close by, and you don't know who did it or why. But he'll get over it.
I hope so. I've been worried about him.
Why?
Well, he certainly wasn't in very good shape the other day. That whole involvement of his with that glass ball.
Oh, that. I was pretty worried about that myself, but, well, once he broke it and snapped his painting block, it started working.
Well, he really feels there was some connection there.
Apparently.
Well, as long as he's working. I take it he still is.
Oh, yes. Yes, he finished one painting, and he's already started on another.
Oh, good. The reason I stopped by was because I wanted to find out if the two of you were free Friday night.
Oh, yes, we are.
Then would you come over for dinner? Benson of the Benson Gallery is coming up from New York. And if John is working again, I thought he ought to meet him.
Oh, poor. You really are a very good friend.
Oh, come on, Sarah. Now, you know how I feel about you. Both of you. You've had a pretty rough time since you moved up here, and if I've done anything to help...
Oh, Paul, hello. Hi. I didn't hear your car. You been here long?
No, just a few minutes.
Oh, Paul stopped by to invite us over for dinner Friday night. Benson of the Benson Gallery is going to be there.
Oh, that's nice. What do you think of our big local news?
Ezra Tate's death? That's pretty shocking.
Yes, it is. On the other hand, it did take care of a pretty serious problem for us.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, now that he's gone, that's the end of that housing development.
I'm afraid it isn't, John.
Well, why not?
His nephew is his only living relative. He'll inherit everything Ezra had, including his land, and he's already telling people he intends to go through with the deal.
What? Well, he can't do that. He's head of the town zoning board.
Yes, he is, but he was willing to push the thing through when it meant money in his uncle's pocket. Don't you think he'll be even more anxious to do it when it means money in his own?
But that's even worse.
Well, a little more direct and obvious, but no worse.
And nothing can be done about it?
I'm afraid not. The zoning board is his baby. Does just what he says.
Wow. It would serve him right if the same thing happened to him that happened to Ezra.
John, that's a terrible thing to say.
Is it? I don't like violence any more than you do, Sarah, but when a man is willing to destroy a whole community out of sheer greed, I say the world's better off without him.
John? John? Oh, you are in here.
Oh, yes, of course I am. Why?
Well, I couldn't imagine what had happened to you. You said you were going into work for just a half hour or
That's
so.
right. What time is it?
It's almost 11.
It's not.
Yes, it is.
I must have fallen asleep again. I worked for a while and started feeling tired and sat down here.
Well, you've really been at it these last few days.
I guess I have.
John, why are you keeping this thing here?
What thing?
This black thing that was in the center of the glass bowl.
Well, I told you I was going to keep it.
But why?
Because I like it. I like looking at it.
What? Was that what you were doing before you fell asleep?
Yes.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't. I wish you'd get rid of it.
Oh, don't be silly, Sarah. The day I found the ball, or rather the day I broke it open, was one of the most important days of my life. Hasn't everything been different since then?
Well, if you mean you've been working well, yes, but I...
But what?
Oh, never mind. Are you coming up to bed now?
I guess so. Just let me clean my brushes and put them away. Oh, who on earth is that?
I have no idea. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Sarah. Did I wake you?
No, Paul. I was upstairs reading. I just came down to see what was keeping John.
Is he there with you?
Oh, he's in the studio. Why?
Well, I wasn't sure whether I should call or not, but I finally decided I would. Sarah, I've got some more news that's just as shocking as the last. Harry Walker was killed tonight.
What? Where? And how?
In his home. His wife was out, came back, and found him dead in the kitchen.
Oh, no. And they don't know who did it?
Not any more than they do who killed Ezra.
Hi.
Oh, good morning, darling. I couldn't decide whether to wake you or let you sleep.
Oh, I haven't been asleep for some time. I'm just lying there thinking.
I know, but I thought you might doze off. You didn't sleep much last night.
No.
Well, how about some breakfast?
I don't want any.
John, you should eat something.
I can't. I feel awful.
Because of what you said when Paul was here about how Harry Walker deserved to die too?
Partly.
Well, you shouldn't. All right, it was a horrible thing to say, but you were angry, upset.
Yes, I was, but don't you realize that the same thing happened before with Ezra? I said I hoped something terrible would happen to him, and it did.
Yes, it did, but we often say things we don't really mean.
But I did mean it. I meant it both times. That's what makes it so frightening.
Why frightening? Look, you don't think that just saying it had anything to do with their deaths, do you?
Yes, I do.
John!
Well, I do. Do you remember what I told you about the glass ball?
That there was something in it?
Yes. What if there was? And what if, when I released it, it began doing things for me in return?
Oh, John, that's ridiculous. It was just a glass ball.
Was it? I told you that I had to break it, that it was very important. And it was right after I did that I started working again.
Yeah, but that could have happened anyway.
Maybe. But then twice after that, when I said I hoped something would happen to someone, it did.
That was just a coincidence.
When the same thing happens twice in the same way, it's not a coincidence. But that's not the worst of it. What if the same thing happens still again?
Oh, John. And that's insane. Things don't happen just because we want them to. There's no connection between what happened to either Ezra or Harry Walker. And even if there were, how could the same thing happen again? You don't feel the same way about anyone else.
Don't I?
Who?
You've no idea?
No. We don't know that many people up here. And you don't mean Paul?
Yes. Good old Paul, who's always doing things for us. Only it hasn't been for us. It's been for you. He's in love with you, isn't he?
Oh, John, this is terrible. I've been concerned about you, worried about you for some time, but I never realized you really are sick.
Are you saying it's not true?
Of course it's not true. He's just a friend, a good friend.
I wish I could believe you.
Meaning you don't?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
But there's nothing to think about. I tell you, John, where are you going?
Out.
John, wait a minute. You can't. John!
Hello?
Oh, Paul, it's me again. Any sign of him?
No, Sarah.
But it's been over 2 hours.
Well, you said he didn't take the car. If he walked, it would take him some time to get over here.
Not this long, Paul. I'm scared. I told you what he said.
I know, but I don't think there's anything to be concerned about. The longer he has to think about, the more chance there is that he'll realize it's ridiculous.
But suppose it's just the opposite. Suppose...
Now, don't do that, Sarah. I'm not worried. I hope he does come here. I told you there's something I want to tell him.
What?
I don't want to go into it now, but I think it may make a difference. Help him.
All right. But if he does come to your place, will you call me? Let me know.
Of course, Sarah.
Thank you, Paul.
A friend, she said. Just a good friend. Can I believe her? He's been there all the time, whenever we needed him. No, not just when we needed him. Whenever he could do anything to help. Why? There's only one way to find out.
Hello, John. I've been expecting you.
Have you?
Yes, Sarah called. Twice, as a matter of fact, and said you might be coming over here. Come on in.
Thanks.
Can I get you something? Some coffee or a drink?
No.
Well, sit down. There's something I want to tell you.
About you and Sarah?
What? What could I tell you about that?
How you feel about it?
I feel the same way about her that I do about you. I like you both very much. What I wanted to talk to you about was that glass ball.
What about it?
Well, I'm afraid I was the one who got you started on it, saying it was something like a Pennsylvania Dutch witch ball. Well, I was wrong. There was nothing strange or mysterious about it. It wasn't even old. It was made 7 or 8 years ago by the New England Glass Company.
That's impossible. How do you know that?
Because I called a friend of mine, the man I wanted to show it to, and he told me. The company was trying to develop a new kind of glass, practically unbreakable and impervious to heat. They did it by bonding 2 kinds of glass together, and the ball was one of their samples.
That's not true. It's a lie. You don't just want to take Sarah away from me. You want to take that away, too. The feeling that breaking it just gave me, the freedom, the sense of power. When you're not going to.
John, put down that poker.
No.
John, put it down. I'm not finished yet. I'm not denying that something happened to you after you bought it, but I think I can explain that, too. Now, look, when you brought it home, you used to sit and stare into it, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, don't you see what could have happened? When you stare into something clear or shiny, you can hypnotize yourself. But in your case, the self-hypnosis took a special form. You started identifying with it. And when you finally broke it, you released something. Not in the ball, but in yourself.
Released what? Lies? Everything you've been saying has been a lie?
It hasn't, John. It's been the truth, John. Keep away from me.
No, I came over here to find something out, and I have. You're no friend of mine. You never were.
John!
Who's that?
I don't know.
Well, don't open the door.
John, now stop that. Whoever it is must know we're here. I've got to.
Paul, I'm warning you.
Mr. Chandler?
Yes?
I'm Osborne, State Police. Is Mr. Farrar... Oh, yes, I see he is. Good morning, Mr. Farrar. Your wife said she thought you might be here.
My wife?
Yes, we stopped by at your place first. Mr. Farrar, would you come with me?
Where?
To headquarters. We'd like to talk to you.
About what?
Several things, but mostly about where you were last night about 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? But that was...
That was what?
About when Harry Walker was murdered.
How do you know that?
Because Paul called us shortly after that and told us. You're all against me. Not just my wife and Paul, but everyone. Plotting against me.
No one's against you, Mr. Farrar, and we're certainly not plotting against you. We just want to talk to you and...
No!
Farrar, stop! Come back here, Farrar!
Aren't you going after him?
Oh, we'll catch up to him. I have another car and 2 more men out on the road there, just around the curve.
Why did you want to talk to him?
Well, someone saw him leaving Harry Walker's house last night, shortly before Mrs. Walker came home.
Oh.
We just got a general description. Weren't sure who it was at first, but... Farrar, look out! That truck!
John! Oh, good Lord.
Seek, and you shall find. John Farrar came to his friend's house seeking what? The truth, he tried to tell himself. But the truth was exactly what he did not want to hear. Not when it stripped away his illusions and did not confirm his jealous imaginings. And so he found what we find so often when we reject the truth and everything else of value: death.
Now we see through a glass darkly, says the Bible. That was what John Farrar was doing, seeing something in the strange glass ball that wasn't there. But he wasn't completely wrong. At least it wasn't all imaginary. For as his friend Paul said, there was a thing inside. Not inside the glass ball, but inside John himself, that never should have been tampered with. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Caliban, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Mystery Theater program was furnished by the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I am Tanner Grimes. Is there life after death? How many times have we heard, or perhaps even asked that question? Of course, it might make just as much sense if we were to inquire, is there death after life? Death, life. Are they the two sides of the same coin? A coin that remains in circulation forever?
The accused will rise. Marl Ticehurst Tapley, widow of the late common criminal Will Tapley.
He was no criminal. He was a poor man who was forced to steal to feed his family.
The testimony of the witnesses contradicts.
Liars! Perjurers!
Marl Tapley, you are found guilty of witchcraft.
No!
The accused shall be taken to the place of execution, where all designs and residue of the devil shall be burned away from her soul, which shall then be made pure and fit to meet its maker.
Mystery drama written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton and Marion Feather. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It isn't fair the way the world is set up. Some are born rich, others poor. Some, it seems, are foreordained to fail, and others to succeed. I suppose we can say that each of us is born under a certain star. And that constellation, that birth star, or for some, it's a death star, determines our destiny. We can safely assume, then, in light of all this, that lies around thee appear...
You're not, John.
No, ma'am.
Have you taken the day off?
No. He died Saturday morning.
Oh. It's too bad. It must have been rather sudden. He was here Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, are you going to be their new person?
Yes, ma'am. I'm taking over the newsstand.
I'm Miss Roundtree. I'm with Landry, Dawson, and Sherman on the 84th floor.
Ah, yes, Miss Roundtree.
And what's your name?
Blake.
Miss Roundtree! Just a minute, Jay. Blake, you look familiar.
Huh? Do I?
Yes, in a way. Well, every morning I pick up the Times Bulletin, the Journal, and a pack of Tapley's mints.
The Times Bulletin, the Journal, and Tapley's mints? Well, where would I...
John, you keep them right over there. Oh, I see there are no more. Would you order some?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes.
They're imported from England.
Oh, no, I'll get them for you.
Thank you.
I'm holding the car for you, Miss Roundtree.
Right away, Jerry.
You're kind of late, Mrs. Roundtree. Everybody's there for the breakfast meeting already.
I just heard about John.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is in the midst of life and all that.
Who's this new fellow, Blake?
I don't know. But I can tell you something. He gives me the creeps.
You too?
Going up! Oh, Liza.
You sound as if I've just been resurrected.
Do you realize it's exactly 8:58?
Well, I'm not scheduled to speak until 9.
Well, you must admit you did cut it rather fine.
Well, it's your fault. Why do you serve such fantastic spreads in the morning?
If you invite people in for a breakfast meeting, I say give them a good, hearty country breakfast.
Well, country breakfasts are not for city girls.
You know, that nothing but coffee and donut is going to catch up with you one day.
What sort of house do we have out there, Jim?
You always attract the cream of the crop. There's Bolton of the Times Bulletin, Conan of the Journal, Faraday of Business Review. Practically all the top financial guys in the country.
All right, let's go, Jim. It's 9 o'clock exactly.
Okay. Ready for your introduction?
What's that aroma?
Well, which particular one? We've got fresh ham, bacon, sausage.
No, it's not that. It's, venison? Venison for breakfast?
You know how it is. I spoil these folks. Every year they expect me to come up with something different. So this time it's a special venison pie.
Yes. And it's called poultry pie.
Mm-hmm. I ran across the recipe in an old book I bought when I was in London last year.
It goes back to the 17th century in Yorkshire, where you could still be hanged for stealing deer.
Now, you cut your venison into strips.
You give it body with potatoes.
Uh-huh. And any other vegetables that come to hand.
Wheat flour for a crust.
Now, you need fennel.
Rosemary and sage.
Uh-huh. And then you... Hey, how do you know?
How do I... No?
Well, I mean, this is an obscure 350-year-old English backcountry folk recipe, for crying out loud. How would you know about it? What does it have to do with finance or economics?
Well, Oh, Jim, now it's after 9.
Ooh, so it is. We better get you out there before the natives get restless.
I was asked to speak on the subject, Whither the Economy. A more appropriate title, perhaps, might be Whither the Inflation. How can we tame this rampaging beast? More to the point, is it possible to this rampaging beast, the beast that resides in each one of us. And I stood there.
Liza, what is it?
I remember. I stood there in the dark, and I said...
Liza, what's the matter?
I said, "Oh, Lord, what will become of me? I stand condemned, you all now see. To deepest hell my soul must fly, all in a moment, when I die.
Liza!
Great Lord, how shall I be forgiven? Not fit for earth, not fit for heaven."
Liza, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid Miss Roundtree's been taken ill. The meeting will continue with our next speaker, the head of our research department, Dr. Richard Broad. Dick? Liza.
What happened to me?
You don't know?
Well, I was standing there and began to talk, and then suddenly I must have blacked out.
That's all you remember?
I don't remember getting past the rampaging beast of inflation.
You don't remember the poem?
Poem?
You recited a poem.
Oh, no, I recited a poem. That's impossible.
You did, Liza. You stood there and recited a poem.
Is this a joke? Listen, Jim, I have been under considerable stress lately, and it's possible that I'm perfectly all right now. I can go right out there. I'll finish my presentation.
We tape the meetings, Liza. Do you want to hear what you said? Listen.
"Oh, Lord, what will become of me? I stand condemned, you all now see. To deepest hell my soul must fly, all in a moment, when I die. Great Lord, how shall I be forgiven? Not fit for earth. Not fit for heaven. I said that? Well, I must have.
Liza, what is it?
I don't have the faintest idea.
What does this mean?
Well, it means obviously that someone's just been condemned to death.
Well, yes, that's clear enough, but why should you be saying it?
Jim, I don't know.
Well, Liza, it didn't sound as if you were just reciting poetry. It was as if you were actually standing in the dock, the prisoner's dock, and...
Oh, go on. Tell me more.
Look, I think you'd better see a doctor.
Oh, I know what he'll tell me. He'll say, get more sleep. Well, I'm not tired.
He'll also tell you to eat a more balanced diet.
Well, I'm never really hungry.
Well, that's because you eat all those mints all the time. Anyhow, I didn't have that kind of doctor in mind. I was thinking you might...
No, Jim, no. No, I don't think so.
Liza, evidently there's something...
askew in my mind.
Well, how do you account for that little episode just before? Look, we could solve everything so neatly. All you'd have to do is just marry me and lead a sensible life.
I'm tired, Jim. I better take the rest of the day off.
Half a day today, Miss Roundtree.
Jerry, this new man at the newspaper counter, Blake, why did you say he gives you the creeps?
It's just certain people, they rub you the wrong way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
You got any complaints about him?
What complaints could I possibly have?
Hey, Miss Roundtree.
Oh, I see you remembered my name.
Yes, I called the wholesaler. I ordered those mints, you know. I'll have them tomorrow or the next day.
Thank you. Oh, wait, Mr. Blake. Have you ever seen me before?
No, Miss Roundtree. Not that I remember. Well, I'm sure I'd remember.
It's just that you look familiar to me.
Well, it could be. I'm a kind of ordinary-looking person, so you can run into fellows who resemble me just about every day. Whereas you...
Yeah?
Well, you're a very unusual-looking person in a very attractive way. I'm not trying to get fresh or anything like that, but you asked. Therefore, I'd remember if I'd seen you before, but I don't. So I guess I didn't.
Where are you from, Miss Blake?
Nebraska. I used to drive a truck. But I got arthritis, so I came east looking for something to do. I had a little money saved, and this concession opportunity came by. Have you ever been in Nebraska?
No.
Well, you know, this is the first time I've ever been away from there.
I see. Well, it must have been my imagination.
Will, where are you? Here, girl. Here. Be still. You want to wake all of Yorkshire?
Will, don't do this.
Molly, you go straight home. You left the boy all alone, and he's ill.
Before this night is out, he may be worse. He might be without a father.
I said to go home, Molly.
They'll hang you, Will.
First they'll have to catch me. Now I've got me a nice fat buck all picked out.
But the sheriff...
You bother your head none about the sheriff, Ma. This time of night, he's snug at home in his bed. Now, you go home to the boys.
Please, Will.
Quiet. Be quiet.
Huh? Oh, where's the... Hello?
Liza?
Yes?
Yeah, I just called to find out how you are.
Oh, I was asleep.
Oh, did I wake you up?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I was having a dream. I'm just as glad you did wake me.
Well, why? Was it a bad dream?
Well, it's the kind of dream that you just know is going to turn out very bad very soon.
What was it?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Did it have any sort of connection to what happened this morning?
Yes. I think so.
Well, in what way?
Well, it seems that I was back a long time ago, maybe in England or Yorkshire, and that's all I remember.
You get back to sleep. You'll feel better in the morning. Oh, good day to you, Mr. Tapley.
Good day to you, Squire Roy.
Enjoying the fair?
Yes?
Well, perhaps they might enjoy it together.
No, I must be off.
Why?
Oh, my William must have his dinner.
Oh, I rode past your house not an hour gone by, and I could smell the dinner simmering on the hearth. Poacher's pie. I doubt it not.
Poacher's pie? Oh, no, sir. Where would we ever get the venison?
Where? Well, one fine moonlit night, we shall catch your will in the act, and it's the hanging tree for certain.
No. No.
Now, don't take on so pretty, Maltese. Your will doesn't have to dance on the air when he has a wife as pretty as you. Why are you so cruel, is he? Why?
Why am I dreaming about Mr. Blake? Why? We shall need all of Act 2 and possibly Act 3 to answer that question. Why is she dreaming about these people who lived so long ago and far away? If she were the romantic type, perhaps we could understand it. But obviously, she's the practical, no-nonsense sort. However, when that kind go, they usually go all the way. As we shall see shortly. We have a very practical lady here. A securities analyst for a top Wall Street brokerage house. The word analyst fits her like a well-made glove. Her entire existence is based on facts and figures. She has all of her life refused to indulge in any flights of fancy whatsoever. But right now, for reasons she cannot fathom, she is saying and doing things that are utterly incomprehensible.
Oh, good morning, Miss Roundtree. Oh, here's your papers. And the guy, just this minute, he delivered them in. Oh, how's that for service?
Fine, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Leroy.
Huh? Mr. who?
Mr. Blake.
Hey, good morning there, Miss Roundtree.
Good morning, Jerry.
Ooh, you were kind of beat this morning.
Well, I didn't get much sleep.
Well, at least I hope you were having fun. This car up!
Busy, Liza?
I have a report to look over.
Liza, I made an appointment for you, with a Dr. Gordon.
Well, cancel it, Jim, will you, please?
Liza, you are in some sort of trouble. Yesterday, you became somebody else for a brief few moments, a condemned prisoner in a dock. Now, why?
I don't know.
You recited a poem that has an oddly archaic flavor to it. It could have been several hundred years old.
I told you, Jim, I don't know. I never cared anything about poetry.
Now, it's English, in spirit. When might you have been exposed to it?
I don't know.
When I spoke to you last night, you said you had a bad dream. You were in Yorkshire many years ago.
200 or 300 years ago, maybe more.
Well, have you ever been to Yorkshire?
I've never been to England.
Liza, you should see a psychiatrist.
Is he going to know? Look, I've got a great deal to do. I want to write up this report, and I'm just going to throw you out of here.
As I said, you really don't need a shrink. You need me to bring some romance into your life.
Not today, Jim.
Okay, if you change your mind, I'll take you to lunch.
Consider a gross national product in the trillions. Consider a runaway inflationary spiral. Consider his lifeless hands fall gently down. His chattering tongue soon lost its sound. To see his soul and body part, it strikes with terror to my heart. What am I writing? What am I writing?
Oh, Jessie! Are you home? No!
Is that you, Ben Tyter?
Oh, open the door!
Wait.
Ah, Will. Poor Will has been taken.
What are you saying?
The sheriff caught him with a deer.
No!
The squire will hang him for certain.
Oh, let's go to him.
It may be too late.
The child is sick, please. Please take him to his grandmom. Squire Leroy?
Oh, it's pretty Maltese.
Squire, my husband...
Ah, yes.
Yes, your husband.
Please don't hang him.
But it's the law.
The law? Oh, Squire, the law is so hard and cruel and poor folk.
The law's the law for rich and poor alike. If a rich man poaches deer, he swings just as merrily as a poor one.
But the rich man does not. I mean, he doesn't starve. Squire, a rich man does not have to steal. Oh, sir, is there no room in the law for mercy? Must a magistrate forbear to be tender-hearted?
We should all be tender-hearted. Especially the young and the fair.
Please, Squire.
Oh, my pretty Moll Tapley, you ask me for kindness, do you not?
Yes.
Well, I ask you for kindness.
Oh.
One good deed deserves another.
Please, Squire.
Come, dear little Moll Tapley, let us be kind to each other. Miss Roundtree? Miss Roundtree! You forgot to stop for your papers in the Mint.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, thank you.
Oh. Are you feeling okay, Miss Roundtree?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Hey, good morning, Miss Roundtree.
Morning, Jerry.
Hey, what happened to the roses in them cheeks, Miss Roundtree? Going up.
I've been thinking about the problem, Liza.
Problem?
Mm-hmm. I went back to your original application for employment here.
What for?
Now, just listen. You were graduated from Rudiger Prep, a school for unusually bright girls. You were a class valedictorian.
Yes.
Now, from there, you went to Yale. You were graduated, as usual, first in your class, summa cum laude. You had asked one of your professors, a Dr. Ullman, to write a recommendation.
Oh, Dr. Ullman. I haven't thought about him in years.
Now, he wrote something quite perceptive. He said, she's a brilliant young lady, but she will really come into her own when she no longer feels it necessary to prove that a beautiful girl can also be smart.
He just thought I didn't go out enough.
Well, did you?
Frankly, I was bored by most of the boys my age. I really did rather sit at home and study.
Mm-hmm. And it became a habit, so there hasn't been very much, if any, romance in your life. And you miss it.
I disagree.
Unconsciously, subconsciously. Therefore, you are constructing this romance. You have become, what was her name again? Moll Tapley, married to a poacher. You see, already there's some excitement. And he's about to be hung by the squire. But the squire has always been sweet on Moll, and now we have here the possibility of a quid pro quo. Now, what set you off was that poacher's pie that I served at the breakfast.
But where would I have heard of that?
Well, the same place you heard or saw the rest of the story. People have seen or read hundreds, thousands of stories, and they forget them. But these stories remain hidden in the memory. And then, one day, something happens to jog that memory. In this case, the poacher's pie, the aroma.
Oh, no, I was already on the edge. I was disturbed when I arrived for that meeting.
Why?
Well, John, the regular newsstand man, he died a few days before, and then this new fellow took his place. His name is Blake.
Well, what about him?
He's the squire.
The man at the newsstand in the lobby?
He is the exact image. And he inspires the same fear in me that the squire did.
Liza, this is all just a fantasy.
Is it? Although the present rate of exchange may favor the hard currencies, but sooner or later there must be a meeting place where I shall meet that mournful face whose blood I spilled upon this place. With flaming eyes to me he'll say, why did you take my life away? We'll be free.
Free? Oh, my poor Molly. And to hang. And never to see you and the boy again?
No, you won't hang.
Why not?
The squire promised me.
The squire?
He said you'd be reprieved.
But why? Why would the squire reprieve me?
Well, because he's really not a bad sort of man, Will.
Oh, it's possible we may have misjudged him all these years.
Yes, it's possible.
Well, then be of cheerful countenance. The boy shall not be left an orphan, nor you a widow.
Here comes the sheriff. The sheriff comes to set you free.
Will Tapley,
Are you prepared to meet your maker?
What are you saying? He's to go free.
He's to hang.
No, the squire promised me.
I have here the order for the execution.
No.
Turnkey, open the door.
No, there's a mistake. I'm telling you, there's a mistake.
There is no mistake. Step aside.
No. Squire.
Now, pretty much.
You said that you'd reprieve him.
I said no such thing. I only said I would be kind to him, and I have been kind.
You've just had him. You betrayed me.
Poor little Moll. I meant to let him go.
No, that's a lie.
No, by my soul, it's true.
Then why didn't you?
Because everyone in the country would have known why. I let him go because he had a pretty young wife. Now, isn't that true?
What if it is? You promised.
But how could I keep that promise? My wife would never let me know a day's peace for the rest of my life. The vicar would expel me from the church. The king might even remove me from my office.
These things will all happen to you.
Now,
I'll shout this betrayal to the skies. I'll proclaim it in the streets, and everyone will know.
I'll deny it. It will be your word against mine. Now, which one of us do you think will be believed?
The people will believe me.
I warn you, pretty Moll. Don't go too far.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
Of course you're not afraid.
Oh, I must have been dreaming.
Now, just tell me what it is you're not afraid of.
I'm not afraid of it. I'm not sure.
Are we back in Yorkshire or whatever it is, a couple hundred years ago?
Yes.
All right. What's the latest?
Squire Leroy has betrayed Ma Tapley.
Ah.
He hung her husband anyhow.
Ooh, the scoundrel.
That man is fit to live.
Is Moll going to do anything about it?
Yes.
Is this the murder that she's going to commit?
Yes.
How?
I'm not sure. I haven't relived it yet.
Oh, Liza, don't you think this has gone on long enough?
There's nothing I can do about it, Jim. The whole thing, it's just moved into my mind and taken complete charge.
If our physical existence is drab and constricted, do we invent violent adventures for the mind? When you consider that some of the world's greatest love stories were written by maiden ladies, the thing takes on a certain amount of credibility. But how did she know about the ingredients in the poacher's pie? All questions will be resolved in Act 3 shortly. It's all in the mind, they say. And of course, it's true. The problem is, how do so many strange and frightening things find their way into the mind to begin with? Sometimes our mind can be filled with people we never met, words we never spoke, deeds we never performed, music we never heard, and pictures we never saw. That is, in this life, anyhow. But is there? Was there? Can there ever have been another one? Yes?
Oh, I heard your typewriter, so I knew you got in. Finally.
Oh, you mean I have to go back to punching a time clock around here?
Oh, my, we're edgy this morning. What happened to you? Your shoes, your skirts, you're all covered with dust.
Nothing. It's nothing.
Liza.
I came upstairs this morning on the freight elevator.
You went all the way around to
Yes. All right, you asked me, and I told you.
Well, why?
I didn't want to go through the lobby.
Why didn't you want to go through the lobby?
I didn't want to walk past the newsstand. It's that Blake. He sets me off. I look at him, and I see Squire Leroy.
Oh, now, Liza.
Liza. What are you going to say to me? Don't be foolish. This thing came to me out of nowhere without warning, and I'm just going to hope that it will go away by itself.
Okay. If you need a hand...
I know, Jim.
Just remember, marry me.
I know. I'll have real romance, and I won't have to create fantasy.
That's the right idea.
Now, will you get out of here so I can finish this report, which is 3 days late? Hello?
Liza, how's it coming?
I finished.
How's it look?
Good.
How do you feel?
Well, I feel good, too.
You sound good. Have there been any, episodes?
No, now that you mention it.
See? Well, maybe you were right. Maybe the thing can just go away.
Oh, I hope so.
Say, why don't we celebrate? How about dinner?
Oh, Jim, I've got a million things to catch up with at home.
Well, can't they wait?
Another time. I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Miss Roundtree.
I forgot. Oh, I should have gone around the back way.
Hey, Miss Roundtree.
I pretend not to hear him.
Oh, hey, wait up, Miss Roundtree. I guess you didn't hear me. You must have forgot to stop by this morning, so here's your Times Gazette and the Journal. Oh, and the pack of mints.
How thoughtful.
It's nothing. You have to do things like this when you're in business.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Blake.
You're welcome, Miss Roundtree.
Note to Jim Landry. At this point, we should advise our clients to take their defensive positions in the market and what? What do I want to say? This dreadful, dark, and dismal day has swept my glories all away. My sun goes down, my days are past, and I must leave this world at last. I'm not going back there. I'm not. Don't go back there. Please, don't let me back there. Okay, hold on. Jim, this is reality. I just got to hold on.
Hello?
Jim.
Liza.
Help me, Jim. Save me.
Yes, Liza.
Please, before I have to go away.
Where?
Back there. I'm going back there, Jim.
Ah, Moll. Pretty Moll. I would have saved your will if I could. Here, take some money.
Money? What do you take me for? Some common strumpet?
Take the money, and there's always more. Oh, dear. Pride, where does it come from? Your husband was a thief, a poacher. Do you give yourself air?
I want nothing from you.
But you have a small child. The boy must eat.
But you are so concerned with my son's well-being. Why did you hang his father?
His father was doomed in any case. If not today, tomorrow. If ever a wretch were destined for the gallows, it was his fate. Now, come, take the money.
I want nothing from you. But justice.
Justice, indeed. And what is justice?
To have you tried and condemned for adultery.
The sin of adultery requires two. Have you thought of that, my pretty Molly?
I have nothing to lose.
I warn you, dear Moll.
What can you do to me now? Prison? The rope? You'd share them with me.
Don't be sure of that.
Good people, you see here a woman betrayed. A woman seduced. Listen to me. Listen to how I was used and abused by a man who is supposed to be the model of virtue. A man who is regarded as a pillar of justice. Listen. I told you the people would listen to me.
I'm to report to the assizes tomorrow for judgment.
And I, too.
Say it's a lie.
Why should I?
Say you were driven mad with grief by your husband's execution. Say you were seized by a fit of madness, but now it is past. Nothing will happen to you.
I shall tell the truth.
It shall do you no good. I shall walk away a free man. You will be burned at the stake.
It's too late for your lies, and I don't fear your threats.
Very well. Be it on your own head. Just remember, I tried to save you. John Leroy, Esquire, you stand accused of adultery with one Molly Tapley, widow of the late Will Tapley. I'll plead you guilty. My lords and gentlemen of the jury, listen. Yes, I have had carnal knowledge of the woman. I was bewitched.
No,
bewitched? Yes, I was seduced by this instrument of Satan, this appendage of the devil. She is a witch. You see the red mark on her arm. 'Tis the devil's mark.
Lies, it's a birthmark. I've had it all my life.
The devil placed it there the day she was born. The devil marks his own. We all know that.
She came to me in the stillness of the night. She wove a spell. The devil spoke through her. What mortal man can stand against the devil?
A lie!
I have witnesses, my lord. Eyewitnesses to her hellish deeds.
Yes, since she was but a child, she heard voices.
Ben Chesterton, my cousin, how can you?
And I knew just where she stood in the field. There was no shadow. And then a cow sickened and died.
Liars, perjurers, abandoned, false witnesses, bought and paid for.
The accused will rise. Moll Tapley, widow of the late common criminal Will Tapley.
He was no criminal. He was a poor man who had to steal to feed his family.
The accused shall remain silent. The accused is hereby found guilty of witchcraft.
No!
The accused shall be taken to the place of execution, where all designs and residue of the devil shall be burned away from her soul, which shall then be made pure and free and fit to meet its maker.
I am not a witch.
The accused is free to make her statement.
And he goes free. This liar, this scoundrel, this oppressor of the poor, this despoiler of decent women, he goes free. No! He must be punished. I will have justice. I will make justice.
She has a knife.
More! Justice, Shandy Ride. Justice. No. Justice.
Justice. Liza. Open your eyes.
I'm not asleep.
Well, you're having a nightmare.
I'm wide awake.
I came as quickly as I could. What were you screaming about?
I was condemned. And the next time there'll be a fire at the stake. I just can't go through that again. I won't go through it again. I know just what to do.
Liza, what's this on the table?
You can see it's a revolver.
I know it's a revolver. What's it doing there?
I bought it.
Why? Why did you buy a revolver?
Because I figured it out. Finally.
Yes?
That man, Blake. Every time I see him, I see Squire Leroy. And so, therefore, if I am ever to have any peace...
Liza, it is not his fault.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, it's not my fault either. I won't go to that stake, Jim. I won't. And every time I see his face, I go back, and I just can't keep doing that.
How can you be sure?
Before he came here, I never knew anything. And then this morning, I didn't see him. I had a perfectly normal day. This evening, I forgot. I went out to the lobby, and I saw him, and I spoke with him, and it began all over again.
Liza, darling, listen. Listen to me. I figured this out, too.
Oh, don't tell me I need a real romance, and therefore I try to compensate.
No, that's the basis of it, but let that go for now. Now, one possibility was that you might have seen this in a movie or TV or read it somewhere. You reject that.
Yes, because I just don't waste my time with...
So, what else can it be? Reincarnation? Are you really Molly Tapley reborn as Liza Roundtree?
Perhaps. Roundtree's a very common name in Yorkshire.
Well, then how do you account for Blake, this rather nondescript ordinary man? What residue does he contain of the full-blooded Squire Leroy?
Well,
none. So, I asked myself, Moll Tapley. Why Tapley? Why, Liza? Why was your name Tapley?
I don't know.
Where have we heard the name Tapley before?
I can't think. I don't know.
You buy them every day. Tapley's English mints. You eat them every day. They curb your appetite. Did you eat one today, this morning?
No, because I didn't stop at the stand.
But when you went home tonight, Blake stopped you. He gave you your papers and your usual packet of mints, didn't he? Did you eat any this evening?
Yes.
Liza, have you ever looked closely at the label of these Tapley's mints?
No.
Here, let me read it to you. Tapley's Old English Mints, by special appointment to Her Majesty and so on, from the original recipe formulated in 1710 by Jonathan Tapley. Jonathan Tapley.
Well, what about it?
Do you know who Jonathan Tapley was?
No.
I did a little research. He was Moll's son. According to the records, His father was Will Tapley, and his mother was Molly Tapley, who was burned at the stake for witchcraft in Downsbury, Yorkshire on July 18th, 1693. What can we say, Liza? Is there some essence in these mints that affects you and you alone?
What are you saying, Jim?
I don't know what I'm saying. I'm groping for an answer. I only know that when you eat these mints, you're prey to... Well, how else can we account for it?
I know. What are we going to do?
Well, did you hear what you just said, Liza?
Hmm?
You said we.
I need you. I need your help.
Help is on the way. Now, first, we have to get rid of this revolver. And second, we must get rid of the Tapley's mints. Throw that packet in the wastebasket.
All at once?
Cold turkey. And we are going to go out for dinner. And we are going to go out for lunch every day. And then we'll get married, and we'll stay in for breakfast. And we'll see if that helps, huh?
But, Jim, suppose it doesn't.
In that case, what will we have lost?
Every now and then, we like to have you write your own ending. Why not? Audience participation is the name of the game today. There's a list of possibilities. A, she really did read it or see it somewhere. B, it's reincarnation. C, as Jim says, there may be a certain unique essence in those mints which can affect certain susceptible people. You can have your choice. I shall return shortly with more choices. Are we mysteriously tied to people and events of the past? Can we ever hope to find a satisfactory answer to such a question? What does it take to set our minds racing in some frightening direction? A taste? A touch? A brief glimpse? A distant sound? Do we come back over and over again to play different parts? As the bard said, all the world's the stage. Does that mean that all of us who live in it are members of one vast repertory company? If that's true, and you don't like the part you're playing now, take hope. Next time you'll star as the leading man or lady. Our cast included Russell Houghton, Marion Seldes, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross. Wednesday the 19th was the day that Mary Elwood was to meet her doom, if Madame Marinka was to be believed. Take Care on Wednesday is a strange and dramatic story in which a fortune teller prophesies a series of unexpected events which were to culminate in Mary Elwood's accidental death. Everything the fortune teller predicted came true. That is, nearly everything. What happens on Wednesday the 19th is an occurrence which proves as exciting as it is surprising. Take Care on Wednesday has been adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theater by Michael Silver.
Senorita, you give me the signal, see?
Fresh?
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Take Care on Wednesday.
She's absolutely marvelous. I'm sorry, Diana, but I simply can't swallow all this reading of palms and crystal ball business. She's probably an out-and-out swindler. I know I'm silly and you're clever, but at least I haven't got a closed mind. That's funny. Dennis was saying something like that just the other evening. Oh? He said I was incapable of seeing the other person's point of view. Well, you are a bit inflexible, Mary, if you know what I mean. I had rather a strict upbringing. Quite so. I don't wish to be unkind, darling, but your father... Well, talk about the Barretts of Wimpole Street. One thing I'll say for the old tyrant, he left you a tidy sum. Though I still feel a pauper compared to you. Oh, dear Robert. He was a sweetie. He certainly left you a very wealthy widow. I thought you were going to say married, darling. Do you think I'd take after him? My father, I mean? Oh, no, not really. Well, I expect being religious makes you seem a bit what? Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary, how ever did we get so serious? Oh, look, do come with me, darling. You needn't even see Madame Marinka. You can wait in the next room, just as long as I know someone's there. All right, Diana, I'll come. Oh, you're an angel. But no nonsense about having my fortune told. I'll just wait for you. Suits me. And you must promise me something. What? Not a word about this to Dennis. Oh, I promise. Have you thought about marrying again? Oh, I'm quite happy as I am, thank you. Who knows? Perhaps Madame Marinka may see someone entering your life. A dark, handsome stranger. How delicious. I can't wait till Friday.
Mary, it's a wonderful opportunity. The sort of thing that only comes once.
But it seems such a risky business, Dennis.
But it stands to make a fortune.
I'd really like to know more about it before putting all that money in.
What, for instance?
Well, why are these people offering to let you buy a partnership if it's such a marvelous thing?
I told you. They need more capital to get the thing moving.
Oh, Dennis, if it's really such a good chance, plenty of people would be only too glad to get in on it.
In other words, you don't trust my judgment.
Oh, it isn't that at all, dear.
But you won't put up the money.
I think it wants looking at a little more closely.
Oh, I know what that means. Oh, well, serves me right. I shouldn't have told those fellows it was all set. They thought I had the money to buy a partnership. They didn't know it was my wife's money.
Oh, darling, have we always shared everything?
Well, I'm sorry, Mary, but I've got a great chance here to pull off something really big. And I've got to call it off because my wife hasn't got any confidence in me.
Oh, that's not fair. It isn't true either.
Isn't it? Haven't we been through all this before?
Oh, Dennis. When you look like that, you make me feel a hard-hearted monster.
Look like what?
Like a little lost boy.
Don't talk rot.
I do love you, Dennis. Very much. Oh, look. There's a card here. Madame Marinka, advice on health and business. Oh, Diana, really? Then I hear you. I can't imagine what I'm doing here. No, you for that, Miss Mary. You promised. Yes? Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Madame Marinka. What name, please? Mrs. Brewster. Mrs. Brewster? My friend will wait for me if that's all right. Come in, please. If you'll wait here, I'll get ready for you. Oh, thank you. Excuse me, I shan't be long. Do you mean to say she's Madame Marinka? And Brenda said she was marvelous? Goodness, I've just remembered. It wasn't Brenda at all. It was some woman I met at a party. Oh, Diana, let's go. No, I can't. Not now. And what's this Mrs. Brewster business? Well, I didn't want to give my real name. You know. She's younger than I expected, this Marinka woman. Something strange about her. That soft voice with a Cockney accent. Oh, here she comes.
I'm sorry to keep you. It's my husband. He has this asthma. You see, I have to make sure he takes his medicine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, if you're ready, Mrs. Brewster.
Yes.
If you'll just step this way through this curtain.
Wait here, Mary.
All right. Just here, please, Mrs. Brewster.
I'm coming, Madame Marinka.
Thank you very much, Madam Rinker. Thank you, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, Mary. Hope I didn't keep you too long. That's all right. Ready now? Oh, Mary, she's absolutely fabulous. Oh, for goodness sake, Diana. It's frightening what she knows about me. Is that why she's still behind the curtain? Oh, don't joke about her. She said something about you. About me? Yes. She said, your friend doesn't trust me, does she? And then suddenly, she looked as if she was going into a trance. And she said there was something you should know for your own good. Oh, please. Yes? Well, I do wish you'd see her, but what can you lose? 5 guineas, I imagine. That's the odd thing. She says she won't charge you a penny. But she won't let you go away knowing what she does about you. Knowing what she does? Mary, she says you're in terrible danger. She says it's a matter of life and death. Diana, really? Can't you see what she's up to? Oh, please see her for my sake. Please.
Will you come this way, please, madam?
Me?
Yes, if you will.
Go on, Mary, please. Very well, then. But I really haven't much time.
Life. Plenty of this world's goods, too. Yes, you've always had it easy. But I see someone very near to you. Your husband? Yes, I think it's your husband. He hasn't had it so easy. He's had to make his own way. But you've been able to help him, haven't you, dear?
I'm not quite sure what you...
I'm afraid there's something bad coming to you. I could see it as soon as you came in. Like a big, dark cloud all around you. I said to myself, I must tell the lady, even if she doesn't believe.
How much do you charge for a consultation?
I told your friend I don't want your money. I must warn you.
Warn me?
Give me a hand, please. There's it. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. It's getting dark.
What is it? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. There's an accident coming to you. A bad accident. Don't be frightened, dear. I'm warning you for your own good.
If it's going to happen, whatever it is, what good can it do for me to know?
It needn't happen. Not if you get a message from one who knows. We can do a great deal in life to help ourselves. You know that, don't you, dear?
When exactly is the accident due?
It's very near you. A matter of weeks. I get the number 19 very strongly. If I was you, I'd take great care. Stay at home on the 19th of this month.
Well, that sounds easy enough, unless I forget all about it.
You don't believe me, even now, do you? Well, I'll tell you 2 things that will come true. And when they do, you'll think of me and remember my advice. You're going to get a letter from a relative who lives over the water.
Oh, no.
A relative you never knew you had.
Well, at least that's a bit of...
Very soon it'll come. I think I see a Monday as the day. You'll see, dear. I'm very seldom wrong. And I'll tell you another thing. You'll lose something very precious to you, and it will come back to you through tea leaves.
Tea leaves?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I really must go. What do I owe you?
I told you, nothing. You didn't come here meaning to consult me, did you?
No, but I did have a consultation.
I don't want anything from you, except remember what I said.
Goodbye. There you are, Diana. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Good afternoon, Madam Marinka.
Goodbye to you, ladies.
You're very quiet, Diana. Mary, I heard every word she said, except that awful part when she was gasping for breath. I was scared stiff. Oh, that was when she went into her trance. Well, how can you joke about that, Diana, dear? I expect she's a fake medium as well as a fake fortune teller. She's not a fake. She has powers. I've been to too many of them to be mistaken. Thank goodness you came with me today. Oh, you're hopeless. Mary, darling, promise me you'll stay at home all day on the 19th. I shall not promise anything of the sort. I'll probably have forgotten all about it by then anyway. Now, let's go somewhere for tea, and you can tell me everything she said to you.
I'm off. Oh, come on, give us a kiss. Sure, and you're a gorgeous Colleen, Mary, me darling.
Oh, and you've got all the blarney. Bye-bye, dear.
Cheerio.
Oh, Dennis, just a moment.
What is it?
Dennis, you're not still upset about that partnership business? Because I didn't let you have the money, I mean?
Oh, forget it, old girl. That's all over.
Oh.
Oh, hello, the postman's been. Gets earlier every day. This looks like another bill. Here's a card from John and Nancy. And, this one's for you.
From Southampton? Who do we know there?
Haven't a clue. Oh, heavens, look at the time. I must fly. Cheerio.
Bye. Oh, Southampton. Who on earth? Oh, dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother has often talked of her English cousins. And I guess my sister and I knew all about your men.
Morning, Mr. Elwood.
Anything in the post? Anything good, I mean?
There's a reply from Corelli & Co. of Genoa.
Let's have a deco. Dear Mr. Elwood, I'm now in a position to give you full details. Marvellous. He'd invited me to his villa at Rapallo to sort out the final details of the contract. How about that?
Oh, lucky you.
Seize notebook and pencil. Say, I'd be molto contento to join him at Rapallo on, when does he say? Here it is, on the 17th instant.
Oh.
What
There's
is
an appointment in Bristol on the 18th.
Oh, so I have. It's an important one, too. All right, I'll see Corelli on the following day. Cable the signor, tell him I can come to Rapallo on the 19th, if that's all right with him.
Will do. Elwood and Company?
Put me through to Mr. Elwood, Ducky. It's very Tate here.
Just a moment, please. It's Mr. Tate. He called me Ducky.
He's after you. Hello, Freddie, old boy. How's tricks?
Hello, Dennis. Listen, chum, my associates won't wait much longer. They've been pressing me for a definite answer about that proposition.
Well, they won't have to wait much longer.
You mean you're coming in? You'll buy a partnership?
That's it, old boy. Just hold things over until after the 19th. That's not asking too much, is it? I'll be able to guarantee my share then.
Well, if you're sure you'll have the money...
100%. Count me in. I'll be in touch.
All right, then, Dennis. But this is definitely the last chance.
You worry too much. That's your trouble. I've told you, I'm in. What more do you want?
Fair enough, then. Let me have something in writing to show the others, will you?
What a mob. You want the time of day in writing. Leave it to me, Shylock. Cheerio.
Bye, Dennis.
You're looking very pleased with yourself.
Hey, my wife said a funny thing this morning.
Oh, really?
I said something about her being jealous of you.
Of me?
And she said she wasn't afraid of you. You haven't got what I want.
Oh.
Don't look at me in that sexy tone of voice. I'm just telling you what my wife said.
I think I know what she means.
You do? Beats me. Yeah, women. Oh, well, I've had a hard morning. I could do with a cup of coffee, Janie.
Dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother often talked to her English cousins. Oh, let me finish, Diana. This is my first visit to Britain. I docked here at Southampton today. I hope you will allow me to call on you and meet yourself and husband. Sincerely yours, Alvin J. Turner.
Well,
You've gone quite pale. Diana.
Mary, this is... You say this letter came this morning?
Yeah.
And you've never even heard of this man, Alvin J. Turner?
Never.
A letter from a relative who lives over the water.
Yes.
A relative you never knew you had.
Oh, for goodness sake, Diana, you sound like a Greek chorus.
But Mary, darling, she was right, wasn't she? I mean, she said this would happen.
Coincidence. Oh, a remarkable one, I grant you. But these fortune tellers tell everyone they're going to hear from distant relatives. They must hit the jackpot sometime.
I don't know how you can treat it like this. Does Dennis know?
No. And remember, you promised not to say a word.
Well, that's what you want. Anyway, I'm so glad we're near each other. I'm just down the hall whenever you want me.
Very useful when I run out of sugar.
Oh, you're hopeless.
Come to think of it, Diana, you're not often in this flat nowadays. I'm nearly always at your place.
Well, what does that matter?
True. It's just that you used to be here quite often, until a few months ago.
Well,
perhaps Dennis was a bit offhand once or twice.
Oh, no.
You do seem rather to avoid each other's company.
Nonsense. Look, never mind about me. What about you? If I were you, I'd go and see Madame Marinka, tell her what's happened, and ask her to help.
Oh, Diana, you're ridiculous. I'd soon ask for your help. Come shopping with me tomorrow and help me choose a new hat for Carol's wedding.
Oh, I'd love to. I could just do with a shopping spree.
Hey, lady.
Mary, where are you?
In the sitting room.
Well, stay where you are and close your eyes. Right. Now, open those big brown orbs.
What are you up to now? Oh, Dennis, what is this?
Airline tickets to romantic places. We're going to Italy, my darling.
Italy? What are you
A few carefree days, living it up in a style to which I should like to become accustomed. Viva la dolce vita.
I'll wait. You're bound to explain soon.
Wise girl. Your husband, whom I know you think is a bit dim, has landed a big contract with a company in Genoa.
Oh, Dennis, how wonderful.
Wait for it. The Italian boss man has invited me and my signorita, of course, to his villa at Rapallo.
Rapallo?
There to pass a merry hour swilling Chianti while we sign contracts in 2 languages.
Oh, Dennis.
Right. Bring out the swimsuits and the calamine lotion.
Oh, when do we go?
On the 19th. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. The 19th, you say?
Yes. Well, here it is on the tickets. Flight GR542 on the 19th at 1100 hours. 11 a.m. to you.
Oh.
Well, is something wrong?
No. No.
Don't exactly seem overjoyed. You do want to come, don't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I do.
Bravissimo. Now, what are you giving me for dinner? Spaghetti? Hey, something is wrong. What's up, Mary?
Oh, nothing, really. It's quite stupid. I seem to have mislaid my engagement ring.
Oh, no. Well, any idea where?
No.
What do you mean, mislaid? You think it may be around somewhere?
I don't know.
Well, when did you last see it?
I could swear I left it on the dressing table last night.
Wasn't it there this morning?
No.
Then you couldn't have left it there.
I always do.
Perhaps you took it off for some job around the flat.
No.
Sure?
I can't recall having done so.
Oh. Has anyone been here today?
Well, only Mrs. Hopcroft this morning, and she wouldn't touch anything.
Oh, well, Expect it'll turn up. Don't worry about it. Right, Signora, to the kitchen. I fancy your ravioli.
I'll have a go at tidying them cupboards in your bedroom, shall I?
If you would, Mrs. Hopcroft. But perhaps you'd iron these cushion covers first?
Certainly, ma'am.
After we've had a cup of tea, that is.
Oh, kettle's on already, ma'am.
I knew I could rely on you. Oh, by the way, how's your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hopcroft? Any better?
About the same, thank you, ma'am. She's at home now, you know.
Oh, yes?
Yes, down in Portsmouth. She come out of hospital last week. Couldn't do nothing for her there, so my Ron said she might as well be at home.
Oh, yes, indeed. I shan't be seeing you until next Monday.
Oh, yes, you told me. You're off to Italy tomorrow. How lovely.
Just for a few days. Anyway, you have your key, so you can let yourself in and carry on as usual.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, kettle's boiling. All right, I'm coming.
These cushion covers came up beautifully, didn't they? I was so afraid the colours might run. What is it, Mrs. Hopcroft?
Well, would you believe it?
Believe what?
Look.
My engagement ring. Oh, Mrs. Hopcroft, where did you find it?
In the tea caddy.
The tea caddy?
Mrs. Elwell, what is it? Madam. Yes, sit down, dear. Are you all right? You don't look it, dear. You sure?
All right. Silly of me. I felt giddy for a moment.
Oh, you did give me a turn. Why, she's a sheet you in. I thought you were going to pass out. Honest, I did. Well, would you like me to call the doctor?
No. Thank you. Just get me a glass of water, please.
Whatever you say, Mama. Are you sure?
And then go across to Mrs. Barclay. Tell her I'd like to see her as soon as possible.
Mary, how frightful. How absolutely ghastly for you.
Wait till Mrs. Hopcroft's gone. She's gone. You will lose something very precious to you. That's what Madame Marinka said. And it will come back to you through the tea leaves. And it has. She's been right twice, Mary, as she said she would. You must believe in her now. I don't know. You still can't think she's a fraud. Perhaps not. Anyway, you daren't take a chance. The 19th, she said. Well, that's tomorrow, and actually... Diana. What? We're flying to Italy tomorrow, Dennis and I. What? Yes. Mary, you couldn't possibly dream of going. This is it. This is your chance to save yourself. What did Madame Marinka say? It needn't happen. We can help ourselves. Suppose I could call the trip off. Mary, you must. Dennis could still go and attend to his business. It wouldn't interfere with that. As long as you don't go. You're the one who's fated to... Well, you know... Yes. All right, Diana. You win. Just as long as you stay put tomorrow.
Well, really, Mary, I must say it's a bit thick. Wanting to call the whole thing off at the last moment. Without any reason.
Oh, Dennis, I'm not calling it off. Not as far as you're concerned, anyway. You can still go. It doesn't affect your plans at all.
Of course it does. Senior Corelli's expecting both of us. Probably got his wife organised to take you shopping and natter about clothes and all that stuff.
I don't like having to back out now, but please believe me, I just can't go.
You won't even tell me why.
Oh, not now, Dennis. I will tell you later. But please just believe me and trust me.
Righto, then. As long as you're not ill or anything like that.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly all right, I promise.
Oh, well, I wish you'd told me sooner. I'd have arranged to take some blonde in your place.
Oh, I'd tear her hair out.
Oh, no, you're not the type. Well, I suppose I better get packed this evening. I'm off at dawn.
Dawn? Your flight's at 11.
I must leave about 9:30. Traffic may be heavy.
Are you driving to the airport?
Yes. What do you do with yourself while I'm away? If it isn't a rude answer.
Oh, nothing special. I expect that's Diana. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is that you, Mrs. Elwood?
Yes. It's Mrs. Hopcroft, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'm sorry to trouble you at this time of night.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Hopcroft. What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I shan't be able to come tomorrow, ma'am.
Oh?
No, you see, I've had a telegram to say my daughter-in-law's been taken real bad. You know, Ron's wife down at Portsmouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I thought I'd better get down there first thing in the morning and see what I could do.
Have you phoned them to find out how she is?
They're not on the phone.
Oh. Well, anyway, I hope she isn't too bad.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am.
Not at all. Goodbye. Mrs. Hopcroft.
Oh, what did she want?
Her daughter-in-law's had a relapse. She's off to see her in the morning.
Is that the one at Bournemouth or somewhere?
In Portsmouth.
Oh, poor old girl. Pity. She's a good sort.
Yes. Oh, well. Give me a cigarette, will you, dear?
Oh, sure. Don't seem to have any.
Aren't there any in the box?
Oh, let's have a look. No, not one. Would you believe it?
Oh, what a nuisance.
Oh, I'll pop out and get some from the machine at the station.
No, don't you bother, dear. I'll go. I could do with a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, good idea.
Come on, let's have some half-crowns.
Huh? Oh, might have known as a catch. Here you are. Get me a packet as well.
Right. Something else.
Take a key.
Oh, don't be so lazy. You can get out of the chair to let me in.
Going like clockwork. Now, remember what I told you to do, and don't worry about a thing.
Depressing. Nothing in the paper but war, murder, and balance of payments. Oh, goodness, it's 10:15. Oh, now, who on earth... Today, 19. Behaving like a nervous skulker. All right, I'm coming.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I'm so glad to see you.
What? Madam Marinka? What is all this?
I must talk to you, madam. It's urgent, truly. Oh, this is my husband.
I'm sorry to intrude on you like this, but when you've heard what we've got to say...
I really don't know what... You'd better come in.
Oh, thank you.
Come into the sitting room.
Seems we got you out of bed, but I'm sure you'll forgive us when you know...
That doesn't matter. Now, please sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Thank you, madam. Oh, sit down, Doris.
Doris?
That's my name, Doris Wilkinson. This is Tom.
Oh. You called me Mrs. Elwood. How is it that you know my name and where I live?
That's what I've come to tell you about.
I see. Very well, then.
I'm afraid I've been very foolish.
Well, wicked is more like it.
Please, Tom, let me tell it. You see, madam, these predictions I made when I told your fortune, I knew they was going to happen. It was all arranged.
Arranged?
Yes, a few days before your visit.
But I didn't know myself that I was coming to see you. It was sheer chance that I ever did.
No, it wasn't. Someone came to see me and said they wanted to play a joke on somebody, on a woman who didn't believe in fortune-telling and the like. That this person, the one who came to see me, said there was a friendly bet on that they could frighten this woman into believing what I had to say.
Go on.
Well, this person offered me £200 if I'd do what was wanted.
£200? That's a lot of money.
Yes. I was tempted, you see. My husband suffers with asthma. He hasn't not really worked for years, and we've got 2 children to bring up, and what with the cost...
I understand. So you were paid £200?
Yes. This person said they'd arranged to get you along to see me, and I was to tell you what I did about the letter from a relative and finding something valuable in the tea leaves, and about today, the 19th.
Today? Oh, yes. The accident. accident?
Yes, I was to warn you, and I was given instructions about a letter. The day after you came to see me, I went down to Southampton and posted a letter to you. That's how I know who you are.
So it was all planned, but why? Why? Seems a lot of trouble and a lot of money to spend on a joke.
Well, that's what I thought. And last night I found the answer.
What do you mean?
You may not believe this, madam, and after what I've told you, I wouldn't blame you, but I really do have powers. Sometimes. Sort of seeing Ed.
Indeed.
You must believe me, but for your own sake.
I remember you used those words when I came to see you. By arrangement.
Madam, this time, please believe it. It's true, I know it is.
You are in danger, terrible danger. That's why I've come.
Is all this part of the joke, or do you get an extra fee for this?
You can think what you like and say what you like about me, but I'm going to tell you what I know, and then it's up to you.
Please listen to her.
I wondered about this business for some time. Like you, I thought £200 was a lot of money to spend on a joke, but I couldn't see no harm in it, so I didn't worry too much. And until last night, I had this vision, you see.
Vision?
Please, I do have them sometimes. Ask Tom. I've foreseen anything that's happened later.
It's true, madam, yes.
Go on.
I saw you in danger. Deadly danger. I couldn't see what it was, but it was there. Then I realised why I'd been brought into this. When my first two predictions came true, you'd be bound to believe in the third one. At least that it was possible. So, you'd stay at home on Wednesday the 19th. Today, just like I'd warned you to do.
Why? Why take such trouble to make me stay at home today?
Because somebody means you to have an accident.
Mrs. Wilkinson, are you telling me the truth? The whole truth?
I swear it on my life.
I believe you.
Madam, you see, after I had this vision, I told Tom all about it. He didn't know nothing about this business. I told him the money was from a rich client who was grateful because I'd helped her so much. Tom said there was something wrong, very wrong, and he made me come here today.
I didn't like it, madam. Not a bit. When Doris told me she could see your life in danger, I knew she'd have to come and warn you. She'd never forgive herself. And that £200, just to frighten you, that made me sure there was something wrong, madam.
Yes, I'm sure of it, too. But what danger am I in?
That I don't know. I wish I did.
And who planned it? Who gave you the money, Mrs. Wilkinson? Or perhaps you haven't been paid yet, and won't be, if you tell.
I've been paid, madam, but I'm going to give it back.
Every penny of it, yes.
Who was it?
It was your friend, madam. The woman who came with you.
Diana? Mrs. Barclay?
No, Mrs. Brewster.
Brewster? Oh, yes, that's the name she gave you. Diana, I think I'm going mad. But of course, she enticed me into going with her to see you. Diana.
Now, Tom and I are going to call on her and give back the money if you'll tell us her address.
It couldn't be simpler. She lives in this block, flat 14, just down the hall.
Oh, well, we may as well get that over with right away. I don't know what you might want to do about Doris, ma'am. About what she did. But she's really not to blame. She's had a hard time with my illness. She's had to support all of us. And she's a good wife and wonderful with the kids. If if you could forgive her, ma'am, I'd be...
It isn't your fault, Mrs. Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, madam. If you can ever forgive
Don't
me...
say any more. Perhaps we'd better go.
Thank you, madam. Come on, Doris.
Oh, just a moment. Come back.
Oh, what is it?
I thought of a way out. I don't want you to call on Mrs. Barclay. I'll deal with her. But I do want you to promise me something.
Oh, anything?
If anything should happen to me, any accident, will you go to the police and tell them everything?
Oh, yes, madam, we promise.
Oh, well, we'll do whatever you say.
Good. Now, I want you to wait here. Go into the kitchen, along the hall and to the left, and stay there until I call you.
Yes, madam.
Diana.
Hello?
Hello, Diana. This is Mary.
Mary? Oh, you're an early caller.
Did I drag you out of bed?
Of course not, darling. How are you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you, dear. And you?
Mary, you haven't forgotten about today, have you? I mean, you're not going out or anything?
No, I haven't forgotten. But I shall be rather miserable cooped up here all alone.
Well, better that.
Diana, I want you to call in here right away.
What? Now?
Yes.
But
But what?
Darling, I'm not ready or anything.
It's very important. I found out something about Dennis and his secretary.
What? What do you mean?
Not on the phone.
Oh, of course not. No. Look, I'll be right over.
What's this about Dennis and his secretary?
They're having an affair.
Never. I don't believe it.
You sound shocked.
Well, aren't you?
Not really. But you're not just shocked. You're furious.
I don't know how you can take it like this.
You'd be what?
I just don't understand you, Mary.
I don't suppose you do.
Are you sure about this? Have you any proof?
I've known about it for months. She's not the first, nor the only one.
It's not true. I don't believe it. It's not true.
Do you think Dennis couldn't be unfaithful? You know he could.
What do you mean by... Mary, have you any proof?
All I need. If ever I've seen a jealous woman give herself away, it's you now.
What are you talking about?
How long, Diana? That's what I'd like to know. How long have you and Dennis been deceiving me?
You must be out of your head.
Please. I am not that much of a fool. Though you have every reason to think that I am. The game's up now.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Yes. Dennis and I are lovers. Or we have been for months. We love each other and we're going to be married.
Over my dead body? Is that the idea?
What do you mean?
What do I know? For a start, I know all about your little scheme with Madame Marinka.
Who? What has she told you? Has that frightful woman been telling lies about me? And you're fool enough to believe her?
We'll soon see who's lying. Mrs. Wilkinson, will you please come in here?
Mrs. Wilkinson? Well, who's she? What are you up to? Look, I'm not going to stay here and listen to your ravings. You're obviously...
Oh, that's who it was, Mum. Mrs. Brewster.
She's Mrs. Barclay, really. Diana, you know Madame Marinka. She's Mrs. Wilkinson, really.
What have you been saying to her about me?
The truth.
I'll see about that. I'll talk to my solicitor.
Don't be a fool, Diana. The Wilkinsons have come here to return your £200. Where would they get that money? All right, Mrs. Wilkinson, you can go now. Just remember, you promised should anything happen to me, you'll go to the police and tell them everything.
I will.
We certainly will, ma'am.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye to you, madam. And here's your money back, whatever your name is. I'm sorry I ever touched it.
Now, Diana.
Only you hadn't been so possessive, so obstinate.
Oh, I'm to blame, am I?
In a way. You would never divorce Dennis. We both knew it. That's why we were driven to this. Because you'd never understand. Oh, you've no feelings.
But I do understand. And I have feelings, I assure you.
You? You're ice. Dennis wanted a woman.
Dennis has wanted many women. Before and after he married me. And he's had them, too.
You're lying. You're saying that to get your own back.
Diana, you poor infatuated fool. Don't you think I know how you feel? Don't you think I couldn't bring myself to believe it? Not the first time, nor the second.
If that's true, why have you stayed with him? Why didn't you...
I loved him. In spite of all I knew about him, it made no difference. I fell for his charm, like everybody else. I loved him.
You knew he didn't love you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mary, please let Dennis go. Say you'll divorce him. Oh, you must.
Diana, just think a moment. Why should Dennis want to marry you?
He loves me.
He loves your money. That's all Dennis really loves. He can have your love for nothing, just like the others.
It's not true. It's not true.
If he can deceive me, why not you? If he'll do anything to get rid of me, why not you?
No.
Perhaps you deserve each other.
Dennis said you'd never let him go. There was only one way we could be free. He said it would be quick. That there'd be no pain.
How considerate of him. But Dennis is out of it. He has an alibi. This trip to Italy that came up just at the right time. What about you?
What do you mean?
Where's your alibi? Suppose Dennis fixed it so that you'd be suspected. Suppose he bluffed you. You're here on the spot.
No.
How is it going to be done?
I don't know.
What?
He said the less I knew, the better.
I thought as much. He has bluffed you. You're here, caught in a trap. And Dennis is away with his flighty piece of a secretary.
No, I couldn't bear it. I'll kill myself.
Tell me anything Dennis might have said, any hint.
He said you wouldn't suffer.
Yes.
And that it would look like an accident.
Accident? Let's work this out. The idea was to make me stay at home today. So it must happen here in the flat. And Dennis must have fixed it before he left.
What are we going to do?
We're going to keep our heads. Now, what accidents can be fixed in advance?
Mary, have you had anything to eat today or to drink?
Only a cup of tea. Dennis brought it to me.
Well, that's it. We must get a doctor quickly.
No. Sit down. He brought me the teapot, and I poured a cup for him as well.
Did he drink it?
Yes. In any case, it wouldn't be poison. It has to look like an accident.
How can you be so calm?
My life depends on it. Let's see. What do I do during the day? Routine habit that Dennis knows about.
It's lying in wait, whatever it is.
Yes.
I know. Leave the flat.
What?
If this is to happen here, get out. Come with me to my place or well, anywhere, as long as you don't stay here.
Yes, that's the answer. You dare not let anything happen to me. The Wilkinsons would go to the police.
It's you I want to save. I don't care what happens to me.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, Mary, I didn't know what murder was like. I only thought about Dennis and me being free. Free. We could never have looked into each other's eyes after.
You're not really cut out for this sort of thing, Diana. You should never have got involved in it.
I know.
If it's any consolation, Dennis isn't having an affair with his secretary. I lied to you, but it was the only way I could get at the truth. There have been others, though. That's true enough.
It doesn't matter now.
Give me a few minutes to put some clothes on and pack a few things, and I'll be with you.
Can I do anything?
You can get my suitcase down from the bedroom cupboard, if you will. This way. You're taller than I am. I have to stand on the chair.
Where is it?
Cupboard on the left. Yes, that's it. Up on the shelf. Can you get the blue case down? The top one?
I think so.
Can you reach?
Yes, just about. Here it is. Coming down.
Got it. Oh, I swear it's heavy. What's inside? I thought I'd emptied it. Oh, you've got your hands filthy, Diana. Better go and wash them.
The shelf's a bit dusty.
I hope this gate isn't locked. No idea where the key might be. Oh, we're all right. Looks stiff. Done it? Mary, it's only the phone, Diane, on the bedside table. Pull yourself together.
Oh, I shan't be able to breathe until you're out of here.
Walpole, 5423.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Elwood? This is Mrs. Hopcroft speaking.
Oh.
You haven't gone then yet?
Gone? Gone where?
To Italy. Aren't you off today?
Oh, no, there's been a change of plan.
Oh, I see. Anyway, why I'm ringing up is this. Someone's played a dirty trick on me.
Trick?
Well, you know that telegram I got last night saying that my daughter-in-law in Portsmouth was taken bad?
Yes?
Well, I just seen her. I got here just 10 minutes ago. There's nothing wrong with her. Well, not out of the ordinary, that is. They hadn't said no telegram.
I see.
Must be someone's idea of a joke. I'd like to lay my hands on him. I'd give him a joke.
Yes, it's horrible. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, if you like, I'll catch the train back this evening and call at the flat tomorrow.
No, don't bother. Stay and have a few days off while you're there. And don't worry about the money. That'll be all right.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I don't know how to thank you.
Mrs. Hopcroft. Well, I've got things to do now, so I'll say goodbye.
Oh, well, goodbye, madam, and thanks ever so much.
Who was it, Mary? Mrs. Hopcroft. She was kept away today by a trick. Again, seems to have thought of everything. Now, what on earth is in this suitcase? Diana! Diana! What is it? Are you all right? Diana! Are you all right? Can you hear me? Oh, thank heaven. It's all right, Diana. It's all right. I'll run and get help.
Hall porter speaking.
Roberts, this is Mrs. Elwood, flat 17. Please come at once. There's been an accident.
Oh, right away, madam.
I'll leave the door open. Diana, are you all right? The dowel on the rail. Don't talk. Save your breath. I'm all right. Just don't touch the towel rail. What? The towel rail. The towel rail? I wonder... Is that thing... Yes. The towel rail's being switched on. Dennis must have put it on when he ran the bath. But why heat the towel rail? We never use it in summer. And on a hot day like this.
Mrs. Elwood, it's your porter, madam.
Here, in the bathroom.
What's the trouble, madam? Mrs. Barclay.
I think she's had an electric shock. I'm all right.
What happened?
I touched the towel rail and got a shock.
Is it switched on, madam?
Not now. I put it off.
Oh, you'll be all right, Mrs. Barclay. Can she lie down somewhere?
Oh, yes, of course. In my bedroom.
Just put your arm round my shoulders, madam, and I can lift you. That's it. Right, here we go.
This way. First door on the left.
Oh, there, madam. Have you called a doctor?
No, not yet.
Would you like me to get one?
No, I'm all right, Mary. Truly. Well,
you're sure?
Quite sure.
Well, it's up to you. I should rest anyway.
Here, on the bed.
If I may suggest it, madam, perhaps a cup of tea might help.
Yes, good idea.
I'll take a look at that towel rail of yours.
Oh, would you, please?
Must be a fault somewhere. Maybe in the plug.
You know where the point is? Just opposite this door in the hallway. Here.
Ah, yes.
Will you need a screwdriver?
Oh, I've a pocket one, thanks. Now, then, let's see if the trouble's in here. We'll have the plug out for a start. These screws aren't in very tight.
Is that bad?
They could easily fall out. Workmanship these days, disgusting. Dose of the army do them a world of good. Discipline, that's what I need. 22 years of it I had. I had my time of get up.
What is it, Robert?
Do you know who wired this plug, madam?
The electrician, I suppose. Why? Is something wrong?
I'll say. You could have been killed. You see this green lead, the earth wire?
A green one, yes.
That should be connected to this terminal. Somehow or other it got loose and it's in contact with this other terminal, the red one.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that the apparatus, the towel rail, would be live when it was switched on. What with it being in the bathroom, it's criminal.
What difference does that make?
Look, suppose you're in a bath. The room's damp with steam and your body's all wet, a strong conductor of electricity. You reach out for a towel on the rail, and that's it.
I'd get a shock.
A shock? It'd kill you.
So that's what it was.
Yeah, you ought to get Mr. Elwood to take proceedings against that electrician, if you'll pardon the liberty, madam. Criminal, that's what it is.
Yes.
I'll put it right now anyway, so you needn't be afraid to use it.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do?
No, thanks, Robert. You've been wonderful.
Well, I'll be off if everything...
Many thanks.
Very good, madam. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Mary? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I heard what Robert said.
Yes. How are you feeling?
A bit groggy.
I'm surprised.
Mary, what can I say?
Nothing. There's no peace for me today.
Be careful, Mary.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's all over now. It's probably the milkman or the man to read the gas meter. Oh, quite ordinary again. Oh.
Morning, madam. Sorry to disturb you.
What is it?
Are you Mrs. Mary Elwood?
Yes.
And Mr. Dennis Elwood is your husband?
Yes. What is it, Constable? What's happened?
I'm afraid Mr. Elwood's car was involved in a collision with another vehicle.
How bad is he? He's not...
I'm afraid so, madam. One of those accidents you can't guard against. Lorries skidded into him. You're all right, madam?
I would have been with him. I would have been killed too. If only...
Pardon, madam?
If only I hadn't gone to Madame Marink. How funny. How terribly funny.
Here, in tonight's presentation of Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross, you heard Elaine Lee as Mary, Joanna Palmer as Diana, and Pat Saunders as Marinka. Gabriel Bayman played the part of Tom, and Stuart Brown that of Roberts. Take Care on Wednesday was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13.
Howdy, boy. Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What do you say?
Where's that society case, please? Hiya, Holliday.
Hiya.
Jerked the first paragraph in that Simmons story. Hiya, Dan.
How are you? Hiya, Susie.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
What's in Box 13? You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Well, here I am again, standing at the want ad counter of the Star Times, looking for what? An idea for a story. I could have stayed here as a reporter. I could have been searching for facts. Instead, I'm fumbling for fiction. Instead of a blonde, I'm meeting a deadline. Instead of Chanel number 5, I'm heading for a snip of printer's ink. Holliday, you're a dope.
Mr. Holliday.
What's that, Susie?
I said there's a letter in box 13 for you. It's special.
Special?
Special delivery. It was mailed only a couple of hours ago. Something like that could be important.
Could be.
Could be adventure.
Could be.
Could be a girl.
Could be. By the way, Susie, how come you're working so late this evening?
Oh, my boss asked me to. He's paying me overtime. Time and 3/4.
Time and 3/4?
Mm-hmm. I held out for double time when he offered me time and a half.
Well, what happened?
Oh, we effected a compromise.
Goodbye, Susie. Special delivery, huh? Well, this could be very important. Also, it couldn't. Well, come on, open it up, Holiday. You haven't got all night. I'm in terrible trouble. Please come to room 718 at the Bradford Hotel. Hurry. Signed, Agatha Marsh. That sounds urgent.
Who are you, young man? What do you want?
I'm the man from box 13. I'm looking for Agatha Marsh.
I'm Agatha Marsh. Come in, come in.
You're Agatha Marsh?
But don't stand there with your mouth open. Never can tell who might be snooping around the hall. Let's find a chair and sit down. Now, what's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Well, Mr. Holliday, I don't believe in drinking, or I'd offer you one, but I have got some sauerkraut juice in my thermos bottle.
Oh, no, thanks, just the same.
I like you, Mr. Holliday. I liked your ad in the paper. Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. It was just what I needed.
Well, thanks again.
Now then, what's your charge?
Charge?
For helping me, your fee.
Oh, that. No charge, Miss Marsh.
Are you trying to be chivalrous?
No, you see, I'm a writer. I'm looking for ideas. If I get a good idea, I consider I've been well paid.
That seems a little silly.
Might I ask just what your trouble is?
Oh, you don't think a girl my age could get into trouble, do you?
Well, you look like a very charming old... Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, lady, let's not beat around the bush. Now, no doubt you want to know a few things about me.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yes, well, I live in Muncie, Indiana, alone. I've got a big house and an independent income. Every year I go someplace for a vacation, and this year I came here.
Is that all?
Isn't that enough?
But the letter you wrote me, you said you were in terrible trouble.
Well, I am. If anyone ever finds out about this, I don't know what'll happen.
Finds out about what?
Come over here to the closet. I want to show you something. Look. On the floor.
Why, that's a dead man lying there. Well, this would make a good opening chapter for a story. Young man goes to help charming old lady who is in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble turns out to be a corpse. Corpse? Hey, wake up, Holiday. This is the real thing.
Now do you believe me, young man?
When did you find him?
Just before I wrote you that letter.
Before you wrote the letter? Well, that's hours ago.
I know, but what could I do?
What could you do? Miss Marsh, you could call the police.
And get my name in the papers? Have all the folks back in Muncie know there was a dead man in my room? Oh, no.
Miss Marsh, listen to me, please. There's a dead man in that closet. There's a law about dead men. We have to notify the police immediately. You can go to jail for hiding a body.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
But, Miss Marsh, look at this man. He's been shot at close range. There are powder burns on his coat.
I know. I examined him before I wrote you. You see, I read all the current detective stories.
Detective stories? This isn't a story. This is the real thing.
I know. Why don't you try to prove that I did it?
With what, a cap pistol? Now, you're a nice person, Miss Marsh, but this is going to be tough.
Well, don't get so excited. A girl my age could kill a man if she wanted to. Rub him out, as they say in the murder mysteries.
Please, Miss Marsh, be sensible. You've got a murdered man in your closet. Now pick up that phone and call the police right away.
Mr. Holliday, in all seriousness, I can't do it. Think of what my lifelong friends would say.
Yes, I know. It doesn't look good.
I can see the headlines now. Prominent Muncie pioneer woman found with dead body in hotel. Oh, please, Mr. Holliday, help me.
Well, I don't know. This is a little out of my department.
Just this once, Mr. Holliday. I've never asked for help before. I'm an old woman.
Well, all right. What do you want me to do?
I want you to help me get rid of the body.
Get rid of the body? Now, look, Miss Marsh, you're not serious. You didn't mean that.
Oh, you don't know me. I fully intend to get rid of that body.
Okay, go right ahead. It's your course.
And you're going to help me.
No, I'm sorry. Try a bellhop.
And have him snitched to the desk clerk. Besides, you advertised for adventure.
But this isn't adventure. It's a nightmare. Come on, Miss Marsh. Let me notify the police.
Now, there's a broom closet down the hall.
That's very interesting. I just remember I'm meeting someone in the lobby.
I'd take the body there myself, but I'm not strong enough.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh.
I'll scream.
Go right ahead.
The hotel detective will show up.
Just a man I'd love to see.
And I'll tell him you killed that man.
Oh.
Now, will you help me?
Suppose we get caught.
Then you'll help me.
Now, wait a minute.
You said we. Now, I'll open the door and watch the hole. Case the joint, as they say in the mysteries. And then you whisk the body into the closet. You're strong. You can do it.
Oh, sure. I'm strong, all right. But not in the head. Oh, this can't be happening to you, Holliday. You can't be dragging a body down the hall of the Bradford Hotel. You know better. And as soon as you can get away from this charming but cracked old gal, you're going to talk to the police.
Hurry. I'll open the closet door. Put him in right there. Stick him in good.
I must be crazy.
Good. Now back into my room before anybody sees us. There. Wasn't that easy?
Easy, she says.
Well, I must say you carry out your part very well.
What's next in this little scheme of yours, Miss Marsh?
Why, don't you know? We have to find out who killed that Michael O'Brien.
You know who he is?
Well, I do now. I went through his pockets. Frisked him, as they say in the stories.
Well, that cuts it. You stay here. I'm going downstairs. Who's that?
Just keep cool. I'll handle everything.
Oh, I can't believe this. It just can't happen.
My name is Kling, Lieutenant, Homicide Bureau.
Oh, come in, won't you?
I intend to. Holiday, what are you doing here?
Hello, Lieutenant.
Oh, do you two know each other?
Never mind the social chatter. I thought this was some kind of a gag. Now I'm sure of it. Holiday, just what are you trying to dream up?
If I told you, Kling, you'd never believe me.
Sit down, Lieutenant. Can I get you some sauerkraut juice?
Well, I don't mind if some what?
Sauerkraut juice.
No, thanks. Now, listen, some crackpot phoned in a tip that there was a dead man in this room.
Why, Lieutenant, how can you say such things?
Lieutenant, now listen.
You be quiet. Miss Marsh, mind if I have a look around?
Not at all. Here's the closet. Now then, you can see for yourself, Lieutenant. There's nobody there.
I got your name from the desk clerk, Miss Marsh. Maybe you better tell me about yourself.
I can tell you all about it.
I was talking to Miss Marsh. Are you Miss Marsh?
Right now, I think I'm dead.
You will be if you keep interrupting. Go ahead, Miss Marsh. Tell me about yourself.
Certainly. I live in Muncie, Indiana. I arrived this morning for a 2-week vacation. I'm well known back there, and you can find out everything about me if you care to wire.
How did you happen to meet Mr. Holliday here?
Look, Lieutenant, if you'll permit me to tell you...
I'm asking the lady.
I went to school with his mother. That's what I did.
Oh, see. Well, I guess it was the work of some would-be comic. But I had to investigate it just the same.
Well, of course you do.
Oh, but Kling, listen.
Goodbye, Miss Marsh. So long, Holliday.
But Kling, wait, I want to go with you.
Why don't you two have a fast game of hearts?
Mr. Holliday, wasn't that thrilling? Just like in the magazines.
Miss Marsh, you're going to stay in this room until I get Kling back here.
Oh, no. I want to solve this case myself.
I wonder how Kling found out that... Miss Marsh?
Yes.
I'm not the suspicious type, you understand, but a little bird, a tiny little bird, has intimated that perhaps you might know who tipped off the lieutenant.
Of course I know. It was I.
What in the world are you doing?
I made the call from the corner drugstore a little while ago. I wanted to throw the lieutenant off the trail, like they say.
You know what I say?
No, what?
You're going down to police headquarters and tell the truth.
Oh, just a second. Excuse me, please. Yes? Yes, this is Miss Marsh. Oh, you did? Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it should have had 817 instead of this room. Oh, no, don't bother. I liked it here. I I knew it all the time.
What did you know?
That was the room clerk. He got my reservation mixed up. I was supposed to get 817, and I got 718 instead.
You mean the person who killed Michael O'Brien wanted to get back in here to remove the body? No, it doesn't sound reasonable.
No, it doesn't. Well, guess who was supposed to get this room?
Never mind, we're going to police headquarters.
It was Tony Bascari.
Tony Bascari. He's the biggest racketeer in town. He's dynamite. Miss Marsh, he's deadly.
I know, Mr. Holliday, and I love it.
Oh, no.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now back to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
$2:00 in the morning, and I can't go to sleep. That little old girl has me worried to death. She wouldn't go to the police headquarters, and when I went down and talked to Kling, he acted as though it were a big joke and sent me on my way. Hello.
This is Agatha Marsh.
Now what? Where are you?
At the hotel. I went up to see Tony Bascari.
You what? Miss Marsh, don't you know that's the worst thing you could have done?
I had to talk with him. I put the heat on him, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you're still alive?
I accused him of killing that O'Brien man. I came right out with it. But, of course, he wouldn't admit a thing.
What do you expect him to do, break down and confess?
Well, I think I've got him on the run. But I'm worried.
Oh, if I had Tony Bascari on the run, I'd be worried, too.
Because when I came back, I discovered someone had searched my room.
Will you call the police? You should have done it a long time ago.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I want you to come over right away.
At 2 in the morning?
Mr. Holliday, someone's trying my door.
Hang up quick. Call the room clerk.
But, Mr. Holliday,
Hurry, I said. That dear little meddlesome old fool. Into your clothes, Holliday, because here we go again. And don't forget your Boy Scout badge. You'll make the Beaver Patrol tonight. The clerk said she hadn't called the desk. I wonder... No, she would have screamed. Someone would have heard her. It's open. Cleaned out completely. No Miss Marsh, no clothes, no nothing. Not even a piece of notepaper. Hey, what's this? Paper airplane. Like the ones I used to make in school. But why should she be making paper airplanes? Airplanes. The airport, that's where they took her. Keep that motor running. I'll be right back. Not many people around this hour of the night. Oh, there she is. And the man with her has his hand in his pocket, and I don't think it's there because it's cold. What I need now is a little fast talk and a little faster action. Okay, I'll take over from here.
Who are you? What are you talking about?
The old doll. Bascari wants it back.
Bascari told me to put her on a plane. I'm doing it.
Yeah? Changed his mind. He wants it back.
I don't think so. Besides, I never saw you before.
I told you, if you don't turn her over, Bascari might get sore.
When he called me?
It's only a half hour ago.
I was still at the hotel. He could have called.
And spilled everything over a phone? You're nuts?
This don't sound right.
Yeah, forget it. Taking the old doll back with me.
Wait a minute. Gonna call Tony first.
Go ahead, stupid. Get your ears burned off.
Who are you calling stupid? Show me something that'll prove Tony sent you.
Got a match?
Stop stalling. This is a gun in my pocket. Let's talk to Tony.
Yeah, I've got some matches here.
Thanks.
Yes. Oh! Get him, Mr. Holliday, quick. I'm coming. Oh, not so fast. I'm not as young as I used to be.
You should have remembered that before you got mixed up in this. Come on, get in. Driver, get out here fast. What did you do to that guy anyway?
I stuck him with my hat pin.
I might have guessed. Now, Miss Marsh, what happened at the hotel?
Well, I hung up when I heard him trying the door, but I was too late. The door was unlocked.
So it was Tony Bascari, huh? He wanted you out of town fast.
Oh, but they were very nice to me.
You can thank your lucky stars for that. Usually, Bascari's enemies wind up in some ditch.
I didn't see him again. That man, the one you knocked out at the airport, he was the one who came in my room.
Well, you must have the goods on Bascari. You must have killed this man or had him killed. But why didn't he take him out of the hotel right away?
But there was a convention there last night. The whole place was literally crawling with people.
Oh, that's the reason. Oh, that paper airplane. That was fast thinking, Miss Marsh.
Well, thank you. Well, now we can go back to Bascari. We've got the goods on him. We can crack the case, like they say in the murder mysteries.
Miss Marsh, I've got news for you. We're not going to see Bascari.
We're not? Well, where are we going?
You'll hate me, I know, but it's the police station. Well, Holliday, what happens now? You've taken Miss Marsh to Kling's office. She looks at him. He nods her into his private office. And suddenly she comes out smiling. You try to leave, only Kling stops you.
You stay here, Holliday.
Kling, you can't let her walk this beach alone. Bascari will get her.
Forget it. I got a man tailing her.
Okay, but what happened in that office? What did she tell you?
Plenty, my friend. She preferred charges against you.
She preferred charges against me. Now, what are you talking about?
Kidnapping.
I kidnapped her?
You took her off the plane by force, didn't you?
Listen, Kling, that little old lady is a whodunit happy. She'll get herself killed. There really was a body in the hotel, you know.
Look, Holliday, do you know what you're saying?
Sure, I know what I'm saying. There really was a body in that hotel.
Holliday, why didn't you tell me?
I tried to, twice. Once in the room and the last time when I came in here.
Now think, Holliday, carefully. Where is the body?
In a broom closet down the hall. I put it there.
You put it there?
Yes, I put it there.
Holliday, get out of here.
Well, Holliday, now you're fixed. Even Kling looked at you like those things in your belfry weren't bats. They're more like eagles. But you're in it now, so you've got to follow through. And that indicates a fast ride over to the Bradford Hotel. Oh, clerk. Hey, clerk.
Yes?
I'd like to find out who occupied Agatha Marsh's room the day before she did.
That question is highly irregular.
Oh? Then here's a $10 bill that's highly regular.
Oh, let me think. She has 718. She checked in the day before yesterday.
Yes?
The man who had the room before that was a traveling salesman in ladies' suits, I believe.
He must have cut quite a figure. She must be in this hotel someplace. Her room's empty, but she must be around. But where? What are you worrying about, Holliday? You couldn't wait to get rid of her. Now you can't wait to get her back. Oh, you're a character who belongs back in the Middle Ages with a tin union suit for cold nights. Yeah, she'll probably show up safely with that detective tailing her. The broom closet. Wonder if the dead man is still in there. He must be. Kling hasn't showed up yet.
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday.
Miss Marsh, what happened? How'd you get in that closet?
Isn't this thrilling?
No, it isn't.
There was a detective trailing me, but he was knocked unconscious. Shocked, as they say in the murder mysteries.
And you were brought up here?
By the same man who tried to put me on the plane. He hit the detective, put me in the car, and brought me here.
Well, you two, what are we playing now? And where is the man I put on you, Miss Marsh?
He was hit over the head, Lieutenant, but I'm sure he's all right now.
This the closet where you said the body was?
Was. It's right, Lieutenant.
Now, let me take a look. You know what I think, Holliday?
What?
I think both of you crackpots are making this all up. I don't believe there ever was a body.
Kling, you have my word for it.
Your word doesn't mean as much as a Chinese dollar.
Kling, listen. They brought her back here, locked her up. They took the body away, didn't they, Miss Marsh?
Probably going to sink it in cement, as they say in the murder mystery.
Bascari's in his room, I'll bet. Go up and talk to him.
Surely, put the heat on him.
Just once more, I'll play with you kiddies. Come along.
Where?
Miss Marsh's room. I'm locking you pixies in till I get to the bottom of this.
Kling's been gone 15 minutes. I wonder what's happening up there.
Not much. I haven't heard any shooting.
No, haven't heard any. In that case, how could a man be shot here and that shot not be heard?
Well, it's very easy, Mr. Holliday. The killer would use this.
Oh, Miss Marsh, now where'd you get that gun?
Just took it out of the drawer. It was here all the time.
Well, put it down until Kling returns.
But I just want to show you why the shot wouldn't be heard.
What do you mean?
Would you excuse me, please? You see this bath towel, Mr. Holliday?
Yes, what about it?
Well, a smart person would take the gun like this, wrap the bath towel around it like this.
You know, Miss March, you found out a lot since you came here.
Oh, yes, I've done all right since early this morning.
Early this morning? But the clerk said...
I talked to Tony Viscari, and he said...
Kling, look out! Miss March, give me that thing.
You shouldn't have moved, Mr. Holliday. I was really shooting at you.
What's this all about, Holliday? What was she doing with that gun in her hand?
She was going to kill me, just like she killed Michael O'Brien.
That little old lady killing somebody?
Miss March, you did kill him, didn't you? Then you called me, and you got Kling to come up here and catch me dragging the body away. Only he came a little late, as usual.
Now, wait a minute, Holliday.
Then when you couldn't pin it on me, you tried to hang it on Tony Viscari. Now, what did you do with the body?
Dragged it back to the closet in this room.
Oh. And I suppose you sapped the detective who followed you, too.
Well, it was easy. I got him to turn around and hit him over the head with my purse.
Why did you kill Michael O'Brien? Did you have something against him?
No, I never saw him before.
Then why kill a perfect stranger?
I saw a play once. I liked those ladies in that play. They killed lots of people. I wanted to also. Only I should have done it like the ladies.
You don't mean arsenic and old lace?
Yes, and I should have worn the lace and given you the arsenic.
Well, Holliday, you're back in your apartment again. The sun is shining through the window, a sun you might never have seen again. You know, I've got an idea for you, Holliday. Give up this business and go into something quiet, like night watchman in a cemetery.
Holliday.
What's that, Kling?
They examined the old girl down at the psychopathic ward of the city hospital. She's batty as a loon.
You're telling me. I saw that in her eyes when she wrapped the towel around that gun. But what happened to Vascari and his stooge?
When she heard he was in the room above, she tried to pin the body on him.
Oh, so he tried to get her out of town in self-defense.
Holliday, you're a very lucky, lucky guy.
You can say that again and again.
And again.
Oh, just a minute.
Hello, Mr. Holliday.
Susie, what are you doing up here in my apartment? Why aren't you down at the Star Times?
Well, my boss and I have been talking about another compromise.
Another one?
He wants to fire me, and I want to quit.
Oh, but Susie, if you left the paper, what would I do for my mail?
I was thinking, maybe you'd like to hire a good combination stenographer and secretary, huh?
That's you?
That's me.
Well, I don't know, Susie, but as they say in murder mysteries, I'll have to think it over.
You better think fast. Good help is hard to find.
Goodbye, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music was composed and conducted by Rhodey Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
This is John Daly with the British forces at Katwa, India, a little village 100 miles up the Hooghly River from Calcutta. This evening of June 22nd, 1757, has brought a serious crisis to the British. Colonel Robert Clive, with 3,000 troops, faces the threat of 50,000 well-armed men under the Nabob of Bengal. Help that Clive expected has not arrived. Mir Jafar, High Prince of the court of the Nabob, Commander-in-Chief of the Nabob's army, had secretly promised to desert his monarch and come over to the British side with 20,000 Indian cavalry. But anxious hours of waiting and watching have produced no result. Whether Mir Jafar has betrayed the British or is still waiting for a chance to come over, we just don't know. But we
June 22nd, 1757, Katwa, India. You are there.
Clive of India, on the eve of the Battle of Plassey, back 191 years to the decisive moment when East met West in a great clash of empires. All things are as they were then, except for one thing.
You are there.
And now?
June 22nd, 1757, Katwa, India, and John Daly.
Cavalry. It was on this assurance from Mir Jafar that Colonel Clive left Calcutta and marched 100 miles up the Hooghly River to this rendezvous here at Katwa. For 2 long hours, Colonel Clive and his staff have been in conference in a stone blockhouse a few yards away. It's the only substantial building in this village of mud huts from which the villagers fled on the approach of the British forces. The conference is over now. We expect Colonel Clive and his staff to come out in just a moment. It has been a tense 2 hours, not helped at all by swarms of mosquitoes coming up out of the mangrove swamps here along the Hooghly River. And the swamps give up a dank, foul odor. There are also monkeys, and the night birds are in full throat as night falls. They add an eerie touch to an already tense scene. Looking across the Hooghly River, we can see the campfires of the huge army under the Nabob of Bengal, thousands of them, bobbing and weaving like firebugs. When the wind is right, we hear weird strains of oriental music. It's all enough to send the shivers up the back of the most unimaginative private. Colonel Clive's small force, exhausted by the long march, is taking advantage of this opportunity for a brief rest. The officers are coming out of the fort now. There's Captain Coote. Captain will... No, the captain shakes his head. There's Captain Grant. I can't see Colonel Clive, but there's Major Kilpatrick, who is second in command here. Major!
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, will you tell us, please, the decision of the council? Is it retreat or wait for Mir Jafar?
Withdrawal, old chap. Much better word. We're not being forced out of our position, simply withdrawing till a better opportunity to defeat the Nabob comes along.
Well, Major Kilpatrick, this does come as a surprise. I thought that Colonel Clive was...
Yes, I know. Came as a surprise to all of us. As you say, we expected the Colonel to be full of fireworks. But his attitude was most reasonable. Matter of fact, he advised the course himself.
You mean Colonel Clive suggested withdrawal?
Well, not only suggested it, but voted for it.
But on what grounds, Major? Did he give his reasons?
Sound military thinking. First off, our ally, Mir Jafar, has proved he can't be trusted. Then our position here could be cut off, you know, or even overrun. The Nabob ever decided to attack us. 50,000 to 3,000, you know. Too much, even for Englishmen. Then the monsoon, starting any day. Matter of fact, they're here now. Roads will be quagmires in a couple of days. No. Only possible decision, withdraw. Very satisfactory. Very satisfactory indeed.
Well, sir, where is Colonel Clive now?
In the fort. He asked to be left alone. Poor chap. Wants to do some thinking and weigh his decision. Don't blame him. No commanding officer likes to retreat. Disengage the enemy.
You mean because of his military reputation?
Quite so. The courage, you know. Widely known as the daredevil. Always likes to push on. This must be a bitter pill for him to swallow. But it's the only sensible thing to do. Well, they should put to rest all the stories about his erratic nature.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Major Kilpatrick, the night guard detail is formed and ready for inspection, sir.
Just a moment, Robin. Excuse me, Mr. Daly. I'll have to organize the camp for the night.
Of course, sir. Thank you very much, Major. Colonel Clive's force will begin its withdrawal back on Calcutta in the morning. The first time, by the way, that Colonel Clive, or for that matter, any British commander, has refused battle with an Indian force. However, 50,000 against 3,000 are kind of odds that even the most enterprising officer thinks twice or many times about before accepting battle. If, however, Mir Jafar had come over with his cavalry, cutting the Nabob's advantage, Clive certainly would have fought then. This difficult and probably humiliating decision for Colonel Clive has been caused by that one man, Mayor Jafar. Well, who is he and what is he up to? And here's the man who knows the answers to those questions, Mr. William Watts, who until very recently was official representative of the East India Company at the Nabob's court at Murshidabad. Mr. Watts, you know Mayor Jafar personally. Well, what sort of a man is he?
Oh, why, very capable, very capable. A man of 45, a prince, well-born, well-connected.
How is it, sir, that an Indian prince conspires against his own monarch?
Oh, he's ambitious, of course. But there's also a move on foot among the other princes to get rid of the Nabob. The Nabob's very unpopular with his own people, you know. In my opinion, he's incompetent, sir. He's unbalanced. He's a young lad of 21, has absolutely no respect for his elders.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, he seems to take delight in pulling their beards, having them flogged publicly.
Well, sir, to get to Mayor Jafar, did you negotiate with him personally, Mr. Watts?
Oh, yes. He promised the colonel, secretly, of course, that if the British marched up here to Katwa, he'd be waiting with 20,000 troops. And as you've said, that would have radically changed the whole military picture.
Well, do you think that Mayor Jafar's failure to keep the rendezvous means that he's had a change of heart?
Well, it's hard to say. Undoubtedly, the Nabob by now has received wind of the conspiracy. Mayor Jafar may be too closely watched to move. Or he may have come to some agreement with the Nabob.
You mean sold Colonel Clive out?
Precisely.
But why should he, sir? Colonel Clive had agreed to make Mayor Jafar the Nabob, hadn't he?
Yes, but that involves a battle, and a battle involves risk. In my opinion, Mayor Jafar is playing both ends against the middle. Well, the people for assembly. Looks as if we'll begin our withdrawal right away.
Yes, it does. And there's Colonel Clive. He's obviously wasting no time in putting into effect the decision to retreat. Rather strange, however, that he should have decided upon a night march. The men won't take very kindly to it. The men are falling in, sepoys as well as British soldiers. The sepoys number 2,000. They're Indian troops trained and officered by the British, who make up the other 1,000 of Colonel Clive's small army. Colonel is striding toward us. The man of medium height, rather stocky build, young, about 30 or 35, I'd say. He's wearing a full-dress uniform, braid down the front, three-cornered hat, with his hair hanging in a pigtail behind. He's on his way to address the troops, I suppose. Colonel Clive! Yes? Colonel, why have you decided to begin this march at night, sir?
Can you think of a better time to ford the river?
Ford the... But, Colonel Clive,
We're crossing the river to join Mayor Jafar.
Well, then you've heard some good news, sir. You've had a message from Mayor Jafar.
No, but I've sent a message to him. I told him my intention of crossing the Plassey and commanded him to break with the Nabob and be there before morning.
But, Colonel Clive, at the Council of War...
I've changed my mind since the Council. Retreat to Calcutta is impossible.
But why, sir?
Prestige, Mr. Daly. British prestige. Would suffer a blow from which we could never recover. Besides, fate hasn't marched me this far up the Hooghly River to turn me around and march me back without what I came for. Victory. Decisive, final, ultimate victory.
But, Colonel, suppose when you've crossed, Mayor Jafar isn't there.
He'll be there. He must be there. I have it in my power to make him Nabob of Bengal before tomorrow night. He won't be such a fool or such a villain as to betray me now.
But what if you are betrayed, sir? What if you are attacked by the Nabob with his full 50,000 troops?
If we are pushed to it, we can withdraw again tomorrow night. But Mayor Jafar will be there. Kilpatrick.
Thank you, Colonel Clive.
Are you ready to move, Kilpatrick? To Calcutta, sir? No, we ford the river tonight. But, Colonel, get your troops moving.
Yes, sir. Major Kilpatrick has turned and is moving to the head of the line of troops. He looks angry, but in this military world, well, orders are orders, and he's got to do what he's told. He's given the command, which has started this small British force towards the bank of the Hooghly for a dangerous and critical operation. The Nabob may be young and a fool, but he's got 50,000 troops. British scouts have been across the river, but we can't be sure that the Nabob isn't waiting, in fact, hoping that Clive will attempt to cross the river at night. Rarely, if ever, has a battle been fought at night, but this is the Nabob's territory. If he has the initiative to attack, Clive, when half of his tiny forces across the river and the other half on this side, he can probably rout him. The crossing operation will be the immediate critical point, the first great hurdle that Clive has to take. We'll move up to the river bank, and as soon as we can test through again, I'll be back on the air. But now to Calcutta.
This is Ken Roberts. Colonel Clive's dramatic decision to cross the Hooghly River has come as a surprise and somewhat of a shock to Mr. Roger Drake,
a senior merchant of the East India Company. Mr. Drake is the present governor of the settlement.
That's so.
Governor Drake,
Yes, sir.
what do you think of Colonel Clive's unexpected reversal of his war council?
It's incredible. Almost impossible to believe. The impact is still so fresh. But it's madness. He's walking into a trap. 50,000 Indians against 3,000. They'll cut him to pieces.
But isn't it true, Governor Drake, that the select committee of which you are chairman agreed to Colonel Clive's leaving Calcutta?
Oh, yes, but that was a different matter. His mission is to defend Calcutta, the lives and property of all the merchants of the East India Company. Now he's running the risk of losing his troops. It's folly, unpardonable folly.
But, sir, didn't you know there was a risk of battle?
Oh, yes, but we wanted him to use those troops only as a threat. A threat to force the nabob to negotiate a peace treaty. This conspiracy with Mir Jafar is something that never had our sanction. The colonel entered into that by himself. He would take no advice from us.
You mean you were always suspicious of Mir Jafar's good faith?
Naturally. An Englishman is no match at intrigue with these Easterners. This conspiring to overthrow a legitimate monarch, sir. It smacks of revolution. Dangerous precedent to set. Yes, indeed. Well, the East India Company is here for business, not to meddle with the internal affairs of the country.
Well, why do you suppose Colonel Clive has disregarded the opinion of the select committee?
Opinion, sir. It wasn't an opinion. It was a mandate, and Colonel Clive ignored it.
Then, if I interpret you correctly, Governor Drake, you would advise Colonel Clive to withdraw the British troops immediately and return to Calcutta.
I would, sir. As any man in his senses would. As I am sure any professional officer would. Any person who has...
Thank you, Governor Drake. I've just been told that John Daly is calling in from the Hooghly River, where Colonel Clive's force is crossing to Plassey. Go ahead, Daly. Go ahead.
This is John Daly on the south bank of a ford of the Hooghly River. Approximately one half of Clive's small force has crossed the river in this eerie blackness, broken at intervals along the line of march by rush torches. So far, Clive's traditional good luck has held. The Nabob of Bengal has not shown any sign of resisting this crossing. This is the critical moment. Clive's forces are about evenly divided. One half on the Plassey bank, the other half here on the south bank, waiting their turn to cross. So far, and we've got our fingers crossed, the Nabob is sticking to the tradition of not fighting at night. A tradition, by the way, probably born of the fact that Indian troops are largely composed of levies of illiterate, unenthusiastic peasants who would rather till the soil than fight. Major Kilpatrick, second in command, has assigned Sergeant Timothy Wayne to help us move our equipment and to explain the more technical phases of the coming operation. Sergeant Wayne has already been across the river. He went over with the first troops, and he's just come back. Sergeant, did you see any of the Nabob's forces over there?
Oh, they had some outposts near the river, but they pulled back when we crossed. I didn't see them, but some of our scouts went right up to their camp.
And what's the Nabob up to?
The scouts say they're whipping themselves into a frenzy with oriental music and drink and lots of mumbo-jumbo.
Well, Tim, did the scouts say anything about Mir Jafar? Are there any signs that he may yet come on over to us with those 20,000 cavalry?
No, he ain't coming. In all that crazy mumbo-jumbo, that jumping and dancing around, this Nabo takes his turban off and throws it on the ground. And Mir Jafar, they say, picks it up and put it back on his head.
Well, what does that all add up to?
The sepoys say that means that Mir Jafar has sworn to defend the Nabob to his last drop of blood.
Oh, then it looks like when daylight comes, it's going to be 3,000 against 50,000, huh?
I don't care if it's 150,000. I want to go at this Nabob. I promised my brother that I even things with him.
Why your brother, Tim?
He's in a hospital in Calcutta, sir. He's been there ever since he came out of the black hole.
Would you mean that now, a full year later, he's still in the hospital?
Mr. Daly, sir, do you know what that black hole was like? This dirty Nabob put 146 people in the post dungeon where they used to put one of us. It was kind of awful. He shoved and jammed them in like they were something worse than cattle.
Well, how did your brother come out, Sergeant?
My brother stayed quiet and sucked the perspiration off his shirt, while the others fought like wild animals. Only 23 came out alive. All the rest of the 146 are dead. They died that night in that stinking hole.
Well, how did any of them happen to get out, though?
You know what? They wouldn't wake up this dirty little nabob. And then when he does wake up, he says he's sorry. Some underling did it, he says. He's a bad un, Mr. Daly. He's a bad un. I promise my brother I'll give him
Sergeant, it looks like the nabob is attacking.
Well, hang on a moment, hang on. If he's attacked us, we're really in the stew. But Major Kilpatrick told me to stay with you, and I'll be here, Mr. Daly. Don't worry.
Righto, we'll get ready to knock the equipment down. We'll have to do it one way or another because we'll either head back to Calcutta or get across the river tonight. The firing has stopped. I can't see across the river. Can't be sure what has happened over there, but... Oh, here comes the... Oh, Captain! What's that firing across the river?
Nothing at all, sir. Some of the men are a bit nervous. The baggage train is going across, Mr. Daly. You'll have to come along now if you're coming.
Yes, sir. Hello, Calcutta. We're moving across the river. I'll stay with Colonel Clive. Call you in as soon as we can get the equipment working again on the other bank at Plassey. But now back to Calcutta. This is Ken Roberts in the plaza in front of the East India Company headquarters. News that Clive has crossed the Hooghly River has brought most of the British colony here to the plaza. There is strong partisanship about Clive's move. Many of these people believing that if he is overwhelmed, every British man, woman, and child in Calcutta will have to flee for his or her own life. And the East India Company will probably be destroyed. Mr. James Halwell, an East India official, seems to be very pessimistic about the outcome. Mr. Halwell, you evidently think that this time Colonel Clive has bitten off more than he can chew.
Well, Mr. Roberts, I'm not exactly a military man, but it does seem axiomatic to me that you don't put all of your eggs in one basket and then put that basket in the middle of a busy thoroughfare. What?
But, Mr. Halwell, even if the worst should happen to Colonel Clive and he's beaten, he will be able to retire until he is reinforced.
Mr. Roberts, where do you think these reinforcements are going to come from? We're spread very thin, you know.
Well, reinforcements could come out from home, sir. Surely the home government would send out troops.
Home government. You forget, sir, that when the French tried to take over this subcontinent, the East India Company had to fight its battle alone. Clive commands a private army, the East India Company army.
Surely, Mr. Halwell, the King's First Minister, Mr. Pitt, has a deep interest in the affairs of the East India Company.
I regret to disillusion you, but it doesn't seem that way, Mr. Roberts. We offer here an opportunity in a great, rich, civilized country, and Mr. Pitt wastes our troops in the North American wilderness. And, Mr. Roberts, I understand that against the French there, were it not for a young militia colonel named Washington, I believe, Mr. Pitt would have lost even that wilderness.
Would you mean, sir, that you don't think any British troops will be sent out here if things go against you?
Well, Mr. Pitt, when everything has been lost, may decide to do something. But then we shall have to start all over again, and 150 years of work will have gone for nothing.
Well, I hope things are not as bad as all that, sir.
We all...
And thank you very much for talking to us. Major Humphrey Green has fought with Clive before and is now in Calcutta because he was wounded in the skirmish. Major, what is your estimate of the situation?
Well, it's difficult to say, Mr. Roberts. I fought with Clive in the Deccan at Arcot, cavalry pack and Trichinopoly. Great victories, you know, especially at Arcot, and always gets superior numbers.
Well, you think, then, that Clive may turn the trick again?
I don't know, but you can be sure he's thought this out. He has a very peculiar intuition about these Indian people. He's proved it time and again. But as a professional soldier, I must admit that Colonel Clive's strategy is very unorthodox.
Well, Colonel Clive is a professional soldier, too.
Not exactly. He holds an East India Company commission. He depends on the company for pay and rank. He was not trained as a soldier. You mustn't forget he came out here, let's see, he's 30 now, when he was about 18. As a writer, a kind of a petty clerk, I think it was, in Madras.
He must be a brilliant man, sir.
Yes, I would say a genius. You know, in his early days, he suffered from melancholia, couldn't stand being a clerk. As a matter of fact, he's supposed to have attempted his own life twice in those days.
Oh, really?
Yes, but fortunately the pistol misfired both times. So after that, he decided fate must have something special in store for him, so he became a soldier. And none too soon for the benefit of the...
Well, excuse me, Major Green, I've just received a message. There's action at Plassey. The battle has begun. John Daly crossed the Hooghly with the rear guard of Clive's forces and has his equipment set up, and so we take you now to Plassey and John Daly. force is fighting magnificently. A second great cavalry charge by the Nabob's forces is breaking up under the pounding of Colonel Clive's 10 6-pounder guns. A terrible mass of writhing horses and men is piled up on the field in front of us. And the Nabob's officers are fighting a losing battle against the panic-stricken cavalry, which has begun to break and run back towards the Nabob's camp. The British cannon are still firing. The infantry is jubilant and excited. They look kind of hopefully to their officers for an order to charge. These men have not forgotten the Black Hole of Calcutta. They don't seem to be at all worried about the fact that the Nabob still has probably 10 men for every single one of them. Sergeant Wayne, that was a close one.
Don't you worry about it now. If they haven't sense enough to keep their powder dry, we can take care of them.
Sergeant Wayne is talking about an amazing piece of stupidity on the part of the Nabob, which has given Colonel Clive an advantage that's almost impossible to value too highly. The battle began early this morning before we could get ready to broadcast with an artillery duel. The Nabob's 50 10-pounders against Clive's 10 6-pounders, 5-1. In the face of the heavy Indian fire, Clive had to order a withdrawal. For a moment, it looked like a retreat, but instead, the infantry was withdrawn to the protection of this mango grove. As they fell back, with another unbelievable piece of Clive's luck, the heavens opened up, and the monsoon rains came pouring down in torrents. The first thing Colonel Clive did was to protect his gunpowder. The Nabob didn't, and his 50 guns fell silent and have been out of action ever since. We've attached ourselves to Colonel Clive, and he's right here. Colonel Clive, those are 2 heavy Indian cavalry charges, Colonel, which you've just beaten off. Do you think that was your friend, Mir Jafar?
Yes, I suppose it was, but you mustn't be too hard on him, Mr. Daly. Evidently, the Nabob gave him a rather simple choice, either fight with him or be executed.
Well, it certainly seems certain, sir, that you've just about taken everything they can throw at you.
Not quite. They have another trick up their sleeve. Elephants, Mr. Daly. Elephants. Now, you'll have to excuse me. We still have a battle to win, you know.
Right, sir. Thanks very much. Sergeant, what's this all about? What does he mean by the elephants?
Oh, they're chargers, sir, and these elephant charges are pretty awful things. Each elephant carries a prince in a howdah, what the people at home would call a sort of a basket on his back. Then there's the mahout, or elephant driver, who sits up there behind his ears and prods him with a stick, telling him where to go. Look over there at their camp. You can see them now. They're getting them ready.
Right, and say, they really look like something, even in this driving rain. You know, those elephants at this distance don't look as though they can do us an awful lot of damage. They're all dressed up. I don't suppose we can see the colors, but it looks like they got every color of the rainbow on it from this distance.
Yeah, and unless I miss my guess, they're almost ready to come. They're pretty all right, but it won't be so pretty when the mahouts whip the big beasts into a frenzy with their prongs, and the cannon drive them crazy with the roar of the smoke and the fire. If they get up to our lines, they'll be trampling and crunching them to death, they will.
Right, here they come, Tim. The elephants have been formed, and they're starting their charge. There must be about 50 of them spread out across the plain. The British troops have been ordered out of the protection of the trees and the mango grove, and they're forming a battle line, a thin one. Well, what are they doing that for, Sergeant? Why do they come out of the trees?
Why, they're forming in ranks, sir, to add their musket powder to the cannon. These elephants are hard to stop, and you use everything you've got. Besides, if they get past the cannon, at least we'll get a shot at those blinking princes up there on their back.
Well, I just assume we didn't get a chance to shoot at any princes on their backs. The elephants have broken into a lumbering trot. The British cannon have stepped up fire. They need to. The elephants are in range. Very few of them are going down. Some are falling, though. I can see 1, 2, 3 of them on the ground. But one is twitching and struggling, trying very hard to get up again. But the rest still come on, and they've broken into a gallop. The mahouts on their backs are shrieking and goading them into madness. The cannon are firing just as fast as Clive's cannoneers can load. But they're not enough. They're not enough, and the infantry have begun to fire. There goes the first volley from the musket. The smoke is getting so thick here that we can't see. Gets into your eyes and your throat. It's clearing a bit, and I can see the shapes coming through the smoke. The elephants are still coming. Sergeant Wayne, those muskets aren't doing any good.
Their hides are too tough, sir.
What'd you say?
The elephants' hides, sir, they're too tough. The bullets didn't take effect. The range is too great.
The whole earth around here is shaking, although the elephants are still 100 yards or so away. Kilpatrick has just shouted an order.
Shoot at the riders, the Major says. Shoot at the riders.
Major Kilpatrick has ordered the British infantry to fire at the riders and not at the elephants. It sounds like a good idea to me. They're almost on top of us. Colonel Clyde is running up and down the line. He's shouting an order. See if you can get it, Sergeant Wayne.
I heard him, sir. The colonel has countermanded Major Kilpatrick's order. He's telling the men to shoot at the elephants, not at the riders. Shoot at the elephants, he says. Shoot at the elephants.
But what in heaven's name for? The muskets didn't even dent their hides. Sergeant Wayne, we'd better get ready to travel. We may have to get out of here and fast. There goes the second volley. The second volley from the musket. The smoke is pouring out of them again. The musket smoke is so heavy it's difficult to see anything. It's so thick now that you can almost cut it. The rain is big enough like a blanket. All we can hear is the thrashing and the trumpeting of these elephants. We don't know what's happening. Everything is confused and uncertain until this smoke begins to pull away from here. I, for one, don't know whether to stand here or to cut and run. Clive's line, his infantry, just as steady as a rock. The men have loaded again, and they stand there in that thin red line. Nobody's giving any sign of breaking at all. They're just waiting for their fire orders. They don't seem to be concerned about what may come thundering out of this heavy curtain of smoke. The smoke's beginning to thin out. We can hear the trumpeting of the elephants. You may be able to hear it in the background. It sounds like a bunch of mad monkeys having a fight. All the monkeys in the world in one basket fighting with each other. The smoke is thinning out, and there's great mass of confusion in front of us now.
Right, sir. He was right, Mr. Daly. He learned it in the deckhand.
Learned what, Tim?
Colonel Clive learned to shoot at the elephants. Shoot at the elephants. Look at them. Those musket balls are like bee stings on the hides of those elephants. He's driving them wild.
Yes, the smoke is up. That's right, Tim. The elephants have been stopped. The elephants have been stopped. They're no longer charging forward. They're stopped in their tracks, and their mahouts are hanging on for dear life itself. They can't control them any longer at all. Some of the younger bull elephants are bucking almost like horses, twittering, rearing, and churning the air and screaming. Some of those wonderful, magnificent howdahs that we could see across the field a while ago, all smashed to smithereens now on the battlefield. They fell off the elephants' backs and were smashed down to the ground.
And they're finished! They're finished! They're running away!
Yes, Sergeant Wayne is right. Sergeant Wayne is right. The muskets have turned the trick. The elephants are completely out of control. Completely out of control. They're running wildly away from this musket fire. They're shaking their riders from their backs. The leaders are already charging back into their own camp, into the nabob's camp. Here it is again, Clive's unbelievable mixture of genius and luck. The elephants with which the nabob was going to destroy Clive and his small force are ripping through the Indian camp, destroying and crushing everything in front of him. The Indian peasant levies are throwing down their arms. They're running away for dear life. Colonel Clive! Colonel Clive, sir, you are now the ruler of Bengal.
No, Mr. Daly, the British are here to trade, not to rule. If he's still alive, Mir Jafar will be the new ruler of Bengal. But we'll have peace. Peace, trade, and friendship with the people of India.
Well, congratulations, Colonel Clive. It's a magnificent victory. Major Kilpatrick has come up, and he and Colonel Clive are shaking hands this day of June 23rd, 1757, which dawned so grim and unpromising here at Plassey on the Hooghly River in India, is now a day bright with reassurance for the British.
June 23rd, 1757. Colonel Robert Clive wins the Battle of Plassey, and British rule begins in India.
You've been listening to The Battle of Plassey, another broadcast in the series You Are There. This program was presented originally by CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and came to you through the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Arch Oboler's Plays. A Story in the Night. Tonight, James Cagney in Arch Oboler's dramatization of the most talked-of book of the year, Johnny Got His Gun, by Dalton Trumbull.
We tell you of Joe Bonham. 22 years ago, he went to war. They carried him back from that war. They carried him back because he had no arms, no legs, no ears with which to hear, no eyes with which to see, no mouth with which to speak. Today, he lies alone in a room in a hospital close to your city. He's living flesh, and he waits. Your world is shut off from Joe Bonham. He has only the world within his own mind. We tell you of Joe Bonham. These are the thoughts of a boy who 22 years ago went to war.
Somebody listen to me. I'm talking to you. Somebody listen to me. Gotta talk to somebody. It's dark and lonely. Somebody... No. It's going out of my head again. How can you hear what ain't got a tongue, ain't got a mouth, ain't got... No, won't think of that anymore. Gotta think of something, yeah, something else. If I don't think, my head, yeah, quick, think about when I was a kid.
Hey, Joe, come on in swimming.
Yeah, swimming. When I was a kid, I went swimming. Dive in the river, feel the water against my legs and my arms. Now I haven't got any No, won't think of that. Think about my town.
It's the nicest little old place on earth, Shale City.
I gotta remember.
Hamburger, get your hot hamburger, get your hot hamburger.
Yeah, best hamburgers in the world.
All right, boy, here's 30 cents. Go down and get 3 hamburgers.
Pa.
Oh, they're delicious. If I could only cook like this.
Marcy. No, don't think of her. Think about... County Fair.
See the lady cut in half the fourth part of $1.
Motorcycle rider, defying death inside a straight up and down circular wall.
I can't remember anymore. I gotta remember. If I don't remember things, I'll think, and if I think... No. I gotta remember something. Something. Girls. Think about girls. Quick, think about girls.
Joe.
Karine?
Joe, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
No.
Kiss me. Hold me.
We shouldn't have turned the lights out. Your old man will be sore.
He understands.
Your lips.
Don't go. They'll kill you.
I gotta go. When you're drafted, you gotta.
Oh, Joe. Joe, I don't want you to go. Hold me. Tight. Maybe we'll never get another chance. Now, Joe. In your arms, Joe. In your arms. In your arms.
My arms. My arms.
What?
Joe, hold me. Don't go,
Johnny,
don't.
get your gun, get your gun, get your gun.
Joe, I'm part of you now.
There's that
Don't go, Joe.
Theodore Roosevelt said. All aboard, soldier. All aboard, soldier.
No. Hold me, Joe. Hold me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms tight around me. Both your arms. No, stop.
My arms. I haven't got any arms. You hear me, Karine? I haven't got any arms. I haven't got any arms. What's the matter with me? I didn't find it out yesterday or the day before. It was
1939, 1938, 1937.
a long time ago.
Joe.
Karine, you're still in my head. I'll tell you, as if you were here. Here's how I found out everything about myself. I woke up like out of a dream. It was like I was in the water. I tried to swim, but I didn't have any arms. I started to kick my legs to float up in the air out of the bed, but I couldn't kick. I didn't have any legs. I threw my head back. I started to yell. I only started, but how can you yell when you haven't got him? I began to reach out, Karine. The only way I could reach out, with the nerves of my skin. The hole in my face. Feel the skin creeping around the edge of it. It went. I was blind. What a lousy dream. Nobody could live like that. Just dream, and that's all. But it wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. Mother, where are you? Hurry, Mother, hurry, and wake me up. I'm having a nightmare, Mother, where are you? Mother, listen to me. I can't stand it. Mother, please, tell me it's not me. Not me, no, not me. Oh, please. That's the way I found out. A long time ago. Who was I telling that to?
Joe.
Oh, Karine. Still in my head. In my heart. Now I'll tell you about how I found out about time. About the days. Knowing about the days you're living through, that's important, see? But all I remembered was dive in the dugout and then... And that was all. A day in September 1918. And that's all. Time stopped then. Start time over again. But how could I catch hold of time when I was caught inside myself? Vibrations. I had it. When the nurse came into the room, the vibration of her footsteps running up through the floor, through the bed, through the springs of the bed, into me. All I had to do was count the seconds, then the minutes, then the hours between each visit she made, until I had 24 hours counted up in my head. And after that, I'd be able to figure the days out just by counting up her visits. One day, the minute the nurse left me, I began to count.
1, 2, 3,
second by second,
4,
second
5,
by second.
6,
When I
7,
counted 60,
8,
that
9,
meant a minute,
10,
as nearly as I was able to figure it.
13,
But I always lost count. I'd think of something else, then I'd lose count again.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2,
Day after
5,
day after day, but I could never keep track.
5,
I couldn't.
6,
I couldn't.
5.
And all the time, the days were running away from me. And then, one day it happened. The skin on the side of my neck, the half of a forehead above the mask. Lying there all the years gone by, I got to thinking that maybe there was some way I could use those pieces of skin. Skin free to the air. They were healthy. I got to thinking what a man did with his skin.
To feel with.
But that didn't seem enough.
To sweat with.
Yeah, sweat with. Hot and cold.
Sunrise and sunset.
Just like that. The idea came into my head just like that. All I had to do was to feel with my skin. When it changed from cool to warm on that little piece of skin, it'd be sunrise and the beginning of a day. I got to thinking about the nurse and how many visits she made me each day and when she made them. Yeah, I'd better start with the nurse. She changes the bedding. In a hospital, they must change bedding in the morning, maybe around 8 o'clock. So all I got to do is wait till she changes the bedclothes. That'll mean it's morning. Then wait, maybe 18, 20 hours, and that'll be next morning. That'll be sunrise. You can feel the heat of sunrise against your skin, yeah. So I waited until the next time she changed the bedding. She walked away. Calm down, because you haven't proved anything yet. Calm down and wait and count her visits. Number 2, I dozed off and woke. Visit number 3, time got all mixed up. Then 4, and then... the 5th time. Now all of a sudden, I knew it was happening. My heart stopped, my breath stopped. I knew it was happening. Slow at first, crawling along my skin. Warmer and warmer, the rising sun. In my room. I'd won. I'd caught up with time again. The sun. It was dawn. It was dawn for the world and for me. I could smell the dawn. Yeah, me without a face lying there, and the smell of the dew on the grass, and me without eyes, shading my eyes and seeing the sun coming up over the mountains back home, and the hills going pink and lavender like the inside of a seashell. The sun warming my little piece of skin, and me seeing without eyes the town where I was born, and me without ears hearing the lowing of the cows waiting to be milked, and babies kicking in their cribs and rubbing their eyes with their fists. It's sunrise, and I've got it. And now I'll always know when it's sunrise, and they can't take it away from me. Thank you, God. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I may never have anything else, but I'll always have dawn and the morning sunlight. A year went by fast. I was a busy guy. I learned a lot. Yeah, could even tell my nurses apart. The day nurse always walked to the bed with 4 steps. She was always the same, but the night nurses seemed to change. One of them must have cried when she looked at me. I felt her tears wet on me. I like to think she was young and beautiful. But every night, summer and winter, week in and week out, month in and month out, every night I was with you, Karine. With you, darling. My arms around you, yours around me. With you, Karine.
Joe, my darling.
Close to you.
My dearest.
My arms around you.
My lover.
And yours around me.
Mine.
With you, Karine.
Oh, Joe. Joe.
2 years went by after I discovered time. 3 years went by after I discovered time. The 4th year started awfully slow. One day I felt vibrations. Vibrations heavier and heavier, and then they stopped. I knew they were standing around the bed. After all these years, visitors. And all at once, crazy thoughts went through my head.
It may be your mother.
No.
Karine.
No, not Karine. Not Karine standing by my bed. You can't see me. Not this way. Not you, Karine. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. Then a hand came to rest on my forehead. A man's hand.
Doctors.
Yes. Maybe doctors come to examine me. Somebody was touching at my nightshirt over my left breast. The cloth fell back against my chest again. It was heavy now, weighed down by something. Medal. They given me a medal. Me, a medal. Me, a medal. Me! The generals were here, around my bed. The generals. The big guys, the famous guys who still had arms and legs and could still see and talk and smell and taste. In my throat, I felt a tearing of something that used to be a voice. I was talking to them, and they couldn't hear me. I was saying, listen, big guys, I'm lying here like a side of beef, and for what?
War. We're going to war.
Yeah, someone said that, so I went. But why? Why? Somebody just said...
Let's go out and fight for liberty.
Liberty? What kind of liberty? How much liberty and whose idea of liberty? A guy says, come on, let's fight for liberty. And he can't show you liberty. If you're going to die for liberty, you've got to know in advance what liberty is and whose idea of liberty they're talking about and just how much of that liberty we're going to have. Maybe that's a bad way to think. The big guys say it's bad, and I heard them. In the schools, and the newspapers, and the legislatures, and the congresses. That's their business. They sound wonderful.
This ground is sanctified by blood. They shall not have died in vain. Our noble dead.
But I'm asking you, big guys, what do the dead say? Did any one of them ever come back and say...
I'm glad I'm dead, because death is always better than dishonor.
Did they say...
I'm glad I died to make the world safe for democracy.
Nobody but the dead know whether all these things people talk about are worth dying for or not. And the dead can't talk. So the words about noble death and sacred blood and honor and such are all put into dead lips by those that got no right to speak for the dead. I'm asking you, big guys, how did they feel about it just before they died? Did all those guys die thinking of democracy and freedom and liberty and honor? You know they didn't. They died crying in their minds like little kids. They died crying for the face of a friend. They died crying for the voice of a mother or father or wife or baby. They died moaning and crying for life. I know. I'm the nearest thing to a dead man on earth. There's nothing bigger than life. What's noble about having your legs and arms blown off? What's noble about being blind and deaf and dumb? I'm dead, big guys, and I died for nothing. You hear me? Nothing. You hear me, big guys? But they didn't hear me. Just as you couldn't hear me, Kareem, if you were standing next to me. All the generals heard was the blowing of the air and the tube in my throat. When I heard the vibrations of the footsteps that said they were going, I began to think. The vibrations. Up to now, I thought only of the vibrations coming to me. How about making my vibrations go to them? Yes, vibrations to them. A footstep on the floor is a kind of vibration. The tap of a telegraph key is another kind. I had it. When I was a kid, Bill Harper and me, we had a telegraph set. Used to telegraph to each other. Dot dash, dot dash, dot dash, dot. I remember the code, the Morse code. All I had to do to break through to the people outside was to lie in bed and dot dash to the nurse. I could give messages and receive messages. I raised my head from my pillow. I dropped it. Then I did it twice quickly. That was it. With my head, raise my head, let it fall on the pillow. The Morse code. SOS, help. I tapped it out of my pillow with my head. SOS. All over the world, that meant help. SOS. Help. Then the door of the room jarred open, and the nurse's footsteps came up to the bed. SOS. SOS. Over and over again. She was looking at me. I knew it. SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. Oh, why can't you understand? SOS. Help me. SOS. Help me. SOS. SOS.
Help me. SOS. Help me.
My head full of it. Tapping it out with my head over and over. Over and over. Couldn't stop. Why won't they hear me? Why won't they understand? Why won't they hear me? Karine, why? No. There isn't any, Karine. There isn't nothing. I've been talking in my head. There's nothing for me. Nothing.
SOS.
I don't know what day it is.
SOS.
I don't know what month it is. I don't know what year it is. I've been tapping for years and years, and nobody hears me. Nobody. Someone's come into the room. Footstep light. My regular day nurse. Hers are heavy. Who is this one? Start tapping now. What? What is this one doing? Opening the nightshirt. She's moving the tip of her finger against my skin. Huh? Drawing something. Huh? I know. The letter M. I know. Shake my head. Yes, I know. I understand. It's M. Wonderful M. Writing something else on my skin. E. Yes, I got that. R. Yes. Another R. Yes. Now what? Why? Nothing more. M-E-R-R-Y. Mary. Writing again. C-H-R-I-S-T-M-A-S. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, nurse, I understand. Nodding my head to tell you I understand. I can't say it so you can hear me, but in my heart I'm saying it. Merry Christmas, nurse. God bless you. Bells in my town. I'm hearing them in my head, nurse.
'Twas the night before Christmas.
Mother.
And all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse.
Mother, I hear you.
The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in a hope that St. Nicholas soon would be there.
Every Christmas Eve, I remember.
He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like down from a thistle. But I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight, Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Merry Christmas, Mother. Merry Christmas, Mother. Nurse. New nurse. Smart nurse. She'll pay attention to me. Old nurse didn't understand. New nurse, you've got to understand. Tapping, I'll start. There, nurse. I did it. Did you understand it? 3, 2, and 3. S-O-S. Did you understand it? I'll do it again. Morse code. You understand? Morse code. Watch, nurse, watch. If I had a tongue, if I had a mouth, I'd yell it at you. I'd scream it at you. But I have nothing but the tapping of my head, so watch, nurse, watch. If you turn and walk out of the room and never come back, you'll be carrying my life with you. You're life and death to me, nurse. Look, I'll tap it again. See? S-O-S. Help me. S-O-S. Oh, I'll do it again. I'm praying now, nurse. Me, just an ordinary guy, I'm praying. Oh, please, God, make her understand what I'm trying to tell her. Please, God, make her understand. I know you're a busy guy. I know there are millions of people praying to you every minute. I know all these things, God, and I don't blame you for getting behind in your orders. Nobody's perfect, but what I want is such a little thing. All I want you to do is to take a tiny little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind 2, maybe 3 feet away. That's all I want, God. Just a little idea that's in my mind and put it in her mind. It's such a little thing, God. Such a little thing. She's going away. She's gone out of the room. No, can't be true. Can't shove me down under the ground again, bury me deep again. No, I won't believe it, I won't. I won't start crying now. She'll come back. She's my life. She's my chance at life. She will come back. She will. Door. She's back. Brought someone with her. Man's finger on my head. What? Finger tapping on my head. Tapping out W. H. Tapping out the code on my head. A. T. W. H. A. T. What? D. O. Y. O. U. Y. O. U. U. W. A. N. T. W. A. N. T. What do you want? What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? I want to get out. Let me out, that's all I want. I've been lying here for years and years in a room in a bed with a little covering of skin. Now I want out. I've got to get out. If I had legs, I could run away. I could get away. I could get out into the open where there's air, where there's room, where I'm not in a hole and smothering. Inside me, I scream and howl and push and fight for room and air, for escape from the smothering, from the loneliness. So, let me out of here and take me back into the world. No, I didn't tap that out. What I just said, I only was thinking. Won't say it to you waiting up there, no, Before I ask you up there, before I tap it out with my head, I've got to think out just what I'm going to tell you. It may be my last chance. I've got it. I've got it. Listen, you up there. I'm tapping it out with my head. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out. I can earn my keep. I can do a job like anyone else. Take me out of here and build a glass case for me so people can see me. Take me in my glass case to the beaches, to the county fairs and the church bazaars and the circuses and the traveling carnivals. You'll do a wonderful business with me, and I could pay you for the trouble. They've never seen nothing like me. I'm something you can really holler about. I'm the dead man who's alive, the live man who's dead. I'm the man who made the world safe for democracy. Take me into the places where men work and make things. Take me there and say, boys, here's a cheap way to get by. Maybe times are bad and your salaries are low. Don't worry, boys, because you'll have your chance. There'll be another war along pretty soon, and then maybe you'll be lucky like me. Take me into the schoolhouses, all the schoolhouses in the world. They'll scream at first and have nightmares at night, but they'll get used to it because they've got to get used to it. And it's best to start them young. Take me into the colleges and universities and academies and convents. Call the girls together, all the healthy, beautiful young girls. Point to me and say, girls, here is your father. Look, girls, here is your lover. Call all the young men together and say, here is your brother, here is your best friend, and here are you, young men. Take me wherever there are parliaments and diets and congresses and chambers of statesmen. I want to be there when they talk about honor and justice and making the world safe. Put my glass case upon the speaker's desk, and every time the gavel drops, let me feel its vibration through my little glass case. Then let them draft notes and ultimatums and protests and accusations. But before they vote on them, before they give the order for all the little guys to start killing each other, let the main guy rap his gavel on my case and point down at me and say, gentlemen, here is the only issue before this house, and that is, are you for this thing here, or are you against it? And if they are against it, then let them stand up like men and vote. And if they are for it, let them be hanged and drawn and quartered and paraded through the streets and thrown out into the fields where no clean animal will touch them, and may no green thing ever grow where they rot. Take me into your churches, your great towering cathedrals, which have to be rebuilt every 50 years because they are destroyed by war. Carry me in my glass box down the aisles where kings and priests and brides and children at their confirmations have gone so many times before to kiss a splinter of wood from a true cross on which was nailed the body of a man who was lucky enough to die. Set me high on your altars and call on God to look down upon his murderous little children, his dearly beloved little children. Then bring in the fierce ones, the spawners of hate, the inventors of slogans. Bring them in and make them look at me, and then dare them to break the peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we have brought you James Cagney playing the leading role in Dalton Trumbo's memorable novel of the year, Johnny Got His Gun. The book was dramatized for radio by Arch Oboler. The musical score was written, conducted by Gordon Jenkins. Mr. Cagney can now be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Fighting 69th, and in the forthcoming production, Torrid Zone. In preparation is City of Conquest. The book, Johnny Got His Gun, is the prize-winning novel by Dalton Trumbo. All of us want to thank Mr. Cagney and Mr. Trumbo for their great contribution to this program. Next week, it is our pleasure to present an actor known and respected by all of us, Mr. Ronald Colman, in an unusual play, The Most Dangerous Game. Next week, then, Mr. Ronald Colman. Arch Oboler's plays are a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company. Tonight's play came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Oh, wait. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall with the greetings of the season. I hope you like the tree. I put up a bit of holly, too. And mistletoe, of course, right there over the door. There are so many things to enjoy at this time of year. The warm, friendly spirit, that's most important. The time to be with family and friends. There'll be a lot of holiday traffic, too, as people make the rounds of visits or travelers are making their way back home. On a lonely road in Ohio, two such travelers are about to have the most harrowing experience of their lives.
Snow's getting heavier, Skip. I wish you'd slow down.
I hope we make it before dark. Oh, I sure don't want to get stranded in this, Joan. Oh, no.
Skip, what's the matter?
We're skidding. I can't control her.
Skip, do something. We're sliding into that boat.
I'm doing all I can.
Mystery drama, A Holiday Visit, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Lloyd Battista and Diana Kirkwood. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What are your plans for the Christmas holidays? Entertain friends or relatives? Going home to visit parents, perhaps? This is always get-together time. A time when people go home to the families they've left behind as they've made their own way in the world. Joan Bartram made her way from a small town in Ohio to New York, where she worked for a while as a secretary, and then married Skip Bartram, an oil company executive. She hadn't been back to her home in Ohio in 12 years, so it was a particular thrill for Joan when Skip came home one night and said,
"How'd you like to go home for the holidays? See your folks."
Oh, Skip, I'd love it. But can we afford it?
Well, the company's sending me to Toledo for a new training program right after the holidays, so the trip is on them.
Oh.
We'll just leave a little early and be with your folks for Christmas.
Oh, what a surprise. I'm going to call Mother this minute.
You don't want to just drop in on them and make it a surprise?
And have them fade away? No. I want to give them something to look forward to.
Well, maybe you're right.
It's been 12 years since I've been home, and you've never...
Hello?
Hello, Mother?
Oh, Joan.
How are you?
Just fine, dear.
Mother, are you sitting down?
No. Why?
Listen, Mother, get Dad over to the phone. I want him to hear my news.
Henry, come here. Joan, are you pregnant?
Oh, no, Mother.
All right, dear. Your father's listening.
I'm coming home for Christmas.
Coming home?
Yes, Skip has to be in Toledo after the holidays, so we're leaving early, in time to be with you for Christmas.
That's the best news I've had all day. Joan, your mother's doing her thing. She's starting to cry.
Yes, so am I. I have to hang up now. I'll let you know when we'll arrive.
Okay, darling. We'll be waiting.
When can we leave?
Well, I'd like to get away by Saturday. We'll have to drive. I'll need the car in Toledo. Let's see, we ought to get to Runyonville by, the 23rd. The map shows the end of the interstate. What do we do when we turn off?
Let's see. We go north on 84, it looks like. Yes, north on 84 to Hamilton, then 42A to Blue Mountain, and we keep on that to Runyonville.
Oh, I don't know. It looks as though the interstate keeps on going. Oh, look there.
Yeah. According to the map, though, there's a proposed extension.
Well, it's been finished since the map came out, I guess. What if we stayed on this?
Oh, we'd go straight to Runyonville. It looks as though we'd save about 20 miles, too.
So we're in luck. We'll stay on it. It looks as though, well, we may be at your folks a lot sooner than we thought.
Oh, it's starting to snow. Oh, we're going to have a white Christmas.
Well, I hope it doesn't get too thick before we hit your folks' place.
Hey, Skip, how far have we come on this highway?
Oh, about 40 miles.
Have you noticed anything strange?
You're thinking the same thing I am.
There hasn't been a sign or a turnoff since we got on this road.
Yeah, I noticed that. And come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any cars passing us in either direction.
Doesn't seem natural.
Well, if this road's going anywhere, they're keeping it a secret.
I'm getting a little uneasy. Maybe we ought to turn back and take Route 84 like we planned.
Oh, I hate to do that after we've come this far. Now, this road's got to come out someplace. Let's see, we got about an hour before dark.
And the snow is getting heavier. I wish you'd slow down.
I hope we make it before dark. I don't want to get stranded in this. Oh,
Skip, what's the matter?
We're skidding. I can't control it.
Oh, yeah, Skip, do something. We're sliding.
I'm doing all I can.
You put any more tinsel on the tree, Harriet, and it's going to topple over.
I don't see how you can sit there so relaxed.
Why are you so nervous? The children said they'd be here sometime today or tomorrow.
They should have been here by now.
Only because you think they should be. If anything was wrong, they'd call. You know that.
Oh, you're right. I'm just so excited about having our Joan home for Christmas. I can't relax.
Well, I think I'll take a stroll in the snow. Need anything from downtown?
No, dear. I've had everything in for days. I just wish they'd get here.
They will, Harriet. They will. Now, you stop worrying. Worrying isn't going to get them here any sooner.
Oh, my head. Joan, are you all right?
Well, what happened?
Oh, can you straighten up?
Oh, my leg's caught.
Oh, here, let me see. Try twisting it a little bit this way. Oh, there. There, it's free. How do you feel, hon?
Dizzy.
Oh, we crashed into the boulders.
Can we... will the car move?
Oh, pray.
Thank heaven.
Oh, if I can back her off. Yep, I better get out and take a look. That does it.
What's the matter?
2 flat tires.
Oh, no.
And only one spare, naturally.
Oh, dear Lord, what are we going to do? We're miles from anywhere.
At least the snow's letting up a bit.
Oh, we can't just sit here on this ghost road.
Well, where will we walk?
Hey, Skip, look. A light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, about half a mile away, I'd say.
It must be a town.
Hey, do you think you can make it on that leg?
Oh, yes. I'd hop on one foot to get out of here.
Well, we can phone your folks. Tell them we'll be a little delayed. We can probably get the car towed in. Well, it looks like we'll have to stay till morning.
Or maybe Dad can come pick us up. We can't be far from Runyonville. We can pick up the car tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's Christmas Day.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, what are we sitting here chatting for? Come on, let's move.
It's so quiet. No cars on the street at all.
The storm must have sent them all home, I guess.
Well, let's try that grocery store. They're sure to have a phone.
Well, they can tell us where to find a garage, too. At least we can get the car off the road for the night.
It's so still.
Hello? Anybody here?
It's so dim. One bare bulb.
Well, pretty skimpy merchandise, too.
Hello?
Wow. Whew, place seems deserted.
Yeah. I don't see any payphone. Or any phone, for that matter.
Hello? Anybody here? Oh, well, we'll go someplace else. There's got to be a restaurant or a tavern in this town. Hey, come on.
Oh, I know this isn't Runyonville.
Oh, I hope not. Looks like a quaint little place, but awfully deserted. Boy, they must pull the sidewalk in at 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, the sky's clear. Oh, look at those stars.
Wow, I haven't seen them that bright in a long time.
There don't seem to be many stores. Mostly houses.
Well, we're not on the main drag. Maybe we better go ask directions at that house there. No sense wandering around a strange town.
I guess we should. I'm sure they'll let us use their phone. I'll call Dad collect.
Hey, listen. Hear that?
Singing. Of course, it's a carol concert. That's where everyone must be.
Well, come on, let's see if we can find them. I give up. I don't know where that music's coming from.
We've covered so many streets and nothing.
Yeah, no one. Oh, hey, honey, you're shivering.
I'm scared.
Well, there's a hotel across the street. Let's go there and use the phone. There's got to be one there.
This is a ghost town. Well, there's no use wandering about anymore. It's a ghost town in the middle of Ohio.
I wonder. You know, you might be right. It could be one of those, restorations. An antique village, and if it is one, then there's got to be somebody around. A caretaker or a watchman or someone.
Let's try the hotel.
Well, I was wrong, I guess. The hotel is just as deserted as everything else.
And still no phone.
Oh, I wish I had that CB radio Paul offered me. I always thought they were a nuisance, but that sure would have gotten us out of this mess. Hey, come on. Let's look around upstairs.
Every room's empty. Not a stick of furniture anywhere.
Yeah, it's about what I expected.
What was that?
Well, it sounded like something hitting the roof.
Oh, Skip, let's go back to the car. I'm too frightened to stay here. This place is just too spooky.
Yeah, come on, you don't believe in ghosts.
It's not ghosts I'm afraid of.
There's another one. Well, something sailed past the window and landed on the ground. I'm going down and take a look around.
I'll come with you. I'm not staying in here alone. Can you see anything?
Not yet. There's nothing out here except a couple of green logs. Over there, see them?
Green logs?
Yeah. Moss covered. Looks like they've been laying there for years.
But, Skip, there's no snow on them. If they'd been laying there for years, they'd be covered with snow.
You think that's what hit the hotel? Well, I mean, logs this big don't just fall out of the sky.
Just take me back to the car.
Now, honey, there's no sense getting panicky. We're alone in this town or amusement park or whatever it is. And at least there's shelter. We'll stay here for the night, and we'll just try to get to civilization in the morning.
You want to stay here? We might be murdered in our sleep. As if I could sleep.
Well, dear heart, there's nothing else we can do. I mean, sleeping in the car is foolish when we're... Uh-oh.
The lights. Every light went out.
Well, that settles it. We're not going anywhere now.
But the whole town's out. There's not a light anywhere.
Yeah. Seems to be clouded over, too. See, the stars are gone. Come on. Come on, let's go back inside. We'll be safe in there. We'll curl up in the lobby furniture and try to sleep.
I won't shut an eye, wondering who or what turned off those lights.
Paraphrase a popular joke. Where were Skip and Joan when the lights went out? Not only in the dark, but in a strange Midwestern village. And just 2 days before Christmas, a time when they should have been enjoying the warmth of a friendly fireside, the pleasure of holiday decorations, the music of a Christmas carol, things that most of us are enjoying these days. But for them, isolation in a cold and darkened hotel. We'll learn what this curious town holds in store for them when I return shortly with Act 2. Joan and Skip Bartram face the prospect of spending the night in a deserted hotel in a strange and darkened town. A town apparently without inhabitants. Could it be a restoration of some kind? A sort of Midwestern Williamsburg? Under normal circumstances, it might be a lovely place to spend the Christmas holiday. But Skip and Joan are anxious to get to her parents' home and friendly family warmth. They spent the night in the sparsely furnished lobby of the hotel. And now it's morning.
Skip. Skip.
Huh?
Wake up, honey. It's daylight.
Oh, my aching back. Oh, that's the hardest couch in the world.
I didn't sleep all night. Come outside. I want to show you something.
Oh, no. Can't you bring it in here?
Oh, stop being silly. There are footprints in the snow, and they're not ours.
Footprints?
Yeah, look out the side window there.
Yeah. Yeah, they go around the back of the hotel. Well, that means somebody's around here. Come on. They're small prints. It must be a child or a woman.
Well, they lead toward that barn. It's funny, I didn't hear or see anyone. I was awake all night.
Well, there aren't any prints leading away from the barn. So whoever made them is still in there.
It's so quiet. Not a sign of life anywhere.
Well, let's go in. It's not like a private house. Anybody here?
It's so dark and dingy, Skip. Skip, let's go back out. I don't like this.
Well, somebody's got to be here. I mean, the footsteps stopped at the door.
Then why won't they answer us?
Hey, listen. Well, that was somebody's up in the loft.
They're coming down those stairs. Who's down there?
Oh, good morning, ma'am. We're looking for someone to help us.
Mercy. Where did you come from?
Well, we had an accident with our car last night. We skidded into an embankment.
Oh, my word.
We found the whole town deserted, so we spent the night in the hotel.
Oh, how curious. There aren't any beds in that hotel, you know.
We slept, or rather stayed, in the lobby.
I'm Skip Bartram, and this is my wife, Joan. We were wondering...
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Mrs. McKinley.
Oh, we were wondering if this is some sort of a restoration. I mean, there were lights on last night.
And we heard Christmas carols.
Oh, yes. Isn't the music lovely? What do you mean by a restoration? This is Taylortown.
But there's no one living here. You're the only person we've seen since last night.
Yes, they've all gone. Each season, a few more left. My husband went last year. I'm the last one here.
You live here all alone? All alone in a deserted town?
It's my home.
Could we use your phone, Mrs. McGinnis? Joan wants to call her dad to pick us up, and, well, I've got to get a tow truck for the car.
Oh, mercy me, there's no garage or tow truck. Oh, but there's a payphone at the railroad station. We never had phones in any of the houses. And just wait till I finish upstairs, and I'll show you where it is. I don't know if it works, though. I think it's just there for effect.
I wonder what she meant by that.
Well, who knows? I just feel better now that we've met another human being. She seems friendly enough.
But a little strange, don't you think?
Naturally. Living alone in a dead town.
A ghost town. I wonder how long she'll be. We could find that railroad station ourselves.
Oh, let her be hospitable. A few minutes won't matter. Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, are you almost finished?
That's strange.
Well, I'll see.
Has something happened to her?
Mrs. McGinnis?
Skip, what's the matter?
Well, she's not here. The loft's absolutely empty. Well, there's no way she could have gotten out of that barn. There are no windows in that loft.
Well, she did. Unless we just imagined we saw and talked with her.
No, she was there all right. She just gave us the slip somehow.
Oh, look, there's the railroad station. Oh, pray that phone works.
Well, I'm not counting on it, but, well, it's worth a try.
It looks like one of Belle's first payphones. Skip, have you got a dime?
Yeah, I think so. Here you are.
Well, here goes.
Well, so far, so good.
Oh, I got a dial tone.
Yeah, at least something works in this town.
Well, it's only 10 after 9. One of them's bound to be home. Ah, it's ringing.
Yeah, they're probably looking out the windows, wondering where we are.
Hello? Is somebody on this line?
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad, thank heaven I reached you.
Who is this?
It's Joan, Dad.
Joan? I can hardly hear you. Speak up.
Dad, it's Joan. We've had an accident with the car. You'll have to pick us up.
Where are you? You'll have to talk louder.
A place called Taylortown. It's practically a ghost town. Do you know where it is?
Taylortown?
Look, we'll wait for you in front of the hotel. How long will it take you?
Well, it's 10 after 9 now. About 1 hour.
Oh, we'll be here. Oh, I can't wait to see you, Dad. Dad? Dad? Oh, the line's dead.
What's the matter? You look concerned.
But Dad sounded so funny. I expected more of a reaction. He was so matter of fact. He didn't ask for details or anything.
Oh, I'm sure he figured he'd find out the details when he picks us up.
Yes, I suppose. You know, dear, I have this strange feeling I know this village. Well, not the village so much, but the houses. The houses houses look so familiar.
Well, a lot of small Midwestern towns have that turn-of-the-century look.
I guess so. We used to go shopping in Fairmont, and it was full of the same big houses we had in Runyonville, with porches around the whole front and little filigrees under the eaves.
Like that place on the corner.
Exactly.
And look who's on the porch.
Mrs. McInnes.
Hello there. Where did you come from? I don't get many visitors anymore.
We wondered where you went.
Where I went? I've been here all morning. Sweeping the snow, Got to get it off the porch before it freezes. Well, what brings you to Taylortown?
Skip, she doesn't remember us.
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you.
You know my name. Mercy, who are you?
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you at the barn this morning, and you said...
A barn, you say? Oh, there's a nice one behind the hotel. Want to come in for some hot coffee? Takes the chill off.
Yeah, thanks. We'd like that.
Well, come along in, then. I'll heat up the pot.
Skip, I don't know.
Well, what harm can it do? Look, we've got at least an hour to wait for your dad. We might as well spend it in a cozy kitchen.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Come out to the kitchen. Hot coffee in a minute with some fresh scones I made myself.
She keeps a neat house. And so, old-fashioned. It's lovely.
Yeah, pretty start.
Come in and sit down at the kitchen table. I don't have much, as you can see, but there's always something to share. You're planning on moving here, you said.
No, Mrs. McGinnis. We told you. We had an accident with our car.
Oh, that's too bad.
But I just called my father. He's coming to pick us up.
You called your father?
Yes, just now. On the phone at the railroad station.
Oh, mercy, that is a miracle. I didn't know that phone ever worked.
And we're happy to enjoy your hospitality while we're waiting.
We still can't understand why there's no one else in town. You live here all alone?
It's my home. Oh, it's not bad living alone. I get by.
Yeah, we thought it was some sort of restoration.
I don't know what a restoration is.
A restoration is an old town or house that's been restored to look the way it did years ago.
Oh, this town's looked like this from the beginning, ever since it came from Scotland.
The town came over from Scotland?
It's an exact duplicate of Taylortown in Scotland. The streets and the houses and all the furnishings came from Scotland. Oh, mercy, don't ask me how long ago.
Then you were born here.
I guess so.
You guess so?
Well, I've never been anywhere else. Oh, you're not eating the scones.
I guess we'd better get over to the hotel and wait for Dad. Thank you so much for your hospitality, Mrs. McInnes.
Oh, I'll come along. I'd like to see a modern automobile. I'll just get my shawl. I won't be a minute.
She shouldn't be living alone like this. It's made her completely confused.
Oh, I know. Well, there's nothing we can do, though.
And she kept offering us scones, and the plate was empty.
Well, she's living in the past.
I wish she'd hurry. I don't want to miss Dad.
Well, we've got lots of time. If you said an hour, well, we've only been here a few minutes.
Oh, I wonder what's keeping Mrs. McInnes. Look, why don't we just go on? She'll follow us. She knows where the hotel is.
Mrs. McGinnis? You about ready? Mrs. McGinnis?
Oh, not again.
Oh, talk about the Cheshire Cat.
Come on. Let's get out of here.
You want your eggs scrambled or fried this morning, Will?
Well, fried is easier.
Oh, I do hope we hear from the children soon.
getting awfully nervous.
I thought they'd at least arrive last night.
But not to call. It's not like Joan.
Well, that just means there's nothing wrong, Harriet. If they'd had trouble, we'd have been the first to know.
Something's not right. I just feel it.
Well, it's 10 after 9. If they're not here by noon, maybe I'll call the police.
Oh.
I'll get it. Hello? Hello?
Is it Joan?
There seems to be a voice, but I can't make it out. Joan? Oh, it's a bad connection. I don't know if it's Joan or not.
Oh, dear.
Hello? 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 It's no use. Whoever it was will have to call back. We'll just have to wait.
Skip, I'm terribly frightened. I wasn't before, but now I really am. There's something evil here. I mean, no people except that crazy Mrs. McInnes?
But your dad's on the way, huh?
I wonder. It's been 2 hours now.
Well, maybe he had trouble. At least he knows where we are. Doesn't he?
How do I know? All we do is ask each other silly questions. I'm cold and I'm tired and I'm hungry.
Joan.
We may just die here. Don't you realize that? We may just die here.
Stop it. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, hon. I had to stop you.
I'll get control of myself. I'm sorry. We'll just have to wait.
Everyone seems to be waiting. Joan and Skip are waiting in Taylortown, expecting her father to pick them up any minute. But Joan's father, as we now know, didn't get the call, and he and his wife are waiting to hear from Joan. It looks as though Skip and Joan won't be with their folks for Christmas after all. Or at all, for that matter. We'll just have to wait to see how it turns out when I return shortly with Act 3. Things look now, it's not going to be a very Merry Christmas for Skip and Joan Bartram, apparently marooned in a strange little Ohio town with only one inhabitant. After encountering the elusive Mrs. McInnes for a second time, Skip and Joan have gone to the hotel to wait for Joan's father. It's a cold December afternoon, and it's been a long wait.
What time is it?
10 after 2.
I'm going to phone home again. Maybe there's a reason Dad was delayed.
And after that, I'm going to call the state police. I should have thought of it before. We're in a real emergency here. They'll tow us out. Come on.
But suppose Dad comes after we've gone.
We'll ask Mrs. McInnes to watch for him.
Mrs. McInnes? Mrs. Houdini, you mean? I wouldn't trust her to give Dad a message.
Well, we're getting out of here as fast as we can. Your father or the police, whichever comes first. Okay, here, try your folks again.
It's dead. There's no dial tone. Nothing makes sense in this place. Oh, it's no use. It's as dead as...
Hands up! Stay right where you are.
She's got a gun.
You'd better be taking off.
Mrs. McInnes, why the gun?
How do you know my name?
A lucky guess. Why are you pointing that gun at us?
I want you out of here now. I don't trust strangers.
Mrs. McInnes, you were so hospitable to us before. Why are you...
Before? I've never seen you before in my life. Now get out of here. Start walking.
Where to?
To wherever you come from. I don't allow strangers here.
This is a nightmare.
You don't scare us, because I know in a couple of minutes you're going to disappear.
What are you talking about?
You've been popping up and vanishing all morning. In a few minutes you'll just disappear, poof. So we are waiting right here. Oh, come on, Joan. She means it.
But where can we go?
Back to the car.
She would really shoot us. She couldn't.
Keep going.
We're not taking chances with that crazy old woman.
But we'll freeze out here, and Dad won't find us.
You'll have to pass the car on the highway. Nothing makes any sense here.
Skip, look back. You were right. She's gone.
We'll be okay here. The motor works. I'll just turn on the heater. Come on, hop in. Oh, there's more damage than I thought. The whole front end's caved in.
What a Christmas this has turned out to be.
Oh, honey, we'll get out of this. Let me get the heater going.
We might as well get some holiday spirit if the radio still works. I'm so bushed.
Oh, you didn't sleep all night. And I didn't get much myself on that wooden couch.
I hope Dad comes soon.
Yeah. Yeah, we can't keep the motor running all day.
Well, I hope Mrs. McInnes doesn't show up again.
No, she wouldn't follow us out here.
But lock the doors anyway. Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Hey, you all right in there? Hey, you two.
Huh? Who's that?
What's the matter?
Are you two okay?
Oh, it's a state trooper.
Oh, we fell asleep. Oh, my leg.
Oh, are we glad to see you?
Anybody hurt?
No. Oh, no, we must have dozed off.
Dozed off and ran off the road. The helicopter spotted your car and called us.
Oh, thank the Lord for that.
How'd you get on this road? It's officially closed.
Well, there weren't any signs about that. It connected with Interstate 40, and we just stayed on it. Had the bad luck to skid into boulders.
This extension isn't due to open until next summer. Where are you heading?
Runyonville. My parents live there. We're going home for the holidays.
You wouldn't have gotten there on this route. It ends about 100 yards up ahead. I'll radio for a tow and get you folks to Runyonville. When did you go off the road?
Last night.
You been here all night?
My wife's ankle was twisted, but once we got out of the car, she was okay. We do not need a hospital.
You say you spent the night in a place called Taylortown?
Yes.
There is no Taylortown around here. I've lived here all my life. And there just isn't any place called Taylortown.
But right up the road. Look for yourself. We were there all night.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Maybe you'd better look.
Oh.
There's nothing there. There's no village at all.
No, ma'am. The road ends at that vacant field. Not a town as far as you can see. How are they, Doctor?
Well, no sign of concussion at all. No injuries except abrasions on the woman's ankle.
Yeah, well, what about their story about spending the night in a village called Taylortown?
Hard to say. Maybe they did.
They must have imagined it.
Yeah, they show no signs of exposure.
They only think they were there through the night. They may have been on the road only a couple of hours. The helicopter spotted them 2 hours ago. They went to a village named Taylortown. They were hallucinating.
Hallucinations quite common in extreme circumstances. Mirages in the desert. Anxiety can produce them.
Then you think they spent the night, like they said, in a village that isn't there?
Well, they had an emotional experience. Physically, they're fine. I see no reason to keep them here. They're better off going home to the woman's parents.
Will, they're here. A police car's driving up. Joe, Mother, Dad.
Are we glad to see you?
Oh, Mother.
We were just about to send the police out looking for you when you called from the hospital.
Oh, I'm going to send that state trooper a whopping Christmas gift. I got his name and badge number.
Skip, it's so good to see you again.
Same here.
Thank heaven you're both okay.
Come on in, everybody. No use standing here in the cold. What happened, Dad? We thought you were coming to pick us up in that place called Taylortown.
That's what puzzles me. We never heard from you. The phone rang early this morning, but no one was there.
Oh, I know I had a bad connection, but I was sure I heard you say you'd meet us. You seemed to know where we were.
You mentioned this Taylortown. There's no place like that around here. Where exactly were you?
Oh, I've never heard of it either, but we were there. I know the trooper thought we were loony.
Oh, I don't know what to say about all this. Why don't you both just relax? I've got a buffet all ready. We'll have cocktails and you can tell us all about it.
That's a good idea. I'll get your suitcases up to the guest room.
We had to leave all our gifts in the car, but they're towing it in tonight. So we'll have them in time for Christmas.
Oh, they don't matter, dear. Having you here and safe is what's important. Now, you just relax and enjoy the tree while I get things ready. You must be famished.
Oh, it's so good to be home again. And at Christmas time, everything's so pretty.
Yeah. Ooh, that's some tree.
I just love the decoration. Skip, look.
What?
Under the tree. Look, come closer.
Oh.
The little village set out under the tree. Cardboard houses. Look at the hotel.
It's Taylortown.
Mother and Dad got this set when I was a child. I'd forgotten it.
Every house, every street is just the way it was.
The railroad station, the little store, and Mrs. McGinnis's house.
Joan, wait a minute. We weren't... We couldn't have been there.
That's what the trooper said.
What happened to us? Oh, hey, I'm getting the chills. Look at those pine needles from the tree. Those are the green logs that hit the roof.
I wonder.
What?
Mrs. McGinnis. Could she be...
I think she disappeared for the last time.
Well, what should we tell Mother and Dad?
I don't know. I think we've said enough. I don't know what happened to us last night, but we better stop talking about it.
I guess you're right. Here are the hors d'oeuvres. You can pour the wine, Will.
A holiday toast, everybody.
Oh, I see you're admiring the village under the tree. Oh, we haven't set it up for years.
We used to put it up regularly when Joan was a child. Lately, we've just had a table tree.
But this year, with you both coming, we went all out. Big tree, everything.
Yes, and it's lovely.
The detail in those houses is exquisite, isn't it?
Yes, very realistic.
It was imported from Scotland. It's been in my family for years. Well, here's to a wonderful holiday visit. Merry Christmas, everyone.
If there were an explanation for everything, where would the magic in life be? I think we'd all lose interest if everything were cut and dried, neatly packaged, just right. We need a bit of amazement now and then to soften the blow of reality. Skip and Joan left reality for a brief period. and it gave them something to remember all their lives. I'll be back shortly with a closing holiday thought. Holiday lights are twinkling everywhere. Every city, town, and village sports its holiday decorations. Busy shoppers push through the stores, and children wait wide-eyed for that.
This is Bill Leonard inside the Greek encampment at the mountain pass near Thermopylae. Here for 2 steaming summer days, a small force of Greek soldiers has held firm against the tremendous army of invading Persians led by their king Xerxes. Today, the fate of all Greece may hang in the balance, because if this pass is lost, then all Greece lies exposed to the invader. The question, how much longer the pass can be held, grows more urgent all the time. This third day may tell the story. It's no secret that Leonidas, king of Sparta, who leads the Greeks here at Thermopylae, has less than 7,000 soldiers in his command, including his 300 picked Spartan warriors, while it's generally known that there are more than 500,000 Persian invaders under Xerxes. The fighting yesterday and the day before, however...
August 480 BC. The heroic stand of 300 Spartans against the Persians at Thermopylae. You are there.
CBS takes you back 2,430 years to the Battle of Thermopylae, in the crucial struggle between the Persian Empire and the Greek city-states. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. With all the modern facilities of radio present and CBS newsmen reporting from the scene,
you are there.
You Are There is based on historical fact and quotation. And now...
August 480 BC. Behind the Greek lines at Thermopylae and Bill Leonard.
And these Greek soldiers are conceding nothing to the Persian invaders. Our CBS microphone has been set up on a knoll inside the Greek camp. And I have a clear view straight down the pass to the spot where yesterday and the day before the fighting was fiercest. Actually, the Greek War Council couldn't have selected a better position to defend. As I look toward the Persian camp, on my right is the sea, and on my left is the steep wall of Mount Eta. The Persians have no choice. They cannot go into the sea, and they cannot go over the mountain. They must come straight through this narrow pass, and believe me, it's really narrow. 24 men, standing shoulder to shoulder, can block it completely. And for the last 2 days, that's exactly what the Greeks have been doing. Although how much longer they'll be able to hold out without the reinforcements they've been promised, well, that's in the lap of the gods. Away off to my right, far down the Malian Gulf, I can just make out some sails, purple and red, and there's a white sail, all Greek warships, triremes. Those ships out there must hold back the vast Persian fleet so that here at Thermopylae, Leonidas and his small force will not be outflanked. There was a bad nor'easter yesterday which boiled down from the Hellespont, but today the water is calm again, and here in this Greek camp it's pretty calm too for the moment. Everybody's waiting, and every battle is about 90% waiting, I guess. Hurry up and then wait. And now here comes 6 heavily armed Spartan hoplites on their way back from the pass. Maybe I can grab a soldier.
Me?
Yes. Would you mind stepping over to the CBS microphone for just a moment?
Won't take long, will it?
No, not at all. But first, would you tell us your name, please?
I am Alexander, son of Peneley.
Could you tell us what's going on down beyond the narrow part of the pass?
Nothing's going on. That's what?
No sign of any Persian activity? You know, we've been hearing them sound their battle horns up here.
After what we did to them yesterday, I'd say the barbarians were sitting in camp, licking their wounds, scared.
And you and your comrades, you're not scared by the size of the Persian army?
Now, I'll tell you something. A lot of their army is cavalry. What good does cavalry do them?
Here inside this pass, you mean?
That's right. And even if they could all fight at once, we wouldn't get scared. Because what are they? Mercenaries, conscripts, far from home. Whereas now you take us. We're fighting for our homeland, see? And the rule by the freemen that we've got here in our city-states. And that's important to us.
Sure, but 500,000 against just a few thousand of your Greeks and only a few hundred of you Spartans.
Look here now. We'll fight them here and hold them here. But if the gods ordain that they break through, you know what? Wherever there's a Greek alive, he'll fight the Persian and keep on fighting. Till sooner or later, Xerxes and his whole army are running out of here or hold sight faster than they marched in. Look, I gotta go now. I'll see you around, huh?
Thank you very much, Alexander. Certainly it's true that the Persians suffered heavy losses in the fighting yesterday. And incidentally, all through this campaign, Xerxes has ignored the usual military security. He's apparently anxious to make known the impressive strength of his invading army, and perhaps for this reason, CBS got permission from the Persian Council of War to bring you direct radio reports from Xerxes' headquarters. Ned Calmer is waiting now at his pickup point in Xerxes' camp. So come in, Ned Calmer.
I'm speaking from the point just a short distance from the royal enclosure. Officers have been busily thronging around Xerxes' imperial tent since before daybreak, and I understand an announcement is expected fairly soon from Hydarnes, who's captain of Xerxes' own picked bodyguard, the 10,000 Immortals. Nothing is known of the nature of this announcement as yet. From here on the high ground where I'm standing, I can see, spread out before me and along the foothills to my right, well, not all the Persian forces, but a great number of them, a crowded, teeming, polyglot camp gathered from every nation in Xerxes' mighty empire. To my right are the Medes and the Scythians, who took such a mauling in the fighting day before yesterday. Then the Assyrians, and next to them the Bactrians. After them the Caspians, whose favorite weapon is the curved scimitar. The Arabians. The Arabians have to camp farthest up the hill because the Persian horses are afraid of their camels. Below them and to the left are the Ethiopians, dressed in lion skins and leopard skins. From here I can see their bodies smeared with chalk and vermilion. Then next along the Numidians, whose helmets are the scalps of horses, complete with manes and ears. Next to them, the Libyans, then the Paphlagonians, farther along, the Thracians, and the warriors from India. The official claim is an army of 1,700,000 men, but a closer estimate would be about 500,000. There's still no announcement from Hydarnes and no indication what that announcement will be. So, until we get further word, we're going to return you now to Bill Leonard with the Greek army at Thermopylae.
Here at Thermopylae, there's still an atmosphere of tension, of waiting for nobody knows what. The Greek command is still somewhat astonished to find the Persians have not tried another frontal attack on the pass. There's a growing suspicion here that Xerxes has some trick up his sleeve. Some Greeks think it may have something to do with that announcement from Hydarnes that Ned Calmer just mentioned. Others think it may involve a fleet engagement. Larry Lasser is with the Greek fleet, and we'll hear from him later. Meanwhile, we take you to the CBS studios in Athens for a background analysis of this whole campaign by Quincy Howe. Come in, Quincy Howe.
Here in Athens, all citizens have turned their eyes north to the mountain pass at Thermopylae and to the sea off Artemisium. For the third time in 12 years, the Persian Empire threatens the democratic but divided city-states of Greece, and this looks like the most serious threat of all. Disunity among the loose alliance of Greek city-states was still very strong as early as the spring of this year, not 4 moons ago. At that time, most Greek statesmen attributed the present Persian invasion to the Emperor Xerxes' desire for revenge against Athens, revenge for the defeat the Athenians inflicted on the Persians at Marathon 10 years back. And this impression gained strength from the now celebrated first prophecy of the priestess at the sacred oracle of Delphi. CBS assigned Jack Walters to cover this event at that time, and here, by tape recording, is an excerpt from his eyewitness report at the Delphic oracle.
The Athenian delegation has just completed the customary rites to Apollo.
and they're now taking their seats inside the sanctuary of the god. The acrid fumes rising out of the fissures in the rock are... Excuse me. Now the delegation is quieting. The smoke is beginning to clear. We can see the priestess, Aristoniki. She is leaning forward on her sacred tripod. She seems to be completely entranced. The Athenian delegation is...
Wretches!
The priestess speaks.
Why sit ye here? Rise! Rise to the end of creation, quitting your home and the crags which your city crowns with her circlet. All ruined and lost, fiery destruction, dark sweat horribly dripping, black blood, get you away!
What
Leaders of the Peloponnesian states to the south, especially the ruling families of Sparta, feared the Athenians would take the oracle at its word and quit the country altogether. And these Spartans did not like to think where they would be left without the famous Athenian navy. To persuade the Athenians to stand and defend their homeland, Sparta persuaded Athens to implore a second prophecy from the priestess of Apollo. Indeed, it was even whispered in some quarters that the priestess of the oracle was herself urged to suggest a more patriotic course on the Athenians. A second Athenian delegation therefore went to Delphi, and here once more by tape recording is the significant part of that second prophecy.
All-seeing Zeus grants this to the prayers of Athena. Safe shall the wooden wall continue for thee and thy children.
According to Themistocles, who commands the Athenian warships off Artemisium, that wooden wall was the Athenian fleet. Well, this was an interpretation which the Spartan military leaders had, to put it mildly, hoped for all along. Anyway, a solid core of resistance began to develop. 20 days ago at the Isthmus, the decision to meet the Persian army at the pass of Thermopylae was taken by the Greek War Council. And tied in, of course, with that decision is the strategy to meet and engage the Persian fleet in the waters north of the pass. Here in Athens, men still feel confident that the 7,000 soldiers under Leonidas will hold the pass at Thermopylae until reinforcements arrive. My understanding is that Sparta is marching a considerable body of heavily armed hoplites, together with a still larger number of light-armed helots, north to the pass just as soon as the Olympic Games and the Carnean Festival